The Conference of the Five Divine Orders. Rayan smiled coldly at McCain. Are you copying the Conference of the Six Kings? Not at all. McCain calmly shook his head even though he was aware Rayan was making fun of them. The factions of the Five Divine Orders have obviously different characteristics. To be honest, it's difficult to understand how the five groups, including our white whale, have come together. It was true. The white whale felt like the lawful version of the black market, and the Demon Spear Guild that he'd seen the previous day gave off a similar feeling as the South-North Union. It was obvious that the other three groups had different characteristics. Since those factions, which weren't related at all, combined their forces to avoid being controlled by the Six Kings and the Five Demons, it was only natural that they needed to exchange their opinions. The conference is necessary to mediate the five factions' opinions. It's indispensable for us, unlike the Six Kings who have already reached a consensus. McCain furrowed his brow as he told him that they'd even started to swing their blades at each other during a conference in the past. So why are you calling me to such an important conference? Rayan unclasped his hands from behind his back and turned around towards McCain. It's because Sir Rayan is representing Sieghart. I'm not the real representative. We couldn't find Sir Rimmer at all. That's why we had no choice but to inform you, Sir Rayan. Does that mean that I can send our division leader instead? Indeed. McCain's response was slightly delayed compared to the other times. So the Thespian Emperor wants me to participate. Is she plotting something again? He obviously had no intention of sending that troublemaker Rimmer to the conference, but learning the Thespian Emperor's intentions was a great harvest. Regardless of who participates in the conference, we'd like to show you that the five divine orders have no hostility against the Six Kings. McCain bowed while saying that it was the only intention. Did any other Six Kings participate? Owen and Balkar didn't send any response at all. That's understandable. Rayan nodded calmly, because they must have thought that the five divine orders were underestimating them. Camaloon was located right above the five divine orders. City, Banneret, and Owen and Balkar were located left and right from it. Since their city was founded by taking advantage of that neutral area, it was obvious that those two kingdoms wouldn't be favorable towards the five divine orders. As for the Beast Union, McCain slurred the end of his words. Once Rayan thought about the ferocious face of the Beast King Agram, he could easily guess what happened to the envoy sent to the Beast Union. The Magic Tower has responded faster than Sieghart. The Magic Tower did. Rayan's eyes widened. I thought they wouldn't come. He thought that the Magic Tower was even more unlikely to attend than the Beast Union, yet they had dispatched people so quickly. It was an unexpected occurrence. Who came from their side? The ironclad Yuria came from there. Ironclad Yuria. Rayan had heard about her from the rumors. She was a once-in-a-century genius magician who had limited external activities. That was why it was unexpected for her to come to the five divine orders. The heads of the other neutral factions have also been invited on top of the Six Kings. We would love your presence at the conference. McCain bowed once again while asking for his participation. Are you also inviting the Black Market and House Yanan? Indeed. When is the conference? It's happening tonight. It's held at the same time as the first banquet. Tonight, Rayan furrowed his brow while looking at the sky. Aren't you supposed to notify us a few days in advance when it comes to a matter like this? One person was against disclosing the conference, but they finally changed their mind this morning. We are just trying to show our sincerity, so we kindly ask for your understanding. Refuse it. Wrath shook his head so quickly that his eyes couldn't even be seen anymore. You promised the King of Essence. Tell him to fuck off. He ground his teeth while saying that he had to refuse no matter what. I'm sorry, but... Rayan shook his head while holding Wrath's head. I think I need to go. Let's postpone the dinner promise a little. It was a rare opportunity to meet the heads of the five divine orders at once. Joining the conference to figure out what they were thinking was the correct course of action. But you already paid for the restaurant when you made the reservation. The Light Wind Division can have it. I'll tell them to leave some for us, but it's not tasty when it's cold. There's no other choice. Arg, you damn sky. This shitty world, Wrath's body started to turn into strawberry cotton candy once again. There's no other way. Hand your body over to the King of Essence. What are you doing right now? They stopped him from having ice cream last time, and it's lobster and pig's feet this time. The King of Essence is going to freeze everything that's disturbing his meal. Wrath was drooling from his mouth as he unleashed his wrath. He will delicately eat them and return your body to you. Hand it over right now. Delicately eat what? No, he will delicately use your body and return it. Wipe your drool and try lying again. Rayan put on the black formal outfit and pulled on the black dragon coat before leaving his room. Encia and Denning Rose were standing inside the lobby, and their colors were the complete opposite. Denning Rose's dress was even darker than the day before, as if she were at a funeral, while Encia was wearing a bright shirt and pants that felt like it was midway between a work suit and a dress. She didn't seem to care about the conference at all. Are you ready? I'm screwed. While Denning Rose responded calmly, Encia's shoulders drooped. Did something happen? It's about the photos. Encia bit her lip while lifting the camera. The photos in my subspace pocket disappeared while I was asleep. I noticed it was a huge amount. Aren't they somewhere else? Or there's no way, because only the ranks have disappeared. A rank, she means the best photos. Denning Rose explained the term a rank instead. Rayon looked at her and she blushed in embarrassment. Considering the fact that they took away the best ones among the A ranks, they must know a lot about Sir Rayon. Insia ground her teeth just as the mansion's door opened and Rimmer made his entrance. Huh, why are you wearing such nice clothes? Are you going somewhere? Rimmer tilted his head, a liquor bottle in his hand. I've been invited to the 5 Divine Orders conference as Sieghart's representative. Do you want to go there in my stead, division leader? Rayon had no intention of letting Rimmer go instead, but he asked just in case. Nah, I can't be bothered. Rimmer shook his liquor bottle while giving the expected response. You know I trust you, my vice division leader. You can take care of it. He smiled cheerfully and patted Rayon's shoulder. Wow. Is he seriously our division leader? He is just a drunkard. This is seriously driving me nuts. The light-wind swordsman sighed while looking at Rimmer, who was completely drunk. I want to beat him up. Martha's fist was trembling from the urge to jump at him and start beating him up. However, Rimmer didn't stink of alcohol despite what they were thinking. Division leader. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching Rimmer, who was faltering. Did something bad happen? What do you mean? I think you are angry. Rimmer was different from usual. Rayon couldn't explain why he felt like that, but he had a feeling that Rimmer's emotions were boiling like magma. Why would I be angry? I'm in a great mood right now. Rimmer shook his head and denied his claim. Rayon became even more suspicious upon seeing his face. You are right. Wrath nodded while looking at Rimmer. He can feel the wrath from shitty ears. Wrath, this is the reason why the King of Essence didn't like him from the first time he saw him. What do you mean? Shitty ears never revealed the intense wrath dwelling at the bottom of his soul. He's an annoying guy. Wrath frowned while calling Rimmer an idiot who couldn't be honest about his emotions. Does that mean that I could feel the difference because of his wrath? Rayon figured he must have noticed that Rimmer was being strange because he was angry. But why is he angry all of a sudden? What else? It must be because he lost all his money. Wrath tapped on Rayon's head while asking him how he couldn't realize such an obvious fact. I don't think so, though. Rimmer never got angry from the bottom of his heart, no matter how much money he'd lost. He even sometimes felt like he was losing on purpose. Ah yeah, I'm angry indeed. Rimmer walked up to Rayon and grabbed him by his collar. It's because you took all the money from the casinos that they are raking in all of the shitters' money like crazy. I also lost everything I had. He recited the tale of his desperate battle in the casino before heading to his room. It's not because of gambling. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at Rimmer's faltering back. I need to find out later. Rayon headed towards the 5 Divine Orders conference room, located at the center of Banneret, alongside Insia and Denning Rose, following McCain. The road towards the conference room was brimming with people, probably because the festival was about to start. There were warriors, merchants, travelers, and even spectators, which made it difficult to step in. If the white whale hadn't made a path for them, he would have had some trouble bringing Denning Rose and Insia to the conference room. This is the Banneret's conference room. After leading the way, McCain calmly bowed to Rayon and pointed at the high-rise building reaching the sky in front of them. The conference room was as huge and majestic as Owen's royal castle, probably because they were trying to raise awareness of the 5 Divine Orders. It could have been mistaken for a royal castle or a temple if he didn't know it was a conference room. Please enter. Rayon nodded at McCain and opened the door. The iron door was big enough for an ogre to enter, but it was pushed inward without making any noise. At the same time, beautiful moonlight shone down from the glass ceiling. The corridor, where the elegant moonlight was peeking in, almost looked like the manifestation of Malton Stairway's supposed path toward the god. It's so luxurious that it almost feels divine. Weak animals had a tendency to hide themselves behind a flashy appearance. Rayon could feel that the 5 Divine Orders didn't have true authority despite their might. Rayon exhaled faintly and stepped on the red carpet. His steps were powerful despite being composed as he advanced towards the center of the conference room, which was where the rectangular table was located. Even though he'd arrived on time, there weren't that many empty seats. Judging from the atmosphere, the others seemed to have arrived a long time ago. Rayon looked in a different location. He could see Dumpkin from House Tiven and Byton, the Holy Knight Captain of the Holy Kingdom of Spur. In addition to them, multiple heads of houses and division leaders from renowned factions were also taking their seats. They weren't lying about calling many people to the conference. The Thespian Emperor greeted him with her eyes from the upper seat. A man and a woman that he'd never seen before were sitting next to her, and Rayon's fingertips trembled upon feeling the pressures naturally emerging from them. Are they the heads of the other 5 Divine Orders? The blonde woman on the left was hugging a sword with her arms crossed, and he could barely look at her because of her ferocious gaze. She felt as frightening as a polished blade. She must have been Bridget, the Queen of Swords. An old man with gray hair was sitting on the Thespian Emperor's right side, and his narrow eyes made him look like he was smiling. He had a gentle atmosphere around him, unlike Bridget, but he felt even more uncomfortable than her. He must have been the Demon Blade, Derek. The presence of 3 out of the 5 heads of the 5 divine orders was making the huge conference room feel as narrow as a small room. Please take a seat. Rayon finished observing them and let Denning Rose and Encia take a seat. Just as he was about to sit down after them, the conference room's door opened again. I knew you would be here. The demon-slaying spear entered while scratching his head and waved his hand at Rayon. How are you going to entertain me today? He grinned, asking him to do something interesting once again. I'm not here to please you. Rayon shook his head while watching the demon-slaying spear head to the upper seats. Gasp, The White Sword Dragon was being rude to the demon-slaying spear just now, wasn't he? Is he insane? What is he even thinking? The heads of the neutral factions sitting at the table started to freak out with trembling eyes. That's true, but I'm having fun just from watching you. On the other hand, the demon-slaying spear wasn't getting angry at all. Instead, his smile deepened despite the rudeness. Sir Rayon. The thespian emperor bit her lip tightly while calling Rayon's name. She seemed to be asking him for some moderation, but Rayon could tell at a glance that she was just acting like it. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Just as Rayon was about to sit down after watching the thespian emperor, quiet laughter could be heard from the upper seats. The way he was laughing was similar to Roan, but he could feel the evil in the voice. Sieghart's representative has no manners. It must be because he became so famous at a young age. It was the Demon Blade. His narrow eyes widened slightly and revealed his snake eyes. Rayon looked down on the Demon Blade with a straight back. Why are you glaring at me? Did I say anything wrong? Alongside his furious voice, ferocious pressure stormed at him. It was difficult to even open his mouth. The torrent of will created by the Demon Blade was surrounding him. You shall be more polite in the future towards everyone. Rayon closed his eyes while the Demon Blade blabbered some bullshit. Defend the will with the will. Just like he'd blocked the demon-slaying spear's attack, he unleashed his aura and will at the same time. His mental image, further enhanced by his enlightenment, created an energy wave as elegant as a blade. Crack! Rayon destroyed the Demon Blade's rope of will and walked towards the upper seats. Who did you ask for? What? The Demon Blade's lips were trembling since he hadn't expected his will to be breached. Did you ask for the White Sword Dragon, Rayon Sieghart? Rayon looked down on the heads of the 5 divine orders emotionlessly, including the Demon Blade. The one you invited wasn't the White Sword Dragon, Rayon Sieghart, but an executive from Sieghart. My presence here is as a representative of Sieghart. Crimson flame burst from him alongside his powerful will. Scales sprouted from the black dragon coat, and a dark wave sloshed around. The supreme emblem of the divine sword, engraved on the left side of his chest, was spreading an auspicious light through the head of the 10,000 Flames cultivation. You are the ones who are being rude. Crimson light sparkled from Rayon's eyes as he crushed the conference room on his own. You shall treat me with the highest respect from now on. The majestic atmosphere inside the conference room fell quiet. The heads of the 5 divine orders and the warriors from the neutral factions shut their mouths, and even the dim moonlight looked speechless as it had been diffracted like the tip of a brush. Rayon took another step forward during that shock. His sedate will became a ferocious wave of energy and revealed his conviction. How is this happening? Quiet groans and unsettled exclamations could be heard from the neutral faction side. Is he Rayon Sieghart? I heard he's only recently become an adult. Unbelievable. How can a 21-year-old unleash such wild pressure? I thought the only correct part about the rumors was his appearance, but his might is the real. I heard he was called a genius, but it's wrong. He's a monster. The warriors who'd never seen Rayon before were terrified by his oppressive pressure engulfing the space and swallowed nervously. I told you, didn't I? He's an amazing person. The head of House Tiven Dumpkin laughed loudly while patting the shoulder of the warrior sitting next to him. He's the true warrior who enlightened me with a single strike. You can't underestimate him just because he is young. He gave a big nod, satisfied with the way Rayon acted so confidently in front of the 5 divine orders. He's right. The Holy Knight Captain of the Holy Kingdom, Byton, smiled faintly. Sir Rayon perfectly understands the meaning of true knighthood. He's worthy of my respect even though he's far younger than me. He also started to preach about Rayon's greatness to the people around him, just like Dumpkin. What he said isn't actually wrong. Yes. The 5 divine orders asked for an executive from Sieghart rather than the White Sword Dragon. This conference is an official meeting. We should treat each other with respect. With the influence of Rayon's rigorous pressure and the shouts from a few of the heads, the other heads of the neutral factions also agreed with Rayon and nodded their heads. The Thespian Emperor's fingertips trembled as she noticed that the atmosphere inside the conference room was becoming favorable to Rayon. This is no good. Rayon had revealed the will of Sieghart with a legitimate reason, and the neutral faction was staring at him with admiration. It was the worst possible case she'd imagined. How did this happen? I'm sure it was going according to the plan in the beginning. The demon-slaying spear being late, Rayon and the demon-slaying spear being casual towards each other, and the Demon Blade picking a fight with him because of his hatred of young geniuses were all according to her predictions. She wanted it to continue like that, but the situation had changed in the middle. Rayan has changed. From what she's seen so far, Rayan should have acted like a punk by cutting off his opponent's speech without using Sieghart's name. However, he'd revealed his presence by giving a legitimate reason instead of stopping his opponent from talking like an idiot. Because of the heaviness of his reason and his aloof pressure, most people inside the conference room started to agree with Rayan. What about the Queen of Swords? The thespian emperor bit her lip and looked at the Queen of Swords. She remained immobile with her eyes closed, just like in the beginning. Damn it. The Demon Blade wasn't actually the person who hated rudeness the most among them. The Queen of Swords was. Her original plan was for the Queen of Swords to humiliate Rayan and make him kneel when he tried to forcibly shut the Demon Blade's mouth. However, Rayan had a rightful pretext to stop the Demon Blade from talking, and the Queen of Swords didn't make a move. That implied that she believed that Rayan was right. Huff. The thespian emperor turned her head to th right upon hearing an evil breathing. Impure energy was flowing from the Demon Blade's mouth. His eyes were those of an enraged snake as he glared at Rayan. We will be screwed at this rate. Unlike the Queen of Swords, the Demon Blade didn't know when to stop. He had a similar tendency to the five demons, and he had an inferiority complex over his age and appearance. He could potentially start to seriously swing his sword at Rayan. Rustle. The Demon Blade stood up. The chair he'd been standing on crumpled into powder. What did you just say? Are you deaf? Rayan furrowed his brow while looking at the Demon Blade. I told you to treat me with the highest respect. If you want to be respected, you first need to learn how to respect others. He tilted his chin and repeated what he'd said a moment ago. You must be insane. You are completely crazy. The Demon Blade moved his trembling hands to his waist. You must be out of your senses just because you gained a small amount of fame and might. He grasped his hilt and gave a smile brimming with murderous intent. Rayan bit his tongue slightly. I feel like my heart is about to burst. The pressure he was feeling from the Demon Blade was on a whole different level from a moment ago. He felt like his intestines were boiling because of his serious bloodlust. He had a feeling that a moment of carelessness or interruption in his aura circulation would turn him into a pool of blood. But I can't stop now. He was there to deliver the mess. He was only getting started. Fame, might, position. You aren't better than this great one in any aspect. You are just a punk hiding behind the name of your house. How dare you? Ha, everyone who refers to themselves in the third person with a great title is a weirdo. Rayan smiled coldly while glancing at Wrath, who was floating there blankly. Are we gathering here for a social meeting? What? You are the ones who called me. I even canceled my appointment and came all the way here because you invited an executive from Sieghart, yet I'm only hearing rubbish now. This is ridiculous. You aren't even the real representative of Sieghart. The Demon Blade let out a triumphant smile, saying that Rimmer was their leader. You are right for the first time. Indeed, our division leader is Sieghart's representative. Does that mean that you admit that you were acting like a dog? But our division leader gave this tablet to me. He cut the Demon Blade off and took another step towards the heads of the 5 divine orders. I even got permission from our head of house, and that makes me the representative right now. I'm not hiding behind the name of the house. I'm bearing the name of Sieghart in this conference. The Willin Rayan's voice burst out like a storm, and the black dragon coat unraveled by itself. The light sparkling from the flame engraved on Sieghart's emblem was even more majestic than before. The Demon Blade was unable to refute his words and bit his lip. It's working as it should. It was worth acquiring the information about him. As soon as they were invited to the conference, Denning Rose had told him the information about the heads of the 5 divine orders. The Queen of Swords had a flexible personality even though she valued etiquette, while Demon Blade had an inferiority complex about his age and appearance and didn't know when to stop. Since they had different personalities, crushing them with irrefutable reasoning was the correct course of action instead of acting like a punk like he'd done against the Thespian Emperor. Sophistry. The Demon Blade spouted the word that idiots loved to say. It implied that his justification had convinced him. Rayan figured he could return to being a punk and blatantly start a mess. Your face is a sophistry, you insolent youngster. What, you insolent old man? He responded to insolent youngster with insolent old man, and everyone in the conference room dropped their jaws. Even Wrath broke in cold sweat. His face seemed to be telling him, this doesn't sound right. The Demon Blade couldn't suppress his anger anymore and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He unsheathed his sword, and when he was about to attack, the Queen of Swords opened her eyes. Stop right there. The Queen of Swords turned her head towards the Demon Blade and lifted her eyebrows. Her black eyes were shining as clearly as black pearls. The white sword dragon is right. We are the ones who invited Sieghart, and we have the duty to treat them with utmost respect. We shall treat everyone in this place with respect from now on. She uncrossed her arms and placed the sword leaning against the table to show that she was going to keep her word. Rayan narrowed his eyes while looking at the Queen of Swords. I didn't expect this to happen. He predicted that the Queen of Swords would remain silent until the end, and the Thespian Emperor would stop him instead. However, the Queen of Swords was actually stopping the Demon Blade instead. Are you telling me to stop? Didn't you see this great one being humiliated by that vermin? What I saw was you digging your own grave. The Queen of Swords' eyes curved like a crescent moon. You are the first to show disrespect, not the white sword dragon. I haven't done anything wrong. Did you forget you were rude to him while calling him bad-mannered? But he disrespected the demon-slaying spear, who is at the same rank as us. The demon-slaying spear himself didn't say anything about it. Everyone looked at the demon-slaying spear as soon as they said that. Me? I don't mind it. We already came to an agreement to drop the respect between us. The demon-slaying spear waved his hand at Rayon. You fool, how can you be smiling when a 20-year-old disrespected you? I value ability and believe that competent people are allowed to do anything. Moreover, he's super interesting. I heard old people saying, insolent youngster, many times before, but I've never seen anyone reply with, insolent old man. I want to become his friend already. He leaned his back to his chair and burst into laughter while repeating, insolent old man. I agree with him. A large man stood up from the center of the rectangular table. He was wearing a black robe, and the part around his shoulder looked like it was about to tear apart because of how big he was. We'd like to be treated accordingly since we are invited guests, not just for Sieghart, but for everyone in this place. Rayon carefully observed the large man wearing a robe. Is he a warrior? But why is he wearing a robe, huh? When he was wondering about why he was wearing a robe, he noticed the four-colored tower emblem around his chest. It was the emblem of the Magic Tower, which was one of the 6 kings. Magic Tower, does that mean that he's Uriah? McCain had mentioned that the ironclad Uriah had come, and the large man seemed to be that genius, Uriah. Rayon had thought Uriah would obviously be a woman because of the name, but he was actually a man. Moreover, he was huge enough to surpass the warriors from the Beast Union. That was the frightening part about prejudice. This is the most surprising thing I've experienced today. Rayon gave a small nod to Uriah to express his gratitude. However, Uriah was staring at him with passionate eyes, as if he wanted to fight even though he'd just helped him. Rayon looked at the Demon Blade instead since there was no time to think about Uriah. Do you have anything more to say? The Demon Blade bit his lip and slowly lowered his hand from his hilt. No, he turned his head to avoid meeting Rayon's gaze. He tried to sit on his chair but suddenly stopped. He remained in an awkward posture, unable to decide what to do. Rayon looked at him to see why he was doing that, and he seemed to have nowhere to sit because he destroyed his chair when he stood up. Rayon shook his head while looking at the Demon Blade, whose face had turned red from shame, and Wrath, who was admiring him with wide eyes. Seriously, everyone who refers to themselves with great respect are indeed idiots. Their might had already reached heaven, yet they were both acting like idiots. It could be called a characteristic at that point. Rayon was returning to his seat, but stopped midway and looked at the Thespian Emperor. She's frustrated. Her peaceful expression looked like she'd predicted that outcome, but she couldn't hide the slight trembling of her lips. She was definitely flustered by the unexpected development. Lady Thespian Emperor. Yes, the Thespian Emperor nodded calmly. Wait a moment. Just as Rayon was about to ask a question, the Demon Blade raised his hand. Why are you being polite to her when you weren't towards me? Rayon didn't respond and looked down on the Demon Blade as if he were watching something pathetic. You are so stupid. The demon-slaying spear sighed and shook his head. He's being polite to her because she was polite to him to begin with, and it's not the case for us because we weren't. Can't you even understand this? He tapped on his own temple, telling him to try thinking at least. You would have been called Sir Demon Blade if you were more polite towards him in the beginning. Do you want to try it now? I don't need it. The Demon Blade bit his lip and shook his head. Rayon looked at the demon-slaying spear to thank him for taking care of the annoyance and looked at the Thespian Emperor once again. We only have 4 leaders of the 5 divine orders here. Where's the last person? The Pirate King has announced that he will be absent. Isn't this the conference of the 5 divine orders? It is. However, he refused because a pirate needs to be in the ocean. So you invited us to watch the conference when you couldn't even gather all your members. What a sloppy business. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue while looking at the Thespian Emperor. I'm sorry. You should stop doing whatever you would be sorry about. The Thespian closed his eyes to show her apology. However, veins were bulging on her temples slightly. She's angry. Rayon could clearly see her emotions because they'd met so many times. He could ascertain that she was pretty furious. Scolding her is so fun. Her reaction made it so entertaining. Wahahaha. The demon-slaying spear slammed the table and burst into laughter. You are seriously insane. Do you want to join the Demon Spear Guild? I'll give you the Vice Guildmaster spot right away. You are the one who is insane. Rayon frowned at the demon-slaying spear before returning to his seat. It's a bit regrettable. I wanted to see the Pirate King the most. The Pirate King was the first person he'd heard about among the 5 divine orders. He was rumored to be a free man who strolled around the ocean like it was his home, and that was why he wanted to meet him. It was regrettable that he couldn't see him. However, there was one thing he'd learned. The alliance between the 5 divine orders wasn't perfect. It was a ragged relationship where they could stab each other in the back whenever they wanted. Tap. Rayon lightly tapped his table to gather everyone's attention before he nodded his chin. Since everything seems to be settled, let's start the conference. He gave out the order as if he were the chairperson in charge of the conference. The heads of the 5 divine orders and the warriors from neutral factions looked around at Rayon with dropped jaws, but no one could complain. What's going on here? Wrath climbed on the table and blinked. What even happened for you to gain the upper hand? The King of Essence can't comprehend this. He grasped his head, saying he couldn't understand the situation. That felt pretty good. Denning Rose nodded with a satisfied expression on her face. She smiled deeply while saying that it was worth giving out the information for free. Click. Rayon looked to his right side upon hearing the sound of a camera. Encia lowered her camera while voicing out an ecstatic voice. Handsomeness. Overwhelming. The conference of the 5 divine orders had begun. They started with an explanation about each faction. The Thespian Emperor's explanation was calm, the demon-slaying spear was energetic, the demon blade was gloomy, and the Queen of Swords was dry. Each of them stated how their group came to be and what objectives they had. After that, the reports about what they'd been doing recently followed. Of course, none of it was about their evil deeds. Instead, they spoke about their fights against the 5 demons or their good deeds. Rayon stayed one step back from the conference without finding fault with them in order to figure out what intentions the heads of the 5 divine orders had. The Thespian Emperor was, of course, the one to lead the conference, and the other 3 only blabbered on with flexible responses to avoid ruining the atmosphere. What they were saying was simple. The 5 divine orders had no intention at all of antagonizing the 6 kings and the neutral factions, and they were fully ready to fight against the 5 demons in order to protect the continent. In short, they were saying that they weren't enemies and they wanted to get along and cooperate. What we've said so far is our sincere opinion. The Thespian Emperor bowed, saying that she wanted to get along with all factions in the continent. The same goes for us. That's what we'd like to request. Most of the good deeds we've been hearing recently were about the 5 divine orders. We gladly accept that offer. I also agree. I'm just thankful that you took the initiative to invite us. The heads of the neutral factions sent a round of applause to celebrate the foundation of 5 divine orders. Since none of them were refusing their offer, the atmosphere inside the conference room became friendly. It was a natural outcome in a way, as those natural factions were relatively important, but they were still incomparable to the 5 divine orders. That was why they must have felt like they were being treated nicely. However, Rayon smiled coldly, not joining the warmth of the friendly conference room. All of them are naive. Rayon was well aware because he'd clashed with the Thespian Emperor from the onset. The 5 divine orders' true objective wasn't to get on good terms with the neutral factions. He couldn't be certain what their true objective was, but one thing he could tell was that they were trying to take advantage of the neutral factions. The Thespian Emperor lowered her head once again and leaned towards the table. I'm planning to hold a fighting competition where only the warriors below the age of 40 can participate so that the youngsters can get acquainted with each other as well. There will be a special reward, so please encourage them to participate. She smiled, saying since the people inside the conference room agreed, she wanted to allow the youngsters to do the same. That's a great idea. After all, there wasn't really any reason for the youngsters to meet. The reward that Lady Ariel branded as special is worthy of anticipation. I'll make all my crew participate. 40. It's a shame, but I won't be able to join. What are you even talking about when you are way past 50? The heads of the neutral faction nodded at each other, saying that it would be interesting. Even if you are under 40, you aren't allowed to participate if you are representing your house. The Thespian Emperor's gaze slowly shifted towards Rayon. She seemed to be telling him that he couldn't join because he was a representative. May I have a word? She started walking towards the center of the conference table and lifted her hand. She must have figured that it was the right atmosphere for it. I'd like to make a suggestion since we are getting along a lot better than I'd expected. The noisy conference room fell quiet. The Thespian Emperor was dominating the mood. How about we make a temporary alliance between the people present in this place? Oh, alliance. This is a bit sudden for an alliance. Aren't you being too hasty? The heads of the neutral faction widened their eyes upon hearing the sudden mention of an alliance. I'm sure everyone is aware, but the current situation in the continent isn't that good. The Thespian Emperor came to a halt at the center of the rectangular table. The moonlight falling through the window was adding a divine feeling to her presence. The Black Tower, White Blood Religion, and the South-North Union have started to actively reveal their power, and Eden is raising their demons in their hiding. Moreover, we've received information that the Holy Sword Alliance's Master of Sword has recently appeared. Her heavy voice was pressuring the previously peaceful conference room. The five demons. Are the sword demons from the Holy Sword Alliance returning to the world? Is Eden making a new demon? What are they trying to do this time? I heard about it too. Yurt City was attacked by the white blood religion, and not even ashes remained as a result. The heads of the neutral factions' shoulders trembled upon hearing that the five demons had resumed their activities. Their appearance isn't the only problem. Those monsters used to be bound together in name only, but they are now cooperating with each other. The Thespian Emperor closed her eyes before opening them again. A frightening light was glowing from her red eyes. The warriors from the neutral factions swallowed nervously upon meeting her eyes. Since a disaster can happen at any time on the continent, we'd like your cooperation. She returned to the edge of the table and turned around. See cooperation. You said alliance at first. What did you mean by that? The head's lips parted upon hearing the Thespian Emperor's request for help. Our 5 divine orders have only recently appeared in the world. We are confident in our might, but we don't have enough of a footing yet. We'd like you to fill that part for us. Once the Thespian Emperor changed the alliance into a request for help, small smiles started to appear from the mouths of the leaders. Her voice was dominating the conference room while changing in different colors like a rainbow. It would be beneficial for everyone indeed. It's like a give and take. Rayan was putting his thoughts together and furrowed his brow. Why was I thinking just now? Of course it wouldn't be beneficial for everyone. It was simply obvious that if they accepted the alliance, the 5 divine orders were going to keep all of the reputation for themselves while the neutral factions became the cannon fodders. It definitely wouldn't be beneficial for them. But why was I thinking like that just now? Rayan was continuously thinking about how to criticize her, but his head suddenly became blank, and a strange thought entered his mind. It was clearly not a normal situation. Don't tell me. Rayan slightly bit his tongue. Was that the Thespian Emperor's doing? Even though she wasn't using any aura in her voice, he could clearly hear her as if she were speaking right next to his ears. There must have been something behind it. Rayan immediately activated. Ring of Fire, the 7 rings resonated with each other, and he could see the energy inside the conference room. As expected, she wasn't using any aura. The Thespian Emperor wasn't using the slightest amount of aura. However, the air inside the conference room was jolting whenever she spoke. It was clear that there was something in her voice. Did you finally realize it? Wrath muttered as if he were looking at someone pathetic. What is that? What else? It's her will. He frowned while looking at the Thespian Emperor. Will is the technique used through the power of your soul that can be increased by gaining achievements. That's why the will is the power of the soul. She's incorporating her will in her voice to convince those idiots. Is that even possible? It can result in the opposite effect if it's excessive, but she is doing it so smoothly. She must have done it many times before. What an extraordinary way of using it. Rayan had never thought that the will could be used like that since he believed that it could only be used for martial arts. The Thespian Emperor couldn't be underestimated after all. By the way, that woman is really no good. She must have been acting when she came to save her subordinates. Did you finally realize that? He wanted to believe in her. Wrath shook his head, saying that he didn't want anyone who loved their subordinates to be a villain. Rayan had the impression many times before, but the Demon King was so gentle towards his subordinates. Anyway, she's using her will right. Indeed. However, breaking it won't be an easy task. Let me try. Rayan clenched his fist while looking at the Thespian Emperor, who kept using her will in her voice. I agree. I second it. I'm honored to be on the same boat as the 5 divine orders. The heads of the neutral factions raised their voices, saying that they wanted to seal the alliance right away. Since her will didn't have anything malicious, they didn't seem to realize what was happening to them. The perfect result was created by the combination of reasonable pretext, the Thespian Emperor's eloquence, and her will. I'm just thankful that we are understood. The heads of the neutral factions stood up from their seats and raised their hands. The Thespian Emperor bowed at them while meeting their eyes one after the other. Since we happen to have guests from Sieghart and the Magic Tower, would you do the honor of becoming the witnesses of this alliance? A sweet smile appeared around her mouth as she looked at Rayan. She seemed to have regained her confidence. Thespian Emperor, Rayan touched his fingertip while meeting the Thespian Emperor's eyes. Was this her objective all along? She was trying to seal the alliance with the neutral factions and make them unable to cancel it by having the 6 kings as witnesses. The 5 divine orders were certainly powerful, but they were still lacking in numbers and fame. They must have been filling that opening with the neutral factions. Rayan could guess that they were trying to expand their influence even further without being satisfied with their state. Rayan licked his lips while watching Dumpkin and Bite and shouting in anticipation of the alliance. I don't really care what happens to strangers, but I won't let them play along the Thespian Emperor's ploy. After all, I'm here to turn this into a mess. It was time for action since he wasn't there to be a sitting duck. Rayan exhaled roughly and stood up from his seat. He smiled while coldly looking at the Thespian Emperor. Did you want us to be the witnesses? Yes. I believe they wouldn't make any false promises, but I'd like to ask for you since we are sharing the joy of this day. By the way, what is the purpose of this alliance? He used the Ring of Fire to incorporate his will in his voice in a similar manner as the Thespian Emperor. He couldn't do it as smoothly as her, but he tried to copy it at least. Like I said before, it's in order to prepare for the disasters in this dangerous time. And how are you planning to make that preparation? Who will take the lead when a war breaks out? What's the price for the help? Who gets the spoils of war? And how are the casualties compensated? Aren't you just asking them to gather under the 5 divine orders name instead of asking for an alliance? He spoke in a brusque manner and incorporated his powerful will to enlighten the people from the Thespian Emperor's bewitchery. In fact, he'd used too much power even without trying because he wasn't used to controlling the will yet. Zap, the warm atmosphere the Thespian Emperor had created shattered at once along with an incongruous sparking sound. We need to make sure to decide that before sealing the alliance. Yes, an alliance is an extremely important matter. Why was I so excited for it? It wasn't time to get in the mood. The heads of the neutral factions finally came back to their senses and returned to their seats while saying that it was necessary to come to an agreement before the alliance. Wow. Wrath widened his eyes while watching that scene. The King of Essence's hint. You said it had the opposite effect if it was excessive. That's what I used. Since Wrath had said that being excessive caused the opposite effect, Rayon had used an excessive amount of power on purpose to snap the chain of will from the Thespian Emperor. Judging from the outcome, it must have worked perfectly. You are so cheap. You always steal his information and never feed him. I'm sorry. Rayon shut his mouth because he had no excuse for that. The Thespian Emperor's eyes curved like the moonlight reflected on the window. Rayon had never seen that look in her eyes before. She seemed to be flustered from the bottom of her heart. Indeed, we need to start by deciding that. She regained her composure in an instant despite her astonishment. It was proving once again that the Thespian Emperor's true power was her willpower instead of her might. The 5 divine orders seemed to be always looking for a gap. Rayon pressed the table with his palm and tilted his chin. What do you mean? When you raised your reputation, you shoved yourselves into the gap between the 6 kings and the 5 demons, and the same goes for now. You were trying to achieve the alliance in such a conniving manner to have the other factions on your back. That's not true. It was mutually beneficial. Aren't you confident in your own power? Rayon snorted and shook his hand. Sieghart has reached our current position by scattering our flesh and blood to the continent. Red lightning sparked in Rayon's eyes and cleaved through the darkness. You will never be able to move up from your position if all you want to do is to steal the blood, blades, and achievements of others. The heads of the 5 divine orders and the neutral factions closed their mouths tightly upon feeling the presence coming from the man called Rayon. I'll stop here for today. Rayon's cold gaze brushed past everyone before he turned around. I'll be taking my leave as well. Denning Rose immediately stood up after him, and Encia stood up in order to get the right focus for her camera. He could still hear the clicking sound. She really was the same type of person as Merlin. Wahahaha. The demon-slaying spear grasped his head and burst into laughter as he walked forward. I seriously like you. If you don't want to join the Demon Spear Guild, won't you be my sworn brother? But our ages are too far apart. Sworn brothers don't care about such a trivial matter. He giggled, saying that he'd never seen anyone crush the Thespian Emperor like that. And make sure to come to the competition in 2 days. I've prepared something great. I'll think about it. Rayon nodded and left the conference room. The noisy conference room showed that they'd started to argue. Are you two okay? Yes, it felt nice to watch. Denning Rose nodded, saying that her mood had improved. Her complexion was brighter than usual, showing that she was telling the truth. Did something happen? Encia tilted her head while taking photos with her camera. She apparently didn't really care what happened as long as she could take photos. Rayon blinked in bewilderment just as the conference room's door was opened and Yuria walked out. He shut his mouth tightly and directed his powerful gaze at Rayon. Do you have a business with me? Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Yuria's body, which was as large as a bear. Yuria exhaled roughly without saying anything. He looked like a bison about to start its charge. His wide shoulders trembled, and he eventually shook his head and left the conference room. Rayon shook his head while watching Yuria's back. What's wrong with him? Rayon went to the restaurant in front of the lodgings alongside Denning Rose and Encia. He was guessing that the shop was already closed because the Thespian Emperor was talking too much, but he still decided to check it out because Wrath was urging him so much. The light is on. He thought it was obviously going to be closed, but he could feel many presences from inside. Hurry up, get in there already. Rayon opened the door and entered the restaurant, and the light wind division was drinking beers with some simple side dishes. You are finally back. You are so late. Crane and Dorian were sitting at the table right in front of the entrance and waved their hands at him. How did the conference go? Burin was sitting deeper inside and asked about the conference with a smile. Why did the conference take so long? Martha frowned, saying that it was so late at night already. Sit down already. Run-On hit the seat next to her and pointed at it to ask for Rayon to sit. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the light wind division. He couldn't smell any food, and there was nothing other than dry side dishes and beers on the tables. Did you not have your dinner yet? How could we have it when you weren't here yet? Martha clicked her tongue, saying that it was only obvious. Yeah, we didn't have our treat person. Burin chuckled and nodded. Everyone has been waiting. Run-on hit the chair even faster, telling him to sit down already. You've finally arrived. A middle-aged woman came from the kitchen and bowed at him. She was the manager that he'd met when he was making the reservation. It looks like my crew forced you to wait. I apologize for this. It's fine. The people from the Light Wind Division paid an extra fee and said that they wanted to wait until your arrival. The manager smiled brightly while saying that they'd already paid enough. I'll prepare the meal right now. The manager returned to the kitchen, saying that the ingredients and personnel were ready. The kitchen started to become noisy. You didn't need to wait. Why would you do that? Rayon wrinkled his nose while looking at the Light Wind swordsman. You should have just had your meal and returned. He was being blunt, but he felt warm in his heart for some reason. The Light Wind Division waiting for him with smiles on their faces made him feel like he'd returned to the annex building after a long mission. He's being shy, so damn handsome. Huhu and Sia was in front of him before he knew it and was pressing the button on her camera. Denning Rose was smiling while covering her mouth with her hand, as if she were enjoying the scene. HMPH. Rayon looked to the right upon hearing the snorting sound. Wrath was flushed with teary eyes. You all. The wetness around his eyes showed that he was moved by the Light Wind Division's actions. All right, the King of Essence will take care of all of you. You are still so young, but you already know the importance of a bond. Wrath nodded, saying that he loved the Light Wind Division. He was so easy. Rayon chuckled and sat on the chair that Run-On had been hitting. Come here, everyone. Since it looked like it was going to take some time until the food was ready, he explained to them what happened at the conference. It shouldn't be a simple alliance. It looks like the 5 divine orders are trying to absorb the neutral factions. They are making their moves so quickly. The Light Wind swordsman nodded while murmuring that the situation was no good. I have one more piece of news. Rayon lifted his index finger. They are holding a fighting competition in 2 days. Since they said that any warrior under the age of 40 is allowed to participate, all of you shall join. Don't we need to register? It's not necessary since they set it up so that we can participate without any registration. Denning Rose responded in his stead, telling them that they could simply participate. If the age limit is 40, there should be some masters. I wanted to test out my current ability. That's great. I'm definitely going to participate. Me too. The smile on the Light Wind swordsman looked like they were looking forward to the matches. I'm glad to hear that you like the idea, but if Sieghart doesn't win? He clenched his fist to the point where it made a cracking sound. You are all going to die. That's a bit unreasonable. There should be some masters among participants, though. Are you asking us to win? I don't care about that. A frightening smile appeared on Rayon's face as he looked at the Light Wind Division. If the winner isn't among the Light Wind Division, we are going to do the focus enhancement training for an entire month after we return to the house. The Light Wind Division's laughter and warm atmosphere suddenly disappeared upon hearing his cold and frightening voice. You punk, Wrath yelled while smacking the back of Rayon's head. Why are you messing your subordinates up now? House Tiven will withdraw from this alliance. The Holy Kingdom of Spur is also going to withdraw. Same goes for House Velen. The warriors who'd sparred against Rayon shook their heads and refused the alliance with the 5 divine orders. Unlike Sieghart in the Magic Tower, they didn't leave the conference room. Instead, they looked like they had firmly decided not to join the alliance. Would you reconsider? Ariel lightly tapped the table while looking into the eyes of the leaders who had refused the alliance. Unlike Sir Rayon, who is from Sieghart, we have a lot of shortcomings. This is a great opportunity for us to fill each other's gaps. She extended her hand while examining everyone in the conference room one after the other, including the ones who decided to withdraw. It would be helpful indeed, however. Dumpkin smiled bitterly while looking at Rayon's seat. As he said, they won't be our achievements even if we manage something with the help of others. We'd like to accomplish them with our own power, even if it doesn't end up being anything important. He calmly shook his head, showing that he had no intention of changing his mind. I agree. I'd like to gain a real feat instead of a fake one, even if it must be small. Byton smiled faintly while meeting Dumpkin's eyes. A few other warriors nodded in agreement. We do trust the 5 divine orders, but there are many things to discuss before sealing the alliance. The same goes for us. We'd like to decide on the alliance after coming to a consensus about the conditions. Same goes for us. The heads of the other factions didn't blatantly refuse the alliance, but they were looking at the Thespian Emperor cautiously. Ariel covered her forehead with her hand and pressed on her temple. Rayon Sieghart again. What the hell is he? Even the other heads of the 5 divine orders didn't know about the Prot divine word technique, which consisted of incorporating one's will into their voice to easily convince the target. She couldn't understand when or how Rayon had managed to notice it and cancel it out. It's impossible no matter how I think about it. The fact that he was using his will like that despite being just a master, the way his personality changed constantly, and the way he'd managed to predict her plan and counterattack it was already surprising enough. However, her heart had almost skipped a beat when Rayon noticed the prot divine word technique and destroyed the flow by covering it with his will. I almost showed my true nature. She was engulfed by the urge to kill him when she'd seen Rayon's sneer. Fortunately, her own cold bloodlust helped her suppress her emotions. What are you planning on doing now? The demon-slaying spear whistled while looking up at Ariel. You told us to leave it to you since you were confident about being able to convince them. He giggled, asking if that was how her plan was supposed to be. Thespian Emperor. The demon blade created an aura barrier and glared at her with bloodlust. Are you planning to leave him alone? It'd be better to eliminate him as soon as possible. Don't try anything funny. The Queen of Swords interfered inside the aura barrier and slowly raised her eyebrows. Did he say anything wrong? She looked down on Demonblade with eyes as deep as an abyss. Feats attained with other people's names are meaningless. We should have started it with our own strength from the beginning. Why would you take a long way when we have a shortcut? Taking very slight advantage of the 6 kings and the 5 demons' names makes a huge difference in the outcome. He already told you, didn't he? It's just a fake achievement in the end. We just need to make the fake into the real one. The 5 divine orders even started to have an internal conflict because of Rayon. They didn't get along to begin with, but now they were even worse, their furious pressures making it feel like they were about to draw their swords. Ariel closed his eyes while watching the two argue. Amazing. On top of destroying the alliance, he'd even pried open the rift within the 5 divine orders. He'd caused them a ridiculous amount of trouble on his own, but I won't be defeated yet. The real plan hadn't even started. Since the important day was approaching soon, it was necessary to be patient instead of getting angry. You idiot, don't underestimate how difficult it is to make history. A fake achievement won't be able to make history either. The reason our Blade Marshal Pavilion joined the 5 divine orders was to reveal our true selves. Stop. The Demon Blade and the Queen of Swords closed their mouths upon hearing Ariel's quiet voice. I'll have to take a roundabout route, but I can deal with it. Don't worry about it. She removed the Demon Blade's aura barrier and walked up to the heads of the neutral factions that were discussing the alliance. What you've said is right. We need to properly talk about it before deciding on the alliance. I've already prepared a few ideas. Ariel told the heads of the neutral factions the plan she'd come up with and started to convince them one by one. Tusk, the Queen of Swords, closed her eyes once again, and the Demon Blade briefly clicked his tongue. The demon-slaying spear gasped while watching Ariel's back. Is she seriously not getting angry when the situation went completely wrong? She's even more frightening than I thought. Wait, you could have told us after eating. Why would you say that beforehand? I know, right? I lost my appetite. Our Vice Division leader seriously can't read the mood. The light wind swordsman complained while looking at the warm food in front of them. He's always been like that. Don't mind him and just start eating. Martha furrowed her brow, saying that they wouldn't be able to endure the training without eating. She's right. You should eat if you have time to complain. This is our only chance to feast. Burren sighed and peeled the shell of his grilled lobster. Rayon, damn ugly. Run-On sighed deeply while picking up her pig's feet. Run-On, I can't accept that. Sia had been grinning while taking Rayon's pictures but briskly stood up upon hearing her complaint. She shook her head, saying that it was pretty much an insult. Rayon is damn ugly today. Blasphemy. Sia ran towards Run-On while saying that it could never be acknowledged. The restaurant was so noisy, but Rayon couldn't spare any attention to Sia or the Light Wind Division. Put the chili sauce on the lobster and mustard on the shrimp. As for the pig's feet, let's go with pepper, no mustard. Rayon was busy eating the food that Wrath was ordering. Why are there so many spices? There were only 6 kinds of food, but there were more than 15 different spices. Because Wrath had declared that he'd try out all the food and spices in order to figure out the best combination possible, Rayon's hands were moving restlessly. Ehehe. Wrath smiled brightly while rubbing his swollen stomach. I like this place. The food is excellent, and the huge number of spices is adding to the variety. Are we in heaven right now? Heaven? He just said heaven when he was a demon king. It definitely wasn't something that a demon should have said. Ha, your hand is idle. Dip the pizza in that white sauce next. Wrath instructed him about the next food with his round hand, scolding him for idling around. I never thought it would be so annoying. Rayon regretted telling him that he'd eat anything he wanted because he had to join the conference. He had the feeling that his night training was going to start rather late. Ha. Rayon sighed after shoving the pig's feel, lobster, and salad into his mouth one after the other, and Denning Rose put her fork down. Sir Rayon, I believe you are already aware, but it should be impossible for the Light Wind Division to win the fighting competition. Denning Rose continued to speak while wiping her red lips with her napkin. The age limit of 40 implies that warriors at the beginner or over the intermediate level of master will be participating, and the 5 divine orders will be sending people at the advanced or highest level master. She shook her head, saying that she was well aware of how excellent the Light Wind Division was compared to their age, but they wouldn't be able to win the competition. Indeed, Rayon nodded. The reason they are hosting it is to show off their might. There was a good reason as to why they were holding a fighting competition with a valuable reward. They were planning to defeat the famous future prospects from the neutral factions and the Six Kings to increase their reputation. They must have been planning to send the young and powerful warriors in their 30s to seize all of the rewards and honor. But don't worry about it. Rayon smiled faintly at Denning Rose, because the Light Wind Division is going to be the last one to remain. What, but how, about that? Next up is lobster with tomato sauce. You will find out when it happens. Rayon sighed and picked up his fork once again. How long do I have to continue? Until the King of Essence's stomach is full, but it's already bulging. He has a separate stomach for desserts. Rayon was shoving more food into his mouth according to Wrath's orders, and Encia returned to him. Rayon, damn handsome. Rayon looked aside, and Runan was staring blankly at the ceiling. The damn ugly had become damn handsome, but he didn't want to find out what had happened. I went to rehabilitate the bad faith. Encia bowed at Rayon to apologize and lifted the camera once again. I'll give you time for that later on, so please enjoy your meal for now. Rayon gave a fork to Encia. He had no intention of giving her that time, but he didn't want to feel uncomfortable during his meal. Encia took the fork while asking him to make the pose she wanted when that happened. There was something I wanted to give you. Rayon waved his hand at Dorian. Can you take it out for me? How am I supposed to know what that is? Dorian put his hand inside his belly pocket, a lot of barbecue sauce covering his mouth. By the time his hand came back out, he was holding a drake's heart. Is this the one? Correct. Rayon nodded while accepting the drake's heart. How did he even figure it out? Are you speaking a secret language between you two? Wrath couldn't understand and tilted his round chin while looking at Rayon and Dorian. I'm curious whenever I see it. Encia licked her lips while looking at Dorian's belly pocket. She seemed to want that artifact. If I had one, I could take millions of pictures. Dorian freaked out and stepped back. I'm just kidding, it's a joke. Encia shook her hand, flames bursting from her eyes. So this is the drake's heart. She put down her camera and examined the drake's heart from different angles before she nodded. It looks good. It's properly separated and it was stored nicely as well. The quality goes without saying. Encia smiled in satisfaction, saying that it was of the highest quality. So do I just need to bring the sea serpent's heart to make the artificial energy center? Yes, I have the common materials, so that should be enough. Rayon bowed to Encia. So it's happening soon. Just like he'd revived Rimmer, he would soon be able to give Sylvia her new vitality. His heart pounded rapidly in anticipation. Just a little bit more and shrimp, okay. Burp. Wrath let out a small burp while patting his pot belly. He'll let you off the hook with this for today. Let me off the hook, you said. He was finally done after he checked all of the combinations of food and spices, made some additional orders, and even got some ice cream as a dessert. Rayon wanted to complain to the demon god about why he wasn't the demon king of binge eating. Rayon exhaled roughly and lowered his shoulders. I'm so tired. It was already hard enough to eat everything Wrath wanted, and he even had to pay attention to Encia, who was taking photos nonstop right next to him, and he felt totally exhausted as a result. Why is a meal even harder than a conference? He briefly clicked his tongue and looked in the Light Wind Division. I like this place. Every dish is delicious. The variety is also nice. He can't read the mood, but he chose a nice restaurant at least. The Light Wind Division was smiling with satisfaction. The delicious food and liquor must have improved their mood. Rayon clapped his hands once he confirmed that everyone had finished eating. What is he planning now? The peaceful atmosphere was destroyed and the Light Wind Division blinked. Stand up since you finished eating. Since the competition is in 2 days, we have no time to waste. And no time to waste, don't tell me. Dorian's chin trembled as he looked at Rayon. We need to start the training right away. Rayon tilted his chin as if he were wondering why they were asking the obvious question. We need to rest and get ourselves in our best condition precisely because it's in 2 days. Why would we be training now? Yeah, we don't have enough time. I'm against it. We need to sleep to manage our condition. Crane and the Light Wind swordsman briskly stood up, claiming that they needed to rest after the meal instead of training. You can sleep after you are dead. Well, if you don't win the competition. Rayon skipped the last part with a frightening voice. Gasp, why you demon? He's the Demon King. Even a Demon King isn't as bad as him. We let our subordinates rest after a meal. Wrath frantically shook his head and responded to the Light Wind Division. Wait at the training ground in front of our lodgings. Are you serious? How can a human being have a personality like that? My life. Rayon sent the Light Wind Division off and went towards the counter. It looks like the food suited your taste. The manager smiled brightly while looking at the empty dishes. It was a natural reaction since Rayon had finished almost 15 servings. Yes, it was delicious. He wanted to tell her that it suited the Demon King's taste, not his, but he suppressed his urge and nodded. Rayon thanked her and placed 3 gold coins on the counter. No, you don't need to do this. They already paid the additional. The night shift's pay is usually twice as much. Rayon smiled while refusing the manager's refusal, and she finally accepted the gold coins. Rayon said goodbye to the manager and left the restaurant. The Light Wind Division in Sia and Denning Rose must have already returned to the lodgings, as the road back was completely empty. The King of Essence likes this part about you. Wrath licked his lips while looking at Rayon. That I'm eating whatever you want, not that, what else? Humans and demons are both instinctively rude towards the weak and cower before the strong. Your life is bound to be like that the stronger you get, however. He furrowed his brow while looking at Rayon. You haven't changed at all from the beginning. You must have a rock stuck in your brain because you rampage like a madman before the strong and are considerate towards the weak. You are pretty decent for a human. Isn't that normal? There are countless people who can't do that normal thing, I guess. It immediately reminded him of a few people including Darius Robert. Now that I think about it, why is he not here? Judging from Darius' personality, he should have sent an executive at least, even if he didn't attend personally. Rayon couldn't understand why he didn't come. Did he change his mind? Rayon was walking towards their lodgings while thinking about Darius when the trees and bushes shivered slightly. Rustle. The bushes were pushed apart and a small animal with glossy fur jumped out. A kangaroo. The kangaroo had sharp ears, round legs, and an innocent-looking face. Why is there a baby kangaroo here? While he was examining the kangaroo, he noticed paper protruding from its pouch. The texture was familiar. He could tell that it was one of Encia's photos. So it was your doing. Rayon tightly closed his eyes. The professional mess maker has arrived. Madwoman, Wrath's plump cheeks shrunk instantly. Where did that madwoman even come from? His chin trembled violently as he exclaimed that he couldn't even feel her presence. I didn't notice her either. Rayon sighed while looking at the baby kangaroo. I was hoping that it wasn't, but... Kangaroos lived nearby, and the lodgings were at the edge of the city. That was why it was possible for a kangaroo to appear suddenly. However, a baby kangaroo couldn't have Encia's photos in its pouch. It wasn't even hiding that she was Merlin, so those are the missing photos. Rayon remembered that Encia was sad before entering the 5 Divine Orders conference room because her rank photos had disappeared. He'd thought that she'd simply failed to find them, but it was actually the madwoman who had them. Merlin, Rayon created an aura barrier to stop the sound from going out and walked up to the kangaroo. Yeah, Merlin nodded and thanked him for recognizing her. He couldn't get used to the affectionate voice of a woman coming from an animal's mouth or its flushed cheeks. Goosebumps appeared on his forearm. Didn't you say that you couldn't come to me for a while? That was ages ago. I quickly finished things up so that I could see you again. She smiled cheerfully while saying that she'd finished her job. You could have taken your time. Rayon quietly murmured and pointed at the photo protruding from Merlin's pouch. How did you even take that? I got them when she was sleeping. Do you want to know how I did it? No, Rayon shook his head because it was better left unknown. She's such a nice girl. She made an interesting artifact like that and even knows your worth. Merlin smiled while saying that she'd patted Encia's head while she was sleeping. Gee, goosebumps. Wrath's shoulders were trembling, his hair sticking out like freshly made cotton candy. I agree, a chill ran down his spine upon imagining Merlin patting his head while he was asleep. However, there was one thing he was curious about. That's a bit unexpected. What do you mean? Why did you only take a few photos when you knew that she could take those photos with her camera? According to her usual personality, she should have taken the camera and the photos altogether. Rayon found it strange that she'd only taken a few photos. Why is that unexpected? It's obvious. Merlin tilted her head, finding it strange that he found it strange. She's going to keep taking photos of you as long as I leave the camera with her. I can't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. She smiled while saying that she only took a few photos so that Encia wouldn't escape. Rayon's lips trembled. A frightening chill ran down his spine once again upon hearing Merlin's explanation. The King of Essence, can't stay here anymore. Wrath freaked out and escaped into the ice flower bracelet. Rayon swallowed nervously while watching Merlin's cheerful smile. Encia is a decent person. He couldn't bear with Encia either, but Merlin was even worse. No, he was even terrified by her. So why did you come here? Because I wanted to see you, of course. Merlin threw her dagger without any feints. Rayon couldn't get used to her honesty either, and I was a little worried. Worried, Rayon titled his head. He couldn't understand what she was worried about. The last of the 5 demons is ready to come out. The last isn't that the Holy Sword Alliance. Yeah, Merlin nodded and told him that the Holy Sword Alliance seemed to be ending their closure soon. Holy Sword Alliance, so those sword demons are coming out. When the Holy Sword Alliance first made their appearance, people believed that swordsmen with holy energy were going to work for everyone in the world like a holy kingdom. However, they were gravely mistaken. The Holy Sword Alliance didn't mean that they were using holy swords, but that they served the sword as a holy existence. It sounds similar, but it's completely different. The Holy Sword Alliance's sword demons were lunatics who would gladly stab their parents and siblings in the back if it meant they could improve their sword and swordsmanship. You probably don't know, but Sieghart is on extremely bad terms with the Holy Sword Alliance. Merlin furrowed her brow while telling him that those two factions had fought every time they met each other. I guess so. The Holy Sword Alliance attacked the prestigious houses of swordsmanship and robbed their books to improve their own might. It was inevitable for them to clash against Sieghart since they were famous for their swordsmanship, even among the Six Kings. And Sieghart's head of house fought the Holy Sword Alliance's master in the past. I knew that much. Rayon nodded. There were rumors that the reason Sieghart halted their steps and the Holy Sword Alliance entered a closure was the result of the frontal clash between Glenn and the Holy Sword Alliance master. However, judging from the Glenn that he'd witnessed, Rayon felt like the actual story was slightly different from the rumors. You should avoid them when you see the Holy Sword Alliance. Merlin shook her hand while telling him to first carefully observe the enemy and decide whether to fight or not afterward. Ah, and watch out for our faction too. Well, I'll be telling you about that in advance. Eden, is something happening from there? There are more people wearing helmets and masks. A few of them are especially dangerous because they are really strong. Especially strong. I mentioned the Green King before. The owner of that helmet has awakened further. Rayon remembered her mention of that name, Green King. If it's a Green King, it must be an Orc King's helmet. It's not just an ordinary king. It has the power of the Orc Lord that dominated every Orc in the entire continent. The vessel is young, but she might be stronger than your current state. Merlin lowered her lips, saying that it was the king among the kings. She shouldn't appear right away, but it's better to be careful in advance. Did you come to tell me about that? I told you I just wanted to see you. She smiled brightly while saying that the Holy Sword Alliance and the Green King were secondary goals and she actually just wanted to see him. But I'll have to leave now for today. Merlin shook her head while pushing the photo protruding from her pouch back in. Your guardian is coming, Cheryl. Did you already know about her? Of course I did. After all, I've met her before. She shook her head, saying that she never missed the presence of someone that she'd encountered before. Rayon could feel that wrath was trembling inside the bracelet. Rayon damn handsome. Stop saying that. Tell the photograph girl that I'll be joining the Rayon damn handsome religion. Merlin scratched her belly while saying that it would be interesting. No, I'll just tell her later on, I guess. Rayon couldn't even tell which part she was joking about and which part she wasn't. This one wants to be brushed as well. I think its back is itchy. I'm leaving now. Merlin waved her hand to say goodbye before she disappeared. Tap. The baby kangaroo jumped towards him, asking him to scratch its back. Brushing the fur is ease, huh? Rayon took out the comb and started to brush the kangaroo's fur but suddenly stopped. The photo was still inside its pouch. What? Merlin left this behind. It couldn't be happening considering her usual personality. Don't tell me. Rayon started to move his hand towards the photo, and the kangaroo slapped his hand and jumped back. Oh no, you found me out. Merlin stuck her tongue out and scratched her head. I can't leave yet because I need to get more of your photos. She ran into the bushes after sounding like Encia was just temporarily keeping them for her. See you later. Hey, Rayon tried to call her back, but she disappeared into the bushes without even looking back. Rayon could only sigh because he wasn't courageous enough to follow her. I'm so exhausted. Rayon sighed while pressing his forehead with his palm. He was mentally exhausted from suffering because of Encia and Merlin one after the other. He felt like he was regaining the stress that he'd vented on the Thespian Emperor. I need to vent it again. He shook his head and entered the lodgings. He's here. Vice Division Leader, you are late. Why are you so late? You sent us so early, huh? The Light Wind swordsmen were about to complain about him being late, but shut their mouths upon seeing his eyes. Rayon's eyes were brimming with madness, just like during the focus enhancement training. What's wrong with him? Look at his eyes. He's gone nuts, but he was in a good mood earlier. The Light Wind swordsmen trembled their shoulders, terrified by the frightening energy emerging from Rayon's feet. Sorry for being late. Let's get started right away. Rayon unsheathed Heavenly Drive, his voice cruelly cold. It will be a real fight. The Light Wind swordsmen's faces turned pale upon hearing that it was going to be a real fight. This is the situation of being slapped in heaven and returning to devildom to pass on the insult. Wrath shook his head while poking his head out from the bracelet. He's the best of all dimensions in terms of having a bad personality. Huff Martha exhaled roughly and drove her sword into the ground. She was thoroughly exhausted, and she couldn't keep standing unless she did that. Damn it. Burin had fallen on one knee and was unable to raise his head, while Runnan was only making a snoring sound with her back attached to the ground as if she were one with the land. I'm dying. He's even worse today. What even happened to him? Since even the team leaders were about to collapse, the Light Wind swordsmen had already collapsed and were crawling on the ground. Martha narrowed her eyes while skimming them over the training ground. Certainly, the training is intense. It could be because the fighting competition was in 2 days, but Rayon was pushing the swordsmen into a corner a lot more violently than usual. Everyone was exhausted both in mind and body from fending off the attacks that felt like a real battle. She looked at the center of the training ground upon hearing an explosion resounding throughout the land. Mark Goten was sent flying by Rayon's strike and was rolling on the ground. Mark Goten was trying to stand back up right away, but he was unable to cope with the damage and fell on his knee once again. Stop exaggerating and stand up. Rayon clicked his tongue while watching the light wind division that was still groaning. You know better than anyone that we didn't do any proper training on the way here. Just consider this us doing it all at once. What the hell? The light wind swordsman simply trembled, too exhausted to reply. You need to endure this much if you don't want to shame the Sieghart name during the fighting competition. Hang in there. The light wind division could only struggle on the ground, unable to stand up despite hearing Rayon's shout. However, one person was different. Martha straightened her back while exhaling a warm breath like she was spitting blood. Yes, this isn't time to stay on the ground. I haven't achieved anything regarding my objective. The first and only objective she had was to find her mother. She wanted to recover her mother no matter what and return to the days when they used to be poor but happy at the same time. However, she kept dreaming about her mother being killed or kidnapped by the white blood religion whenever she thought about her past, and she'd become a nervous wreck. I believed that I was the only one experiencing pain, suffering, and loneliness, and vented my anger to the world. She'd said and done many things she shouldn't have to the children in the Light Wind Squad, and she didn't even know she should have been ashamed of it. However, she realized that she had been walking the wrong path as she lived together with Rayon, Buran, Runan, and the Light Wind Division's swordsmen. It was sometimes difficult, but when she'd seen that the White Blood Religion's leader had taken over her mother's body while trying to rescue Rayon, she was afraid that she might return to the past when she used to be enraged against the world. She couldn't even sleep because of the fear. Swoosh! Martha pulled the sword out of the ground. The sandstorm surging alongside her blade created a clear trail to remove the pain deep in her heart. Ha! She exhaled and smiled faintly while looking at Rayon. What a foolish man. Rayon had always taken care of the Light Wind Swordsman, even though he should have had his hands full with his own training. Because she could tell that he cared for the Light Wind Division from the bottom of his heart, she forgot the flow of time and even her exhaustion when she trained with him. She was always thankful to him. I have one more objective now because of you. Releasing her mother from the White Blood Religion's leader still had the highest priority, and she had to achieve it even if she had to die, but there was one more thing she wanted to do. She wanted to help the fool who only cared about his companions. I'm sure Rayon has an objective too. Rayon always swung his sword as if he were possessed by something. The desire to get stronger wasn't enough for that. He had an important objective. She didn't know what it was, but she wanted to help him no matter what. And in order to achieve that, I need to fight right now. Her body was heavy as if soaked in water, but she surrounded it with aura and raised her sword. She forced her screaming limbs to stand and took a step towards Rayon. Rayon widened his eyes. Even he hadn't expected her to stand back up. Martha twisted her lips while pointing her sword at Rayon. I'm not done yet. Bring it on. The day of the fighting competition. An antiquated arena was located at the center of the huge training ground built behind the 5 Divine Orders conference room. People had been gathering at the training ground from early in the morning to watch the fighting competition from the best seats since it was pretty much the biggest event of the festival. By the time breakfast time was over, the entire training ground was brimming with people, and there was no room for any additional people. I'm excited. I wonder who is going to win. Isn't Sieghart going to be the winner? I don't see anyone who can win against the White Sword Dragon. The age limit is 40, not 30. Even Rayon Sieghart can't guarantee his victory. Yeah, I think the young head of House Yakin can potentially win against the White Sword Dragon. I heard the guard captain from Yufan City is no joke. The spectators were running their tongues even faster than when they were eating because they were discussing who was going to participate and who was going to win. Your vision is too narrow. A gambler suffering from hair loss clicked his tongue and interfered in the conversation. What do you mean? This event is for the celebration of the 5 Divine Orders Foundation. Do you think they would have prepared nothing for this? They are going to send their hidden powerhouses and show off their skills. Certainly. Yeah, this is a great opportunity to become famous. I'm sure they welcome the 6 Kings' participation. After all, defeating them would bring a huge amount of fame to them. The gambler shook his hand while telling them to bet on the 5 Divine Orders if they wanted to win money. But isn't Rayon Sieghart a different case? He's called the Sword Dragon after all. He's still only 21 years old. Since it's the 5 Divine Orders we're talking about, they should have someone stronger than him who is less than 40 years of age. It's true that he's too young. Moreover, there are rumors that Rayon Sieghart isn't allowed to participate. The Light Wind Division is strong for their age, but they are still too green overall. With the gamblers joining the conversation, they started to objectively discuss who was going to win. As the sun moved towards the center of the sky, the leaders of the 5 Divine Orders made their appearances one after the other, and the VIP seats located near the arena also started to fill up. Sieghart has arrived. The White Sword Dragon is taking the lead. They are here, but why do their eyes look like that? The spectators' lips trembled as they observed Rayon and the light wind division. Unlike the other participants, the eyes of Sieghart's swordsmen were radiating a deadly light just like soldiers right before a war. However, Rayon and the light wind division quietly took a seat on the waiting bench despite the madness in their eyes. The bell rang to signal 10 a.m. shortly afterward, and the Thespian Emperor came up on the platform. Her cheerful yet elegant steps that looked like she was walking into the sky made the entire training ground burst out in cheers. Woa, the Thespian Emperor. White whale, white whale, white whale. The Thespian Emperor thanked the spectators sitting inside the training ground in different directions before she stood at the center of the arena. The Festival of Warriors shall end with a martial arts competition. Today will be an opportunity for the warriors who have visited us to compete with their polished martial arts and socialize with each other through fair fights. However, since it would be boring if there was nothing at stake. She snapped her fingers. A subspace opened up from the thin air and a rectangular box emerged. The Thespian Emperor raised the box and opened the lid. A red marble was inside, and a tremendous amount of heat erased the coldness of the winter as it emerged from it. It's the heart of Lavasiri, the mystical creature living in volcanic regions. She let everyone see the heart of Lavasiri before closing the lid. We will give this elixir to the winner of this competition. Of course, we will provide an elixir of coldness so that it can be properly absorbed. Woa, the 5 divine orders are the best. Long live the Thespian Emperor. The entire training ground wavered from the huge reward that was introduced. Since there's no reason to delay, I'll proceed to the explanation of the rules. Only the young warriors under the age of 40 can participate, with the exception of the heads of each group. The process is simple. The winner will remain, and the loser will be eliminated. The Thespian Emperor left the arena, saying that the competition was over the moment there were no more challengers left. Whoosh! As soon as she left, a man came onto the arena like he was bouncing on a leaf. His movements were light, even though he was wearing thick armor. My name is Geron from the Caton Knights. He introduced himself and asked for a challenger. Rayon hit Crane, who was sitting right next to him, with his shoulder. Me again, always Crane. Crane gritted his teeth and went into the arena. I am Crane from Sieghart. Crane went to the center of the arena and bowed to Geron. The referee came towards them and checked their identities before he nodded. The duel between Crane from Sieghart and Geron from the Caton Knights is starting now. The referee lowered his hand and stepped back, and Crane immediately kicked the ground. Wait, let's do the greetings first. I don't care about that. Crane unleashed a strike that spread like the sunlight with madness sparkling from his eyes. Clang. Geron was unable to withstand the impact and fell on one knee. So cheap. Cheap, what happens to you if you lose this match? What do you mean? You probably just get scolded a little even if you lost. But as for us, if we lose. Vivid madness was brimming from Crane's eyes. He unleashed his aura blade while screaming, "We are going to die." Yeah, with a strange shout that couldn't be called a shout of concentration, Crane smashed his aura blade down. The ferocious attack, which almost felt like it was intended to kill, bent like a whip to hit all over Geron's body. Geron was unable to withstand Crane's aura blade approaching from the front, and his hand holding his sword started to tremble. An opening. Crane didn't miss the moment when Geron's arm trembled. He crushed the ground to advance and pierced his sword into his arm. Clong. At the multiple layers of impact, Geron dropped his sword with blood scattering from his hand. Crane blocked his path to prevent him from getting his sword back and aimed his sword at his neck. I lost. Geron hung his head and admitted his defeat. Winner, Crane from Sieghart. The referee raised his hand and announced Crane's victory. Next up, Crane exhaled roughly and bobbed his finger towards the warriors waiting at the VIP seats. Whoa, that's Sieghart for you. That was so cool. What a fighting spirit, and he's only recently become an adult. Is everyone in Sieghart like that? He's insane. The Light Wind Division is called the Mad Dog Division for a good reason. The spectators seem to have liked Crane's daring fighting spirit, and they shouted for them to proceed to the next match already while cheering for Crane. Thud, the warrior who came onto the arena had a long body like a mantis, unlike the first opponent, Geron. He slammed the arena with his long spear and confidently raised his head. I'm Logan from House Sacrine. Crane from Sieghart. Catch your breath, I don't need it. Crane looked at the referee while saying that he didn't need a rest. The referee came onto the arena and examined the two one after the other. Are you both ready? I'm ready. Logan confidently responded to the referee's question, and Crane simply nodded. Second duel. Begin. As soon as he announced the start of the match, Crane and Logan charged towards each other head-on. Hop, Logan took a step back and thrust his spear forward. The spearhead that was incorporating a blue aura advanced fiercely. Whoosh. It was an exquisite move taking advantage of the spear's distance. It was a ferocious attack that would have made any ordinary swordsman fall back, but it didn't work against Crane because there was something scarier to him. Crane didn't step back even though the spearhead scratched his shoulder, piercing into Logan's space. Lojan's eyes widened, showing his surprise at the way Crane continued his attack while taking the blow. He used footwork to smoothly move to the right. You won't escape. Crane had no intention of losing the upper hand, and he charged like lightning once again, swinging his sword at Lojan's waist. Whoosh! Lojan hurriedly swirled the spear shaft to get into a defensive posture, but Crane's strike was already extending toward him with a perfect trajectory. Smock. Since Lojan didn't manage to incorporate his aura in time, the spear shaft broke and he rolled on the floor. Huff. Crane raised his chin while shaking the blood off his shoulder. Next, the entire arena fell quiet for a moment. Rayon and the Light Wind Division were the only ones who remained immobile, as it was an obvious outcome. Allow me to be the next challenger. A knight sitting at the VIP seat on the right side came into the arena. He was a powerful warrior, and his pressure was as heavy as his armor. My name is Hopen from the Holy Kingdom of Spur. He was a warrior from the Holy Kingdom of Spur who had visited Sieghart's lodgings to request a spar. Crane from Sieghart. Crane tapped on the wound on his shoulder to show him that he was fine. The referee noticed the sign that the two warriors were ready and immediately started the duel. Hop. Crane used his footwork while holding his breath. Hopen was on a different level from his opponents so far. He had to go all out from the beginning to win. Thud. He used the muscles all over his body to slash downwards. Along with his body, his aura exploded to become even faster and sharper. The aura blade was as polished as an awl and bent towards Hopen's armor. How ferocious. Hopen caught the blade with his hands, and they radiated a light similar to the morning fog. It was the holy power of the Spur Holy Knights. Wham! Wham! Thundering sounds resounded one after the other from the clashes between the aura blade and the holy blade. Crane was the one who was continuously attacking, but Hopen's holy power was surrounding him like a shield. He wasn't moved in the slightest. Damn it. Crane bit his lip while looking at the composure in Hopen's eyes. That demon isn't going to leave me alone if I lose like this. He would definitely get the focus enhancement training if he lost without breaking through Hopen's holy shield. He had to break that shield no matter what. I need to defeat him now. He fired his aura blades one after the other before he pulled his sword behind his back. He concentrated his aura and was about to use his special technique to pierce through the holy shield. Hopen realized that the consecutive attacks were over and concentrated his holy power to create a thick white greatsword. It's my turn now. Hopen slammed down the greatsword with concentrated holy power with the intention of finishing the match in a single strike. Arg. Crane gave up on his special technique and raised his hand to deflect Hopen's blow. However, he couldn't withstand the tremendous power of the greatsword and was slammed into the floor with a folded arm. Cough, I am not done yet. It's over, not yet. It won't change the result even if you stand up. Ka. Crane tried to stand up, but Hopen brought his blade to his neck and shook his head. You might really die if you continue. Kill me, death will be preferable. Kill me right now, he screamed at Hopen, telling him to kill him. The winner is Hopen from the Holy Kingdom of Spur. Hopen was blinking in bewilderment, and the referee came next to them and announced the victor. Damn it. Crane slammed the ground with his powerless fist upon hearing the referee's announcement. He carefully stood up and came down from the arena to stand in front of Rayon. I'm sore. You fought well. The first and the second opponents were terrified by you and couldn't even fight properly. Rayon shook his head while stopping the bleeding on Crane's shoulder where the wound had opened up. Really, does that mean? However, you became impatient during the third match because of your opponent's defense and started to gather your power like an idiot, only to be beaten up. Therefore, he smiled as he lightly tapped on Crane's shoulder after he finished stopping the bleeding. Congratulations, you get to have focus enhancement training. Ag. Crane screamed even though he hadn't even done that when he was defeated and collapsed while foaming from his mouth. Next, Rayon bobbed his hand, and the Light Wind swordsman who was right behind him jumped up on the arena. My name is Pitran from the Light Wind Division. I'm Hopen from the Holy Kingdom of Spur. The referee checked their states and started the match. Because Pitran had witnessed Crane ending up with the focus enhancement training despite having fought pretty well, he barraged Hopen with attacks with madness in his eyes. Die. Hopen broke out in cold sweat because of Pitran's bloodlust and his madness-filled eyes. What's wrong with these people? The fighting competition of the 5 Divine Orders had a different process than the 6 Kings tournament. They didn't ask for any registration, but allowed whoever wanted to fight to come onto the arena by themselves to have a match. The winner of the match stayed while the loser returned to their seat. The duels continued like that until there were no more challengers, and the last one to stay in the ring became the winner. It was the perfect process for a festival. Since they had more chances to win the later they participated, the warriors from prestigious houses and kingdoms were quietly waiting instead of stepping up, but one faction was different. Sieghart had sent Crane to the first duel, and they kept sending their swordsmen after that to participate in every single match. After around 60 matches, it had become a competition between Sieghart and other factions. Sieghart knows how to enjoy a festival. I know, right? They keep joining the fight without holding back, unlike the other houses. Their members and their house as a whole are so cool. I can't help rooting for them. Don't you like how their swordsmen are doing their best without taking care of their bodies? Their faces already reveal how serious they are. I can understand now why people praise the Six Kings so much. They are completely different from the rest. Sieghart, win. In fact, the light wind swordsmen simply wanted to escape from Rayon's focus enhancement training, but the spectators took a liking to them because they were fighting with madness. More than half of the crowd was cheering for them while shouting Sieghart's name. Rayon looked up to the arena while listening to their cheers. Sniff. Dorian's shoulders were trembling as he clenched his fist. He bit his lip while looking at the astral energy bursting from his opponent's sword. Why am I against a master? Rayon had thought that the light wind swordsman could keep going for a bit longer, but the sudden appearance of someone who wasn't even at the entry level, instead at the novice level, of master easily eliminated the vice team leaders. Dorian, who was in the arena, was the only swordsman left except for the team leaders. He said his name was Callan. Dorian's opponent was a direct line from the prestigious House of Swordsmen, Depen, which was famous for their swift sword techniques. He didn't have that much battle experience, but Rayon could tell that he didn't neglect his training. Surrender. Callan nodded his chin while pointing his sword at Dorian. A swordsman who is afraid of his opponent will never be able to win. He shook his hand, telling him to forfeit the match without wasting the time. Afraid? Yes, I'm indeed afraid. However, Dorian bit his lip while glancing at Rayon under the arena instead of Callan. I'm not actually afraid of you. He shouted that he was afraid of the real madman and charged at Callan. His blade was divided into 5 when he thrust it and created a blue wave of blade aura. HMPH. Callan snorted and lightly swung his sword as if he were chasing a fly away. Clong. His swing looked like he was kidding, but the result wasn't light at all. The strike incorporated the principles of extreme swiftness and mercilessly severed the wave of aura blades. Arg. Dorian tried to charge at him once again, but he was smacked by the extremely swift strike from Callan's blade and sent flying from the arena. His trembling body showed that he'd received a serious amount of damage. I'm screwed. Dorian sighed while thinking that he was done for, and Rayon's shadow was cast over his head. His face looked so peaceful. Vice Division Leader, good job, you did well holding out there. Rayon helped Dorian stand and shook off the dust from his body. Thank. However, you shouldn't have unleashed your aura blade at the end without a plan. You should have moved while predicting your opponent's move. You could have lasted at least 3 more strikes if you had. Dorian's face turned pale as he predicted his future. Therefore, you also get to have focus enhancement training. No, please no. Dorian shook his head while holding onto the hem of Rayon's pants. Denied, just go get treated already. Dorian started to rampage, but Rayon simply kicked him away to send him to the treatment room and looked at the arena. It will be difficult to win against him. Callan had already adapted to the realm of novice-level master. Since he could even match up to Mark Goat, it would be difficult to win even if he sent Martha, Run-On, and Burren one after the other. But it will be a great experience for them. Since it was a great opportunity to face a different master than Mark Goat, it was going to be extremely helpful for the 3 team leaders. Martha. Rayon waved his hand at Martha to ask her to come out. You are finally calling me. I was getting bored to death. Martha tapped on her ebony hair and went towards the arena. Even though the opponent was a master at a much higher realm than herself, she didn't look nervous at all. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Martha's back as she advanced as heavily as a lion. Her temperament has changed. No, it's actually her personality. Martha's tendency had been continuously changing ever since she'd seen the white blood religion's leader, but the change had become a lot more drastic recently. It was to the point that she looked like a different person. The same goes for that training. Martha of the past would never have requested any help from Rimmer, let alone trained alongside Burren and Run-On. She'd been taking care of the division members one by one recently, and they were even saying that her soul had been switched. She must have been influenced by others just like me. Since Rayon had gone through a similar change, he could understand her feelings. Martha used to only care about herself, but the addition of her companions and friends had been causing a drastic change in her life. Exactly, Beef Girl has definitely changed. Wrath lowered his lips while looking at Martha's back. The burning wrath in her heart has subsided. She's a lot less charming now. He shook his head, saying that she was a lot less likable because her wrath was gone. Don't people usually say the opposite, though? Rayon smiled faintly while watching Martha enter the arena while leaving a kind scent of soil behind. It might happen today. Martha went to the arena and faced Callan. He's so damn strong. She could tell from the sharp pressure coming from Callan's body. The swordsman in front of her was too powerful for her to win against. However, I won't admit my defeat before even fighting. Running away in fear before even crossing blades wasn't the way of the Light Wind Division. Even though it was a spar, she was going to persist with the determination to lose her limbs. I'm Martha, the first team leader of the Light Wind Division of Sieghart. Martha clearly revealed her affiliation, unlike the other swordsmen from the Light Wind Division, before she grabbed the hilt of her blade. Callan from House Depen. Callan politely introduced himself even though Martha was far younger than himself. It was befitting behavior for someone from a prestigious house. Are you both ready? Martha and Callan's gazes replaced their responses to the referee's question. Start the match. He lowered his hand and left the arena, but the two didn't make any moves. Instead of attacking recklessly like always, Martha slowly unleashed the aura from her energy center and examined her opponent's energy. I'm definitely going to lose in a frontal clash. She could have overpowered a warrior at a similar level as her with the sturdiness of the Titan's aura, but her opponent was better than her in many aspects. It was necessary to look for an opening instead of recklessly charging at him. Aren't you coming? You are different from the rumors. Callan narrowed his eyes, his blade lifted to around the level of his waist. The rumors. I heard you immediately attack whenever you're called Miss Rakshasa. I'm not Miss Rakshasa. Martha frowned and kicked the arena. The ground she'd stepped on was destroyed like a dry leaf. Oops, sword of Rakshasa. I made a mistake. Callan smiled at her predictable behavior and swirled his sword. Start by apologizing if you know you were wrong. Martha looked furious as she advanced, but her head was completely cool. I need simple movements. She'd seen Callan's fight against Dorian, but he wasn't being serious. It was necessary to go all out from the beginning to push him and gain the upper hand. Whoosh. While Martha was incorporating the energy of earth into her sword, turning it bright yellow, Callan's wrist started to turn. It was an extremely fast swordsmanship. His blade was extended like a ray of light and rushed towards her neck. How is it so fast? Even though she was the first one to attack, Callan's sword reached her first. Damn it, Martha decreased the power of her sword to increase the speed. Clang. Even though it was a clash between swords, the thunderous noise sounded like a building was collapsing. Martha quietly groaned while pushing Callan's sword back. It feels like my hands are tearing apart. Even though Callan wasn't using any astral energy, the Titan aura was waning because of the difference in level between the auras. If she hadn't gone all out from the beginning, she would have been bounced away in a single strike like the others. That's a team leader for you. Not bad. Stop judging me. Martha bit her lip and stomped the ground with her left foot. She mustered the power of land and swung her sword down. Clong. Callan's eyes widened because the attack was even stronger than the first one. I thought that was the best of your ability. Was it not? I told you to shut up. How demanding. Callan slightly lowered his eyebrows and dragged his sword down from mid-height. Sharpness was added to the fast and precise movement of his blade. Hop. Martha held her breath and stepped forth with her left foot. She mustered every last bit of her physical strength and clenched her sword. Momentum is my strong point. It was Rayan who told her that her biggest weapon was her fighting spirit that allowed her to advance without cowering in front of the opponent. I'll show you the capabilities of the Light Wind Division's assault leader. She exploded the concentrated muscle and aura in an instant and swung her sword upwards. The blade soared after grazing the arena, and a tremendous amount of power was unleashed. This is pretty good. Callan nodded in approval and bent his wrist down like he was shaking the dust from his clothes. His blade incorporating his aura fell like lightning. Wham! The second furious clash made pieces of aura scatter in all directions. Callan and Martha counted on the auras surrounding their bodies and kept crossing their blades amid exploding auras. You'd better withdraw. Callan shook his hand while watching the blood gush from Martha's shoulder and abdomen. Shut up and swing your sword. Her aura became even more powerful the more she got injured as she kept attacking continuously. She gave up on the defense and started to use all her aura for offense, but Callan's sword didn't waver in the slightest. I have to admit, I might have lost if you were at the entry level of master. However, the light on Callan's blade intensified and a powerful wind pressure occurred. It was a swift sword art entrapping the opponent. In that instant, a yellow light sparked from Martha's eyes. Now is the time. She could see an extremely small opening as Callan switched his swordsmanship in order to quickly finish the match. It was her only opportunity to win against him. Wham! She amplified her heartbeat and activated. Berserk, her vision turned red and someone's voice resounded in her head. Give your body over to me. I'll kill your opponent no matter who it is. It was a voice of temptation, telling her to leave her body to it. Shut your trap. Martha bit her lip and pushed the voice back. She only gained the power inside the madness and thrust her sword at Callan's opening. Wham! Her aura bursting from her energy center was further amplified as it passed through her heart and created a powerful explosion on her blade. Callan's sword was pushed back, and he let out a gruff groan. It looked like he hadn't expected her to activate. Berserk in that split second. Martha's chin trembled. She felt like her lungs were shrinking because of how difficult it was to breathe as she maintained her sanity. Berserk, but I will still keep going. she could only maintain her sanity during Berserk for an extremely brief period of time. There wasn't going to be a next time if she missed that chance. She unleashed the soul of Furious Land burst with the fervor and heaviness of the land. The powerful energy wave burst from the ground and pushed Callan's sword back. Wham! Callan's uniform was torn and a thin stream of blood flowed from his mouth from the consecutive explosions in the training ground. Just like this, Martha was about to push ahead to finish the match, but a light different from before radiated from Callan's sword. Clong, even though her aura blade was enhanced more than twice from Berserk, it was hopelessly cut apart. It was astral energy. Callan was finally using the astral blade. Callan used the astral blade to drive Martha into a corner with a frown on his face that looked like his pride was hurt. Rip, Martha created aura shields centered around the Titan's aura, but they were torn apart like pieces of paper. This is as far as you go. The astral blade on Callan's sword had already reached Martha's neck. A thin stream of blood was flowing down from her neck. I admit, I honestly didn't expect that I would have to use astral energy. He nodded, saying that Martha's skills were way better than the rumors. It won't take a long time until you surpass me, but that's not today. Callan nodded his chin without lowering his sword to urge her to forfeit. Huff. Martha violently exhaled and closed her eyes. Her head was still ringing, and her body felt like she was being split apart because she hadn't turned Berserk off. Instead of responding to Callan's call, she slowly raised her eyebrows. I won't utter the word defeat with my own lips. Martha Sieghart, I can't keep backing down forever. This is just a spar. Are you trying to risk your life for this? You don't realize how I could do nothing but back down so far. Martha bit her lip. There's nowhere to back down anymore. The monster occupying her mother's body was a transcender, an existence even more powerful than a grandmaster. Even though it was a spar, she couldn't back down anymore. She was already far past the age where youth could be given as an excuse. It was necessary to risk her life for everything she faced in order to get stronger. Grit, Martha mustered the power in her body once again while maintaining Berserk. White Sword Dragon, stop her. How could she do this when this is just a spar? Callan figured he wouldn't be able to convince Martha and looked at Rayon instead. Why would I stop her? Rayon stared at Martha's back for a moment before looking at Callan. At this rate, she might end up dying or be severely injured. The first team leader of the Light Wind Division doesn't act without thinking. She's standing there with her own will. Even if she dies or gets severely wounded, it is up to her to decide. He didn't make any move and showed his trust in Martha. The other Light Wind swordsmen also watched Martha with gazes full of trust. Martha bit her lip. Her body was trembling because it was her first time being trusted by people who weren't her mother. She wouldn't have cared about what other people did in the past, but that wasn't the case anymore. She could sense their feelings. Unlike the wrath that had been following her for her entire life, a warm emotion seeped into her heart. Sublime energy, surging from the land she was stepping on, pierced through her body and mind. A frightening amount of delight engulfed her body, and her aura that had hit rock bottom was reignited like a wildfire. Rumble. Blazing yellow flame appeared and pushed Callan's sword back from her neck. Crack! Martha advanced while cruising the arena. Her body bolted like lightning and scattered the heaviness of a great mountain. The faint aura blades used to look like they could disappear at any moment, but they entangled with each other over and over to radiate like the twilight. What? Callan frantically pulled his sword back upon seeing the energy dwelling on Martha's sword. Martha stroked her right hand with eyes that looked like she was bewitched by the sword. The fiery beast of twilight hidden inside that heaviness opened its jaw towards Callan's astral energy. Wham! The orange evening glow and blue tidal wave clashed against each other, and a powerful storm engulfed the training ground. Martha was almost sliding as she bounced back from the clash, along with a tremendous noise that made it feel like the entire arena was collapsing. Her formerly silky black hair was fluttering in the dusty wind, and the Light Wind Division's uniform, which was once clean, now bore the grim evidence of battle. It was smeared with blood and marred by tears in various places. However, Martha's expression was unaffected. She proudly looked down on Callan like a general who had gone through all kinds of battles. Martha twisted her wrist, and the energy dwelling on her blade radiated even more brilliantly and stormed around. It had the same color as the setting sun. An astral blade. It's astral energy. Miss Rakshasa became a master. I heard it was possible, but I've never seen anyone awakening during a battle. The spectators swallowed nervously while watching the materialized energy emerging from Martha's blade. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise because it was extremely rare to awaken during a fight. Isn't she the youngest master after Rayon Sieghart since she is 21 years old now? Miss Rakshasa is 22 years old. It's still crazy fast though. Does Sieghart have a human mind or something? Why are there so many talented people? Can she win against Callan now that she has become a master? That's still difficult. Yeah, she has internal injuries and has just become a master. It's impossible for her to win. People believed that Martha wouldn't be able to win even though she'd become a master because Callan was still perfectly fine. Ha. Martha didn't mind what other people were saying and only focused on her own body and state. I can still fight. The biggest advantage of Titan's aura wasn't the power and heaviness but the endurance. She had lots of external injuries, but her internal injuries weren't that serious. She could keep going without any issues as long as she had the willpower. Whoosh! The violent wind removed the dust filling the arena and revealed Callan's appearance. He was casually spinning the wrist as if he were perfectly unaffected. Martha furrowed her brow while watching Callan's face. Did his internal injury aggravate? The blood flowing down from his mouth seemed to have gotten thicker than before he'd used the astral energy. It looked like the previous clash had inflicted a more serious internal injury on him. This is doable. Even though Martha couldn't last for too long, it was still winnable since her opponent was also injured internally. Amazing. Callan smiled while effortlessly raising his sword to show that he was unscathed. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have thought of you as an easy opponent. Did you finally realize that fact? Yes, I finally realized it. That's why. He pulled his sword back and extended his left hand forward. It was a posture for a dashing type technique. I'll go all out from now on. Callan kicked the ground before his voice even reached Martha's ears. The blade engulfed with astral energy was right under her nose before she could even breathe. It's too late to fall back. Whoosh! The sword was moving fast, but the astral energy wasn't even though it should have been following at the same time. It couldn't be helped because she'd become a master a moment ago, but it was still regrettable. I need to brace for impact act. The moment she crossed the blade with Callan's strike, a tremendous impact occurred that felt like her body was going to burst under the pressure. Didn't he get an internal injury? The sharpness dwelling in Callan's sword was incomparable from before, showing that he might not have been bluffing about his state. The astral energy she'd managed to create was getting drastically ground away. I feel like my intestines are about to burst. She felt like even her will was going to collapse on top of her body from the aftereffect of Berserk, her first utilization of astral energy, and Callan's pressure. She could hear her mind shouting at her to give up. Arg. Martha endured the shattering pain of her bones and muscles and looked down from the arena. It was an action that should have never been taken in front of an opponent, but there was something she wanted to see no matter what. She rolled her eyes with difficulty to look at Rayon. His serene eyes watching her looked like he already knew the result. That expression, Martha could tell because she'd spent a long time with him. Rayon's eyes were telling her that she could do it. You are losing focus. Where do you think you are looking? Callan briefly clicked his tongue and slammed down an even heavier astral energy. The strength was leaving her arm. It felt like the sword was going to be pushed all the way back into her shoulder. I need to calm down. I can win this. Martha bit her lip while watching Callan, who was attacking with bloodshot eyes. Now that I think about it, his attack was ferocious, but he didn't seem to be in a good state either. The blood flowing from his lips was even thicker than before, and his face was pale. That's right. He's human, so he can't be unaffected. She had inflicted a deep internal injury with the explosive power of Berserk while Callan wasn't using the astral energy, and the clash between astral energies must have further aggravated it. There was no way he would be unscathed. He is also being impatient. Callan was pretending to be fine, but he must have gotten a serious internal injury. He was going overboard to finish the match before his injury became even worse, and Rayon was aware of that fact. That's why he looked so calm. In that case, I can't step back now. She summoned every last bit of her aura, drawing from the enlightenment she had attained. The pain in her mana circuits and energy center felt like they were about to burst, but she bit the inside of her cheek and clenched her sword with both hands. Rumble. Amid a brain-splitting pain, she activated Berserk for the last time. Her heart pounded explosively, and a power that she'd never imagined before was unleashed onto the blade. Arg, Callan's eyes widened. His expression suggested that he hadn't expected her to counterattack in her state. Wham! The astral energy between the two blades exploded, and a powerful light gushed out from the center of the arena. I wasn't even aware that I believed in him so much. Martha slowly closed her eyes upon feeling the impact smacking her head. Her lips were curved into a satisfied smile as she dropped her head. Rayon kicked the ground to leap into the air, holding Martha in his arms as she bounced away from the clash. Despite how she'd looked like a general in a war, her body was extremely light. It felt like a mystery that she'd been fighting head-on against Callan with a body like that. She spent all of her energy. Yes, Beef Girl is going to get stronger. Wrath smiled, saying that only idiots or perverts spent all of their energy. She is an idiot. Rayon nodded while tapping on Martha's lips, which were rolled into a smile. I didn't think she would go all out like this just because I gave her a small hint. He'd shown her that she could win when she looked at him, and she trusted his signal and went all out against Callan. An ordinary person never would have been able to do that. I didn't know she trusted me so much. He thought that Martha trusted him the least among the 3 team leaders. That was why her expression of trust made him surprised and warmed his heart at the same time. Rayon raised his hand, and the yellow dust disappeared from the training ground, revealing Callan's appearance. His shoulders were trembling as he was on his knees. Even though he had dropped his sword on the ground, he couldn't even budge his finger. Sieghart hasn't lost. Martha had inflicted a serious internal injury on Callan with the first. Berserk, that outcome was only possible because Martha instinctively kept biting his wound until the end. Ah. The referee blinked in surprise upon seeing that Callan was unable to move. His expression suggested that the outcome was completely unexpected. He finally came to a conclusion and nodded his head before he raised his hand. Martha and Callan are both unable to fight. It's a draw. It would have normally been Callan's victory, but the contest's rule was that the winner had to keep fighting. Since Callan was unable to move, he had also lost the match. Woa, it's a draw. Miss Rakshasa got a draw against Callan. How is this even possible? Is Sieghart a den of monsters? She only just awakened as a master, so how? Because the spectators had been expecting Callan's victory, they could only blink with dumbfounded faces at the surprising outcome. Rayon smiled while healing Martha's body with 10,000 flames cultivation. Like I thought, you are the first. The 3 team leaders of the Light Wind Division seem to have equal skills at first, but Martha has always been very slightly ahead of the others since she was older than them. Just like Rayon had expected, she was the first to break through the master's wall. Good job. Since he was aware of the hardship she'd gone through, he tapped on her head before entrusting her to the healer waiting behind him. He returned to his seat and looked at the Light Wind Division. Burin looked happy and frustrated at the same time, and Runon's eyes were sparkling as she watched Martha, which was rare coming from her. Rayon smiled while watching their gazes. You can become even stronger with that frustration. Celebrating the success of a companion was important, but the frustration they felt over their own progress was bound to guide them to the higher realm. Rayon returned to his seat and looked at the platform where the leaders of the 5 divine orders were sitting. The intense frown on the Demon Blade's face showed his irritation, while the demon-slaying spear was covering the back of his head with his hands clasped together. He waved at Rayon upon noticing his gaze. The Queen of Swords' eyes were glowing like a cat looking at a toy. She seemed to have taken a liking to Martha. Rayon looked at the Thespian Emperor. She appeared to be completely unfazed by the situation. As expected, it wasn't enough to mentally agitate the Thespian Emperor. Next up is, Rayon shook his hand towards Runon, who was fidgeting behind him. Runon, he pointed at the arena that was still empty. It's your turn now. Runon immediately nodded and entered the arena. She calmly closed her eyes before opening them again. She seemed to be trying to feel the warmth Martha had left behind. Before the referee could ask Runon for an introduction, a man wearing black clothes came up from the opposite side. He was giving a neat impression with his short blonde hair swept back and a trimmed beard. Highest level master, the wave of energy he could feel far exceeded the average. His prowess was incomparable to Callan, Rikri from the Black Snake Coalition. He introduced himself and tapped on the longsword hanging around his waist. Black Snake Coalition, Rayon furrowed his brow while listening to Rikri's introduction. Are the 5 divine orders already coming out? The Black Snake Coalition was the armed group led by the Demon Blade. They followed the rule that any weapon or dirty trick was allowed as long as they could win. Rikri is the Sword of Slaughter. Yes, he is the Demon Blade's disciple. I heard he is extremely proficient with longswords. The rumors said that most warriors can't even get close to him. The match is already decided. The Sword of Slaughter is already participating. The spectators licked their lips while also saying that he was joining too fast. They seemed to know about Rikri, the Sword of Slaughter. That's true, she won't be able to win. Rikri was at the highest level of master. Even if Runon managed to awaken like Martha, it was still impossible for her to win the match. Rayon was about to stop Runon, but stopped himself. Her eyes were as clear as morning dew on the leaves instead of being blank like always. She seemed determined to fight until the end like Martha, even if she had to lose. All right, try it. It will still be beneficial even if she loses. The drastic difference in skills didn't always mean that the spar would be meaningless. Since the Thespian Emperor had declared that it was a friendly match, Rayon expected that Rikri wouldn't finish it right away. Since there was no risk of death, he decided to watch for the moment. Are you ready? The referee quickly fixed the arena before walking up to Runon and Rikri. They simply nodded without any response. Then the match between Runon from Sieghart and Rikri from the Black Snake Coalition is starting now. He must have gotten used to doing it since the process of lowering his hand and moving away had gotten faster than before. I'm not going to drag this out. A frightening light glowed from Rikri's right hand. It was an extremely swift sword draw. His powerful energy was overflowing from his blade as if unsheathed like a ray of light. Runon seemed to have expected Rikri's move as she thrust Snowflower while lowering herself like a leaf under the rain. The white blade turned silver, and a thick energy of frost concentrated on it. Clong, gathering frost created an aura shield, and it shattered into dozens of pieces upon blocking the blade. shring. The shattered pieces of ice were hurled at Rikri in response to Runon's hand gesture. It was a combination of defense and counterattack. The technique was full of potential, not bad for a highest-level expert, however. Rikri's sword trembled faintly like coral under the ocean before it was extended at lightning speed. It was an extremely quick stab with astral energy. Ack! Runon stepped back and tried to create a new shield of frost, but Rikri's sword was faster. Crack! The extremely thin blade cut through the half-baked frost barrier and created a long cut on her side. Wham! Rikri wasn't satisfied with that and moved in front of Runon before he violently kicked her abdomen. Runon didn't let out any groans until the very end, but her body bounced outside the arena from the impact. Our Runon is out of the ring. The referee announced Runon's defeat with a trembling voice. He must not have expected Rikri to go so hard on her. Rayon stopped looking at Rikri, who seemed slightly irritated, and walked up to Runon. I'm sorry. Runon hung her head, feeling ashamed that she had lost so easily. Rayon felt bad for her because she was apologizing before anything when she must have been in so much pain. You fought well enough. Lasting 3 strikes was amazing enough since her opponent was a highest-level master using astral energy. You should take a rest. Rayon stopped Runon's bleeding with the 10,000 flames cultivation before calling a healer. I leave her to you. He entrusted Runon to the healer before returning to the light wind division. Burin, as you can see. Yes, the match is going to be over before I can do anything. Burin had also understood the situation and frowned. He seemed angry at the fact that he couldn't avenge what Rikri had done to Runon. What a shame. Rikri raised his chin while looking at Rayon. I wanted to defeat the white sword dragon with my own hands, but you aren't allowed to participate. He scratched the arena's floor with his longsword as a provocation. He was trash who remained shameless after using an astral blade against someone far weaker than himself. This is perfect. Rayon was looking for the right moment to act, and the idiot had created that opportunity for him. It was the perfect moment to enter the arena, then I'll grant you that chance. Rayon went onto the arena with a frightening smile on his face. I'm Rayon Sieghart, the vice leader of the Light Wind Division. He announced his name and stood in front of Rikri. What? Rikri widened his eyes because he didn't expect it to happen. But you shouldn't be allowed to participate. I'm sure those who represent the house. He is right, the Thespian Emperor, who had been watching them from above the platform, stood up. Like I said in the beginning, those who represent each group aren't allowed to party. You seem to be mistaken. Rayon rolled his lips into a smile and tapped on the black dragon coat. Sieghart's godly tablet used to be located on the right side of his chest, but it wasn't there anymore. I'm not Sieghart's representative. What are you? I already said it when your secretary came to me and also during the conference. The Light Wind Division leader is Sieghart's representative, not me. He pointed to the right as he spoke. Rimmer was yawning in boredom from the spectator seat with Sieghart's godly tablet on his chest. You complained to me during the conference because I'm not Sieghart's representative. I'm not sure why you are saying otherwise now. That's. The Thespian Emperor bit her lip tightly upon noticing the emblem on Rimmer's chest. But you had taken the representative's seat, even though it was temporary, and even joined the conference. I'm not sure why being a representative or not is so important for you. Are you that afraid of me when I'm just a 21-year-old greenhorn? Rayon provoked her by calling her a coward, and the Thespian Emperor shut her mouth. Her eyebrows were trembling slightly. Well, that's actually true. The Sword of Light is Sieghart's representative. Yeah, it would be understandable if he were around 40, but stopping a 21-year-old's participation would be strange. She's scared, right? Well, it's normal to be scared. He is a highest-level master at 21 years of age. If the White Sword Dragon wins the contest, it will be humiliating for the 5 divine orders. The spectators realized why the rule against the representative's participation was made and sneered at her. The others seemed fine, but the 5 divine orders seemed to be against it. Then how about this? Rayon met the Thespian Emperor's gaze. His smile deepened while looking at her trembling pupils. You, and you. He raised his finger and pointed at Rikri in the arena and the 3 warriors on the VIP seats one after the other. They were young and powerful warriors from the 5 divine orders who were going to participate in the contest just like Rikri. What are you doing? The designated warriors from the 5 divine orders furrowed their brows, unable to understand why they were pointed out. As an apology for the sudden participation, I'll allow you to attack me together. Rayon's footsteps were similar to Glenn's as he advanced to the center of the arena. Dark scales emerged from the fluttering black dragon coat alongside a furious spirit. The majestic energy wave spreading around him gave the impression that he was standing alone in the middle of a dark storm. Step forward, all 4 of you. Well said, Wrath shouted while clutching onto Rayon's sleeve. Fuck that guy up. Whoever hurts our ice cream girl deserves a fate worse than death. He ground his teeth while telling him to freeze Rikri, who'd made Run-on faint, and even the ones who'd ordered him to do it. Unlike Wrath, the training ground was as quiet as a library even though it was brimming with countless people. What did he just say? Did he say that he would fight 4 people at once? That's not all. Every single person he has just designated is at the highest level of master. Moreover, they are the disciples of the 5 divine orders. Don't you have to be a grandmaster to do that? He must be bluffing. The spectators looked at Rayon. They were thinking that Rayon was bluffing in order to participate, but his eyes were serious. He looks serious about it. Does that mean he's really planning to fight a 4-on-1 match against those monsters? Even though he is called a sword dragon, I don't think it's possible. He must be overconfident because he got famous at a young age. The people furrowed their brows, saying that it was excessive arrogance. Ha. The Thespian Emperor sighed while putting her hand on her forehead. Sir Rayon, all the warriors you've designated are at the highest level of master. They are ready to break through the wall and become grandmasters at the slightest opportunity. She shook her hand, saying that it was impossible. I'll take it as a slip of your tongue, so Withder. No, Rayon averted his gaze from the Thespian Emperor. It wasn't a slip of the tongue. A faint smile appeared on his face as he looked at the spectators, who were still confused. I cannot just participate since that restriction was made from fear against me. This is my expression of consideration. Don't be reserved and come to the arena. Rayon bobbed his hand towards the 3 warriors one after the other since they were still outside the arena. Lady Denning Rose's information was correct. She was the one who'd allowed him to learn their faces. They were already quite famous as warriors, but the 5 divine orders must have been planning to spread their reputation to the entire continent through the fighting contest, and I'm not about to let that happen. If Rayon defeated those 4 at once, he would be able to clip the 5 divine orders' wings before they could fly. He wasn't going to fall back. After all, he needed to achieve the mess he'd planned. You bastard. The woman holding a sword quietly closed her eyes, and the warrior holding a spear became infuriated. They seemed to have a similar personality to their masters in the 5 divine orders. Rayon, Burin's voice could be heard from below the arena. The panic in his eyes revealed that he was even more surprised than the others. You crazy bastard, what are you doing right now? Why are you going about this the hard way? Does he seriously have a blade stuck in his brain? It wasn't just Burin. Even Dorian and Crane were startled. Their faces looked like they were looking at a madman. It's not too late to stop. Dorian shook his head while anxiously rubbing his belly pocket. Even though he'd been surprised by Rayon many times before, he seemed to believe that fighting 4 highest-level masters at once was still impossible. Division leader, what are you waiting for? Stop. He looked behind him and suddenly came to a halt. Hey, everyone, this is a rare opportunity. I'm sure you couldn't make any bets because the contest was unfolding too quickly. This is your chance to realize your dream of turning your lives around. Rimmer had already started to gather people's money for the bet. To the right if you're betting on Rayon, and to the left if you're betting on the 5 divine orders. Hurry up, 10 gold coins for the 5 divine orders, 30 gold from me. I'm betting 50 gold in this armor. The gamblers were swarming around Rimmer since they couldn't bet in the previous matches, because the matches started too quickly. It went without saying that most of them were betting on the disciples of the 5 divine orders. Not even 10 of people were going to the right side. Wow. Burin and Dorian shook their heads while watching Rimmer, who had become lively. That man. Rayon closed his eyes. He was thinking that Rimmer had been behaving himself recently, but he was doing it again. He couldn't understand how an elf could only show his presence during a bet. However, Rimmer still looked slightly different from before despite his behavior. Wham! Upon hearing a sudden explosive sound, Rayon's gaze returned to the training ground. Rikri, who'd been quiet so far, had stomped the ground to create a deep footprint at the center of the arena. You bastard. A frightening glow appeared in his eyes as he glared at Rayon. There's a limit to how much you can look down on people. Don't you even see me? I see you. Rayon smiled while tapping on his eye. There's no way I wouldn't see an ugly face that is as unsightly as your swordsmanship and personality. Are you calling me unsightly? Even during a duel, isn't it a common courtesy to concede 3 attacks to the opponents like a teaching spar if there's a huge difference in skills? That's just out of consideration. There's no obligation for me to do it. You are right, however. Rayon nodded and raised his gaze above the platform where the Thespian Emperor was located. Your leaders said that they held this fighting contest for the young warriors to be acquainted with each other. This must be your way of getting acquainted. That's. Rikri frowned, unable to respond. He couldn't give any excuse because he had also heard what Thespian Emperor had said. That's why I'm also trying to get acquainted with you in my own way. Rayon removed his smile and looked at Rikri with dry eyes. You'd also better come up here quickly. My patience is about to run out. That was indeed my fault. However, Rikri ground his teeth and placed his hand on his hilt. I won't accept this humiliation. 4-on-1. Take it back right now. How annoying. Rayon clicked his tongue while watching the three warriors whose asses were still on their chairs instead of Rikri. All right, in that case I'll defeat him within 10 moves. Are you going to accept a 3-on-1 fight if I do it? Once Rayon declared that he was going to defeat Rikri in 10 moves, the three warriors' eyes shone ferociously. I'll that as a yes. Rayon rotated his wrist and looked in the direction of the light wind division. Burin. He bobbed his finger at Burin, who was standing at the front. Huh. Ah yes, Burin nodded awkwardly because he didn't expect to be called on in that situation. It won't be fair if you don't get any opportunities. Watch closely. You will be able to gain even more than the others. Burin hadn't had a chance to enter the arena because of Rikri's early participation. Burin nodded while grabbing the back of his right hand with his left hand. He seemed to have understood the meaning behind Rayon's words. Rayon Sieghart. Rayon smiled in satisfaction, and Rikri's angry voice could be heard from behind him. Are you looking down on me? You are so loud. I can hear you even if you don't shout like that. Rayon picked his ear and walked up to Rikri. You must be craving D. Do you have a favorite food? What kind of nonsense are you spouting now? Just tell me, which food do you like? Rikri glared at him viciously instead of responding. Can't you even answer a simple question? You are more cowardly than I thought. I like grilled meat, like grilled pork. I like that one. Why did you ask about my favorite food? He furrowed his brow, asking why Rayon suddenly asked about food before a spar. Because the girl you made faint by kicking her abdomen likes ice cream. She consistently went to buy ice cream after every breakfast, even during this festival. A small smile appeared on Rayon's face as he glanced at Runan, who was getting treated. I liked watching her back as she ran because it's the only moment she looks happy despite the way she doesn't really show her emotions. It was also fun to make fun of the useless glutton who kept shouting at me to take him with her. Rayon looked at Wrath, whose face was flushed. But that small moment of happiness is gone because of you. So what do you want? I'm irritated. Rayon's low-pitched voice sounded like it came from the netherworld. Now that I think about it, 10 moves are too many. What? I'll destroy you within 3 moves, just like you did to Runan. Grrr. Rikri's neck turned completely red. You've crossed the line far too much. His twisted brow showed that his patience had run out. Don't expect to get out of here unscathed. Rikri, when even his face was about to turn red from anger, the demon blade on the platform stood up from his seat and called his name. Ah. Rikri finally came back to his senses and bowed to the demon blade with an ashen face. So this was your goal all along. You wanted to agitate me and... He ground his teeth while looking back at Rayon. It doesn't matter whether someone like you is agitated or not. I'll kill you. Rikri violently pointed his hand at the referee. Start the match already. The referee's lips trembled and looked at the 2 participants one after the other. Are you ready? I'm ready. He nodded and raised his hand. The match between Rayon from Sieghart and Rikri from the Black Snake Coalition is starting now. He lowered his hand and Rikri's left foot moved before the referee even left the arena. Wham! Along with a huge resonance, Rikri's body rushed through the wind. He had a posture similar to cavalry's stabbing attack, his longsword clenched with 2 hands fixed at waist level. However, his charge was on a whole different level from a cavalry's. The tip of his sword multiplied into dozens and created a furious storm of astral energy. It almost looked like a meteor shower. Rayon didn't move until the moment the tip of Rikri's sword was near his chest. He simply watched while rotating the ring of fire and running the perception of the snow flower. The flow of his astral energy is rough, and the trajectory of his blade is fast and ever-changing. His swordsmanship and footwork are suitable for a thin body. Rayon clenched Heavenly Drive's hilt while skimming through everything Rikri had, starting from the flow of his aura, the trajectory of his blade, even to the smallest movement of his body. Wham! Rayon stomped the ground with his right foot and unsheathed Heavenly Drive. Kring. Alongside a clear resonance, the deadly blade soared and followed Rikri's sword thrust at him. Creak! The crossed blades turned the clear sword resonance into a discordant noise as it spread throughout the training ground. The move consisted of increasing the power of the sword draw and damaging the opponent's sensory organs through the blue rain. Rikri frowned in pain. The astral energy dwelling on his blade became slightly fainter. Rayon sharply pivoted Heavenly Drive towards that opening. Clang! Rikri was pushed back, unable to withstand the sword draw. He used his footwork to slide away with his upper body leaned forward. The balance of his body was almost perfect, even though he was surprised by how his preemptive strike was blocked. That was the first move. Rayon calmly declared and used the Supreme Harmony steps. His vision narrowed down as if the space were being folded, and Rikri's distorted face was right in front of him in an instant. It won't work. Rikri prepared for a counterattack by creating a sword barrier of astral energy in that short time frame as if he were proving that he wasn't a highest-level master for no reason. I can just destroy a sword barrier, and I'll do it with a fast and decisive strike so that he won't even be able to counterattack. Rayon pushed heavenly drive upwards. 10,000 flames, cultivations, fire burst from the tip of the blade and spread through the wind to twist the space. The raging fire of astral energy furiously soared and created a crimson line while scratching the destroyed arena. Crack, it was a reversed. Crimson slash, the incinerating blade tore Rikri's sword barrier apart as if it were splitting the entire world in half. The speed and sharpness had transcended the master's realm. Second move. Rayon peacefully stated that it was the second move and rushed towards Rikri. Arg, Rikri widened his eyes in surprise at how easily the barrier of astral energy was shattered, but he'd finished his preparations to escape again in that short instant. He pulled his left foot back and he was about to use his footwork when Rayon stomped his right foot, which still remained on the ground. Wham! Rikri's right foot was slammed into the ground under Rayon's foot, and fissures spread around the entire arena like a spider web. You aren't going anywhere. Rayon snickered and slashed heavenly drive downwards. Crack! Rikri focused his astral energy to create a thick layer above his blade, but Rayon had already predicted his move. Smash. He surrounded heavenly drive with coiling power and shattered Rikri's last line of defense, and this is the third and last move. Wait, you used your foot. Foot doesn't count. Rayon smiled coldly and swung heavenly drive even faster. The thick aura dwelling on the side of the blade smacked Rikri's face. Smock, the huge whacking sound was even more frightening than when he'd used the blue rain. Rikri fell under the arena with all his teeth getting spat out. Goo. Foaming blood was flowing down from Rikri's mouth as his body trembled from the extreme pain. It must have been even more painful for Run-On, but I'll call it quits since you won't be able to eat any grilled meat for a while. Rayon shrugged his shoulders and Rikri hung his head. He seemed to have fainted because of the pain. Aren't you going to kill him? I'll do it later. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue and shook the blood off heavenly drive. The blade proudly radiated under the setting sun as the blood dripped away from it. Shring. He shoved heavenly drive back into the scabbard. No one in the training ground was able to speak until the sound of friction between the blade and scabbard came to an end. Tap. The spectators finally breathed out after the blade completely disappeared. Did he really defeat Rikri in 3 moves just now? B, but they were both supposed to be highest level masters. Is this even possible? This can't be true. I don't even understand what's happening anymore. The spectators' lips trembled violently at the completely unexpected situation. This should have been enough to prove my qualification. Rayon looked down on the VIP seat while standing at the center of the fissured arena. Come up here, all of you. He bobbed his finger at the 5 Divine Order's disciples, who were staring at him with widened eyes. I'll teach you why Sieghart is called the Emperor of the Sword. Rikri. The Demon Blade's eyes trembled as he watched Rikri, who was unconscious with foam coming out from his mouth. The disciple that he'd worked so hard to raise was shoving his mouth in the dirt because he couldn't even lift his head. How did it even happen? He was well aware that Rayon was going to win against Rikri. It was a question of how and how long he lasted, but Rayon had ended the match in only 4 attacks. The difference was overwhelming. This is impossible. He would have accepted the result if Rayon had used an attack of will. He would have acknowledged it even if the match had ended in a single clash. However, Rayon hadn't used his will at all, instead overwhelming Rikri with nothing but swordsmanship and spirit. He was on a whole different level. The Demon Blade couldn't comprehend how there could be such a huge difference between 2 highest-level masters. The Queen of Swords also widened her eyes, surprised by Rayon's prowess. It had been a very long time since the last time she'd made that face because she rarely showed her emotions. Incredible. The demon-slaying spear exclaimed and leaned forward from his seat. The fingers rubbing his chin were trembling slightly. He's finished off a warrior at the same level as himself in only 4 moves without using his will. Not a single person in the entire continent should be capable of this. He murmured that it was a violent talent, capable of trampling upon all of the other geniuses he'd seen so far. The Demon Blade twisted his lips. He wanted to find a way to refute it because he didn't like Rayon, but he didn't manage to find anything. It was extremely frustrating, but he had no other choice than to admit it. Is he really 21 years old? He still couldn't believe that a boy who hadn't even reached the Grandmaster's wall had defeated Rikri in 4 moves. He was filled with more and more questions as he kept thinking about it. We need to stop this. The Thespian Emperor bit her lip while looking at the 3 other leaders. It will be a problem whether this match happens or not, but it will become uncontrollable if we end up losing. The fighting contest was prepared to show the 5 Divine Orders' power to the 6 kings. Naturally, the disciples of the 5 Divine Orders were supposed to be the protagonists, but Rayon was going to snatch away that fame instead and, even muddy, the 5 Divine Orders' name at the rate things were going. And how are we supposed to stop it? The demon-slaying spear licked his lips while roughly scratching his hair. Rayan just proved his skill by easily beating Rikri's sorry ass to the ground, just like he previously declared. It's going to cause a huge uproar if we withdraw now. He pointed at the spectators with his thick finger. Whoa, Rayan, 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 come out, come out, come out, 3-on-1, 3-on-1, 3-on-1. The spectators were shouting their heads off for the 3-on-1 match between Rayan and the disciples of the 5 divine orders to happen. The Thespian Emperor bit her lip while looking down below. It looks like our great Thespian Emperor didn't manage to predict this situation even though she can read heaven's flow. The demon-slaying spear grinned. He looked like he was glad to have an opportunity to tease her. It's already too late. The Queen of Swords crossed her arms once again and leaned her back against the chair. Withdrawing now will be an even bigger disgrace than losing the match. She is right. The 5 divine orders might even get called cowards from now on. The demon-slaying spear nodded in agreement. Let's believe in our youngsters for now. He shook his finger, saying that Rayan wouldn't be able to win against 3 highest-level masters, even if he used a martial art of will. One of the demon-slaying guild's warriors entered the arena upon seeing that gesture. I'm curious what he's going to show us this time. The demon-slaying spear grinned while looking at Rayan instead of his disciple, who had just entered the arena. Ka, the Queen of Swords, was also quietly watching Rayan, and the demon blade bit his lip to the point of bleeding in frustration. Ha! The Thespian Emperor sighed while pressing her temple with her finger. She gritted her back teeth while looking at Rayan. Rayan Zeekhart, how long are you planning to mess everything up? Rayan looked at the first man to enter the arena. He was wearing a leather vest, revealing his shoulders and silver armor. The long spear he was holding in his left hand clearly revealed his affiliation. I'm Jerome from the Demon Spear Guild. I acknowledge your skills, but are you sure about this? Jerome slammed the arena with the long spear while he introduced himself. His expression and manner of speech revealed his displeasure at the situation. The next person to enter was a tall woman wearing a light purple martial uniform. Her skin was slightly sunburned, but her eyes were as clear as a snow field. Pendleton from the Blade Martial Pavilion. She briefly revealed her name and affiliation before she closed her eyes while grabbing the hilt of her sword hanging around her waist. She seemed to be collecting her mind before the match. Step. The last person to enter the arena was a young man. He was wearing white clothes without a single speck of dust on them, and his long black hair was neatly swept back. Rayan could guess his personality from his towering nose ridge and elegant gaze. I'm Mason from the White Whale. I'm honored to cross blades with the White Sword Dragon. He placed his hand on his chest and greeted him politely. It was behavior befitting the Thespian Emperor's disciple. Rayan swept his disheveled hair up and analyzed their capabilities. All of them are highest-level masters. Just like Denning Rose's information had said, all 3 of them were highest-level masters. Considering they'd reached that realm at their young ages, they were definitely capable enough to carry on the future of each faction. It will be a nice spectacle if all 3 of them get defeated at once. Since that was the last thing the Thespian Emperor must have wanted, Rayan wanted to make it happen no matter what. The referee awkwardly climbed onto the arena. His face was pale, unlike in the beginning. The way he was rolling his eyes showed that he wanted the fighting contest to end already. Are you really doing this? He walked up to Rayan and swallowed nervously. Of course. Rayan nodded while declaring that he was obviously doing it. And what about you 3? It's an order from above. I made a promise. I accept. Jerome, Pendleton, and Mason nodded one after the other. In that case, the match between Rayan from Zeekhart against Jerome from the Demon Spear Guild, Mason from the White Whale, and Pendleton from the Blade Martial Pavilion is starting now. The referee's trembling hand cut through the thin air before he ran outside the arena. I have an impatient personality, so. Jerome spun his long spear to create wind before he swiftly kicked off from the ground. You 2 match my movement. He dashed fiercely and thrust his long spear. The violent trembling of the spearhead showed that the shaft was flexible. It almost looked like there were dozens of spearheads attacking Rayan, but only one of them is real, the resonance of the ring of fire increased Rayan's physical senses to the peak. The vibration of the spearhead filling his vision faded away, and its original appearance could be seen. Whop! Rayan's right hand extended like lightning. Crimson flame stormed around Heavenly Drive in his grasp. It was the revolving sky of the 10,000 Flames cultivation, utilizing Rikri's swift technique from earlier. Clang! Wrapped in fire, Heavenly Drive deflected the spearhead rushing towards his chest and advanced towards Jerome. Jerome rapidly rotated his spear. The spear shaft got in the way and unleashed an astral spear as thick as a boulder. I expected that counterattack. Rayan lowered himself like a flying sparrow and used the Supreme Harmony steps. He evaded the spear shaft with a paper-thin difference before piercing into Jerome's space. Whoosh! Just as he was about to execute the downward slash with Heavenly Drive, powerful waves occurred from both sides. Stop! This is as far as you go. Pendleton was performing a sword draw from his right, her hand turned dark, and Mason was punching from the left with an astral fist. Rather than being a surprise attack, they were trying to warn him to withdraw. Yes, of course. A 3 versus 1 wouldn't be an easy fight, however. Rayon smiled faintly and nodded. I don't know how to stop. He rolled his lips into a deep smile and advanced. Jerome's spear had come to a halt because he believed that Rayon was obviously going to stop, and Rayon slashed downwards towards his chest. PSSSH, a long laceration was created from Jerome's right shoulder to the left side of his waist, and red blood gushed from it. It's time to block their attacks now. Pendleton's sword and Mason's fist were approaching him from behind. It was too late to turn around for defense. That's why I prepared this in advance. Rayon smiled coldly and focused. Glacier's coldness on the black dragon coat scales. A round shield covered the scales of the black dragon coat, frost smoke rising from it. He was originally unable to do it because he was using the 10,000 flames cultivation at the same time, but he'd become capable of using the two energies simultaneously after he'd started to utilize the wind. That's. Pendleton and Mason furrowed their brows upon witnessing the round wall of ice created from coldness. They are quick to notice. They seem to have realized that it was the same as Run-On's shield, but it was already too late to stop their attacks. Croc! The ice wall shattered into dozens of pieces upon being hit by the astral energy and absorbed the impact. At the same time, the scattering pieces became frozen daggers rushing toward Pendleton and Mason. Mason consecutively punched with an astral fist, and Pendleton created a sword barrier to sever the frozen daggers. While those two were focused on defense, Rayon examined Jerome. Despite the dangerous amount of blood gushing out from him, the laceration wasn't too deep. Jerome had moved back at the moment of attack to minimize his injury, so they are not complete idiots. Considering that Jerome had managed to figure out the sword's trajectory to move back, and that the other two had remembered Run-On's technique the moment they'd seen the ice wall, all three of them were good enough to be called highest-level masters. Even so, nothing is going to change. Rayon twisted his right foot. He exploded the 10,000 flames cultivation's heat at the mana circuits under his ankle and the femoral muscles in his thigh. Thud! He charged towards Jerome, who had withdrawn to the edge of the ring, with a dynamic movement that maximized his speed. Jerome had put himself together in that short period of time and thrust his long spear while maintaining his distance. The spearhead, surrounded by blue astral energy, took the shape of a huge hammer and fell. It was an excellent attack that didn't have any drawback at all in terms of speed, power, and sharpness, but it didn't pose any threat either. Kring! Rayon drew a line similar to a tidal wave with heavenly drive. It was the hill under the clouds of the Blizzard sword art. The astral spear was pouring down like a mountain, but the flow was completely cut off and it dropped to the ground. Rayon stepped on the spear with his left foot in the air and was about to enter Jerome's distance when a black shadow followed up from the right. Whoosh! Pendleton had followed after deflecting all the ice shards. She thrust her sword, her eyes shining red. On top of being fast, the sharpness of the attack seemed capable of cutting through the space. It felt like an assassin's deadly move rather than a swordsman's. I'll have to block this. It was too late to create an ice wall like earlier. It was going to make a hole in his body if he didn't stop it. Rayon gave up on cutting Jerome down and turned his shoulder around to unleash the firewall. Whap! The fire shield was ignited along Heavenly Drive's trajectory to block Pendleton's attack and also pushed away Jerome's spear shaft. However, those two weren't the only opponents. A huge wave of aura could be felt from behind him. Mason was thrusting his fist from where he was standing in the beginning. Golden astral energy rushed at him, huge enough to swallow the entire arena. How peculiar. It wasn't an ordinary martial art. The thrust looked like a punch, but the area was as wide as a palm strike, and it was faster than a sword slash. It couldn't be stopped with the firewall that was chipped away at during the previous defense. Rayon turned around and pulled Heavenly Drive back. His blade was extended at the same time as his left foot, and the fire dragon's breath was unleashed from it. Wham! The Flame Dragon Art's fire clashed against the golden punch from Mason, and a powerful shockwave was created as a result. Rayon was enduring the impact by putting his weight on his legs, and Jerome's spearhead pierced at him from the left. The spearhead trembling along the shaft was extended like an awl, and the astral energy rained down from it. It looked like Jerome had also started to use his special technique. Interesting. Rayon pierced Heavenly Drive towards the sky while tapping on the hem of the black dragon coat. The coldness dashed through the blade and created a round barrier to cut apart Jerome's astral spear. Pendleton's sword soared explosively, and Rayon cleaved down with the fangs of insanity. Rumble. The consecutive explosions of astral energy were causing a numbing pain in his hand. even though heavenly drive was covered in 10,000 flames cultivation. It was pushed back for an instant. Did she overlap it? Pendleton seemed to have overlapped the astral energy on top of the black aura surrounding her blade. A thin smile appeared on Rayon's face as he stepped back. I like how there are so many things to learn. Pendleton's overlapping technique, Mason's long-ranged punch, and Jerome's variable spear technique. All of them were martial arts worth learning. They said that everything is a lesson. Glenn and Rector had advised him that he should learn from many experiences in order to achieve the versatile sword. Just like they'd said, Jerome, Mason, and Pendleton's special techniques were giving him a new idea that he hadn't realized before. Rayon felt like he could complete a new technique from the Azure Sky Sword if he kept facing their martial arts a bit longer. Are you really smiling? I'll erase that smile from your face for you. Jerome frowned and Pendleton bit her lip. Mason also seemed angry, veins bulging from his forehead. Rumble, Rayon rolled his lips into a smile while watching the three people charging at him with their special techniques. I can't help smiling, because this is my restaurant. Where's the restaurant? Wham! Mason bit his lip as he watched Rayon easily cut through his astral fist. This doesn't feel right. His punches were less and less effective the longer they fought. It was normal to get used to the opponent's martial art as the fight progressed, but it almost felt supernatural in Rayon's case. The fight hadn't even lasted for that long, yet he seemed to have already analyzed everything about his martial art. Mason held his breath and unleashed the Cloudy Sky Divine Fist. It was the special technique of the Lofty Cloud Fist, faster than a sword, and as wide as a palm strike despite being a punch. Whoosh! Rayon swirled his sword and unleashed his astral energy from the side of his sword instead of the edge. The astral energy violently burst from his sword and clashed against the Cloudy Sky Divine Fist. Wham! The astral energy raging in red completely removed the Cloudy Sky Divine Fist and created a crater on the floor through its tremendous power. However, that wasn't the most surprising part. The astral energy he's just unleashed was similar to the Cloudy Sky Divine Fist. Rayon wasn't too good at long-range slashes, but it had become faster and wider, as if he'd gained the strength of the Cloudy Sky Divine Fist. It was difficult to believe, but he seemed to be improving during the battle. Damn it, what the hell is he? My Black Hermit Sword. The gloomy faces of Jerome and Pendleton implied that they were thinking the same thing. Now that I think about it, Rayon was using an illusion sword with a storming aura against Jerome and clashed against Pendleton head-on by overlapping his astral energy. Don't tell me is that crazy bastard. He realized that Rayon was defeating the three of their martial arts by using the same type of skills. Nash. Mason violently ground his teeth. He used the Cloudy Sky Divine Fist to destroy the arena floor in front of Rayon. Whoosh! He withdrew next to Jerome and Pendleton while Rayon's vision was covered by the dust. You should have noticed it too. We are definitely going to lose at this rate. Damn it. Jerome and Pendleton couldn't deny it. They bit their lips in frustration while looking in Rayon's direction. We have only one option. We have to hit him with everything we've got and finish him off while he's still obscured by the dust. Are you telling me to reveal all my secrets? Jerome bit his lip. You can keep hiding it if you want the dishonor of losing a 3-on-1 fight. I'll do it. Pendleton fixed her grip on her sword. It's already miserable, but it will be even worse if I don't. Indeed. We have to win no matter what. For the honor of the 5 divine orders. Why did I end up with a bastard like him? Mason nodded, and Jerome spun his spear shaft while swearing. Whoosh! The moment Rayon removed the sandy dust and emerged, the three kicked the arena at the same time. Jerome's spear shaft was being slammed down like a collapsing sky. The astral energy engulfing the spearhead split into 5 different raging storms. The astral fist concentrated around Mason's fist made it look at least 4 times bigger. His body turned golden, and the majestic astral fist unleashed as a result was huge enough to cover the entire arena. As for Pendleton, she overlapped the astral energy to the point where the blade was about to break, slashing down in a curve. The dark crescent moon severed Rayon's space. As the 3 warriors unleashed their special techniques at once, a dark shadow appeared in the arena. There was literally a tidal wave of astral energy. It's the perfect time to finish this match. Rayon smiled faintly while facing the outrageous power falling towards him, because I've already taken all I needed. He'd learned all of the principles of their special techniques during the fight. A new idea settled down, and a new sprout started to grow. Glenn was the image of that sprout. It was Glenn's back that he'd seen in Eden's branch. He remembered the supreme sword that had driven the white blood religion's leader and the fallen at once with a single strike. Rayon advanced calmly, just like Glenn had done back then. He pulled Heavenly Drive to the left and unleashed the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier at the same time. The The heat and coldness soared through the refreshing wind and engulfed Heavenly Drive to create a sublime radiance. He is my sky. He swung Heavenly Drive while imagining Glenn Sieghart's strike. You won't reach my sky. The second technique of Azure Sky soared the unreachable azure sky. The auspicious radiance flowing through Heavenly Drive cut apart the tidal wave of astral energy filling the sky. The tidal wave of astral energy covering the sky was cut into pieces, and moonlight descended upon the land. The waning luminance announced the end of the battle. The moment Rayon tilted Heavenly Drive towards the ground, Jerome, Mason, and Pendleton fell to their knees at the same time from the opposite side of him. They still had aura and stamina remaining in them, but their white pupils showed that they had no fighting spirit left. Rayon shook off the dust from the black dragon coat and walked up to Mason. What was that technique just now? Mason's lips were shivering as he looked up to the cloudless night sky. How is it even possible for a master to use such a technique? He couldn't take his eyes off the sky in disbelief. He used to have a composed expression, just like the Thespian emperor, but it was completely gone. Damn it. Mason helplessly hung his head. It looked like he'd lost the will to fight. I'm so fucking embarrassed. Why do I have to go through all this? Jerome frowned while looking at Rayon, who didn't even have a speck of dust on him. I should have avoided this fight to begin with. It's my damn master's fault. He threw away his long spear and lay down on the destroyed arena. He murmured for Rayon to do whatever he wanted, showing that he had no intention to fight any longer. Pendleton pressed the ground with her clenched fist in frustration over her helpless defeat. She hadn't looked too enthusiastic about the match, but she was apparently the most competitive among them. So none of you is admitting your defeat. Rayon returned Heavenly Drive to his scabbard while looking down on Mason, Jerome, and Pendleton one after the other. What are you saying? Mason's eyes widened. The match was already over. He couldn't understand why they would even need to surrender. I'm sorry, but I'm a bit stupid. Rayon picked his ear and placed Heavenly Drive on his shoulder along with its scabbard, and I don't understand unless you say it. Wait, it's over now. I told you at the beginning of the fight. Rayon smiled gently while cutting Mason off. However, crimson heat was rising from his shoulders in contrast to his smile, that I don't know when to stop. What? The three warriors' faces turned pale upon realizing what he meant. Lows. Before Mason could admit his defeat, Rayon slammed Heavenly Drive down from his shoulder. Whack! It was a direct hit on Mason's temple. His eyes rolled back and was buried under the arena. His legs protruded from the ground, trembling. Next, you crazy bastard. Who in the world beats people up even after they've surrendered? Jerome extended his hand to pick up the spear that he'd thrown away, and Rayon stepped on the spear. Jerome groaned, his finger stuck between the spear and the ground. I didn't hear it, and it wouldn't be fair if you're still in a perfect state after losing a spar. I'm not in a perfect state at all. I have an internal injury because of that great technique of yours. Jerome briskly raised his head and frowned. It's not apparent. What? It doesn't make it obvious that I won. And she got beaten up even harder. Rayon pointed at Run-On, who was still unable to open her eyes. But we weren't the ones who stabbed the azure lunar blade. You're pretty much the same. Moreover, this is necessary for the perfect mess. Glenn had asked him to cause a mess instead of gaining reputation. Since he'd already drawn the head and body of a dragon, it was time to put a dot for the eyes. You nutcase. Jerome tried to stand up while shouting, but he couldn't do more than struggle with his arm and shoulder because his finger was stuck. That's a compliment. Wrath shook his head, saying that nutcase was an honorific for a crazy bastard like him. He isn't wrong. Along with deflating laughter, Rayon easily pushed Jerome's hand away and smacked his chin from below. Whack! Along with a loud noise like shattering a walnut, Jerome collapsed while his blood scattered like a rainbow. As for the last. Rayon's gaze slowly turned towards Pendleton. Kill me. Pendleton's eyes still had some spirit left in them. I like those eyes. Rayon nodded and turned around. Where are you going? Pendleton briskly stood up while grinding her teeth. Why am I the only one left alone? Is it because I'm a woman? Not leaving you alone. Rayon casually smiled and turned around. The positioning wasn't great because of your small height. Rayon murmured, this is a bit better, and smashed her with Heavenly Drive. Smack! Pendleton's head violently wavered as the scabbard hit her forehead and she collapsed on her back. You need to be beaten up since you lost. I wasn't planning to overlook you to begin with. Rayon replaced Heavenly Drive around his waist once again and stood at the center of the destroyed arena. Next. The training ground fell as silent as the night upon witnessing his determination as he looked for his next opponent after crushing the 4 disciples of the 5 divine orders. Wow, I should have been the one to shout that line. Crane regrettably licked his lip. Even his disheveled appearance is damn handsome. His determination is damn handsome. The way he won is also. Drool was flowing nonstop from Encia's mouth as she repeatedly pressed the camera's button. It was to the point that her hand couldn't even be seen anymore. I agree. He is really damn him. Denning Rose quietly covered her mouth as she was about to unconsciously declare that he was damn handsome. He's a real monster. He's arrogant, but it suits him too well. I like how he properly put an end to this. I keep remembering that last technique he showed. It looked like he was cutting down the sky. The spectators gasped, amazed by Rayon's might and exuberance. I don't think anyone else is going to participate now, right? Who would want to challenge a monster who's destroyed 3 highest-level masters at once? It's meaningless unless they are a grandmaster. So Rayon Sieghart is the winner after all. His fame is going to soar once again. That's not all. He's even getting Lavasiri's heart and an elixir of coldness with a similar rank. They are priceless treasures. Everyone believed that there was going to be no other challenger and prepared to congratulate the winner. Rayon raised his hand while looking around the spectators and VIP seats. Are there any other challengers? He shouted to ask for the next challenger, and a man wearing a black robe came up from the center of the VIP seats. He was Yuria from the Magic Tower. The large robe looked like it was about to tear because of his huge body. Rayon furrowed his brow while watching Yuria enter the arena with heavy steps. I didn't expect this. He hadn't thought that Yuria would participate since he wasn't a grandmaster yet, and a one-on-one match in a limited space was disadvantageous for a magician. But this isn't bad for me. It was a perfect opportunity to learn about the way he fought since the Magic Tower hadn't participated in the Six Kings tournament. Rayon smiled in satisfaction and walked up to Yuria. Feel free to get started whenever you want to since I am ready. He nodded while saying that he accepted the challenge, and Yuria extended his hand from his robe. A surprise attack. Rayon was about to step back because he didn't expect him to go for a surprise attack in a fighting contest that wasn't a fight to the death. However, what Yuria was holding in his hand wasn't a weapon but a thick piece of paper. Could I have your autograph? Rayon released himself from the awkward posture and blinked. I am a big fan. Yuria lowered his head while twisting his huge body. A fan? Yes, I've been your fan ever since you were called the Frostfire Sword of Valor. I'm honored to meet you. His hand was trembling as he declared that he was too nervous to speak back when they'd met at the conference. Rayon remembered their encounter outside the conference room. He realized that Yuria had a firm face back then because he was nervous, not because he was trying to pick a fight. You should have come to me later if that was the case. Why now? I'm sorry. I was just so moved. Yuria said with teary eyes that he entered the arena before he knew it because he was deeply impressed by how Rayon had defeated 3 masters in a single strike. Unlike his appearance, his personality seemed to match his name. Click, the clicking sound of the camera awakened the silence of the arena once again. Wow, and Sia waved her hand at Yuria while raising her head above the camera. You know about Sir Rayon, the damn handsome. Rimmer gasped and sent an aura message to a small woman sitting behind him. Did you see that? I saw it. Cheryl was wearing a long-brimmed hat and a white dress that reached her ankles. She answered Rimmer's message with a frown. She was busy writing something on a small booklet. What are you doing? I'm writing a report for the head of house. A report, but I'm the one supposed to send one. My report is just about Rayon. This is material for Rayon's gospel. She was quickly moving her hand without taking her eyes off Rayon. Rimmer glanced behind him and shook his head. We got a fascinating line today. He said, you won't reach my sky. It's an insanely arrogant thing to say. Cheryl murmured Rayon's line while reminiscing the scene she'd just witnessed. But I'm sure our Lord will like it. He might even regret that he couldn't see what happened here in person for the rest of his life. She smiled while thinking about the distorted face Glenn was going to make. Are you still making that Rayon gospel? Rimmer sighed while scratching his head. We are making the 4th volume. 4th, seriously, nothing can stop you, the 3 lovesick fools. He shook his head and looked up to the sky. I guess I can't blame you. Cheryl stopped moving her hand and looked at Rimmer's back. Rayon is going to stand at the peak of this continent. I can see it. Rimmer looked at Rayon with an exhilarated smile, even deeper than when he was making money from a bet. Yes, even Sieghart's name can hardly encompass him. To be honest, regardless of all that, the most important part is that he is my god of fortune. I hit a 10x jackpot. It's been a long time since the last time that happened. I'm rich again. He grinned and caressed his sack of gold coins as if it were his child. You aren't going to spend it, though. Of course I am. Who else would spend it? Rimmer murmured to stop saying bullshit and waved his hand at the people gathered to gamble. Come here real quick if you've bet on my god of fortune, Rayon. Cheryl furrowed his brow while looking at Rimmer's back. Idiot. Wow, the demon-slaying spear exclaimed while looking at Rayon. That was artistic until the very end. His might, willpower, and personality. I like every aspect of him. He should have joined the Demon Spear Guild. Even though his disciple's consciousness was beaten out of him, he kept applauding for Rayon without caring about him. What are you going to do now? The Queen of Swords sighed briefly. She seemed to have somewhat expected that result. I don't think anyone else is going to challenge the White Sword Dragon now, and it would be meaningless even if anyone did. Defeating the 3 highest-level masters wasn't all Rayon had done. He had even defeated the fighting spirit of all of the other warriors in the training ground. That was why she expected that no one was going to enter the arena anymore. Indeed. The Thespian Emperor nodded while biting her pale lip. There's nothing we can do. The Queen of Swords was right. Even though Yuria had left the arena after getting his autograph, no one tried to enter the arena. It was safe to say that Rayon was the winner of the fighting contest. The referee entered the arena with trembling hands. I'll count to 5. If there's no challenger until then, Rayon Sieghart will be the winner of today's contest. He shouted the numbers while folding his fingers raised above his head. 1, 2, 3, 4. The warriors in the VIP seat lowered their heads, and the spectators raised their hands in order to congratulate the winner. 5. Woa, Rayon, 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 White Sword Dragon, White Sword Dragon, White Sword Dragon. Sieghart has won. That's the 6 kings for you. As soon as the referee shouted 5, the spectators cheered their heads off. The Thespian Emperor closed her eyes while letting out a sigh. As expected, no one tried to fight. It would have been meaningless even if they did, though. No one could win against Rayon unless they were at least a grandmaster. It was all over. The loss is too huge. The fame prepared for the 5 divine orders was about to be taken away along with the highest grade elixirs. Moreover, the elixir type was extremely helpful for Rayon, which made her even more upset. Rayon answered the cheers and looked above the platform. He seemed to be urging her to come down already for the reward ceremony. Thespian Emperor. Just as the Thespian Emperor was about to go down from the platform while letting out a sigh, the Demon Blade, who'd been quiet so far, approached her. Are you planning to leave him like that? It's already too late. What are you talking about? Leave it to me. The Demon Blade created an aura barrier and twisted his lips. I'm sure you know this better than anyone, but Rayon Sieghart has been mocking us all along by using people's gazes and voices. We can turn it against him right now. Tell me more about it. The Thespian Emperor nodded while pretending she didn't notice the Demon Blade. I know a martial art that can insert the energy of death in the target's heart. The energy of death will absorb the surrounding mana and grow without their knowledge until it eventually ends their life by stimulating the heart. The Demon Blade continued with a sinister smile. I'll tell him that I'll bestow a lesson upon him and use that technique. You just need to act accordingly. Can you really do it? Of course. I can even make it activate after he returns to Sieghart. Don't worry about it. Just set up the mood. I'll take care of the rest. The Thespian Emperor licked her lips while watching the Demon Blade's eyes, which were glowing with confidence. There's no disadvantage in trying it. There was no way the Demon Blade would be lying about his martial art. Moreover, she figured it wouldn't be difficult to achieve by taking advantage of Rayon and the spectators' excitement, because he will be a coward if he refuses it now. If he refused the generous offer of a lesson, he was going to break the great atmosphere. Since Rayon had become so famous and knew how to take advantage of people's attention, she figured that he wouldn't be able to refuse. I understand. The Thespian Emperor slowly nodded and went down the platform. Congratulations. She stood in front of Rayon with a forced smile. It was a bit awkward when you decided to participate, but you proved yourself with your skills. Rayon smiled faintly and responded to her greeting. He's doing it again. She was so irritated by how Rayon rebuked every single thing she was saying, but she suppressed her anger by catching her breath. Then we'll prepare the reward Sareem. Let's just do it now. What? Because this is a place of honor. He smiled, saying that the place where he defeated the 4 disciples of the 5 divine orders was the victory stand. I guess that's true. The Thespian Emperor took a glance at the Demon Blade before opening her subspace. By the time she took out a box containing Lavasiri's heart and a box containing the coldness elixir, the Demon Blade jumped down from the platform. Whoosh. The spectators exclaimed in awe as they witnessed the divine sight of the Demon Blade walking along thin air as if there were stairs. Congratulations on your victory. Can I make a suggestion to commemorate this occasion? He stood next to the Thespian Emperor with a gentle smile on his face, as if he were on good terms with Rayon. What would that suggestion be? You've enlightened our foolish disciples. It must have been a great lesson for them since they've grown too arrogant. The Demon Blade nodded while thanking him for teaching their disciples a lesson. To make up for my disrespectful actions in the past, I'd like to give you a small lesson. It shall serve as a clue to surpass the Grandmaster's wall. He smiled gently while saying that he wanted to repay the favor. Woa, the Demon Blade wants to teach him. That's a great opportunity, even better than the elixirs. He must be serious since he sounds so confident about him reaching the Grandmaster wall. This is going to be a great spectacle. The spectators cheered while imagining the birth of the youngest Grandmaster. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. It shall be a great gift for the spectators who stayed until the end. The Demon Blade chuckled as if he were telling him that the answer was obvious. It was a provocative face. Get ready. He bobbed his hand, asking Rayon to get into the stance. Rayon looked around the spectators before he calmly shook his head. Yes, then, huh? The Demon Blade's eyes widened in astonishment. What do you mean? You might become a Grandmaster with my teaching. I just don't want to. Unlike the determination he's shown so far, he refused the offer way too easily. Or are you afraid or something? I'm just trying to teach you. I don't need it, just give me the reward. Rayon extended his hand toward the Thespian Emperor, saying that he had no intention of having a match with the Demon Blade and just wanted the reward instead. Wait, we have so many people watching right now. You are going to be considered a coward if you refuse this in front of all these people. Rayon silently moved his lips while looking at the surprised Demon Blade. That's a no. Rayon rolled his lips into a smile while watching the Demon Blade, whose hands were shivering intensely. There's no reason for me to do that. He would have gladly accepted the lesson if it was from a proper warrior, but the Demon Blade's mind was completely dark. The lesson was definitely a poisoned apple. He might try to assassinate me or plant something evil in my mind. The world of martial arts was intricate. There's no reason to have a match with him when he could use some demonic trick just like his name implied. Moreover, he could clearly see why the Demon Blade was using that petty trick. Woo, white sword dragon, white sword dragon, white sword dragon, Demon Blade, Demon Blade, Demon Blade. It felt like the ground was shaking from the cheers of the spectators around him, and that must have been why the Demon Blade believed that Rayon wouldn't be able to refuse his nonsense. It's not a bad move, but I don't care about people's gazes. Sieghart and the Light Wind Division's reputation was about to pierce through the sky from defeating all 4 disciples of the 5 divine orders. Since he'd gained more than enough fame, he didn't really care even if it decreased a little. Why did the White Sword Dragon refuse the Demon Blade's offer? I know, right? Wasn't it an extremely advantageous deal? I wonder if there was a problem between them. There's no way the White Sword Dragon refused it for no reason. He's such an extraordinary person after all. That's true. The Demon Blade must have been the issue. Because of the might, confidence, and previous righteousness he displayed, not many spectators doubted him even though he refused the Demon Blade's offer. This is how you make a mess. The real mess involved causing extreme irritation to the target while looking perfectly normal to others. Rayon could proudly say that the mess he'd made was flawless. If you are worried about what happened before, I was just overreacting. Don't be like that. Won't you reconsider? It must be a great opportunity for you. The Demon Blade briefly shook his head and extended his hand. I don't need that great opportunity. But the spectators are looking forward to it. He pointed at the spectators, who were still cheering, and mumbled that Rayon shouldn't ignore them. His impatience could be seen on his face. Rayon raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist, and it made the spectators fall silent. When you said what happened before, were you talking about the way you looked down on Sieghart? When did I ever look to? I don't mind it. I've already forgotten about it. Rayon cut the Demon Blade off before he could finish his sentence, turning it into an undeniable truth. What? Did the Demon Blade look down on Sieghart? That's why he refused the offer. The spectators accepted it as a truth and leered at the Demon Blade. Arg, you are talking nonsense once aga. However, that's not the reason I refused the lesson. Rayon cut the Demon Blade off once again and shook his head. I'd like to reach the realm of Grandmaster with my own strength without being helped by someone else. A warrior should destroy the wall in front of him by himself. As soon as his voice faded, a deep exclamation thundered across the training ground. Wow. Is the White Sword Dragon really 21 years old? His way of thinking is even more surprising than his might. I was wondering how he reached the highest level master at his age, and it was because he has that kind of conviction. A real rising star has appeared in Sieghart. The spectators nodded, impressed by Rayon's conviction. Everyone murmured that his way of thinking was how warriors should think, and Rayon took another step towards the Demon Blade. He created an aura barrier to stop the sound from going out and smiled at him. You aren't even good at teaching. Did you already forget that your disciple couldn't even last 3 moves? It was 4 moves. The foot doesn't count. Rayon pushed wrath away and shook his hand while telling the Demon Blade that he wasn't qualified to teach him. The other spectators couldn't even see the movement of his lips because of his hand. You punk. Demon Blade ground his teeth and raised his hand. Just as a tremendous amount of energy was about to burst out from it for an attack, the Thespian Emperor stood in his way. Thespian Emperor, please stand back. The Thespian Emperor shook her head while pushing the Demon Blade away in his irritation. She was telling him to withdraw because the flow was already lost. Rayon looked at the Thespian Emperor. Her slightly trembling eyebrows showed her irritation. It looks like the lesson was the Demon Blade's idea. It was similar to the Thespian Emperor's method, but it was a lot shabbier. It was more likely that the Demon Blade came up with it, considering his impatient and simple-minded personality. Once again, congratulations. The Thespian Emperor forcibly maintained her composure and gave Rayon the 2 boxes that she'd been holding. Rayon opened the first box. Lavasiri's heart was emanating an intense heat as if it were still alive. It's the real thing, and he raised the lid of the second box. Extreme coldness engulfed his finger alongside a creaking sound. The frozen energy was coming from the blue apple inside the box. It's the millennial frost flower. The Thespian Emperor twisted her lips while saying that it should be good enough to be taken alongside Lavasiri's heart. Rayon bobbed his finger towards the area under the arena. Yes, Dorian was rubbing the part he'd gotten hit during his match, briskly standing up upon seeing his signal before entering the arena. Rayon created an aura barrier and quietly spoke with Dorian before he nodded. "Lady Ariel, I'm sorry to say this." Rayon walked up to the Thespian Emperor and lowered his voice like a whisper. "It doesn't seem to be the right reward." "What do you mean by that?" The Thespian Emperor furrowed her brow. "I definitely heard that the reward was going to be an elixir of coldness at a similar rank as Lavasiri's heart, but he says that this isn't that good." Rayon pointed at Dorian as he spoke. Dorian widened his eyes like a surprised herbivore. The Thespian Emperor's eyes rapidly rolled towards Dorian. "Who is he?" "He is the quartermaster of the Light Wind Division and the successor of the Cephia Company." Rayon smiled faintly while revealing Dorian's identity. Cephia. The Thespian Emperor swallowed nervously as soon as she heard about Dorian's identity. Cephia's successor says that fire elixirs are rather expensive nowadays, and this millennial frost flower isn't as worthy. What do you think about that? Rayon lowered Lavasiri's heart in one hand and raised the millennial frost flower on the other hand, as if his hands were a scale. "I heard that the Cephia Company has recently spread their wings." "Yes, I also heard that they are one of the top 3 companies nowadays. It must be true if their successor said that." Dorian's status had worked on the spectators, and they started to think that the millennial frost flower wasn't enough. 3 lines were drawn on the Thespian Emperor's forehead. Her neck trembled violently before she opened her subspace once again and handed over a blue bead. "It's an elixir called the Radiant Purity Pill. This should be enough, as its coldness doesn't lose to the millennial frost flower." Every single word she spoke sounded like she was growling while grinding her teeth as she gave away the Radiant Purity Pill. Rayon smiled cheerfully and nodded. He opened the lids of the 3 boxes and lifted them towards the spectators. "Woa, Rayon, 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 Light Wind Division, Light Wind Division, Light Wind Division. This is the 6 kings. The 5 divine orders aren't a big deal." The spectators completely forgot about the Demon Blade trying to call him a coward and kept shouting Rayon and the Light Wind Division's names. Rayon gave the elixir boxes to Dorian and bowed to the Thespian Emperor. "You're welcome. You've earned them after all." "I had a fun time." The Thespian Emperor's face turned visibly pale as Rayon declared that he had fun. The anger she'd been suppressing seemed to be erupting. Well, that's normal. Her uncontrollable rage was unavoidable since he'd snatched the fame and the elixirs that they'd prepared for their disciples through the fighting contest. "Hey, it was an excellent match." Rayon could hear the demon-slaying spear shouting from above the platform. He wasn't right in the head either, considering how much he was cheering even though his disciple was thoroughly beaten up. The Queen of Swords next to him was still looking down with an incomprehensible expression on her face. Rayon looked at the Demon Blade. He was biting his lip with a pale face. Rayon raised his chin towards the Demon Blade and sneered, "GRR." The Demon Blade's hand slowly approached his waist. However, it came to a halt before it reached his sword and didn't move anymore. "He's not attacking. How unfortunate." Rayon was thinking that the Demon Blade might start attacking because he was mentally unstable despite his excellent might, but he was unfortunately not stupid enough for that. Rayon nodded at the Thespian Emperor and the Demon Blade before leaving the arena. Dorian was left behind, drenched in cold sweat as he shoved the elixir boxes into his belly pocket. "I only told him that I don't know those elixirs, but why?" The Thespian Emperor's face turned completely red as she heard Dorian's murmur. She violently ground her teeth while looking at Rayon, who was already under the arena. "Seriously, that bastard. Are you really human?" Wrath gasped while glancing behind him. "Don't you have one of those scammers from heaven as your ancestor? How did you come up with that scam in that situation?" His thick chin was trembling as he asked how Rayon even thought about using Dorian's name in that situation. "I was just lucky." Rayon smiled faintly. He decided to try it out because he remembered Dorian's status when he was calling on him to store the elixir, and it just happened to work. He didn't have anything else to say because he'd just gotten lucky. Thinking about the Thespian Emperor's reddening face brought a smile to his face. Rayon went towards the temporary medical ward while feeling refreshed in his heart. Run-On and Martha were still lying unconscious. Rayon examined them through his aura perception and could tell that their serious injuries had already healed. Ice Cream Girl and Beef Girl are both okay. Wrath nodded after he examined Martha and Run-On. Rayon felt relieved since he was trustworthy when it came to that kind of thing. However, it shall take some time until Beef Girl wakes up. Why? She suddenly surpassed her realm. She needs some time to put it together for herself. "I guess I was the same." Rayon nodded. After all, he'd also experienced the same thing. "I never expected to see this thug become a master." Rayon smiled faintly while looking at Martha. She'd picked a fight like a punk at the very first encounter, yet she'd learned to cherish her companions and had become a master. That fact felt curious and overwhelmed him with joy at the same time. Rayon looked at Run-On, who was sleeping soundly. The same goes for her. Just like Martha, Run-On couldn't get along with people. She used to fear blood because of Syria's brainwashing, yet she had grown up so much, and she even learned techniques aimed at protecting her companions. Rayan felt proud of her. You are the same, me? You also used to be a misfit, unable to get along with humans. That's true. Rayan nodded peacefully while looking at Wrath. I've got to learn a bit more about what it is to be a human. Because he'd been a brainwashed assassin in his previous life, he didn't know why family, friends, and companions were precious. He believed that it was just a meaningless illusion. However, his opinion had changed during his new life. Sylvia and the Annex Building's maids had taught him what it meant to be a family, and the Light Wind Division had taught him how precious friends and companions were. Rayan wanted to be even nicer to them in the future because all of them were precious people to him. Rayan smiled gently and left the medical ward. Whoa, Rayan, good job, Vice Division Leader, you were literally the sword god. Rayan damn handsome, Rayan damn handsome. The Light Wind Swordsman applauded him while shouting that he was amazing. You know that, right? Rayan raised his chin while looking at the Light Wind Division. You aren't the ones who won, I'm the one who won. The Light Wind Division's faces turned pale upon hearing that. Your pathetic behavior left me no choice but to act. But all of them were masters. What could we even do? Focus enhancement training is waiting for all of you as soon as we return. Rayan shook his hand and pointed at the Light Wind Division. Hey, I didn't even get to fight. Buran's eyes widened. Did anyone tell you to not fight? You did. Anyway, prepare to return. Rayan ignored his claim and turned around. What? Wrath's jaw dropped as he watched the Light Wind Division's desperate state. You just said that you would be nicer to them. Why are you breaking your resolve in less than 10 seconds? You crazy bastard. After Rayan ordered the Light Wind Division to return to the lodgings and wait there, he looked to his right. A red-haired elf sitting on a temporary table was counting the gold coins piled up on the ground while drooling from his mouth. Rayan quietly sighed and walked up to Rimmer. Did you win a lot? Huh. Oh, welcome, God of Fortune. Rimmer grinned while carrying the sack full of gold on his shoulder. His radiant face revealed his pleasure from becoming a nouveau rich again after a while. Seeing you fills me up more than any meal could. He patted Rayan's shoulder while praising him. It was getting more and more difficult to make a profit as you got famous, but I'm glad you came up with that idea of a 3-on-1 match. Rimmer grinned while saying that he'd earned more than 8 times the original sum. Can you give the godly tablet back? Rayan pointed at Sieghart's emblem on Rimmer's chest. Oh yes. He grinned and took off the godly tablet, which was proof of who the representative was, and returned it to him. Rayan checked it out just in case, and it wasn't a fake. I wouldn't lie to you about it since I made so much money. Rimmer shook his hand, telling him to not worry about it. Rayan's hand was still extended even though he'd already gotten the tablet. What's up? You also need to pay your tribute. TR tribute. Since you took advantage of my name, you should pay the price for my name. He bobbed his finger at the gold sack on Rimmer's shoulder. You are going to lose it all anyway. Wow, you are so ruthless. I've seen all kinds of people before, but I've never seen anyone like you. Same goes for me. I've never seen an elf like you before, division leader. Ha, Rimmer sighed and took out the money from the gold sack. Rayan narrowed his eyes while accepting Rimmer's gold coins. This is still strange. Rimmer normally didn't give away money so easily. His behavior was awkward because he was immediately giving it away when he should have been pleading for it. Most importantly, I can still feel his wrath. Rimmer's mind was still unstable even though he'd won so much money. Rayan could feel a sticky wrath in his heart. Wrath, you are right. He is still burning with wrath. Wrath nodded and confirmed his suspicion. Division leader. Rayan walked up to Rimmer and briefly licked his lips. Hey, let me have some too, if you take any more than this. Have you ever heard of the saying, sharing happiness doubles it while sharing sadness halves it? Well, I did. He widened his eyes in surprise at the sudden statement. I felt even better when the Light Wind Division congratulated me than when I won the match. I realized that the saying was true when that happened. Rayan smiled faintly and looked at Rimmer. I know I'm still not trustworthy enough, but sharing the sadness should have it. Please tell me if you have anything to discuss with me time at all. Rayan bowed at him and left the spectator seats. Did you really grill those poor people when you were in a good mood? You must seriously have a problem with your head. Get yourself checked. Shut up. Rayan pushed Wrath away as he shouted about how a human being could be scolded for his personality by a demon king and left the training ground. You seriously got lucky with your disciple. Rimmer nodded peacefully while listening to Sheryl's aura message. Yes, he is too good for me. The Light Wind Division was gathered in front of the training ground at their lodgings because of Rayan's order. Why is our Vice Division leader gathering us at this late hour? Crane frowned while rubbing the soil on the ground with his foot. Dorian didn't say anything and rubbed his belly pocket with his trembling lips. What's wrong with you? Isn't the Thespian Emperor going to kill me? He started to bite his nails, saying that he was anxious because of how he was used to mock the Thespian Emperor in the arena. She knows it was the Vice Division leader's doing. She shouldn't even be paying attention to you. Crane patted Dorian's shoulder and reassured him. The problem is this meeting. I wonder why he asked us to gather. He is really difficult to understand. Maybe he learned a martial art that makes him more insane the stronger he gets. That might be true. No, that's the only way to explain his realm. I hate focus enhancement training. The light wind swordsman sighed while saying that Rayan was becoming more and more vicious the stronger he got, but he still cares about us the most. Burin smiled faintly while coming in front of the swordsman. If it weren't for him, all of us would have been a few ranks lower than we currently are. I'm aware of that fact, of course. On top of that, I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for the Vice Division leader. I would have been shredded by the blood-raving demon. He is indeed my benefactor, who I have to repay with my life, but I still don't like focus enhancement training. The swordsmen shook their heads, saying that they were well aware of Rayan's consideration, but it still didn't change their opinion about focus enhancement training. While everyone was expressing their anxiety about what was going to happen next, the front door opened and Rayan made his entrance. Why are you so nervous? Rayan casually walked up to them and stood in front of Burin. Because we can't guess what you are about to do. Burin scratched his nose after taking a glance at the light wind division standing behind him. Stop thinking useless things. Did you watch me properly when I was fighting in the arena? I saw everything. I didn't even blink as I did, however. He licked his lips and voiced his concerns once again. I still can't understand even though I've seen it. The memory is still vivid for some reason though. Burin shook his head, saying that he couldn't understand much of the fight because it was too high level for him. That's enough. Rayan smiled faintly at Burin. You will be able to make it your own one day as long as it remains in your memory. When Rayan was fighting the disciples of the 5 divine orders, he'd mainly used the swift and precise swords on purpose, intending to leave a deep impression on Burin since they were his specialties. Those memories would be extremely helpful for Burin in overcoming the Master's wall. Show me what you've learned today. Even a small detail is fine. Rayan unsheathed Heavenly Drive with a frightening smile on his face. Right now, vent your frustration for being unable to enter the arena today. Rayan bobbed his finger as he spoke. It will be your turn next, Sir Mark Goat. Please get ready. Understood. Mark Goat loudly responded right away with a smile on his face. Burin laughed bitterly while placing his hand on the hilt of his blade. Seriously, he is too kind. Rayan told them that he was going to kill them all the time, but his actions actually stemmed from kindness. He even felt like a teacher recently in addition to Rimmer. Burin felt nothing but gratitude towards him. Hey, Rayan looked at the light wind division. He furrowed his brow and slammed the sword on the ground. What are you waiting for? What? Dorian stopped rubbing his belly pocket and widened his mouth. What do you mean by that? All of you lost. I'm asking why you were just standing there when you lost. You could have practiced your technique at least 10 times instead of just standing there like idiots. Stop hoping for the time to flow and repeat your techniques 100 times. The light wind division widened their mouths to the point of tearing. Wait, we won't be able to sleep tonight if we practice 100 times. That's right, the moon is already in the sky. Moreover, we are exhausted from the matches. Do it or get buried. Rayan tapped on Heavenly Drive, which was embedded in the ground, with a frightening smile on his face. Burin chuckled while watching Rayan bark at the light wind division. I don't even know if I should call him cruel or kind. Moonlight was hiding behind the late visit of the clouds, but Sieghart's lodgings were still bright. Rayan stared at the dark night sky before he lowered his gaze. Hop! Mark Goten was charging at him with a loud shout of concentration, astral energy swirling around his saber as it sliced through the wind. It felt as though the very air in the entire area was bursting out. Wham! Rayan forced his left thigh forward. He amplified the strength of his muscles to push the ground and slash down with Heavenly Drive. The almost flawless harmony between his body and aura turned the simple strike into a supreme martial art. Clang! A thundering sound resounded throughout the space from the clash between the sword and saber. Mark Goten was unable to withstand the tremendous power of Heavenly Drive and was pushed back while leaving a thick trace on the ground. I'm not done yet. Mark Goten gritted his teeth and kicked the ground. His saber soared to pierce the sky and then fell while distorting the space. The way the saber strike split horizontally to amplify its speed and power made it look like a lightning strike. Not bad. Rayan smiled faintly and slashed upwards from the ground. The flower bud of frost bloomed from the tip of his sword and unleashed a curved radiance like the crescent moon. Walk! Mark Goten's saber strike was destroyed by. Frost Pond and his black uniform, exposed to the coldness, crumbled away like a dry leaf. Huff! He breathed roughly and fell to his knee. It must have been quite a blow for him. I lost. He admitted his defeat and raised his head once again, yet his expression was bright. No sign of regret could be seen. Rayan smiled softly while looking into Mark Goten's eyes, which had changed as much as his might. He's going to surpass the wall towards the intermediate soon. It was the wall that had always blocked Mark Goten's path like a curse, but it had become thin enough to be shattered. Rayan could guess that he just needed a small opportunity to advance to the level of intermediate master. I'm looking forward to it. It brought a smile to his face to think about what kind of expression Mark Goten was going to make when he reached a new realm despite how he'd been stuck at the novice level for dozens of years. Rayon showed the courtesy of a duel towards Mark Goten and looked to his right. Burin was wiping his sweat from his forehead while sitting on the ground. How about you? This is enough for me. I've vented it enough. Burin shook his head while saying that he'd gotten enough. He seemed to have vented all the frustration for being unable to fight from sparring until past midnight. Young master, spar with me too. Yua raised her hand while running towards him. And me too. Julius came next to Yua while being careful about his attitude. Rayon leaned forward to meet their eyes. Yua, did you see anything from the spar just now? I couldn't see anything because the sword was too fast, but I heard it instead. Yua nodded while placing her finger on her chin. You heard it, yes. You were swinging your sword each time Mr. Mark Goten's pace was thrown off. No, maybe you were throwing him off. She blinked, saying that she could hear his breath being interrupted nonstop. Rayon's jaw dropped at Yua's confident declaration. So this is Yua's talent after all. Yua was also talented in martial arts, but her real talent seemed to be her voice and hearing ability. He had never thought she'd hear the interruption of breath. Julius. Yes, Julius straightened his back and came to attention. What did you see? Aye. He took a glance at Yua before his lips parted once again. I'm not sure, but it felt like the Vice Division leader was swinging his sword in a similar way to the third team leader and Sir Mark. In a similar way? Yes, it felt like you were using the same principles to teach them during the spar. I see. Rayon smiled while watching Julius's shoulders tremble nervously. He's gotten better at seeing things too. Julius was right. Rayon wasn't simply pushing Burin and Mark Goten in the previous sparsh, was showing them their most used principles to accelerate their growth. Julius had watched without missing that aspect. I'm looking forward to his future, too. Both Yua and Julius were nurturing their talents on top of their martial arts, which made Rayon look forward to their futures. He could understand why Eden was trying so hard to take them away. The Light Wind Division is going to become even more powerful in the future. It wasn't just Mark Goten, Yua, and Julius. The original members were also improving every day. Rayon couldn't wait for the day when the Light Wind Division's fame would soar even higher into the sky. Good job, both of you, but let's wait until you grow up a bit more before we start sparring. Rayon patted Yua and Julius's heads with a smile. Yes, they smiled happily at the compliment before they went away. Stop. Rayon gestured with his hand towards the Light Wind Division behind Yua and Julius. Hua, I'm dying. The Light Wind swordsmen gathered in the training ground while gasping for breath because they'd been practicing the same techniques over and over at full power. What did you see? See what? Crane and Dorian widened their eyes in bewilderment. The other swordsmen also shook their heads, unable to comprehend his question. Rayon furrowed his brow while pointing at Yua and Julius. I'm asking you the same question that I've asked Yua and Julius. What did you feel while watching my spar against Burin and Sir Mark? How were we even supposed to watch that? That's right, we were fully focused on swinging our swords. We had no room to spare to watch your spar. The Light Wind swordsmen shook their heads, telling Rayon to stop saying nonsense. This Vice Division leader is disappointed in you. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue while standing in front of the Light Wind Division. As long as you have the will to improve, you should have found what you could learn from those spars even during your practice. What? That's nonsense. Am I wrong? Nothing is impossible as long as you have the will. The Light Wind swordsmen couldn't argue against him, simply biting their lips because they'd witnessed Rayon defeating 3 highest-level masters on his own that same day. We should just acknowledge it. Crane sighed and nodded. You are right, our omnipotent Vice Division lead cough. Crane started to make a sarcastic declaration, but Rayon kicked him away and looked at the Light Wind Division once again. I'm sorry, and me too. I'm sorry I couldn't watch it properly. I won't miss it ever again. The Light Wind swordsmen immediately bowed as they witnessed Crane getting beaten up. Since everyone acknowledged it, let's proceed with a temporary focus enhancement training. Rayon smiled while thanking them for their voluntary participation. How is this happening? I just witnessed a demon. No, we witnessed a demon king. The Light Wind swordsmen's chins trembled, their faces pale. He is damn handsome even when he is being a bully. Encia smiled happily, while rapidly pressing the camera's button to the point where her finger couldn't be seen. It looked like she was fine with whatever Rayon was doing. Rayon scratched his cheek while listening to the sound of the camera clicking away. Aren't you going to your room, Lady Encia? Of course I won't. This is the perfect opportunity to take pictures all night long. Encia shook her head, saying that there weren't many opportunities to take a large amount of rank pictures. You all make the preparations for the training. Rayon sighed and walked up to Runon, who was lying next to Encia. She was still sound asleep. Runon. She wasn't reacting. It looked like she was still unconscious. I bought some ice cream for you earlier. Runon suddenly opened her eyes as soon as he said it. Her pupils shivered upon noticing that Rayon had nothing in his hands. You lied to me. Run-on pouted with a frown, which was a rare thing for her to do. She then looked around as if she'd remembered something. How is Martha? She was worried about Martha as soon as she woke up. It was a reaction that she would have never made in the past. She's still asleep. Don't worry about her, she's putting her enlightenment together. Run-on was finally relieved and nodded. I'll let you pass for today. Rayon tapped on Run-on's forehead and shook his hand to gesture for her to return to her room and sleep. Now then. Ice Cream, Wrath, who'd been sleeping on his head, suddenly stood up and shook his fat belly. Where is the ice cream? At the spire located at the center of Banneret, the Five Divine Orders city, Shirl sighed briefly while looking at the Thespian Emperor's mansion while hiding in the night's darkness. Thespian Emperor, what are you planning? The Thespian Emperor has been continuously humiliated by Rayon ever since she visited Zeekhart. The fame she wanted to have had become Rayon's, leaving the Five Divine Orders with nothing but disinterest and mockery. However, she wasn't making any moves even though her plan had been destroyed completely, and it was as clear as the sky who was the perpetrator. I thought she would have an outburst this time. Shirl was expecting the Thespian Emperor's patience to finally run out when Rayon defeated all 4 disciples of the 5 Divine Orders and even received the elixirs for himself from winning the contest. Even though she had reached transcendence, she was bound to start losing her mind after so many humiliations. That was why Shirl was ready to jump into action while staying near Rayon, but she suppressed her urge. Not only that, but she even stopped the Demon Blade. The Thespian Emperor couldn't hide her emotions, but she still endured it until the very end and even stopped the Demon Blade from rampaging. Shirl couldn't understand why she'd reacted that way. The Thespian Emperor had wanted the reputation of the 6 kings ever since she'd visited Zeekhart. Shirl couldn't understand what she was waiting for when all her plans had gone awry. There must be an objective. There was no way she would remain that patient unless there was something extremely important to achieve. It was clear that she had a goal, but Shirl couldn't figure out what that goal was. We will have to keep a close watch on her even after the festival. Someone who was simply powerful posed no threat, but someone who wasn't using their power despite being powerful was. She figured she should increase the danger level of the Thespian Emperor by a lot. Shirl silently watched the Thespian Emperor's mansion while letting the report for Zeekhart fly into the wind. I should return. Just as she was about to return to her lodgings, she noticed a small movement in the bushes next to the Zeekhart mansion. She lowered her posture and prepared to jump in when a young kangaroo leaped out from the bushes. Shirl laughed bitterly as she straightened her back. A kangaroo, Ariel returned to her office, leaned back on the sofa, and nearly reclined. She remained in place with her eyes closed for a while before she raised her head and quietly sighed. Nothing goes well whenever he is involved. Whenever things were going according to her plan, Rayon suddenly appeared to ruin everything. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the loss she'd suffered because of him was astronomical. I feel suffocated, like I have an upset stomach. The long-awaited day was near. The losses were going to be tremendous if Rayon became a hindrance once again, and she wanted to stop that from happening no matter what. Ariel came to a decision and tucked up her coat. She took out a booklet from her thigh and placed it on the table. The cover featured a drawing of a sun and a moon, each changing color depending on the angle of view. This is too valuable, but it can't be helped. If a problem occurred on that day, it would be monumental, making the losses so far seem insignificant by comparison. Since she couldn't tell how and where Rayon was going to interfere, she figured she needed to properly check the heavens' flow. She calmly caught her breath and bit her finger. The blood flowing from the small cut dripped onto a white page. Drip. The page was as white as a snow field, but a faint wave occurred from it as if it had become a lake. The blood slowly started to spread throughout the blank page. Ariel closed her eyes and opened her upper energy center. The white circuit, the mana circuit connecting heaven to humans, opened up and the world's flow approached her until it was close enough to be grasped. She ignored the sun and moon and the countless humans that existed between them and accelerated the throbbing of her upper energy center while remaining focused solely on Rayon Zeekhart. The unleashed power of her soul and the booklet gradually turning dark resonated with each other, and the blood filling the paper started to dance by itself. Ariel raised her eyebrows while removing Rayon Zeekhart from her mental world. She lowered her gaze to check the booklet, and her eyes wavered like a sailboat on a turbulent ocean. What is this? Whap! The drops of blood freely floating around the white page created a grotesque figure. It looked like a human, but it wasn't. The face was dark, with a frightening glimmer shining from its eyes, and long horns, spiraled like a turbaned shell, protruded from its head. The blood came to a halt in the middle of drawing the strange figure. It started to tremble violently, like a terrified animal, and struggled to escape from the page. Rip! The blood concentrated on the corners. The paper was eventually torn apart from the intensifying vibration, and the blood flowed outside the booklet. Blood seeped between the severed pages. It looked like a window smashed by a bloody hand. Ariel swallowed nervously while looking at the frightening pattern engraved on the booklet. Her hands trembled in fright as a chill ran down her spine. How is that even possible? The booklet was called the Sacred Tome of Sun and Moon. It was an ancient artifact that allowed her to foresee heaven's flow by inserting humans between the flow of the sun and moon, and Rayon's future should have been written like a song if it had functioned correctly. The blood drawing a picture and tearing the page by rampaging around had never happened before. It looked terrified. Instead of writing the song of prophecy, the blood was afraid of the existence called Rayon and rampaged to escape from the paper. Her hair stood on end, for even the original owner of the book had never mentioned anything like that happening. Ariel raised her bloody hand and turned the Sacred Tome of Sun and Moon's page back. I've even read about Glenn Zeekhart. How is it possible that I can't read Rayon Zeekhart? She had used the Sacred Tome of Sun and Moon before going to Zeekhart in order to predict what would happen there and decide on her course of action. She couldn't believe that she couldn't see Rayon's picture when the book had properly shown the lyrics about Glenn's reaction. Moreover, I was focused on Rayon Zeekhart. She wasn't trying to learn about the continent's future, nor was she investigating the heavenly demon. Her target was just a greenhorn who was still a master, yet the result was far too surprising, and she couldn't think straight. Ha. Ariel exhaled a rough breath and read the lyrics that were written before her visit at Zeekhart. According to this prophecy, I should have left that place with Zeekhart's name supporting me. Rayon Zeekhart. He was the bastard who had ruined everything. Because the Sacred Tome of Sun and Moon had never failed to predict the future before, she'd thought it was because of Glenn Zeekhart's transcendental power. But that wasn't the case. Rayon's visit had caused an issue in the conference, where she should have been able to absorb the neutral factions. The fighting contest that should have given her fame only ended up raising Rayon's reputation to the sky. The reason the Sacred Tome of Sun and Moon's prediction ended up being wrong was because it couldn't read what Rayon Zeekhart was hiding. Grit. Ariel loudly ground her teeth. Of course, the future changed. Heaven's flow couldn't read him. She usually used the Sacred Tome of Sun and Moon to predict the overall situation and prepare for the future. That was why it was normal that everything had gone awry since she couldn't read about Rayon. But why am I unable to see his future? The Sacred Tome of Sun and Moon was capable of reading even Glenn Zeekhart's future, someone who was called the strongest in the continent. That was why she couldn't believe that it couldn't read Rayon, who was nothing but dirt in comparison. And what was that demonic shape that appeared in the beginning, and the reason even the blood was terrified? She was frustrated because she couldn't get any answers. Don't tell me. Ariel bit her lip and pressed on the table. He's also going to influence the next incident. Getting the Six Kings' name on her back, absorbing the neutral factions, and gaining a reputation through the fighting tournament was important, but the biggest incident hadn't happened yet. Since the 5 divine orders were finally going to be settled after that incident, she couldn't afford any issue for that. Ariel locked her fingers and narrowed her eyes. Should I kill him now? Killing him before any problems could occur seemed to be the best solution, but it was too dangerous. It was going to end in vain if Glenn made his move. All right, I don't need to push myself that hard. Unlike the previous incidents, might was the most important factor for the next one. Since Rayon hadn't even reached the realm of Grandmaster, there was practically zero chance that he could mess up the upcoming event. But it could still happen. Ariel sighed while pressing her palm to her forehead. Ha. She massaged her heated temple while chewing on her lip. He really is a troublesome guy. Zeekhart. Lord's Manor. Audience Chamber. This damned bastard did it again. Glenn furrowed his brow while reading the report. His hands were trembling violently from his intense anger as he held the document. Chad, who had brought the report to him, swallowed nervously as he watched Glenn. The Light Wind Division leader must have played another prank. Roan smiled gently. It looked like he could guess the reason for his anger. What's written this time? There's a single line. It's written Rayon's mess was a great success. The Thespian Emperor is so disappointed. Wow. Glenn closed his eyes and burnt the report he was holding without even leaving ashes behind. The exclamation marks are the most irritating part. Hoo-hoo-hoo, Roan laughed bitterly. He sounded like he didn't expect it to be that bad. I'm wondering what the most satisfying way to kill him would be. Glenn sighed and tapped on the throne's armrest. But it's still better than when he used to live like a corpse, isn't it? That's true, but he is going too far. He is seriously too extreme. He sighed and spread the second report placed on the right. It was the real report, sent by Shirl. She is so different. Glenn nodded in satisfaction upon seeing that there were more than 4 pages of the report. However, his eyes started to flap like a bee's wings as soon as he spread the 3rd page. Damn it. Thick wrinkles appeared on his brow. My lord, Roan's eyes widened. It had been a long time since the last time he'd seen Glenn so angry. He was curious about what was written there to make him react like that. Chad's jaw also dropped in surprise. It says that Rayon won against 3 highest-level masters in the fighting contest. He used the second technique of the Azure Sky Sword and... Glenn continued along with a painful breath. He declared to the 5 Divine Order's disciples that you won't reach my sky. Glenn slammed the throne, regretting not attending the event. The armrest, repaired countless times, crumbled once more into powder. How could I miss that scene? Crimson lightning rampaged above his hand, showing that he was frustrated from the bottom of his heart. Chad's jaw had dropped so far that it looked like it could never return to normal. Hoo-hoo-hoo. On the other hand, Roan laughed gently. That is indeed regrettable. He licked his lips. It looked like he wanted to see Rayon in action just like Glenn. It's all because of those damned 5 demons. While Glenn was grinding his teeth, a small piece of paper fell from the report's envelope. Roan started to pick up the piece of paper and suddenly widened his eyes. My lord, look at this. He leaped onto the platform and handed out the paper to Glenn. Rayon. Glenn dropped his jaw upon seeing the paper. A vivid picture of Rayon was drawn on it. In fact, rather than a mere drawing, it appeared as though the real Rayon was embedded on it. What is this? It says on the back that it's a picture. It's apparently drawn by an artifact made by the youngest daughter of House Yan'an. Roan read the explanation written on the picture. Glenn stared blankly at a picture for a while before he briskly stood up. My lord, this isn't time to be standing around. Where are you going? I'm going to ask Vulcan to make a frame. It needs to be an unbreakable frame. He descended from the platform, embracing the picture with utmost care. Chad's lips trembled violently. Ask Vulcan to make a frame. Vulcan, a second-to-none blacksmith in the continent who had forged Glenn's heavenly tremor and Rayon's heavenly drive. Glenn was apparently going to ask the continent's blacksmith to make a frame, which was complete insanity. My lord, Roan sighed quietly while looking at Glenn. Yes, stop him. Chad nodded at Roan. It was a signal to please stop him, but what Roan said was completely unexpected. How about using Orkin as material? That will make it unbreakable. Chad was expecting Roan to stop Glenn, but he was making an even worse suggestion of making the frame with a metal that was second to none in hardness. Good idea. Glenn nodded and ran outside the audience chamber. I knew it. Chad gasped while watching Glenn and Roan's backs. Rayon Zeeghart holds the real authority within this household. Rayon went out to the training ground before the sun rose. Because of the harsh training from the day before, everyone was still sleeping, and the entire mansion was quiet. Yawn. Wrath raised his head while yawning like a crocodile. Don't you ever feel sleepy? He shot him a sharp, piercing glare. You can get stronger and remove your fatigue just from sleeping. Why are you going out of your way to suffer? I've slept enough. Sloth, he could gain a significant amount of stats without even sleeping that much. Since the fatigue was also removed more quickly, there was no reason to sleep for that long. Wrath waved his clenched fist in the air. That damn doormat. The King of Essence is going to make him unable to sleep for the rest of his life when he gets a chance. He furrowed his brow while calling Sloth the Demon King of Doormats. Rayon licked his lips while watching Wrath. He wanted to say that Wrath was the real Demon King of Doormat, but he suppressed his urge because he didn't want to argue first thing in the morning. But it's not just advantageous. There's a drawback too. Drawback, yes. It's difficult to get out of bed. He'd been feeling drowsy and lazy, probably because of Sloth's effect. He would have immediately gotten out of bed in the past, but it took him 5 seconds before he could open his eyes after. Sloth was unlocked. 5 seconds. 5 freaking seconds. Wrath tilted his chin while shoving his face onto him. What difference does it even make? Humans are normally supposed to become one with the bed with that much sloth. You can even put up with the King of Essence's wrath. What's wrong with your willpower? He shouted, asking how it was even possible that Rayon could endure the Demon King's emotions. I wonder. The answer was obviously the ring of fire and power of the soul that he'd inherited from his previous life, but he simply shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. Just as Rayon was about to unsheath his sword to start his practice, a small presence approached the front door. He focused on the footsteps and noticed that Denning Rose was approaching. What brings her here so early in the morning? She knocked on the door and Rayon opened it for her. Ah, you were already awake. Denning Rose lowered her head, apologizing for the early visit. That's okay, I was training anyway. Are you already training after how much you trained the swordsman yesterday? It's just the natural thing to do. Her eyes widened, surprised by the fact that training was a natural thing to do. By the way, what brings you here so early? I have something to tell you. Denning Rose grabbed her sleeve and raised her eyes. The 5 demons have been suspicious recently. The 5 demons, yes, the White Blood Religion and the Black Tower are meddling here and their actions are erratic, making it difficult to anticipate their next moves. I heard the South-North Union has also opened a new waterway. Wisdom emanated from her soul eye. It looks like the 5 Divine Orders festival got on their nerves. I recommend you leave right after the festival ends, since you're the target of many factions of the 5 demons. That's true, since I had an issue with 4 of them. I think the only one I haven't had an issue with is the Holy Sword Alliance. The White Blood Religion's leader and the Black Tower's vice master were targeting him. Since he also had an issue with a senator of the South-North Union, It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was an enemy of them all, except for the Holy Sword Alliance. That is because the Holy Sword Alliance hasn't appeared yet, but they are going to be the biggest issue once they do. Their sword demons can do anything to track down excellent swordsmen. Denning Rose fidgeted while saying that the Holy Sword Alliance was actually the most dangerous among them. Rayon nodded while watching Denning Rose's hand. That's true. The Holy Sword Alliance was a group of hungry demons that craved swordsmanship, since Rayon could use the Azure Sky sword and techniques that he created himself. They were obviously going to chase him. Did you come here to tell me about them? Yes, I thought I should tell you as quickly as possible. Denning Rose smiled, saying that it was a natural thing to do just like Rayon's training. I'll be back after sunrise. She nodded once again and left the lodgings. Rayon saw Denning Rose off before he looked at the left wall. He could feel a presence right next to him. It was a presence that he was even more familiar with than Denning Rose. She's the only person around here, right? Who else would be here so early in the morning? Wrath shook his head, remarking that only they were crazy enough for such a thing. Tap, Rayon lightly jumped over the wall and entered the alley. A small woman was blinking, as if she didn't have time to hide in the shadows. Ah, Cheryl was the one who had been pressed against the wall so early in the morning. She wore a light traveling outfit, likely because the night camouflage would have been too conspicuous and her hair was dyed black. Why are you? I came to check because I could feel a presence. Are you already on the move? Rayon created an aura barrier and walked up to Cheryl. I came here because you started to move. Aren't you ever tired, even when you trained your crew until dawn? Cheryl shook her head, asking if he was tired. It has to be done. He provided the identical response as he had to Denning Rose. I see. Cheryl wasn't surprised, unlike Denning Rose. Her faint smile showed that she liked the answer. Yesterday's match was great. It was so refreshing to see you take down those who were shamelessly doing whatever they pleased without a care in the world. A satisfied smile appeared on Cheryl's face as she said that she hadn't seen such an enjoyable sight in a while. It's the minimum I should do as Sieghart's representative. Wow, that's great. Her smile deepened even further. The head of house would have been proud of you if he had seen it. He would. Rayon licked his lips. He felt like Glenn wasn't really going to be impressed with that much. He definitely would. Cheryl patted his shoulder while saying that it was for sure. Just as Rayon was about to tell her that he couldn't imagine Glenn being proud of him, Cheryl silenced him with a shushing gesture. She frowned intensely, and a knocking sound could be heard from the door. The great me has arrived. It was Rimmer. He kicked the front door open and entered. It was unknown where he'd been, but he was completely drunk. That damned bastard. Cheryl's fist was trembling. She looked like she wanted to smack him. Rayon laughed bitterly as he looked back and forth between Rimmer, who was just loafing around, and Cheryl, who'd been protecting the Light Wind Division without even sleeping. They are so different. The Heavenly Blade Division leader was Glenn's most trusted vassal, and her might was at the Grandmaster's realm. He felt gratitude and admiration towards her because she had been protecting his crew, despite their lower rank compared to hers, even though she held the highest position in Sieghart. The stark contrast with Rimmer, who was akin to a friend to her, only made her appear even more noble. Rayon bowed to Cheryl, conveying his heartfelt gratitude. What's wrong with you? Cheryl quickly blinked, unable to understand why he was bowing. Actually. Just as he raised his head to explain, a large message appeared in front of his eyes. The trait. Envy's ability has been unlocked. And no, it's another damn doormat. Wrath, who had been blinking sleepily, suddenly erupted into screams. Rayon gulped as he read the message, saying that Envy had been unlocked. What does this have to do with Envy? He'd obtained envy from Envy, but he'd never really felt jealous of anyone. The assassin, who had once known only emptiness in his life, had since gained a family, a teacher, and companions. Furthermore, he now had a purpose to pursue, even if it meant dedicating his entire life to it. That newfound sense of belonging and direction left no space for envy. I thought I wouldn't be able to use this ability. Since he was satisfied with his talent and position, he'd believed that he wouldn't be able to use the ability at all, unlike Sloth, yet it was unexpectedly unlocked. Furthermore, Cheryl wasn't the subject of jealousy, but rather of admiration. He couldn't understand why that ability was activated in front of her out of all people. Rayon furrowed his brow while thinking about the reason why envy was unlocked, and a new set of messages appeared. There's no emotion of envy towards the target. Envy's property is switched to admiration. It's possible to acquire the martial arts of Cheryl, the current target of admiration. He could understand why. Envy was unlocked as he faced Cheryl as soon as he read the next messages. The envy was applied as admiration. The difference between envy and admiration was minimal. Both were feelings that involved coveting what someone else possessed, but envy was negative while admiration was positive. The system must have used the emotion of admiration for his sake, as he wasn't jealous of anyone. Moreover, envy retained its function. Wrath had previously told him that Envy's ability was to get stronger the more she was jealous of others. Just like her, Rayon had gained an ability to quickly learn Cheryl's specialties due to his admiration for her. What the hell? Wrath barked while glaring at the message. Did Hellfire hit your brain or what? Why on earth are you behaving like that, you stupid system? Just stay idle. He shook his head violently while pulling on his hair. I know, right? I didn't think it would be so considerate. Rayon smiled happily while looking at the messages. It has an amazing performance. It's probably because it was made by the great monarch of Wrath. Half of Wrath's face was smiling over the rare compliment, and the other half was frowning, which created a strange expression. Shut up, however, it looked like his irritation prevailed in the end, and he started to punch while swearing. Why is everything going so well for you? Why does heaven even exist? They say that heaven helps those who help themselves. It must be going well for me because I'm working hard. There's no one in the world who doesn't work hard. There's you. You always complain while doing nothing but idling around. Wrath was left speechless, opening and closing his mouth like a fish out of water. While Rayon smiled at the flustered Wrath, Cheryl tilted her head. Rayon, she shook her hand in front of Rayon's eyes, asking whether he was okay. Excuse me. Rayon lowered his head at Cheryl and continued with what he was saying. You don't need to say that between members of the house. There's no difference in rank between division leaders. Cheryl shook her head, telling him to stop minding such a trivial matter. Her tone was brusque, yet it tugged at his heartstrings. The system wasn't wrong. She was more than worthy of his admiration. In that case, there's something I need to confirm. When Envy was unlocked, it had stated that he'd gained an ability to quickly acquire the specialty of the target of his admiration. Since it had announced Cheryl as the target, it was necessary to find out what her specialty was. I'm sure she can do anything, but she must be specialized at something. Cheryl was proficient enough at all aspects of martial arts, to the point where she could teach all kinds of principles, but she didn't practice the versatile sword. It was necessary to figure out what her specialty was since she must have been focused on something. This might be sudden, but can I ask a question? Rayon took a step towards Cheryl, who was leaning against the wall. I'm listening. Cheryl nodded, telling him to ask her anything he wanted. I believe you are proficient in most swordsmanship styles. Is there any particular style you are most confident in? That really is a sudden question. Cheryl chuckled. She was probably interpreting his question as an interest in her since she didn't exactly look displeased. You must have seen it before, but twin blades are my real weapons. That was true. There was only one sword equipped on Cheryl's back, but it separated into a white sword and a black sword upon being drawn. Naturally, I'm confident in the twin blade technique. Regarding principles, I excel in the precise sword to enhance accuracy, the severing sword to disrupt the opponent's rhythm, the heavy sword for stability, and the illusion and variable swords to confound my adversaries. Aura control should be another strength as a twin blade user. Using twin blades implied that both blades were wrapped in aura. Being proficient with aura control was a natural outcome. I'm better than the lazy elf at least. Cheryl furrowed her brow while looking at the place Rimmer had passed by. It wasn't a big deal. She smiled gently and shook her head. This is nice. His heart pounded with excitement, realizing that he could enhance his skills in the twin blade technique as well as in Cheryl's specialties, like the precise severing, heavy illusion, and variable swords, along with aura control. Division leader, could you observe my swordsmanship for a moment? What? Right now? Yes. He could ask that because he'd confirmed through Wrath that no one was around. You really are something. Cheryl closed her eyes and spread her aura perception. She quickly nodded upon noticing that there was nothing in the area that could prove dangerous. Get started quickly since we don't have much time. Yes. Rayon nodded and unsheathed Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem. This is going to be interesting. Rayon smiled faintly and unleashed the fangs of insanity with Heavenly Drive in his right hand, and the Blizzard sword art with the Blade of Requiem in his left hand. There was no such thing as a powerful wave since he was simply showing his swordsmanship without using any aura, but the sharpness of the strikes was even more evident. Rayon finished the two-sword techniques and looked at Cheryl. You never learned the twin blade technique, did you? Cheryl furrowed her brow with her arms crossed. No, I didn't. What he'd learned in his previous life wasn't the twin blade technique. It was just a method to kill people with weapons in both hands. That implied he had never received proper instruction in it. I knew it. Cheryl nodded and continued. Wielding swords in both hands doesn't mean that you are using a twin blade technique. You have to use different techniques in both hands, but they still have to create harmony. What you were doing was just using two techniques one after the other. She raised her hands like blades and mimicked Rayon's fangs of insanity and Blizzard sword art. Her movement was awkward because she had never used those techniques before, but the harmony was far better than Rayon's. Just like this, if the sword in your left hand attacks towards the right, the sword in your right hand has to move to the left in defense. You can also attack two different spots with the two swords. Rayon rotated the Rings of Fire and remembered Shirl's advice and demonstration with his ears and eyes. I think I'm starting to grasp it. He felt like he could do something similar right away, probably because the person demonstrating it for him was the target of his admiration. It must be difficult to tell because the space is too narrow and we don't have much time, but this is the general sensation. I'll try it again. It's not something you can do right away, no matter how much of a genius you are. Please watch me once again. Rayon shook his head and raised his two swords again. He lowered his center of gravity and reminded himself of Shirl's comments. He thrust both swords while imagining the fangs of insanity and the blizzard sword art mingling with each other. The left sword and right sword shouldn't disturb each other. He unleashed the second technique while seeking a path for the two swords and techniques to complement rather than hinder each other, amplifying their effectiveness. The moment Heavenly Drive bared the fangs of a crazy beast, a deadly wind of the north emerged from the blade of Requiem. Attack and defense crossed with each other, and the atmosphere changed for an instant. Heavenly Drive was enveloped in a shield of fire as it withdrew, while the blade of Requiem thrust forth a chilling blade of wind. Rayon bit his lip while controlling the two swords in opposition once again. The principle of twin blades that Shirl had taught him was seeping into his brain and body in an instant. It wasn't simply the Ring of Fire's effect, it was the power of growth acquired from envy that had become admiration. Shirl's lip trembled as she watched Rayon's sword. How is this happening? Rayon's twin blade technique couldn't even be called swordsmanship in the past because it was a strange mixture of practical use and style, yet it had achieved a drastic improvement in that short time. The two swords weren't hindering each other in the slightest, and had achieved some harmony to move like living creatures with their own objectives. It was still incomplete, but it had improved to the point where it could be called a twin blade technique. Is this even possible? All she'd done was to give him one demonstration and some advice, yet he looked like he'd practiced for a few months at least. She was aware that Rayon was talented, but what she was witnessing was simply impossible. Try this, too. Shirl showcased a principle of twin blades that could be considered an intermediate sword art, unlike the previous one. The principle consisted of combining attack with attack, and defense with defense instead of attack with defense. Rayon quietly watched her and slowly raised his blades. It was awkward in the beginning. The attack didn't look like an attack, and his defense didn't look like defense either. However, his two blades started to dance, starting from his second attempt. The two swords focused on defense extended along with Rayon's left foot and unleashed a heart-gripping thrust. Shirl had only taught him the first step, yet he had advanced to the third step while skipping the second. What the? Shirl gasped with wide eyes. Oh, one more time. Try this one. She forgot about leaving before sunrise and started to teach more advanced martial principles to Rayon. Wham! Rayon lowered Heavenly Drive and raised the blade of Requiem. With a deep resonance in his energy center, he crossed his two blades. Red and blue lights sparkled above the blades, brushing past each other like a beast's upper and lower teeth. Heavenly Drive enveloped by the fire of madness was leading the attack, while the blade of Requiem created a frozen wall with glacier's coldness. It had a perfect harmony between attack and defense, but the two swords' roles switched in an instant as if they were connected by a thread, and the next twin blade technique had the fangs of insanity on defense and the blizzard sword art on offense. Kring. The fangs of insanity finished its move faster than the blizzard sword art, but Heavenly Drive didn't stop moving. It was engulfed by the latter part of the blizzard sword art that the blade of Requiem should have done and scattered the frozen wind to the land of darkness. Rayon lowered his posture after he concluded the fangs of insanity and the blizzard sword art. He crossed his arms to lower Heavenly Drive to the left and the blade of Requiem to the right, then increased the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier's outputs to the maximum. Crimson flame was raging above Heavenly Drive, while a wave of frost was overflowing from the short blade of Requiem. Rayon stomped the ground with his left foot and thrust the two swords at the same time. Frost pond surged from the blade of Requiem, pierced through the atmosphere, and sword's silvery dream burst from Heavenly Drive to tear the space apart like a dream. The two special techniques were used simultaneously. He'd done it before, but it was on a whole different level from back then. Instead of employing Frost Pond and Sword's Silvery Dream separately, the two techniques complemented each other's weaknesses, operating as a unified technique that pierced through the life of the imaginary opponent. It wasn't a simultaneous activation of two different techniques, but a single twin blade technique. By the time Rayon caught his breath and lowered his blades, he could feel a faint presence from behind him. I don't even know how I should describe you at this point. Shirl sighed while shaking her head. I only taught you the basic trajectory and aura control of twin blade technique, yet you've already reached the advanced level on your own." She muttered that she was going to grow tired of his remarkable talent. "Is it okay for you to stay here like this?" Rayon smiled faintly while returning Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem to their scabbards. Everyone's attention is focused on the plaza because it's the last day of the festival. Even the gazes that have been following me day and night have disappeared. Oh, that's true. Everyone had gone to the plaza because the 5 divine orders had announced that they would use a huge firework spell for the grand finale of the festival. The leaders of the 5 divine orders also appear to be occupied with ensuring the festival concludes smoothly. However, Cheryl narrowed her eyes while looking around her. The guards are much more vigilant than usual. It almost feels as though they are preparing for war. Are they planning something? I'm not sure. To begin with, we can't even tell the reason why the 5 divine orders have appeared. She licked her lips while saying that she couldn't tell their objective. That is true indeed. Rayon nodded while stroking his chin. Aren't you going to watch the fireworks or something? You've even allowed the others to have fun. Run-On is also guarding Martha inside the room. Rayon pointed at the room that Run-On and Martha shared. Martha still hadn't woken up, probably because she was still putting her new realm together. Heavenly Blade Division will take care of that tomboy's protection. You should go ahead and have some fun. Cheryl shook her hand, telling him to join the last event since Rayon was Zieghart's representative, and take the others too. Rayon looked up at the sky. The moonless darkness made it seem like the fireworks would be particularly visible. Understood. He bowed and entered the lodgings to knock on the door to Run-On's room. "What's up?" Run-On came out with ice cream between her lips. "Did something happen?" Denning Rose emerged alongside Run-On, holding numerous pictures in her hand. Rayon felt a pang of disappointment in himself for no longer being surprised by that sight. Gasp. Even the sweaty appearance is damn handsome. Insia continuously pressed the camera button from behind them. Rayon couldn't comprehend why it never malfunctioned even though it was the prototype. Rayon covered his face and walked up to the 3 women. "We should join the festival since it's the last day." He invited them to join the last festival after checking on Martha, who was lying on the bed. "Don't worry about Martha. We have someone else to protect her." "Okay." Run-On nodded and put on her outerwear. She must have understood who was supposed to protect Martha. "Yes, I understand." Insia immediately came out with no question asked while Denning Rose quietly came up next to him. Just as Rayon was about to leave for the central plaza with the 3 in the Light Wind Division who were protecting the mansion, he encountered Burin and the other swordsmen entering through the main entrance. "Why are you returning? We felt reluctant to have fun without you." Burin smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Shitty Eyes has changed so much. Wrath licked his lips, his gaze fixed on Burin's eyes, which had softened considerably. "Tusk, it was better when he was persistent. He is still persistent." Rayon shook his head. Burin still had the objective of being recognized by his father. No, he even wanted to surpass Karun, and that was why his persistence was getting more and more powerful even though it didn't show on the outside. Rayon waved his hand at Burin and the Light Wind Division to ask them to follow. "What about Martha?" Burin realized the situation and nodded. "That's how it is." Rayon smiled faintly and headed towards the central plaza with the Light Wind Division. This festival lasted for so long. Dorian shook his head while taking out a snack from his belly pocket to eat. They must have made extensive preparations to promote the reputation of the 5 divine orders and enhance their renown. Although Burin chuckled while pointing at Rayon. He snatched all the fame. He shook his head while calling him a hungry demon that devoured all the fame and money. Their fireworks feel like their desperate struggle. Crane took Burin's words with a grin. "What are fireworks? I heard it's an event that signals the end of the festival by shooting exploding fire magic into the night sky. The festival should be a success, but the 5 divine orders are screwed." Burin chuckled while looking into the sky. The plaza was brimming with people even though it wasn't time for the magic firecrackers yet. It looked like everyone was participating because it was the last event. "Look, the Light Wind Division. I thought they wouldn't be. Don't the White Sword Dragon and the Light Wind Division feel different from before somehow? There's no way we would see them in the same light as before after witnessing that crazy match. I thought the 5 divine orders were amazing, but the 6 kings are in a whole different league." The people who'd been waiting for the fireworks swallowed nervously upon recognizing the Light Wind Division. Instead of cheering for them like before, they stared at them in quiet awe. The way Rayon had defeated the 3 highest-level masters at once must have still been shocking for them. Rayon greeted the executives of the neutral factions that tried to greet him before heading to the VIP seats allocated to Zieghart. He looked at the platform on the plaza while sitting in his designated seat. All 4 of the 5 divine orders leaders were already waiting. The Demon Blade had his eyes closed, showing that he was planning to completely ignore him, while the demon-slaying spear cheerfully waved his large hand. The Queen of Swords looked at him quietly while the Thespian Emperor nodded lightly. "This is unexpected." He thought the Thespian Emperor and the Queen of Swords might be there. but he didn't expect the demon blade and the demon-slaying spear's presence. They really didn't suit an event like that, to the point where their presence felt entirely incongruent. Is this event that important for them? Rayan was stroking his chin, thinking it was strange, when a kind-looking middle-aged man climbed above the fountain just below the platform. He was using extraordinary footwork to walk on the water. He was a properly trained master. The voice, amplified with aura, spread throughout the plaza. "My name is Kevin, and I'm the master of ceremonies tonight." He introduced himself as Kevin and bowed towards the entire plaza. "Are you ready to enjoy the last moment of the festival?" Woa! The entire plaza trembled from the subsequent cheers, and it replaced their response. "I like your cheers. Let's make the final moment of this festival explode." As soon as he raised his hand, a crimson flame was fired towards the sky from behind the platform. Boom! With a thunderous sound that resounded in the ears, the sparks from the explosion spread like waning sunlight, covering the night sky. Afterward, yellow, blue, green, and purple flames followed one after the other. The arrival of a rainbow transformed the dark night sky into a bright sky in the middle of the day. Wow, is this what they call fireworks? Amazing. It must have been expensive. The Light Wind Division also stood in awe, their jaws dropping at the scale of the fireworks. Rayan licked his lips while watching the sparks that were even bigger and flashier than he'd thought. I wonder if I can apply that to martial arts. As he was trying to observe more closely, while thinking about a way to incorporate the firework magic into his swordsmanship, a sword-shaped flame soared into the sky. However, the firecracker simply revealed an extremely evil energy of darkness instead of a flashy explosion. It wasn't a firecracker, it was a real sword. Slash! The sword fell at a tremendous speed and shattered the skull of the master of ceremonies in the fountain at the same time. The transparent water turned red and seeped into the ground. A lone figure descended upon the reddened land. Under his red hair even deeper than the blood, his yellow ice looking like a divine blade created a powerful lightning. The heavenly power of a transcender manifested above his divine appearance. Crack, crack. Silence enveloped the space beneath the canopy of bloody red firecrackers. The fluttering sound of the blue dragon robe that he was wearing was the only sign of the flow of time. "There's no festival without blood," he remarked, his gaze bending down towards Rayan. "I'm a bit late, but I hope you don't mind my joining." Rayan unconsciously bit his lip while looking at the red-haired man. What is that? He was a monster. No word in the world could describe the violent oppression he was feeling. Even the moonlight seemed to cower, as if hiding from his existence. His overwhelming presence bore down on hundreds of thousands of people. He was the manifestation of a warrior god from heaven into a human body. He's a transcender, and on top of that, he hadn't simply reached transcendence. He seemed to have taken another step above that. The heads of the 5 divine orders were powerful enough to reach the peak of the continent, but Rayan had the feeling that they stood no chance against that man in a one-on-one fight. Who the hell is he? With his red hair, youthful appearance that made him seem to be in his early 20s, and the blue dragon robe he was adorned in, his might and distinctive features should have immediately revealed his identity. Despite that fact, Rayan couldn't think of anyone who matched his description. Denning Rose's shoulders trembled violently like a child in the rain. The Holy Sword Alliance Master. She sank to her knees while calling the handsome young redhead the Holy Sword Alliance Master. The Holy Sword Alliance Master. The Holy Sword Alliance, one of the 5 demons, was an alliance of sword demons who collected swords and swordsmanship techniques throughout the continent by any means necessary. The man who had defeated those hungry demons and ascended to the throne was none other than the master of the Holy Sword Alliance, Darkin, known as the Dark Knight Sword God. Did he regain his youth? According to the information from Darius in Rayan's previous life, he was supposed to be around the same age as Glenn, yet he seemed to be in his mid-20s at most. Rayan could guess that he must have achieved something during the closure of their faction. Wrath stroked his chin while watching the Holy Sword Alliance Master overwhelm the entire crowd with his presence alone. He is also pretty decent for a human. He has a rather peculiar energy. He seems to have an ability that you've never seen before. Wrath licked his lips, remarking that he looked pretty decent. Rayan couldn't fathom the Demon King's criteria for deeming such a powerful being as merely decent. Why is he here? Denning Rose's lips were trembling because she couldn't understand why the Holy Sword Alliance Master had suddenly made his appearance. She seemed to be panicking too hard to think straight, but the Holy Sword Alliance's appearance wasn't exactly that strange. Because this is the best scene to announce the Holy Sword Alliance's reappearance. The Holy Sword Alliance hadn't shown up in the world in a long time. They still retained their status as one of the 5 demons due to the overwhelming might they had displayed in the past, but they were currently less notorious than the others. The plaza was the perfect stage to elevate the Holy Sword Alliance's reputation to the skies. Rayan licked his dry lips and looked up to the platform where the 5 divine orders were located. The demon-slaying spear licked his lips in excitement at the power of the Holy Sword Alliance Master, while the Demon Blade's forehead was wrinkled with tension. The Queen of Swords appeared poised to draw her sword at any moment, her hand clenched tightly around the scabbard, which had turned red from the pressure. Lastly, the Thespian Emperor's trembling pupils looked like she was flustered by the situation. However, she isn't surprised. Rayon could tell because he'd mocked the Thespian Emperor multiple times in the past. She was making a surprised expression, but she wasn't actually surprised at all. Did she read the heavens flow? Since the Thespian Emperor was capable of reading the future, Rayon felt like she might have predicted the situation. But why did she not say anything about it? While he was pondering about her intentions, the Holy Sword Alliance Master leisurely turned around. His relaxed demeanor made it seem as if he were inside the Holy Sword Alliance rather than being surrounded by enemies, and he raised his gaze. I heard I can find 2 nice swords from this place. The Holy Sword Alliance Master's gaze was directed at the Demon Blade and the Queen of Swords above the platform. His desire was raging like a storm inside his yellow eyes. I'd like to see just how sharp those swords are. He extended his hand, and the black sword that had severed the Master of Ceremonies' body floated by itself and flew into his grasp. He's insane. Rayon gasped as he watched the Holy Sword Alliance Master point his sword at the Demon Blade. Is he really planning to fight the 5 divine orders all by himself? No matter how powerful the Holy Sword Alliance Master was, it was impossible to fight all 4 leaders of the 5 divine orders at once since they had also reached transcendence. Fighting 2 of them should have already been hard enough. He couldn't understand what he was thinking. You've gotten ignorant of worldly affairs after staying at home for so long. The demon-slaying spear frowned while massaging the back of his neck. Maybe you need a spear in your brain to open your eyes. Trash should stay out of this. For the first time, the Holy Sword Alliance Master's face contorted in irritation. It looked like the mere idea of conversing with a non-swordsman was displeasing to him. As his voice grew lower, a chilling sensation, like a dark shadow boiling up, seemed to seep into their skin. And who are you calling alone? As soon as he declared, a huge sailboat approached them through the clouds hiding the moonlight. The starry sword emblem engraved on the dark sail signified that it was the Sword Wing, the flying warship of the Holy Sword Alliance Master. Rumble. As soon as the Sword Wing came to a halt at the center of the plaza, swordsmen with the Holy Sword Alliance's symbol jumped down from it. Every single one of them was a powerful warrior with a well-trained body and aura. Some of them were masters and seemed to have the rank of Master of Sword. Rumble. Once the Holy Sword Alliance's swordsmen landed on the ground, they blocked the 2 exits of the plaza and began attacking the people around them. He. They didn't discriminate between warriors and civilians. The sword demons from the Holy Sword Alliance spread their glowing sword strikes to everyone in front of them. Don't panic, prepare for battle. The heads of the neutral factions drew their swords and faced the Holy Sword Alliance's sword demons. Stay in formation. Knight Captain Byton from the Holy Kingdom of Spur raised his sword, which was radiating with holy light. He was a powerful warrior among the neutral factions. Prioritize protecting the civilians. He cut down the sword demons while protecting the people, and a white shadow approached him from his left. Byton, Rayon hurriedly shouted as a white hand, almost transparent, grasped Byton's neck. Crack, with a frightening sound of the neck bone snapping, Byton's shoulder shrunk down as if drying up. His body crumbled like a dry leaf, and a woman smiled cheerfully from behind as she swept her silky black hair up, the White Blood Religion's leader. Rayon's lips trembled as he looked at the black-haired woman. She hadn't shown up since her previous defeat by Glenn, and now she had made her appearance once again. The Holy Kingdom's blood is pretty good indeed. The White Blood Religion's leader weakly stomped the ground while touching her red lips. Wham! The land sloshed like a transparent lake, and a human shape surged from it. Their white robes and the lines at the center of their hoods implied that they were the devotees of the White Blood Religion's leader. Alongside the usual fanatics, the 10th Apostle, accompanied by 2 others whose names Rayon didn't recognize, stepped forward and knelt before their religious leader. Enjoy the festival. She opened her hand and told them to do as they pleased, and the white blood fanatics spread in all directions while reciting some grotesque prayer to bite people's necks. The blade of Requiem felt like it was about to break from the intense sword resonance. It seemed to be enraged at the White Blood Religion's appearance. The vibration was even more violent than the other encounters. Rayon gritted his back teeth. Even the White Blood Religion is here, however. That was less surprising than the Holy Sword Alliance's reappearance. There are enough reasons for them to be here. There were countless warriors inside the city. It must have been a great opportunity for the White Blood Religion, as coming along with the Holy Sword Alliance pretty much made them a banquet waiting to be feasted upon. We should get started too. Shall I take care of those 2? The Holy Sword Alliance Master's eyes sparked red as he looked at the Demon Blade and the Queen of Swords, while the White Blood Religion's leader licked her lips while skimming over the Thespian Emperor and the demon-slaying spear. It was a 4-on-2 fight, but the result was still unpredictable. However, the Thespian Emperor still didn't look surprised. She must have predicted the white blood religion's appearance as well. It won't be that easy. The Thespian Emperor put the fingers from her hands together like a prayer and closed her eyes. As divine words rapidly flowed from her lips, a constellation materialized in the city's sky, its shape seemingly reflecting the sun and the moon. The shapes of yin and yang carved under the vast night sky poured down along with a brilliant radiance. As a mighty wave shook heaven and earth, the warriors of the 5 divine orders felt their powers surge explosively, their abilities magnified upon being touched by the ethereal light of yin and yang. Is this a formation technique? This is. The warriors from the White Blood Religion and the Holy Sword Alliance came to a halt upon feeling the tremendous wave of power turning the land upside down. The pressures from the Thespian Emperor and the other leaders of the 5 divine orders were also amplified to another level. It felt like a bright red fire was engulfing a red flame. Because they seemed equally matched in a 4-on-2 situation, it felt like the balance of power was swaying in favor of the 5 divine orders. Sharper swords tend to be more delicious. I don't like struggling children. The Holy Sword Alliance master smiled in satisfaction, while the White Blood Religion's leader furrowed her brow and voiced her annoyance. The 2 transcenders floated into the air as if they weren't affected by gravity and landed in front of the 5 divine orders leaders standing on the platform. I'll take care of him. I'll make a skewer out of him with the spear he looked down upon. Your tongue will be shredded if you try to taste my blade. Demon-slaying spear pointed his sky piercer at the Holy Sword Alliance master, while the demon blade placed his hand on his hilt with a fierce bloodlust veiling his eyes. We definitely won't lose in our current state. Let's finish this quickly and reduce the casualties. I know. The Thespian Emperor opened her hands while saying that she would protect the people, and the Queen of Swords calmly nodded. The clash between the auras of the 6 transcenders distorted the sky and fissured the land like a spider web. It was practically a natural disaster. Rayon looked back while catching his breath. Let's let the monsters fight between each other, and... As he prepared to command the Light Wind Division, Rimmer approached from the left, accompanied by a tumultuous gust of wind. He was glaring at the Holy Sword Alliance and their master with a yellow aura of malice glowing from his eyes. Holy Sword Alliance master. His playfulness was completely gone even though he had always smiled, even in the most serious situations. His eyes contained nothing but wrath and murderous intent. Was the Holy Sword Alliance the target of his wrath? His green eyes had become as red as his hair, and they skimmed through the warriors of the Holy Sword Alliance. He almost looked like he was looking for someone. Where are you? Rimmer bit his lip tightly and unsheathed his sword. Division leader, Rayon, I leave the Light Wind Division to you. Escape as fast as possible. Rimmer kicked the ground as soon as he declared. He rushed like lightning and beheaded the Holy Sword Alliance's warriors as he advanced deep into the battlefield. Vice Division leader, what shall we do? Crane and Dorian approached him, appearing uncertain about what to do next. Rayon frowned and looked around. Since the 5 divine orders were fighting the 5 demons, he had a feeling that they could escape without taking any damage if they withdrew right away. Save cough, we need protection. There's no way to escape. However, the innocent neutral factions and civilians were dying in the battle. It was crucial to prevent further casualties, even if it meant forgetting about escape. Kring. Rayon unsheathed Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem at the same time and advanced to the east, which was the closest direction to the ramparts. Thud. He charged towards an archbishop who was spreading his bloody energy while blocking the path. Heavenly Drive raised above his head, tilted towards the right before the archbishop could attack with his hand. PSSH. A thin line was engraved on the archbishop's robe, and his body split in half. However, the white blood fanatics kept attacking with their bloody energy even after they witnessed the death of their archbishop. Rayon spread his left foot in a cone shape, turned his waist, and swung his sword in a curve. The trajectory of fire, incorporating rotation, severed the white blood fanatics' bodies in half. The fanatics stopped moving for a moment, probably because dozens of their members had perished before they could even scream. This is our chance. It was the perfect opportunity to further advance. Rayon increased the 10,000 flames cultivations output and slashed toward them. Wham! Crimson blood burst from the group of the Holy Sword Alliance, blocking their path, their existence erased from the world. Kring. The white blood fanatics chasing behind them collapsed to the ground, with blood gushing from their pores upon receiving the blood rain's resonance. The white blood fanatics and the sword demons from the Holy Sword Alliance widened their eyes to the point of bursting upon witnessing the overwhelming power and cruelty. Whap! Rayon raised Heavenly Drive engulfed by a raging fire. The terrified faces turned red, just like Heavenly Drive's heated blade. Carve the path, Light Wind Division. The look in the eyes of the Light Wind Division changed upon hearing the shout. Madness and determination overwrote their confusion and fear. Rayon carved the path from the front, and the light wind division widened it. It didn't even take that long for a path to be created amid the White Blood Religion and the Holy Sword Alliance, and the eastern rampart came into sight. It was the closest rampart to their location. Creak, Rayon crushed the land with his right foot while wielding Heavenly Drive with 2 hands. The heat began to rampage to the point where his mana circuits could burst, and Rayon added wind to maximize the destructive power. It was the Flame Dragon art from the 10,000 Flames cultivation. 100 flowers, the fire dragon's breath surged from the tip of the blade and pierced through the center of the rampart. However, the hole was still not big enough to allow a person to pass. A little bit more. Rayon stabbed Heavenly Drive into the hole created by the Flame Dragon art and unleashed the fire from his energy center once again. The heat dashing through his mana circuits burst out once again to create a powerful gravity on the blade. Rayon Sieghart-style swordplay. Second form, Heavenly Heavy Cannon. The tremendous strike of heaviness exploded from the eastern rampart. Rumble, the fine cracks created by the Flame Dragon art became thicker, and the rampart collapsed entirely. Since stop them, stop those bastards. Come this way, everyone. Rayon cut down the white blood fanatics and the sword demons running towards him to prevent their escape and pointed at the path that was created. Path has opened up. Over there. We can survive if we go there. The people being helplessly slaughtered by the White Blood Religion and the Holy Sword Alliance started to run towards the eastern rampart. I need to widen it a bit further. Too many people needed to evacuate. Rayon cut off the walls on the sides with Crimson Slash to widen the exit. White Rayon was destroying the wall and slaying the sword demons. The gazes from the platform were lowered towards him, so I wasn't mistaken about him. The Holy Sword Alliance Master smiled faintly while looking at Rayon. So he is Rayon Sieghart. It wouldn't be strange if that young sword becomes the strongest in the continent in the future. The young swordsman right underneath him furrowed his brow while looking at Rayon. I should have brought the master of the bloody sword. He regrettably licked his lips. Rayon Sieghart, the White Blood Religion's leader, narrowed her eyes. Was he still around? She raised her finger, and a middle-aged apostle who was shredding an executive from the 5 divine orders rushed towards Rayon, master of the wise dragon sword. The Holy Sword Alliance master shook his hand towards his back, and a middle-aged man with a neat beard like a scholar jumped down from the battleship Sword Wing. What do you think you're doing? The White Blood Religion's leader's pupils became sharply distorted like a reptile's. That boy is mine. I'm also interested in that young sword. The White Blood Religion's leader and the Holy Sword Alliance master maintained their easygoing attitudes despite facing 4 heads of the 5 divine orders. Then how about the first one to end this fight gets to have him? Sounds good. The Holy Sword Alliance master casually shook his hand, and the White Blood Religion's leader smiled seductively. You damned bastards, I'll kill you. The demon-slaying spear and the demon blade unleashed their wills, causing the pillars supporting the platform to collapse and the land to tremble. Wham! A powerful radiance covered the world the moment the 6 transcenders clashed against each other. Rayon quickly regained his senses, even though the shockwave shaking heaven and earth was blowing his mind. An unknown apostle and the master of the wise dragon sword were approaching him. They were both extremely powerful warriors in the Grandmaster's realm. Their advance was as fast as a ray of light. Which apostle is he? And is that the master of the wise dragon sword? Rayon had heard about the master of the wise dragon sword before. He'd heard that he was the most talented person among the masters of sword. However, he was missing his right arm, and he was wielding his sword in his left hand. Though it looked like he'd lost his right arm, the energy wave emanating from him was still terrifying and ominous. He seemed to possess something beyond his formidable power. Get away from me. Rayon pushed the light wind division away and raised his 2 swords. I don't have the time to use the Azure Sky sword. And he had the feeling he wouldn't be able to stop them even if he used it. Using 2 special techniques with the dual wielding he'd learned from Shirl was the best method available to him. He unleashed the 10,000 Flames cultivation and glacier to the maximum output. The mana circuits rapidly expanded from the wind and created the foundation for an all-out attack. Rayon stomped the ground and was about to unleash Frost Pond and the Crimson Slash when black and white lights crossed downwards from thin air. Clong. The white and black lightning strikes blocked the apostle's hand and the blade of the master of the wise dragon sword without faltering in the slightest. Shirl was there. She had appeared after tearing the white dress she wore as a disguise and blocked the path of the 2 grandmasters on her own. Heavenly Blade Division blocked the path. The Heavenly Blade Division came forth upon hearing her shout and stopped the White Blood Fanatics and the Holy Sword Alliance's sword demons following the Apostle and the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword. One of the Heavenly Blade swordsmen gave Martha, who he was carrying on his back, to Dorian before he charged toward the enemies. Rayon, Good job, Cheryl nodded while gritting her teeth. It looked like she couldn't even afford to look back since she was shouting while looking forward. Escape with the civilians. But you can't deal with both of them on your own. Don't worry, that idiot is going to arrive soon enough. As soon as she made her declaration, a lightning storm surged from the right. Callies, Rimmer slashed at the master of the wise dragon's sword with dark bloodlust bursting from his eyes. Clang, Callies' lips, scarred by a sword, twisted up as he crossed blades with Rimmer. You look like you are doing fine, Rimmer. I knew you were alive. He violently ground his teeth and pushed ahead with his sword. The master of wise dragon's sword snickered while looking at his empty right shoulder. I also managed to get stronger. A huge astral sphere burst from his blade and assaulted Rimmer. Wham! Rimmer was unable to withstand the power and was sent flying before he rolled on the ground. I doubted my ears when I heard you started to raise new children after you got so many of your subordinates killed. The master of the wise dragon sword narrowed his eyes while looking at Rimmer. It looks like you were qualified to be a teacher even though you should have never been a leader. Shut up. Veins bulged on Rimmer's face as he shouted, dashing towards the master of the wise dragon sword. Rayon swallowed nervously while watching the interaction between them. Was he the target of our division leader's wrath? He couldn't be certain, but the target of Rimmer's wrath was apparently not the Holy Sword Alliance Master, but the man standing in front of him. However, he didn't have the time to think about that. I'll leave it to you. Rayon lowered his head towards Cheryl, who was stopping the Apostle, and Rimmer, who was stopping the Master of the Wise Dragon's sword before he turned around. Escape with the civilians. Immediately, he gave the order to the Light Wind Division and bought time for people's evacuation. Let's go forward. Rayon destroyed the wall even further and was about to leave the city when a powerful light sparked from the sky. A white astral spear was falling like rain. He looked up to the sky, and the 10th Apostle's frightening gaze was directed at him, his damned spear in his hand. Damn it, it was impossible for him to fight the 10th Apostle while rescuing the civilians. That would have been no different than asking for death. Is he asking me to abandon the people? Before he could even put his thoughts together, a second spear strike rained down towards him. The 10th Apostle's composed expression seemed to be asking him to decide between death and people's lives. You son of a bitch. Just as Rayon was raising his blades towards the sky, the night sky wavered like an aurora and a powerful wave of mana burst out. The distorted space was severed, and Merlin emerged from it wearing the old woman's mask. She swatted her deep blue robe away. Don't touch my things. A frightening glow could be seen from the red pupils inside the mask. Or I'll kill you. Rayon's eyes widened as he looked at Merlin, who had confidently declared that he was her possession. Why is she saying that in this situation? It was a dangerous statement that could reveal his relationship with Merlin if those who heard it were distrustful. Considering the fact that her pupils inside the mask were completely red, she seemed to be expressing her anger without any consideration for the aftermath. How is the 10th Apostle going to react? Rayon looked at the 10th Apostle while thinking about an excuse. He was violently grinding his teeth while pointing the spear in his right hand towards Merlin. I knew you would be here, crazy bitch. The 10th Apostle wasn't concerned at all about what Merlin had said. He seemed to be thinking about what she'd done to him during their previous encounter. Ha. Rayon breathed out a sigh of relief while watching the 10th Apostle gather his bloody energy. It's a relief that the 10th Apostle was the one who heard that. Others might have become suspicious, but it was already the third time the 10th Apostle was fighting Merlin. He simply seemed to consider it to be the ramblings of a madwoman. I won't miss you this time. I'll offer your head and Rayon Sieghart to our religious leader. The 10th Apostle bent his left knee slightly as he spun his spear, emitting a thundering sound. I don't mind the part about myself. I'm perfectly fine with giving you my head, however. Merlin continued with a sinister smile on her face. If you try to steal my belongings, your head is going to roll instead of your hand. A countless number of magic circles appeared from behind her. A supersized magic circle covered the sky like a beehive, radiating a majestic light. Hick. Wrath's lips trembled as he watched Merlin. From the way she appeared to her lines, every single thing about her gives him goosebumps. He hung his head. It looked like Merlin was even scarier to him than the Holy Sword Alliance Master. Thud, the 10th Apostle twisted his lips and pierced the sky with his spear shaft. A majestic yet evil energy wave engulfed the surroundings. Merlin, don't use your mosquito mouth to call my name. Disgusting. Merlin snapped her fingers, and her magic circles started to breathe like living creatures and fired all kinds of magic spells. Fire and ice danced in the air while lightning and wind sang a song. The unknown magic rained down endlessly like a cluster of stars. You won't get me a second time. The 10th Apostle gripped his spear lightly with two hands and rotated it like a windmill. The pale white astral spear bursting from the spear shaft created a majestic wave, tearing apart all the magic falling from the sky. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching the astral sphere created by the 10th Apostle. Has he gotten stronger as well? The 10th apostle's aura was a bit more transparent than during their previous encounter. Considering the fact that members of the white blood religion's aura became more transparent the more powerful they were, he could guess that the 10th apostle's monstrous power had grown even further. He's improved in that short time. What a dangerous man, however. Rayon licked his lips and looked up to Merlin. She snapped her fingers while snorting, and the magic circles barraging him with spells turned the color of sunset. The activation speed of the magic was further improved, and the power was amplified at the same time. Every single one of them seemed to be as powerful as an astral sphere. Boom, boom. The 10th apostle was easily breaking through the spells, but he gradually slowed down. He ground his teeth with trembling shoulders under the impact of the barrage of spells. Merlin has improved even more. While the 10th apostle had been training within the confines of the white blood religion, Merlin had been walking a tightrope, visiting Sieghart from Eden. It was only natural that her improvement surpassed his. But why am I feeling happy about this? In the end, Merlin and the 10th apostle were both his enemies. The best outcome would have been for them to kill each other in the fight, yet Merlin's superiority was making him feel relieved for some strange reason. It's pointless to think about this. Rayon weakly tapped on his cheeks and raised his gaze. I'm different from back then. I won't follow either of you. Rayon declared to Merlin and the 10th apostle that he would walk his own path before he ran to the right. They are following us. Please save me. They are behind. The white blood fanatics caught up to the civilians and devoured their flesh and blood. They looked like beasts on a hunt. They looked exactly like fiends as they grinned happily with their mouths covered in blood. Please. When the bloody claws of a bishop were about to stab into the back of a woman who was shielding her child, Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps. Thud, a deep footprint was created on the ground and his body stretched out like lightning. He reached the woman in an instant and unleashed the blade of Requiem's ghastly energy. The yellow light flashing from the red blade severed the bishop's claws and neck at the same time, even though they were wrapped in bloody energy. Cough. The bishop tilted towards the ground, his pupils trembling in disbelief at his sudden demise. Burin and the swordsman from the third team responded to his call and approached him. They escorted the woman and remaining civilians toward the collapsed rampart. Kring, Run-On was stopping the Holy Sword Alliance's swordsmen and the White Blood fanatics from approaching the people, evacuating the city alongside Mark Goat. No order or communication was necessary because they'd been working together for a long time. It wasn't just Burin and Run-On. Every single member of the Light Wind Division completed their jobs and gathered around the rampart once again. But still, Rayon bit his lip while looking ahead of him. There are still too many people who didn't manage to escape. Since the warriors from the 5 divine orders weren't leaving the Thespian Emperor's formation, they were only protecting the VIPs near them, without rescuing the civilians and warriors from neutral factions that were far away from them. If they were left alone in that isolated state, it was going to be a catastrophe with more than 1,000 fatalities. Rayon looked to his left while cutting down a white blood fanatic blocking the path. They can't afford to help either. Rimmer had a demonic expression on his face that Rayon had never seen before as he attacked the master of the wise dragon sword. Callies, I'll kill you at all costs. The lightning and wind weren't the only elements engulfing his blade. Malice also surrounded it, emitting a sound reminiscent of a beast's cry. It's impossible in your current state. The master of the wise dragon sword swirled his sword in his left hand and effortlessly blocked Rimmer's slash. Even though he was using a different arm from before, his strike was brimming with sharpness and wisdom. It looked like he wasn't lying about getting stronger after losing his arm. I told you to shut up. Rimmer barked out the words and swung his sword in a rage. Even though his hand was covered in blood and his face and arm were wounded, his sword never stopped moving. Rayon bit his lip while touching the blade of Requiem. This is dangerous. Rimmer wasn't using the sword field creation yet, but the master of the wise dragon sword wasn't using the astral sphere either. Rayon had the feeling that Rimmer was going to lose even after they started to use their full power. Should I help them? Just as he was about to head towards Rimmer, Shirl, who had taken a step back, took out a gold pouch from somewhere and threw it at Rimmer's head. Smack! Rimmer turned around while blinking upon getting hit by gold coins out of nowhere. You damn idiot. Rimmer was confused and Shirl ground her teeth while looking at him. She completely tore apart the hem of her dress, threw it away, and stomped the ground. Are you trying to get all your students killed? Once is enough for regret. The red fervor filling Rimmer's eyes slowly subsided as the resonance reached deep into his heart. Rimmer stopped in his tracks and rolled his eyes. He quickly checked on Rayon and the Light Wind Division behind him before nodding his head. I'm sorry. I don't need your apology. Do better. Shirl bit her lip and fixed her grip on her swords. I'll do better, so this is mine now. Rimmer slowly nodded and picked up the gold pouch from the ground, tucking it into his clothes. You are fucking insane. Cheryl exclaimed in amazement, but she didn't comment any further, as if implying that it was better that way. I don't care anymore if you die or not. She shook her hand and advanced towards the apostle. Astral spheres with different colors emerged from her two swords, crossing in the air to block the apostle's path and pierce toward his shoulder. Attack and defense were being done at the same time in that single move. It was an exquisite move, displaying the nature of the twin blade technique. And she was perfectly alert to both Merlin and the 10th apostle behind her at the same time. Cheryl was the most attentive person among everyone present in the scene. Clang, however, the apostle she was facing was also extraordinary. His white hair fluttered in the air as he cut through the white sword's defense with his left hand and deflected the black sword's attack with his right hand. He possessed a matchless prowess, capable of blocking the black and white twin swords with his bare hands and even counterattacking. The fact that he was even more powerful than the 10th apostle allowed Rayon to guess that he should have been one of the 3 first disciples of the white blood religion's leader. Wham! Even though wind and lightning flickered from his attacks, they were unable to break through the trajectory of the master of the wise dragon sword's blade, which sloshed like the tidal waves of a vast ocean. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue while fixing his grip on Heavenly Drive. Should I help them after all? Even though people were dying rapidly, it looked like Rimmer and Cheryl's side was more urgent. Just as Rayon was about to join their battlefield, Cheryl shook her head. We are fine here. Cheryl continued without taking her eyes off the apostle standing in front of her. We'll join you after we take care of them. You should do your job. She's right. Don't worry about us and get out of here for now. Rimmer agreed with a faint smile on his face, apologizing for his unsightly behavior. Rayon looked at their backs. He felt like he could entrust them with his life, just as he had with Glenn. I'll be back before that happens. Rayon bowed to Rimmer and Cheryl before he kicked the ground to dash towards the plaza. Kring, he charged in between the Holy Sword Alliance's sword demons who were slaughtering the civilians and executed. Frost Pond with a swift slash. The transparent dew on the blade of Requiem became a blue spearhead to pierce the hearts of every single sword demon around him. It's not enough. There were lots of warriors from neutral factions who remained at the center to protect the civilians. They also needed to be rescued no matter what. Rayon unsheathed the blade of Requiem and used the Supreme Harmony steps. He dashed to the right side of the plaza and stood at the center of the Holy Sword Alliance's groups. He twisted his left ankle, channeling that power through his waist and wrist to swing Heavenly Drive. The fire flowers blooming on the silver blade spread around through the wind. 10,000 flames cultivation. 100 flames. Flame spirit. The red leaves wrapped in the astral energy of raging fire became a cluster of flowers, wiping out the Holy Sword Alliance's sword demons. Wham! It was truly a storm of fire. The neutral factions and even the White Blood Religion and the Holy Sword Alliance fell speechless for a moment upon witnessing that majestic sight. The blade of Requiem in his left hand followed the attack. Blood rain burst from the interlocking scabbard and red blade to shred the nerves of the White Blood fanatics. Kua. The White Blood fanatics collapsed, while screaming even though they were the type of people who would die with a smile, even when they were stabbed by a blade. Now is your chance. The warriors from the neutral factions started to run towards the collapsed rampart alongside the civilians upon hearing Rayon's shout. It's still too narrow. Even though he destroyed the rampart, it still required a lot of time for the evacuation because there were too many people in the plaza. He wanted to destroy it a bit more, but he didn't have the time for it because the Holy Sword Alliance's swordsmen and the White Blood fanatics were swarming at him from left and right. I need to block the path. He turned around to block the path to stop their chase, and a giant wearing a black robe fell from the sky. His large hand turned red and mercilessly exploded the heads of the White Blood fanatics who were running after the people. It wasn't done by aura. Magic was flowing in his fist. I'll take care of this place. Yuria nodded heavily, declaring that he would block the path while Rayon protected the people. Rayon looked into Yuria's eyes. They were as clear as a bull's, befitting his huge size. I understand. Rayon nodded back to Yuria before running towards the rampart. He looked up to the sky where the 10th apostle and Merlin were fighting. You won't escape. A strange light sparked from Merlin's eyes. Crimson fireballs fell from her magic circle. Is she telling me to use that spell to my advantage? Even though she wasn't his companion, he could tell her intention just with the look in her eyes. Kring. He covered Heavenly Drive and the blade of Requiem with a smooth flow of aura, like flowing water, and unleashed a soft sword technique. The spells Merlin had dropped were redirected towards the rampart through the sword's trajectory. Wham! The spells must have contained a formula to destroy stone and steel, because the rampart collapsed in an instant, and a passage at least twice as wide as the previous one appeared. That way, Rayon sent the people he'd brought from the plaza towards the destroyed rampart. The evacuation, which was proceeding at a snail's pace, became dramatically faster with the creation of the second exit. Head to Cameloon. The 5 Divine Orders city, Banneret, was pretty close to Cameloon. They were pretty much going to be safe once they reached that city. The Light Wind Division should be more than enough for the job. Rayan could guess that the Light Wind Division and the warriors from the neutral factions would be able to protect the civilians as long as he stayed behind to protect the powerful warriors. Yes, Burr and Runan and the Light Wind swordsmen immediately nodded. They left the rampart while protecting the civilians as soon as they received the order, not asking any questions. Rayan smiled faintly upon seeing that they trusted him as much as he trusted them. As for me, Rayan was about to return to Rimmer and Shirl's location when the flying warship, the Sword Wing, started to move once again under the moonlight. Don't tell me, is it coming this way? As soon as that thought flashed through his mind, a crescent-shaped beam was fired at him from the turret on the Sword Wing's right side. Rayan bit his lip and swung Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem upwards at the same time. The Blade of Requiem was wrapped in a shield of fire, and Heavenly Drive's edge was surrounded by crimson radiance. Clang! He defended against the impact with Firewall and countered with Crimson Slash, causing the Sword Wing's mighty wave to finally subside. This isn't going to work. Joining forces with Shirl and Rimmer could potentially allow him to kill the Apostle or the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword, but he had a feeling he was going to pay with the deaths of the Light Wind Division, the neutral factions, and the civilians who were escaping. Do I have to make a decision? No, the answer is obvious. Rayan stepped back while looking at the Sword Wing. Saving people was more important than killing enemies. It was a complete opposite choice from when he used to be an assassin. The mindset of Sieghart's swordsman that Sylvia wanted him to possess had begun to bloom into a small flower. Well, at least that's some relief. He had actually considered the Black Tower the biggest danger in that journey. Rayan was worried about the tower's vice master because he wanted to kill him, unlike Eden and the White Blood Religion who were just trying to capture him, but the Black Tower was fortunately not there. As he was about to escape from the city while glaring at the Sword Wing, the Demon Blade and the demon-slaying spear floated into the air through the gray smoke filling the platform. A dark sea surged from the Demon Blade's sword piercing the sky. The tidal wave unleashed towards the plaza felt like the soul would be destroyed just from facing it. Rumble, the demon-slaying spear, was riding a red horse with burning red skin, and a fireball as huge as the sun was emerging from the sky piercer pulled behind him. It was truly a demonic cavalry spear art. His majestic performance showed why he was the leader of the Demon Spear Guild. They were both using transcendental martial arts of will rather than an established technique of astral energy or astral sphere. Rayan's heart pounded and his brain was stirred just from watching them. Nice. The Holy Sword Alliance Master smiled peacefully, even though he was under the two Transcenders' attacks. He casually leaped from the platform and dropped the sword from his hand. His sword throbbed like a living creature and rushed towards the demon-slaying spears. Solar Edge and the Demon Blades. Black Sea Slice. The sword soared into the sky to sever the Demon Blade's tidal wave and pierce through the demon-slaying spear sun. It wasn't even surrounded by any astral energy or an astral sphere. It was simply wrapped in a faint light, yet the result was unbelievable. Rayan's chin trembled as he watched the Holy Sword Alliance Master's sword. That's not just a flying sword, it's sword manipulation. Sword manipulation was a legendary realm supposedly capable of controlling the sword according to their will, and the Holy Sword Alliance Master's sword followed his will by severing the Transcenders' wills. I never thought that realm actually existed in the world. He'd thought it was a technique from fairy tales and had never expected to actually see it. The King of Essence told you, didn't he? Wrath licked his lips while scratching his nose. He is peculiar. He took a different path than your old man. It's not as simple as that. Peculiar wasn't enough to describe the sword manipulation because it was literally a legend. Rayan bit his lip tightly while watching the Holy Sword Alliance Master drive the Demon Blade and the demon-slaying spear into a corner on his own. Ring of Fire started to rampage before he knew it and examined the sword manipulation's flow. I don't really see anything because his realm is too high, but he could at least tell that he was controlling the sword through his will and a mysterious resonance of his aura. I can at least tell why the sword manipulation is a legend. Some techniques were bound to be physically impossible to achieve by wielding the sword with a human body. For example, it's impossible to slash towards the left and slash from the left again immediately after, without drawing your arm back. However, sword manipulation makes it possible. Since the sword was floating freely instead of being held by a hand, it could achieve techniques that would have been impossible otherwise. The sword manipulation was an outrageous technique in its form, just like its power. I want to keep watching it. He was getting new ideas as he watched the sword manipulation. He could see the possibility of a new way to get stronger, but saving people took priority. Rayan turned around without hesitation after he confirmed that the people had finished leaving the city. Rumble, the master of the Holy Sword Alliance, fended off the demon-slaying spear, who was attacking him directly, with his hand while using sword manipulation to drive the demon blade into a corner. He smiled faintly while watching Rayon's back as he escaped through the collapsed rampart when the two transcenders had temporarily landed on the ground. He is amazing. Just like he'd heard from the master of the bloody sword, Rayon had the talent to impress the entire continent. He seemed to surpass even his youngest disciple, Cloud, who was considered the most talented swordsman in the contemporary Holy Sword Alliance. I should take him with me at least. The Holy Sword Alliance master shook his hand towards his back. Cloud, yes, the young warriors who'd been staying behind the Holy Sword Alliance master bowed at him. Capture Rayon Sieghart, alive or dead. Keep him alive, of course. Bring the elite guard unit with you. Understood. Cloud nodded and shook his hand towards the sky, and swordsmen wearing blue robes jumped down from the sword wing. Let's go. He ran towards the destroyed rampart, his eyes sparkling like a cold blade. Where are you looking? You are the first one I've met who is even more arrogant than me. This is so damn irritating. The demon blade and the demon-slaying spear unleashed their dark sea and solar sphere once again. Their power was even denser than the previous attack, yet the smile remained on the lips of the Holy Sword Alliance master. I'm curious what kind of face Glenn is going to make if I take Rayon away from him. Rayon was moving at the very back of the line while spreading the perception of the snow flower. Is it really okay for us to leave like this? Dorian was carrying Martha on his back with trembling lips. Our division leader and the Heavenly Blade division leader are still in there. Crane also kept looking back in anxiety. It's the Heavenly Drive division leader and our division leader we're talking about. Believe in them. Burren shook his head, saying that it was time for them to do their job instead of worrying about them. Yes, they will come back. Run-On nodded calmly. She also seemed to believe in them. Rayon smiled faintly as he watched Burren and Run-On ease the anxiety of the team members. They've really grown a lot. In the past, they would have been trembling with anxiety like the other team members, but now they were the ones calming them down. Rayon felt proud of them for it. He figured he should prepare some separate training for them after they returned. The team leaders are right. We are solely going to focus on protecting the people from now on, and just as Rayon agreed with the two team leaders and was about to tell them to focus on the guarding duty, a terrifying presence appeared from the direction of the rampart. Prepare for battle. He turned after shouting at the Light Wind Division to get into sword formation. He immediately drew his blades, and a young warrior wearing a blue robe came into his sight. That man, he was the one who'd stayed right behind the Holy Sword Alliance master from the beginning. He looked young, but the energy wave coming from him was far more powerful than Rayon's, a sword with blue stars embedded on it. Denning Rose pointed at the man's robe with her trembling hand. He is the disciple of the Holy Sword Alliance master. She swallowed nervously, saying that he seemed to be the youngest disciple, judging from his age. I knew it. Rayon had been thinking that he was much too powerful for his age, and he was the Holy Sword Alliance master's disciple, just like he'd anticipated. By the time Rayon was ready to unleash the 10,000 Flames, Cultivation, and Glacier at the same time, the Holy Sword Alliance master's disciple stopped in front of him. Rayon Sieghart and everyone here needs to come with me in accordance with the Alliance master's orders. He tapped on the sword hanging around his waist, implying that he was going to kill them if they moved. What if I refuse? Death is the only other choice you have. The disciple of the Holy Sword Alliance master shook his head, advising against the meaningless struggle. No, there's another choice I can take. Deadly lightning sparked from Rayon's eyes. I send your head back separate from your body. Rayon narrowed down the range of his aura perception and examined the disciple of the Holy Sword Alliance master. The green eyes seen under the shadowy deep blue hair were brimming with excellence. Rayon could feel that his martial art wasn't anything evil, unlike the other 5 demons. He's extremely powerful despite his young appearance. Rayon could tell that the Holy Sword Alliance master's disciple was a monster that had surpassed Master's realm just from looking at his perfectly tight meridians and the movement of his aura, which was as nimble as flowing water. You are as good at running your mouth as the rumors suggest. The disciple of the Holy Sword Alliance master snorted while stroking his smooth chin. But you are delusional. He rolled his eyes coldly without yielding to the provocation. His mental state seemed to be as good as his might. Delusional, Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the disciple of the Holy Sword Alliance master. What are you talking about? The Alliance master ordered me to bring you to him, but he never mentioned how. It means that it's perfectly fine to bring your corpse. The disciple of the Holy Sword Alliance master twisted his lips, and a frightening energy crept up from beneath his feet. It was his murderous intent infused with will, powerful enough to crush the body and tighten the heart. Rayon frowned while feeling the murderous intent crawling up to him like a chain. So he is a grandmaster. The way he freely manipulated his will allowed him to confirm the fact that the disciple of the Holy Sword Alliance's master was a grandmaster who had already surpassed the master's wall. Victory wasn't guaranteed, because there was a huge difference in realm between them. I'll persevere for now, since the Holy Sword Alliance shouldn't know that I can use my will. He determined that enduring his opponents will through the strength of his soul, while looking for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack, was the best course of action. His realm shouldn't be that high even though he surpassed the wall. Judging from his appearance, he seemed younger than 40 years old. Surpassing the wall required some time no matter how gifted a person was. That was why Rayon guessed that he was most likely still at the entry level of Grandmaster. Ha! Rayon sighed faintly and met his opponent's eyes. "What's your name?" "What? I asked you your name." The Holy Sword Alliance Master's disciple frowned without responding. It looked like he wasn't expecting to be asked for his name in that situation. Don't you even have the courage to announce your name when you are the Dark Knight Sword God's disciple? How path. Cloud's lips parted as Rayon sneered at him. I see Cloud. Rayon tilted his head while accentuating the name Cloud. You should use your brain if you are going to lie. You can't just blabber without even thinking. What do you mean? I wouldn't have been able to escape from that city if the Holy Sword Alliance Master wanted to kill me. Rayon continued while rolling his lips into a long smile. The fact that he left me alive after he recognized me implies that there's something he wants from me. It could be my talent, swordsmanship, or both. It wasn't an instance of overinflated ego. Since the Holy Sword Alliance was a gathering of sword demons who could kill anyone for the sake of sword and sword techniques, there was no reason to bring a corpse back. Cloud's eyes darkened. They were as frightening as a sharp blade. Rayon could understand why he'd become the Holy Sword Alliance Master's disciple upon seeing the cursed look in his eyes. Yes, I also heard that you were rather smart. He nodded, saying that it was all according to the information he'd received. Who even told you about it when you've been sitting on your ass? The Master of the Bloody Sword told me that you are the most talented person on the continent. Master of the Bloody Sword. Rayon tilted his head because he wasn't sure who that was, and Cloud continued. But that's only because you haven't encountered me yet. His murderous intent intensified visibly as a smile spread across his face. It was breathtaking pressure. Even though you've reached the highest level of master at a young age, nothing guarantees that you will surpass the wall towards Grandmaster. There are countless vermin who couldn't become a Grandmaster after reaching master at a young age. He made his declaration with a dry voice and brought his hand towards his waist. I'll teach you about real talent. Considering the fact that he kept talking about talent, Rayon could guess that Cloud was extremely confident about his talent. He must be extremely talented, of course. There was no way the Holy Sword Alliance Master would accept an ordinary person as his disciple. The mere fact that he was a Grandmaster at such a young age testified to his talent. However, Rayon smiled faintly while looking at Wrath, who was yawning while lying on his right shoulder. He is no match against me since I have the King of Doormats with me. Rayon was confident that he could trounce the biggest talent in the continent or whatever as long as he had the giving Wrath with him. I don't know about being more talented, but... Rayon tilted his chin while rubbing his foot on the ground. He sneered while looking down on Cloud. Since even someone like you managed to become a Grandmaster, I think I can achieve it this year. You. Cloud's expression hardened for the first time. He seemed so triggered by the mention of his talent. However, he must have gotten enough mental training befitting his realm since he wasn't attacking over the irritation. Rayon weakly clicked his tongue and examined the warriors standing behind Cloud. Are they the guards dispatched for the disciple of the Holy Sword Alliance Master? There weren't that many, but every single one of them was a powerful warrior, and multiple masters were present. It was pretty clear that they were Cloud's bodyguards. Rayon expanded his aura perception behind him without taking his eyes off the enemies. There aren't many warriors left. The neutral factions and most of the civilians had already gone far away because the Light Wind Division had been protecting them from the rear. Rayon estimated that it would be difficult to protect all of them if they started to fight right there. I need to take him far away from here. If a Grandmaster's astral sphere landed in a bad location, it was going to annihilate the civilians and even the Light Wind Division. Luring Cloud far away while leaving the rest to the Light Wind Division was the best course of action. Rayon made up his mind and sent an aura message to Burin, Runan, and Mark Goten at the same time. I'll draw that talented parrot away with me. I leave the rest to you. I'm rather confident in my footwork. Rayon sheathed Heavenly Drive and turned his right ankle towards the right, where no one was around. Rayon kicked the ground with full power, utilizing his fastest footwork, the Supreme Harmony's second step. Catch me if you can. Are you crazy or what? Wrath shook his head while mumbling in wonder. You fucking jackass. Cloud ground his teeth violently and turned around. Take care of them all before I come back. He leaped towards Rayon right after he gave his subordinates that order. His body, as refined as an excellent sword, dashed through the forest like a ray of light. A smile appeared on Rayon's lips as he felt the prickling sensation of bloodlust reaching his back. He slightly turned his head to check behind him, seeing that Cloud was chasing after him with a cold expression on his face. I knew it. He wasn't running without a plan. He knew Cloud was going to follow because the Holy Sword Alliance Master must have wanted him, rather than the others, judging from what Cloud had said. He thought Cloud was obviously going to follow since his mission would fail if he allowed his target to escape even after killing everyone else. It's a shame that the others stayed behind, though. He was hoping for Cloud's guards to join the chase, but it was apparently too much to hope for. Rayon didn't stop his advance until the ramparts could no longer be seen, while hoping that the Light Wind Division would put up a good fight. HMPH. Rayon stopped at an open area far away from the others, and Cloud landed on the ground with a frown on his face. Is this the limit of your ability after boasting about your talent while running? Rayon had stopped there on purpose, but Cloud seemed to believe that his footwork was faster as he looked at him with a sneer on his face. He was powerful, but seemed to have enough openings in his mentality. I was the only person that the Holy Sword Alliance Master asked you to capture, right? Rayon smiled coldly while sweeping his disheveled hair back. Can you even become the Holy Sword Alliance's successor when you are so easy to read? Are you sure you won't be devoured by your higher-ups? Shut your trap. Cloud furrowed his brow and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. The energy wave emanating from him was on a whole different level from before. Rayon could feel that his body and aura were close to being complete. Rayon calmly caught his breath while facing Cloud's distorted eyes. I need to go all out from the start. He could anticipate that Cloud wasn't going to go easy on him in order to prove his talent. A sloppy response could end up in a defeat after a single strike. Rayon unleashed the 10,000 Flames, Cultivation, and Glacier to the highest output and lightly grabbed Heavenly Drive's hilt. The moment a dry leaf landed on the ground, Rayon and Cloud unsheathed their swords at the same time. Distance didn't matter to them. As their wills surged, their swords were already moving toward each other's souls. It was a fight between sword draws. Blades engulfed by majestic auras were firing off at each other's throats. Burin swallowed nervously while watching the slow advance of the Holy Sword Alliance's swordsmen. There are too many masters. Judging from the frightening energy on their swords, he could tell that 5 among the 25 enemies were masters, and one of them seemed to be an intermediate master. Assuming that Mark Goten would fight the strongest opponent, he couldn't come up with a solution to deal with the 4 others. They are the elite guard unit who protect the disciple of the Holy Sword Alliance Master. Denning Rose frowned while looking at the swordsmen's faces, which were as expressionless as dolls. She snapped her fingers, and warriors wearing black clothes emerged from the shadows on the ground. We will join the fight. She declared that she would handle one side herself and gave orders to her bodyguards. Kaja, Insia shouted, and a woman jumped down from a tree. Help the Light Wind Division, as you wish. The bodyguard called Kaja bowed to Insia and stood in the way of the master approaching from the left. This gives us a bit more room, huh? Burin let out a sigh of relief and noticed that the white blood fanatics and sword demons from Holy Sword Alliance were running towards them from behind the elite guard unit. He realized it wasn't going to be an easy fight. Into formation. Into formation. He opened the Great Light Formation and stomped the ground. The footprint on the land served as a signal for the elite guard unit to start charging at them through the wind. Martha was still unconscious. It would be extremely helpful if she would wake up, but there was no time to hope for such a miracle. The Light Wind Division had to fight without her. Dorian, focus on protecting Martha. You understood. Burin sent Dorian, who was carrying Martha on his back, to the rear and stepped forward to the front of the formation. You can kill them. The warrior, who seemed to be the captain of the elite guard unit, raised his sword and ordered the slaughter. You won't kill anyone as long as I'm here. Mark Goten dashed at the captain with a furious shout of concentration. He seemed to be trying to prevent him from causing any damage. Clang. The brilliant slash overflow from the anarchic lightning saber fell like lightning cutting through the sky, but the elite guard unit's captain withstood his attack with a simple upward swing of his sword. Is that all? Patience is my strength instead of might. How crude. The elite guard unit's captain laughed it off and swung his sword downwards. The diagonal slash bent like a whip towards Mark Goten's body. Mark Goten swung his sword in a cross shape to create a saber barrier with the shape of a shield. Clang. Guard captain's strikes seemed to be endless, but Mark Goten wasn't pushed back in the slightest as he endured while biting his lip. Burin clenched his fist while watching Mark Goten's back. Please hold out, Sir Mark. He wanted to tell him that he was coming to help, but he had no room for that. The Holy Sword Alliance's swordsmen were well aware that they had the upper hand and approached with light steps. However, they unleashed their powerful aura and started to attack as soon as they got close enough. Clang. Since there were 2 masters among the elite guard unit, the Great Light Wind Formation wavered significantly upon blocking the first hit, as if it were about to break already. We are going to lose at this rate. There was pretty much a hole in the formation because both Martha and Dorian were missing from it. Burin could guess that they weren't going to last for long. Heavy battle form. Burin switched the Great Light Wind Formation into the form with the highest defense and slashed upwards towards the elite guard that had reached him. Whoosh! The Barren wind incorporated the heaviness of the land, but it disappeared in vain without cutting through his opponent's astral energy. Wham! The counterattack that followed shook the great light wind formation violently, like a sailboat on a turbulent ocean. Damn it, Burren clenched his fist to the point of bleeding. There's nothing we can do if we can't withstand the strike in this form. The heavy battle form of the great light wind formation was similar to a turtle hiding inside the shell to look for a chance for a surprise attack. However, the shell was about to shatter because the enemy's attack was too violent. Burren quickly looked back. He could see Run-On biting her lip as she maintained the center of the formation. She must have received a large amount of damage because she was protecting the formation without Martha, but she was enduring it without even letting out a groan. Whap! Run-On exhaled roughly and unleashed her coldness. It was a frost fog capable of fortifying the formation and limiting the enemy's movement at the same time. However, the enemy attacks continued amid the fog. The astral energies of the two masters exploded one after the other, and the formation center started to tilt. Burren gritted his back teeth. We are all going to die at this rate. There were 2 masters and 10 highest-level experts. Moreover, there were countless swordsmen of the Holy Sword Alliance and white blood fanatics assaulting them like hungry demons. Burren could tell that they were all going to end up dying if they focused on defense. What about the others? He quickly looked around, but no other warrior was available to help. It was a trial that the Light Wind Division had to overcome by themselves. We have no other choice. Burren swirled his sword and advanced to the decisive light form. He abandoned defense, switched into an offensive formation, and jumped into the space of the master who was trying to attack. Clang. As expected of a master's strike, Burren felt like his shoulder was about to break even though it was an all-out surprise attack of the Barren Wind sword. It was different from when he used to fight Mark Goat, who wasn't trying to kill them. His opponent's powerful malice was clutching around his body. What an idiot. You could have lived for a bit longer if you kept hiding like a mole. The elite guard sneered and swung his sword. But my companion next to me would have died if I did so. It's precisely because you care about your weak companions instead of the difference in skills that you can't get any better. A frightening smile spread around his lips as he swung his sword engulfed in astral energy down. It was an extremely simple attack, but that made it even more fearsome. Clang! It was too fast to dodge. Burren immediately raised his sword to block it. Creak! The astral energy cut through the aura blade and caused a tremendous amount of pressure. Burren's chin trembled violently as he forcibly extracted more aura from his aching energy center. You are not Rayon Sieghart. Know your place. The master from Holy Sword Alliance declared in a cold voice and swung his sword down. He seemed to be trying to cut him in half along with the sword. Blood gushed from Burren's shoulder and the hand that was holding the sword from the astral energy's influence. I'm not Rayon Sieghart, you say. I know that better than anyone, because he's given me so many things. Rayon gave him countless gifts even though Burren had looked down upon him and laughed at him. He was willing to offer even his life for Rayon's sake, as he considered him closer than his father or brothers. Burren stomped the ground while letting out a scream. The wave of the astral energy ripped his clothes apart and ruined his hair. Moreover, his voice was a scream instead of a shout of concentration, which was the behavior he despised the most since he loved a noble attitude. Pointless struggle. The master from the Holy Sword Alliance unleashed his astral energy while twisting his lips. Burren's knees bent and his back arched. However, probably because he'd found freedom, a sense of relaxation that he'd never had before, his heart and energy center pounded powerfully to unleash an imposing wind. Burren gritted his teeth and raised his sword. The aura accumulated over and over around his half-broken sword to create a majestic blue radiance. His astral energy advanced alongside a barren wind, shaking the entire forest to pierce through the master's sword and sever his chest. Slash! Red blood gushed from the swordsman's chest. Huff. Burren spat out the blood welling up in his mouth and pointed his sword at his opponent. Rayon Sieghart is incomparable to an idiot like me. He twisted his lips while looking at the brilliant light engulfing his blade. Apologize for what you said. Burren swallowed nervously as he looked at the blue radiance surrounding his blade. Is this astral energy? It was on a whole different level from the aura blade. The energy of wind was endlessly condensing around the blade, and he could feel a sharpness capable of cutting through anything. Confidence filled his shoulders, making him feel like he could defeat any opponent and execute the techniques he couldn't use before. He said, I have to be even more careful in a situation like this. Rayon had mentioned that the feeling of omnipotence after surpassing the wall was extremely dangerous and had advised him to calm down. I shouldn't be relieved. There was no way Rayon would be wrong. Since his opponent had become a master a long time before himself, carelessness would get him killed in an instant even though his enemy was injured. Elite Guard rubbed the laceration on his chest with trembling lips. The blood falling like a heavy rain came to a halt and the wound tightened. He seemed to have forced the bleeding to stop with his aura. You've won with this. The astral energy around his blade intensified into a bloody color, probably because he was going all out. I would never think that. Burin lowered his posture and raised his sword above his head. Not until I've killed you, you greenhorn. The elite guard charged at him from the left. Blood started to flow from his wound once again because of the drastic movement. As expected, the injury wasn't completely sutured. In that case, Burin took 3 steps back with his footwork. He placed his left foot on a boulder, extended his right foot, and executed a downward slash. The astral energy engulfing his blade split into 5 gusts of wind to attack his opponent. It was the Baron Wind's sword's special technique, rotating wind arrow, that he was unable to achieve despite endless practice. The elite guard created a sword barrier as he charged like a boar. Clang. He seemed to be planning to cut through the astral energy to continue his charge, but the rotating wind arrow created a violent rotation of wind to destroy the elite guard's sword barrier. Blood gushed out of the laceration on his chest once again. Why, you bastard, it's not over yet. Burin grabbed his sword with 2 hands and swung it down in a curved trajectory like the wheel of a carriage. The astral energy on his blade extended like sunlight reflected on the water and shot toward the elite guard's heart. Clang. The elite guard was unable to perfectly block it once again and was pushed back while leaving a deep trace on the ground. His left knee was trembling, showing that he'd received a significant amount of damage. You cheap bastard. There's no reason to allow your approach. Baron Wind's sword specialized in ranged attacks, and his opponent's skills were better than his own. That was why there was no reason to fight from up close without using his advantage. But I also need to help them quickly. Run-On was currently maintaining the light wind formation. She must have been under heavy pressure, as it was normally supposed to be done by the 3 team leaders together. However, making sure to finish off the opponent in front of him had the higher priority. The light wind division would be annihilated if he ended up defeated instead. Please hold out a bit longer. Burin bit the tip of his tongue while thrusting his turbulent energy of wind. I'll return as quickly as possible. A weak groan could be heard from Run-On. It's so painful. Her bones and muscles had started to scream from maintaining the Great Light Wind Formation Center, which should have been done by the 3 team leaders together. The pain was reaching all the way under her stomach, implying that she must have even gotten an internal injury. She had no time to breathe because she even had to block a master's strikes while trying to destroy the sword formation. But I have to hold out. The opponent Burin was fighting was even stronger than the master she was facing, and even Ewer and Julius were filling into the formation to swing their swords with their small hands. She couldn't let everyone die like that, and Run-On quickly rolled her eyes and looked at Martha on Dorian's back. I can't let Miss Rakshasa die like this. She couldn't let the first friend of the same sex that she'd ever made die like that while sleeping. She had to endure it even if it broke all the bones in her body. Whoosh. While Run-On was bracing herself amid the intense pain, the black-haired elite guard charged at her from the right and swung his sword down. It was a fiery strike with astral energy. The light wind swordsmen were going to be cut in half if it continued. SSSHH, she didn't hesitate to use the snow footwork. Her movement looked like she was sliding on ice, and she focused her energy of frost while standing in front of the elite guard. Crack. The ice barrier was unable to withstand the astral energy, shattered into pieces, and created a small ice tornado. It's too weak. She couldn't make a decent counterattack because she was spending her aura and willpower to maintain the formation. How crude. The black-haired elite guard snorted and easily cut apart the ice tornado. Run-On extended Snow Flower, which she'd pulled back, to block the astral energy that was piercing through the tornado. Clong. The astral energy was too powerful like always. It felt like her hand was tearing apart as it completely destroyed her aura blade. She was extremely confident in her patience, but the overlapping pain made her unconsciously let out a groan. Your scream is no fun. The black-haired elite guard briefly clicked his tongue while placing his sword on his shoulder. What do you mean? Your face is pretty, but your scream is boring. His eyes started to glow red. I like the screams of vermin even more than the swordsmanship. The black-haired elite guard giggled and jumped to the left. He was targeting Julius, who was leaning forward to catch his breath. Run-On frowned and chased after him. The elite guard executed a swift downward slash toward Julius's head with a frightening smile on his face, and tremendous pressure was pushing her back as a result. Get in there. She shoved Snow Flower between the elite guard's sword and Julius. Clang. Her wrist and shoulder appeared on the verge of snapping as they shook violently. She had suffered significant damage because the defense wasn't carried out from a proper position. Team leader Julius's pale lips trembled. She wanted to tell him she was okay, but she couldn't open her mouth because of the damage. She patted his head with her left hand and stepped forward. Are you still only letting out small groans? What a boring woman. The black-haired elite guard frowned while tilting his chin. And you are also stupid. You wouldn't have suffered such a serious internal injury if you didn't defend that brat. He snorted while pointing at the blood flowing from her lips. This time. The black-haired elite guard rolled his eyes and licked his lips. I'll go that way. He violently kicked the ground and advanced towards Yua. Since stop him, don't let him pass. Crane and the swordsman tried to get in his way, but the elite guard's astral energy distorted the sword formation. Cough. The swordsmen were pushed back because they were already exhausted, and they coughed blood while letting out a groan. I like your screams. The black-haired elite guard's smile deepened as he stood in front of Yua. I wonder how your scream is going to sound, little lady. Go away. Run-on stood in front of Yua, and the black-haired elite guard immediately swung his sword from the left. Clang. Run-on was bounced back once again, because it was a clash between a fully prepared master and a highest-level expert who couldn't get into a proper position. A large amount of blood gushed out through her tightly closed lips. Run-on. I'm fine. Run-on forced herself to smile. She couldn't even tell if she was smiling or crying. Her mind went blank and her vision blurred. Are you still not screaming? You are a real deal. The black-haired elite guard shook his head. Don't you often get called out for being persistent? Run-on didn't respond and pointed her sword at the black-haired elite guard. I would have been bored at this point normally, but... The black-haired elite guard grinned while tapping on his cheek. This is rather interesting today, so now. He pierced towards the center of the sword formation while letting out a frightening voice. His gaze was directed at Dorian, who was carrying Martha on his back. I'll stab that woman. You must be close to her since you've been glancing at her all this time. The black-haired elite guard's sword rushed toward Martha. The sword formation was cracked, and he became even faster. Run-on realized she wouldn't be able to catch up to him even if she used the snow footwork to the best of her ability. Dorian stepped backward while chewing on his lip. It was a wise decision since he was trying to get away from the sword's trajectory by using his footwork while lowering his lower body. However, the astral energy on the elite guard's sword was blocking all escape. Run-on's chin trembled. The sword looked like it was advancing at an extremely slow speed as if her life were flashing in front of her eyes. I need to stop him. I need to, but there was nothing she could do. Her vision went blank as if she were paying for the accumulated damage at once. Stop him. But how, and why do I have to stop him? She started to wonder why she'd been fixated on defense. As she began to forget even her own identity, she could see the back of a person amidst the sea of white. The back didn't belong to an adult but to a child. It was the back that she'd never forgotten. Rayon. When they were trainees, Rayon had defeated her fear of Syria, which was about to devour her. The back she'd seen had left a deep impression on her. Yes, that's why She's been practicing defensive sword techniques to protect others, just as Rayon did in the past, and has assumed the defensive role in the formation. It was the choice she made to protect her companions that she got attached to and to overcome her brother's malevolence that was eventually going to come. That's why I can't give up yet. A blue tornado stormed inside her mind as the childish back of Rayon turned into his grown form. The hazy world returned to normal, and she could see that the black-haired elite guard sword was about to cut down Martha and Dorian at the same time. Run-on raised her hand. Her energy center felt like it was going to burst from the violent rampage of her energy of frost, and she unleashed it toward her opponent. Wham! The coldness dashed through her mana circuits and advanced to create a spiky ice wall between Martha and the black-haired elite guard in an instant. It was so huge that it almost looked like an entire mountain being frozen. Crack! The black-haired elite guard, and even the sword demons and bloody demons attacking the formation, came to a halt upon witnessing the overwhelming size. Run-on fired the energy of frost on Snowflower towards the peak of the ice wall. Crack! As soon as the round concentration of her astral energy reached the ice wall, countless fissures appeared on it and created a tremendous explosion. Wham! The ice shards coming from the explosion didn't simply disappear, instead turning into silver astral energy to become a blizzard cutting through the souls of her enemies. Cough, QA, WH what's happening? Dodge, it's made of astral energy. The storming ice made by Run-on became a death god's sentence to put an end to the lives of the White Blood fanatics and the Holy Sword Alliance's warriors. On the other hand, not the smallest shard came towards the light-winged swordsmen and the civilians. The black-haired elite guard was also fully occupied with getting the ice shards away from him. Moreover, the movement of his hand was slowed down because of the fog in the area. How is this even happening? You can't just awaken like this. He finally caught his breath after disposing of the last shard of ice only to find Run-on piercing through the white fog. I've been waiting for you. The black-haired elite guard swung his sword downwards with a murderous smile. His posture was flawless, showing that he wasn't being careless at all. However, Run-on disappeared like an illusion the moment his astral energy cut through her. What's happened? Cough. The black-haired elite guard's jaw dropped, and Run-on's sword appeared from the left to stab into his chest. You like screams, right? Run-On twisted the blade on the black-haired elite guard's chest and pulled it out. Blood gushed from it like an unstoppable fountain. Why you? Die while listening to your own screams. Damn it. The black-haired elite guard collapsed with bloodshot eyes. He couldn't even let out the screams he loved so much. Run-On sank to the ground while coughing up blood. Her head was blank and her body felt heavy. She felt like she really couldn't do anything anymore. She looked to her right while exhaling a bloody breath and saw Burn sinking to the ground after beheading the master in front of him. It looked like he'd also exhausted all his strength. Now the only one left is. Run-On raised her chin to look at the front. Go. Mark Goten groaned while looking at the cut on his waist. I know who you are. The man who seemed to be the elite guard captain slowly nodded. Mark Goten, the saber of the fallen flower. People called you a genius in the beginning, but you were just a lazy and mediocre warrior who couldn't get out of the beginner realm of master in your entire life. He slowly nodded. He was simply stating the truth, with no trace of contempt in his voice. I heard you were wandering around the world as a mercenary. I didn't expect to see you here. I also know about you. Mark Goten twisted his lips while looking at the scar on the elite guard captain's nose. Balbin the Landstill Sword. Mark Goten could ascertain that he was Balbin the Landstill Sword from the scar passing through his nose ridge and his unshakable swordsmanship that resembled an iron wall. Correct. Balbin peacefully nodded without being flustered in the slightest. Don't you find this interesting? You've fallen into being a mercenary when you used to be a famous knight, and I became a swordsman serving the Holy Sword Alliance Master when I was a mercenary who had nothing but defense going for me. Not really. I thought I would never be able to defend against your strike when I saw your saber technique in the past, but I can even push it back with one hand now. It's making me sad at this point. Shut up, and I'm not a mercenary anymore. I'm a swordsman from Sieghart. Ah, yes, indeed. He slowly nodded while looking at the Sieghart emblem engraved on Mark Goten's uniform. I guess Rayon Sieghart was impatient to pick such a slothful man like you. Don't you dare insult him, but I'm not exactly wrong. It's true that you are slothful, and it's also true that you can't break through my sword art. Mark Goten bit his lip. Balbin was right, as his sword art felt as hard as an iron wall. He'd tried using every technique of the anarchic lightning saber, but he was still unable to break through it. The situation went a bit awry, but Balbin stroked his chin while glancing backward. It doesn't exactly change the outcome. I can just take care of the light wind division after I kill you. Moreover, he looked in the direction where Rayon and Cloud had left. Sir Cloud is going to return soon. You are wrong about that. Mark Goten exhaled a warm breath. He straightened his back while shaking off the blood from his waist. You might be able to kill me. The youngsters behind me might end up dying to you, however. He firmly shook his head while looking at Balbin. Sir Rayon is different. He will definitely cut down your master in return. Wahahaha. Balbin had been as calm as water, but he started to laugh like a madman while covering his forehead. You are so stupid. I guess there's a good reason you became the saber of the fallen flower. Balbin shook his head with a sneer on his lips. You must have heard of Sir Cloud's identity. He is the disciple of our Alliance Master. He's reached the Grandmaster's realm after learning countless martial arts. He possesses a timeless talent, capable of mastering the techniques of others to a higher level than their original practitioners, even with minimal exposure. A mere master would never. Something like that doesn't even matter. What? Sir Rayon is never going to lose, not even if your master has reached transcendence. He also has superior talent. Mark Goten's unwavering pupils almost looked like they were fixated on a pin. Sir Rayon told us that he would be back soon, and he is never wrong. Rayon had never been wrong, not even once so far. It's always been the case since the first time I met him. Rayon had told him that he would help him to the best of his ability, even though he wasn't sure whether that would make him stronger or not, and he'd been doing exactly what he'd said. Countless people had told the same thing in the past, but every single one of them just wanted his power as a sloppy master. Rayon was the only exception. He'd been helping his training in various ways instead of using his power, and it was bearing its fruit. Rayon was literally a god for Mark Goten because he'd brought back the objective that even his family, friends, and he had given up on. Rumble. Upon reflecting on the time he'd trained with Rayon, vitality flooded his body, which had been nothing but exhausted and pained. I misspoke. I knew it. Someone like Rayon would never win against Sir Cloud. No, that's not what I meant. Mark Goten slowly raised his chin. The look in his eyes was different from before. Sir Rayon told me that he was leaving it to me. Both me and the youngsters behind me need to survive until he returns. He stomped the ground and raised his saber. Come at me, you piece of trash. Balbin twisted his lips and thrust his sword that was pulled back on the left. Clang. The impact reached all the way to his shoulder. Balbin's sword wasn't specialized in defense anymore. The offensive ability was also solid enough to push back the astral saber. Zap. He pushed Balbin away with a forced burst of strength, then he unleashed Anarchic lightning saber techniques one after the other. Sparks filled the space like fireworks, but Balban felt like a boulder with his impenetrable defense. Those without skill aren't allowed to talk. Balban sneered and swirled his wrist. His sword pressure started to devour the space, starting from the ground. Mark Goat narrowed his eyes upon seeing Balban's attack. This shape, it was similar to the trajectory Rayon had shown to him during their recent spar. Your attacks are powerful, Sir Mark Goat. You should be able to slay even an intermediate master if you win the mind game. However, you will be at a disadvantage against a powerful warrior focused on defense because of the saber's characteristics. What are you going to do when that happens? In that case, I'll also fortify my defense. A saber shouldn't be used like that. You have to break through no matter what, even if it costs you your life. Rayon had broken through the Anarchic lightning saber's barrier with a violent attack as a demonstration. The aura was similar to before, but his will to cut through anything could be felt. I have to break through it no matter what. I'm going to die if I don't. Mark Goten raised his saber while thinking about Rayon's teachings. Starting from his ankle to his waist, his shoulder to his wrist, he used his entire body as a blade to execute the Anarchic lightning saber's downward slash. However, he still couldn't break through Balban's sword barrier. Even then, he continued to attack. He was out of breath and his energy center was throbbing, but he endured it and slashed endlessly. Why, you bastard? Wrinkles appeared on Balban's face because the attacks showed no sign of stopping and became more and more powerful instead. You will be the first one to die no matter what you try. Heir. Mark Goten's shout of concentration replaced his response. It was the expression of his will, proclaiming that he would die if he couldn't break through his enemy just like Rayon had advised him. A fight to the death. The important order from his master and his own confidence that he could do it jumped out of its shell. His thoughts cleared and his hands became light. It could be the deathbed rally from the rumors, the one that supposedly happened before the moment of death. He could feel the surge of power in his body and energy center, much like the bright radiance of a candle just before being extinguished. Mark Goten smiled, simply from the thought that he could swing the saber one more time. Kua! Mark Goten's shout of concentration echoed throughout the land. He unleashed everything he had, his body, aura, and mind alike, to execute a downward slash with the saber that was splitting the night sky in half. The astral energy engulfing his blade glimmered like moonlight. Too slow, Balban bit his lip and kicked the ground. His ferocious astral energy surrounded his blade and rushed towards Mark Goten's heart. However, his blade only stabbed Mark Goten's shoulder instead of his heart. What? Balban's eyes widened. His wrist trembled like a paper boat riding the wind. Mark Goten's expression hadn't changed in the slightest even though his flesh was cut off from his shoulder. He kicked the ground and swung his saber down. It was the Anarchic lightning saber's special technique, swift lightning slash. The lightning energy dwelling at the tip of his saber fell like a lightning strike cutting through the world. Kring! Balban unsheathed his sword and tried to fortify his defense, but the swift lightning slash was faster. Clang! His sword shattered as if it had been bitten by a beast, and a lightning-shaped wound appeared on his body. Damn it. Balban looked at the lightning-shaped wound on his body before he collapsed on his back. Mark Goten drove his saber onto the ground and leaned against it. He could feel it himself. He had finally broken through the wall and had reached the level of intermediate master. Rayon's promise was accomplished. The memories of dozens of years where he was abandoned by his family, friends, companions, and the world fleeted past his mind, and tears started to flow before he knew it. Mark Goten roared towards the sky while thinking about Rayon's face when he'd held his sword before he'd left. He was saying goodbye to his former self, the one who used to be incompetent and lazy, while expressing his gratitude to his new master who had granted him a new life. Mark Goten fell on his knees while gasping for breath. He felt so refreshed after he vented all of his frustration through his roar, which was similar to a painful cry. He felt like a huge burden was lifted from his shoulders. I've finally reached it, the intermediate master level. He'd remained on the same spot for over 20 years. He couldn't advance at all from it while his seniors, peers, and juniors surpassed him, yet he had finally surpassed the wall and climbed another stair. Yes, it was just one stair. It could be an insignificant step for some people, but that step was even more important than his life for him. I'm glad I decided to follow him. The encounter with Rayon was the greatest opportunity in his life. He was glad that he threw away the small amount of pride and honor left in him and begged Rayon to allow him to become a follower, because I would have never been able to feel like this otherwise. The refreshing wind that cooled his sweat after an all-out training, the warm meal shared with companions walking the same path, and the sense of achievement from destroying the wall through continuous effort. He thought once again that becoming his follower was the best decision in his life. Mark Goten closed his eyes while expressing his gratitude towards Rayon, who wasn't around him. He could hear the clashing sound of swords from behind him as he felt the breath of his middle energy center that was throbbing like a heart. Ah, Mark Goten hurriedly opened his eyes. Right, I shouldn't be doing this right now. The battle wasn't over yet. He had no time to waste to save his companions in the Light Wind Division. He felt unbearable pain when he tried to stand up. His side and thigh were lacerated, and he even had an internal injury, which was making him dizzy from the pain. However, he had no time to care about that. He forced himself to stand and looked behind him. Mark Goten's eyes widened as soon as he turned back. It's already over. All of the masters among the swordsmen who came alongside the Holy Sword Alliance master's disciple were already dead, and there were only 3 elite guards left. Even those 3 were severely injured and looked like they were going to die soon enough. The white blood fanatics who used to be swarming like ants had all perished with their bodies pierced by an ice shard. When did this? Did you finish crying? Mark Goten's lips trembled and Burin walked up to him. Burin wasn't in a normal state at all. He was injured all over his body and even seemed to have an internal injury, yet his eyes were brimming with a radiance that hadn't existed there before. Even his pressure had changed. The change could only be explained by breaking through the wall and reaching a new realm. Did you become a master? Yes, and I'm not the only one. Burin raised his hand with a large smile. It was rare for him to smile like that. Mark Goten looked at where he was pointing and saw that Runnan was sitting on the ground. She's severely wounded, however. Runnan's injuries were even more serious than Burin's. Her waist and shoulders were completely covered in blood, implying that her flesh had been cut off. However, her energy wave was also on a whole different level. Her energy used to feel like a gentle lake, yet it was splashing like a turbulent ocean. Did you both become masters? It happened somehow, even though we are on the verge of death. Burin laughed emptily while looking at the sword scars made on his body. So that's why he said that earlier. Mark Goten hadn't paid attention to it before because he was focused on the fight, but he finally realized why Balban had said that the situation was going awry. Cough. The last elite guards lost their heads and had their hearts pierced by a blade. Insia and Denning Rose's bodyguards had also finished eliminating the Holy Sword Alliance's swordsmen that they were facing, and there were no enemies left as a result. We won. Crane lay down on the ground while wiping the blood flowing from his lips. I thought I was going to die. Dorian carefully put Martha down and wiped his cold sweat. We won, you sons of bitches. This is Sieghart, and we are the Mad Dog Division. The 5 demons are no match for us. The Light Wind Division raised their hands and celebrated their victory. However, their voices and hands were weak because they were extremely exhausted. Runnan stood up while faltering. Even though her injuries were the most severe among them, she nonchalantly walked toward Burin and Mark Goten. Runnan, those injuries are so serious. Burin and Mark Goten's eyes trembled upon seeing Runnan's wounds up close. It was almost surprising that she was still alive because her injuries were a lot bigger than they'd expected. I'm sorry. I should have finished him off faster. Same goes for me. I was too fixated on my fight. They bit their lips while looking at Runnan's injury, which looked like she had been bitten by a beast. It looked like it was going to leave a scar even if a saint treated her. Good job. However, Runnan didn't resent them at all. She raised her faintly trembling hand from the pain and patted Burin and Mark Goten's shoulders. No one died. She turned around and pointed at the Light Wind Division. None of them were unscathed, but she simply nodded while saying that everyone was alive. Miss Rakshasa is also safe. Runnan smiled gently even though she had the most severe injuries among them. It was a smile coming from the bottom of her heart. Burin swallowed nervously while looking at Runnan's transparent eyes. Is she really Runnan? Runnan was originally the biggest misfit in the Light Wind Division. Burin thought that she didn't show any affection for anyone except for Rayan, but she was happier about the Light Wind Division's survival than anyone else. Because they'd grown up together ever since their childhood, her change pulled his heartstrings and his nose burned. Ha, I told you to stop moving. Insia came running from behind her, caught Runnan, and started to scatter some white powder she was holding all over her. It hurts. Put up with it. I also need to stop the bleeding and apply the regeneration potion. Insia scattered hemostatic and holy water on Runnan one after the other, and Denning Rose fed her some unknown medicine. You should take it too. Denning Rose gave the internal injury medicine to Burin and Mark Goten before dragging Runnan away along with Insia. Is it because of him? Everyone is changing him. Burin laughed bitterly as he watched Runnan being dragged away, only to hear a sniffling sound coming from right next to him. He turned his head and saw tears dripping from Mark Goten's fierce eyes. Sir Mark. Are you crying again? And not all. Mark Goten shook his head while wiping his tears with his sleeve. I can't hold it back. Runnan's hand was so warm when she said good job and patted his shoulder earlier. He could feel a kindness that reminded him of his previous companions. He had joined the Light Wind Division later than everyone else, and it was difficult to get along with the members because he was much older than them. He was feeling slightly isolated because sharing the same space and affiliation wasn't enough to call them companions, but Run-on's words made all of his sadness disappear. He felt like he had truly become a member of the Light Wind Division. Good job. Burin patted his back with a faint smile on his face. He looked like he could understand Mark Goten's feelings. I'm fine. By the way, what are you planning to do now? Mark Goten rubbed his reddened eyes and looked back at Burin. Are we going to stay here and wait for Sir Rayon, or are we going to chase him? No, Burin raised his chin and looked at Banneret. The spire had crumbled and the buildings were collapsing. The battle between the Transcenders wasn't over yet. We should leave this place as fast as possible. Even if they went to Rayon or Banneret, they weren't going to be helpful at all. He was worried about the Heavenly Blade Division and Rimmer, but escape had the highest priority. Most importantly, there's no reason to worry about that monster at all. Burin shook his head while glancing at Rayon's direction. That's right. Run-on was there before he knew it, and she nodded her head. She blinked with a white face that looked like she was covered in flour. He will come back if we go to Cameloon and wait while eating ice cream. She was certain of it. I agree. I'm sure he will follow us without any issue. Denning Rose nodded at Run-on. And Sia's fingers trembled as she looked in Rayon's direction. Our division leader will be fine. There's no reason to worry. The way Sir Rayon destroys the disciple of the Holy Sword Alliance Master must be so damn handsome. Am I really missing out on filming this? Ha! Mark Goten tried to tell her to believe in Rayon, but Sia sighed deeply. Burin shook his head and clapped his hands. Stand up, everyone, we are leaving. Wham! Shockwaves erupted from the clash between sword draws, slicing through the land filled with darkness. While Rayon took 5 steps back, Cloud only needed to take 3 steps back. Tusk. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at the crumbled ground. As expected, he has the upper hand in a frontal clash. They had started their sword draws at the same time, but his opponent's sword was faster and more powerful. Rayon's body was stronger and more agile, but the difference in realm was making a significant impact. Is that all? Cloud's lips curved into a smile as he casually lowered his sword. It was an arrogant expression, showing that he believed he was way above his opponent. He wasn't being careless, rather, he was provoking Rayon. Your tongue must be sharper than your sword. Going all out from the beginning is something that a lion would do. I, however, am a dragon. Rayon shrugged his shoulders while swirling Heavenly Drive. You are still so calm. Aren't you worried about the others that you left behind? He smiled while rolling his eyes in the direction of where they'd left the Light Wind Division. Your subordinates' heads should be parting from their bodies one after the other by now. I didn't raise them to be so weak. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive. The astral energy of raging fire burst from the silver-gray blade. The flow was beautifully serene as it illuminated the darkness. You should worry about yourself instead of someone else's companions. You must have a mind filled with flowers. Cloud stomped on the ground with a frown on his face. It looked like he was weakly pushing the ground, but the resonance was delivering in extreme swiftness. He traversed the space in an instant, slashing downward with his sword raised overhead. Heavy sword, Rayon's shoulders were pressured, and his legs felt heavy. The blade falling towards his head was as heavy as a mountain. The swift sword and powerful sword that Cloud had shown during the sword draw were both impressive enough, but the heavy sword was even better. Rayon figured he would end up with an internal injury if he defended head-on, so he turned his body towards the right side and wrapped Heavenly Drive with the principles of the soft sword. Kring. The moment Heavenly Drive was about to deflect Cloud's attack, his blade bent like a snake's head and rushed toward his chest. Is this Severing Sword? The heavy sword had transformed into a Severing Sword in an instant and created a rift within the soft sword. It was unexpected that he could switch the sword's principle so quickly. I don't have the time to block it. He didn't have enough time to block Cloud's attack because Heavenly Drive was bent towards the ground. Rayon hurriedly bent his body backward. Cloud's sword brushed past his forehead, cutting his bangs off in the process. You are good at running, at least. Cloud sneered and twisted his wrist. The sword slicing through the thin air bent strangely and swiftly fell towards Rayon's neck. It was a rapid yet precise slash. Rayon covered the mana circuits in his waist and thigh with the 10,000 Flames cultivation's heat and slashed upwards with Heavenly Drive. Clang. The Blizzard Sword Art's trajectory, incorporating the principles of the Severing Sword, violently fended off Cloud's attack. However, the center was dislocated and Rayon was unable to completely absorb the impact. He could feel an aching pain in his waist. Rayon gained distance and narrowed his eyes while looking at Cloud. Did you learn the versatile sword? The only way to explain the way he could use various sword principles and freely switch between them was that he practiced the versatile sword. So you are familiar with the versatile sword. How presumptuous of you. Cloud nodded while placing his sword on his shoulder. You are right. I'm following the Alliance Master onto the path of the versatile sword. Your sword will never reach me, no matter what principle it has. He gestured with his finger for him to come at him already, seeing no point in prolonging a fight that was already decided. Interesting. Rayon laughed quietly and used the Supreme Harmony steps. All you can do is charge like a boar. Cloud laughed coldly and brought the sword on his shoulder down in a swift slash. The extreme swiftness of the strike destroyed the wind on its path to the point where it started to pull Rayon's body towards it. He's even using the absorption sword on top of the swift sword. However, quickness can be neutralized by slowness and precision. Rayon stabbed with heavenly drive. His slow movement was the complete opposite of Cloud's swift sword. However, his sword was occupying the most important position. Clayang, Cloud's sword clashed against heavenly drive before it could gain momentum and bounced back. You bastard. He wrinkled his brow in disbelief and slashed downwards once again. The sound of a violent explosion erupted from the blade. Aura was erupting like magic from his explosive sword, which was winding along the flow of the powerful sword. Thud, Rayon didn't back off even though the explosion was tearing the space apart. He took a step forward instead. I'm more than capable of blocking it if it's an explosive sword and powerful sword. He raised his wrist, rapping heavenly drive with confidence. He combined the principles of the heavy sword and destructive sword techniques to engulf the Blizzard Sword Art's special technique, swiping the ground and launching it into the air. Wham! The tremendous impact of the clash between the swords devastated the surroundings. After the land was shredded to pieces, the two swordsmen were bounced back through the gray cloud of dust. However, the result was different from the last time. Rayon had only taken 4 steps back while Cloud took 3. Don't tell me you. Cloud twisted his lips while glaring at him with a murderous gaze. Yes, Rayon nodded without waiting for Cloud to finish his sentence. I'm also practicing the versatile sword. He continued with a sneer. It was so funny to watch you brag, as you believed you were the only one who would achieve the versatile sword, you vermin. Cloud violently ground his teeth while increasing his bloodlust. However, he didn't make the mistake of attacking without thinking. He must have been a grandmaster for a good reason. I can understand why the Alliance Master and the Master of the Bloody Sword have said that your talent is special. It is because you are learning the versatile sword, however. He lightly scratched the ground with his foot like a horse pawing the ground. My talent is on a whole different level from yours. Cloud started to dash forward while showing his desire for talent and his inferiority complex. Even his footwork was incorporating the principles of swift sword and illusion sword. He must have properly practiced his martial arts despite his toxic personality. Kring, Cloud's body fragmented into 3 illusions, only to reunite seamlessly on the right. At the same time, his blade was thrust forward, merging the techniques of the destructive sword and heavy sword. It's powerful. Rayon exhaled quietly and unleashed the Blizzard Sword Art's special technique, Silver Cyclone, towards Cloud's attack. Wham! The powerful principle of the severing sword soared with the silver wind and smashed Cloud's blade. The sword recoiled away and hit the ground along with a tremendous explosion. Now, Rayon didn't miss the opportunity and pierced into Cloud's space. He employed the first half of the Blizzard Sword Art's techniques consecutively, exerting powerful pressure. However, Cloud managed to break away from the assault using the unbreakable principle of the heavy sword. It was a fitting performance for the practitioner of the versatile sword. Clayang, their auras were at a similar level, but Cloud's strikes started to gain the upper hand a little by little since his realm was higher. Rayon would have been pushed back a long time ago if it weren't for the stats gained from the system, and the Ring of Fire, the Grandmaster's wall, is high indeed. Rayon adjusted his grip on the sword, sensing the exceptional prowess of the Grandmaster, and Cloud raised his sword toward the sky in the meantime. I'll show you why I'm on a whole different level from you. Cloud slashed through the frozen land with his lips curved into a sneer. His sword curved into a familiar trajectory and brought forward a powerful wind. Don't tell me is this. Rayon widened his eyes and raised heavenly drive. He tried to unleash the fangs of insanity, but the wind enveloping Cloud's blade disrupted the intuition sword's flow and pierced into him. Clayang, it was the severing sword's power of disruption. His movement was similar to the Blizzard Sword Art's technique. Did you see it? Cloud raised his chin, conjuring a gust of wind once again. I can easily copy that shabby technique of yours. No, I can make it even more powerful. He even reproduced the Silver Cyclone that Rayon had used with an even more powerful flow. He seemed to be trying to break his spirit. Whoosh, the barren wind scratching the skin tore the astral energy off heavenly drive. Do you finally realize it? This is real talent. I'm going to take your title as a dragon right now. I've never seen my opponent do this before, so this is how it feels. Rayon slowly raised his head. The red glow of his eyes was displaying his exhilaration. It looks like there will be a lot to leech from you. Rayon licked his lips as he observed Cloud, whose chin was raised arrogantly. This will be great for training. Rayon could clearly tell that Cloud was planning to point out the weaknesses of, or copy his sword techniques to show off his superior talent. He figured that he could remedy the shortcomings of and further improve his martial arts by taking advantage of Cloud's idea. I recommend you think carefully before you act from now on. Cloud smiled coldly while raising his sword, which was surrounded by a storming wind. because all your techniques are going to become mine. He beckoned him with his index finger, implying that he was ready for whatever Rayon was about to pull off. Cut your crap. Rayon pretended to be angry, unleashing the 10,000 flames cultivations fire to engulf Heavenly Drive and thrusting it at Cloud. Heavenly Drive's blade advanced like a crimson ray of madness, but Cloud's sword briskly descended at the same time. Clayang, Cloud easily fended off the attack and even continued into a counterattack, the blade bending slightly from the impact. His attack showed a similar flow to the second technique of Blizzard Sword Art, the White Saint's Whirling Stab. I told you your technique is mine now. Cloud raised the corner of his lips. His face was full of contempt, believing that he'd proven the superiority of his swordsmanship. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at Cloud. It wasn't a simple copy. He even added another principle. White Saint's Whirling Stab originally consisted of cutting off the enemy's flow by using the principles of severing and swift swords. However, Cloud had added the principle of the sharp sword to sharply cut off the flaming astral energy. Needless to say, he had an exceptional talent. Blizzard Sword Art's ultimate purpose was to cut off the opponent's flow, Cloud's. White Saint's Whirling Stab did look unstoppable at a glance, but adding sharpness to it decreased the speed, and it was unable to perfectly fend off the blade. Rayon learned that it wasn't a good idea to add sharpness to it. Let's see. Rayon twisted his wrist and lifted Heavenly Drive back up as it was about to hit the ground. He extended his left foot and stomped the ground. He gathered a prickling amount of energy into the femoral mana circuits and thrust Heavenly Drive with his right hand. Whoosh, the second technique of Blizzard Sword Art, the White Saint's Whirling Stab, was executed once again. He tried adding the principle of precision in between the swift and severing swords. I told you it's pointless. Cloud scratched the white land with his blade and slashed upwards. He was copying the Fangs of Insanity, and he was properly incorporating the ferocious flow of an intuition sword. However, it won't exactly go as you planned. Rayon twisted his lips and executed the White Saint's Whirling Stab until the end. The blue wind descended like a stroke of a brush and accurately smacked the opening of Cloud's slash. Clayang, Cloud was pushed back along with his sword, and he raised his head with a frown. Did you manage to improve it in that short amount of time? He bit his lip while looking at his trembling wrist. I can't let you defeat me when talent is all you ever talk about. You can continue and find out who is better. Rayon snorted and casually shook his hand. What arrogance! Cloud dashed forward, his eyes turned red. He looked agitated, but he wasn't showing any openings. It was a performance befitting a grandmaster. Whoosh! Cloud's sword seemed to float in the air, scattering powerful winds and astral energy as it bent. He seemed to be copying the Blizzard Sword Art special technique that Rayon had used previously. That one isn't balanced enough. His version of Blizzard Sword Art's special technique was definitely powerful, but he'd mixed too many principles inside and they weren't harmonizing with each other. Kring, Rayon smiled faintly while deflecting Cloud's attack with a soft sword. I have so much to extort from him. Since every single attack from Cloud incorporated various principles, he could learn a lot just from crossing blades with him. I want to extort even more. It was going to be impossible to leisurely learn if Cloud started to use the astral sphere. Rayon wanted to advance his martial arts as much as possible before that happened. Are you running away again? Cloud followed with twisted lips. His footwork was fast. He seemed to be using the principle of a wind sword from Blizzard Sword Art. I'll start by cutting your leg off. Cloud rapidly turned his wrist while charging in from the right. His blade changed in a strange manner and targeted 10 different vitals on Rayon's lower body at the same time. As for this one, Rayon slowed his footwork and turned the heat engulfing Heavenly Drive into a wall of fire. A thick firewall burst out and fended off every single one of Cloud's attacks. I've already seen that technique. Cloud clenched his sword and immediately proceeded into a thrust. His blade advanced like a ray of light and broke through the center of the firewall. Crack! It pierced a hole at the center of the wall of fire, melting down like spring snow. Firewall's shortcoming is the fact that its center is too weak. Since it was a wall made from the attribute of fire, a concentrated attack could easily break through it even though it could fend off multiple strikes. And in order to improve this, I should focus the aura towards the opponent's attack at the moment of contact. Rayon figured it would be better to alter the wall according to the opponent's attack instead of leaving it alone after creating the wall of fire. Whap! Rayon remembered the improvement for Firewall and swirled Heavenly Drive to create flower blossoms of fire. He was curious as to how Cloud was going to fend off the Flame Spirit, a technique versatile enough for facing multiple opponents, a few opponents, or even in a one-on-one situation. Take this one too. Rayon hurled the reddened shards of astral energy at Cloud while holding back his laughter. I'll destroy it as many times as you want. Cloud covered his blade with the principle of the destructive sword and rushed while creating a gigantic storm. This is pretty good. Cloud's move consisted of condensing a huge amount of aura at the center of a dark storm by using the principles of destructive, heavy, and absorption swords. Wham! A tremendous explosion occurred from the clash between the flame spirit and a tornado of astral energy. Rayon kept spinning the ring of fire while watching the smoke rising into the stratosphere. A tornado made by destructive, heavy, and absorption swords. This looks useful. Rayon had the feeling he would be able to create a genuine firestorm by combining the flame spirit with those principles. What's going on? Cloud was emerging after cutting down the flame spirit, and Wrath frowned while looking at him. Why are you doing some sword technique giveaway now? Why is everyone becoming a doormat the moment they meet you, even though they were normal before? He clutched his head in despair. Just why? Clayang, Cloud gritted his back teeth while fending off Rayon's strike. How is this happening? Why is he still standing? Not only had he destroyed Rayon's techniques, but he also showed him a better version of them. Regardless of who it was, a mental breakdown was bound to happen if a person's own sword techniques were immediately improved by someone else. That was just the natural course of action. So what's wrong with this bastard? Rayon unleashed the techniques Cloud had improved by further improving them once again. The fact that he couldn't even find any weaknesses in the technique that Rayon had improved was what made him the angriest. Even though his technique was defeated, Rayon had managed to remove the weaknesses in that short amount of time. Cloud couldn't believe it was happening. Moreover, it was difficult to copy the new technique that Rayon had made, and Cloud's hands and feet were going wrong as a result. He was trying to destroy Rayon's mental fortitude, but his own mentality was ruined instead. He was still unable to comprehend what had just happened. Don't tell me, did he? No, there's no way. He had the feeling that he'd been playing into Rayon's hands instead of the other way around, but he immediately shook the idea off. That was because acknowledging that fact would imply that his talent was inferior. That's one thing I won't yield to, never. His alliance master didn't have any affection, even towards his disciples. The master-disciple relationship was completely meaningless for the Dark Knight Sword God. The only reason he accepted disciples was because he wanted them to create a technique that would interest him. If his talent couldn't be recognized or someone with better talent appeared, he was going to be discarded as a completely useless existence. That was why he couldn't allow himself to lose. Kring. Cloud thrust his sword in a straight line, similar to a sword draw. The dark airflow around his blade created a powerful storm. It was the special technique of the Dark Knight Demon Blade Flow Release, with the principles of powerful and heavy swords. Whoosh! By the time the powerful wave engulfed Rayon, his blade created a rotation in an opposite direction. His red blade unleashed a power similar to the Blade Flow Release. Wham! The ground shattered into pieces and crumbled as easily as a piece of paper alongside an explosion. Rayon was leaning forward amid the dark cloud of dust with a frown on his face. He was breathing heavily, and Cloud bit his lip while watching him. That posture, Rayon had been repeatedly leaning forward, which made it look like he was internally injured, but he never collapsed nor looked like he was seriously trembling. That implied that he wasn't even lightly injured, let alone heavily injured. Moreover, the technique he'd used a moment ago looked like a dragon's breath, but the flow and explosive power were similar to the Blade Flow Release. There was no way it was a simple coincidence. Don't tell me, did you? Cloud swallowed nervously and twitched his lips. Did you copy my technique? What are you talking about? He could ascertain it upon hearing Rayon's trembling voice. Drop your act. Only your clothes are ruined and you aren't injured anywhere. Moreover, he continued while raising the hand holding his sword. You used my principle in that previous move, you thief. Ah. Rayon casually straightened his back and licked his lips. Did you find out? He winked, implying that he'd simply been pretending to lose so far. What a shame. I had a feeling I would manage to grasp something if it continued a bit longer. Rayon smiled cheerfully, saying that it was regrettable that he'd noticed because he was about to reach enlightenment. Cloud bit his lip so hard that it could bleed. He'd done the exact same thing to others prior, but having it done to himself made him extremely angry. Another emotion surfaced in his mind, fear. A chill ran down his spine upon imagining just how far the monster in front of him could go. I have to kill him, no matter what. Cloud kicked the ground. He even forgot the Alliance Master's order to bring him back alive as he endlessly poured his aura onto the blade. Kring. The astral energy raging above the blade concentrated to the point of distortion and started to emit a gleam of black. It was the Grandmaster's power that was often called the astral sphere or astral ring. He immediately slashed it down on Rayon's astral energy. Wham! Alongside an earth-shaking impact, the shockwave crushed the land in all directions, and Rayon rolled on the ground as he bounced back. Cough. He was internally injured from a single strike. He thought it must have been impossible to face the astral sphere head-on since it was incorporating the opponent's will. Was I overconfident? No, rather than that it was way too sudden. Cloud's previous strikes were also intended to kill, but he wasn't exactly serious about it. It was because the Holy Sword Alliance Master had ordered him to bring him alive. However, Cloud's will to kill his opponent was included in the previous attack. Rayon wasn't sure why, but Cloud must have gotten extremely angry. Do you think you wouldn't get angry in his shoes? Just imagine your opponent taking away everything you have all on your watch. Wrath furrowed his brow. I smiled when that happened earlier. To be honest, he was excited when Cloud had copied the Blizzard sword art. It brought a smile to his face because it was going to allow him to improve his techniques. You are an exception since you are a pervert. I'm not. Just as Rayon was about to deny that statement, Cloud leaped out from the sandstorm. A frightening light sparked from the attack, accompanied by lightning-fast footwork. Astral sphere. Rayon bit his lip and unleashed the firewall. Wham! However, the wall of astral energy was shredded like a piece of paper upon facing the astral sphere. The improvement wasn't enough to change the outcome. A pointless struggle. Cloud's body broke through the shattered firewall. Rayon could hear the fluttering sound of his loose clothes after the action. He's fast. His movement had become drastically faster as he started to use the astral sphere, just like the way using astral energy enhanced physical abilities. I'm going to die if I try to dodge. The astral sphere was going to suck his body in and disintegrate it if he tried to dodge in such a situation. He had to block the attack somehow. He stomped the ground powerfully and leaped forward. He drew the crimson slash of the 10,000 Flames cultivation before Cloud's attack gained momentum. Creak, the crimson radiance bursting from his blade clashed against Cloud's astral sphere. Wham! The tremendous impact created a huge crater on the ground, and sparks of 5 different colors covered the sky. Rayon fixed the grip on Heavenly Drive while wiping the blood flowing around his lips away. He had no time to rest since Cloud was rushing at him once again. As for this one, he rotated Heavenly Drive like a clock hand before welding it in the middle position. The circling blade blurred out and a crimson flame gushed from it. 10,000 Flames cultivation, 100 flames, 36 crimson slash. 10,000 Flames cultivation special technique, capable of piercing from 36 different directions in a single move, advanced alongside Rayon's body. Whap! The crimson flame incinerated the atmosphere, but it faded away like a withering flower upon meeting Cloud's astral sphere. The difference in power was overwhelming. Zap! Rayon was pushed back, leaving a heavy trace of his feet. He's powerful. The astral sphere was certainly a problem, but he couldn't see an opening either because Cloud was proficient with the versatile sword. It wasn't an overstatement to say that he was the strongest opponent he'd faced so far. So the real fight is getting started. Cloud's impatience and sense of inferiority were covered up by the astral sphere. It was best to assume that he was facing a flawless opponent. Talent, swordsmanship, none of that matters anymore. Cloud violently ground his teeth and raised his blade with the astral sphere storming around it. Their wills were evenly matched in power, but the astral sphere proved far superior to astral energy, leaving him without a clear path to victory. I'll crush you with power and power alone. Even his previous composure was gone. His will to completely destroy his opponent was the only thing that could be found. Rayon bit his lip while looking at the astral sphere on Cloud's blade. Their wills were evenly matched in power, but the astral sphere proved far superior to astral energy, leaving him unable to find a path to victory. It was necessary to create an opportunity while avoiding a frontal clash as much as possible. However, there are still things I can learn in this situation. Cloud's swordsmanship revealed fundamental movements without any distortion after he'd started using the astral sphere. It was a better situation to observe the flow of his versatile sword. Cloud's blade rushed at him like the dark trajectory of a shadow. Screech! The moment the dark astral sphere was about to reach the heart, Rayon unsheathed the blade of Requiem with his left hand. A wicked sword resonance burst from the friction between the scabbard and the blade. The blue rain resounded from the blade of Requiem and stimulated Cloud's nerves to delay his movements very slightly. It was enough. Whoosh! Rayon avoided the trajectory of Cloud's blade and thrust Heavenly Blade, which he had pulled behind him in advance. The strength connected from his right shoulder to his wrist into a stab. The blade, piercing through the cold night air, was set ablaze with a radiant glow. Wham! The flame dragon art. Creak! However, Cloud's astral sphere couldn't be breached once again. He melted down the fire by wrapping himself in a frightening light and proceeding to counterattack. I don't have time to defend. It was too late to come up with a different plan. Rayon infused both Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem with coldness and slashed downwards diagonally. Frost Pond's slicing attacks were executed one after the other and clashed against Cloud's blade. Wham! Even though it was separated into 4 different clashes, the impact made it feel like his wrist was about to snap and his shoulder was about to burst. The boiling feeling inside him implied an internal injury, and Rayon almost dropped his blades because of how severe it was. I knew it. It's too difficult to fight him head-on. Cloud's power was on a whole different level. It was simply impossible to defeat the astral sphere with an astral blade. Moreover, Cloud's collective aura was also superior to his, which made it practically impossible to win a head-on fight. Actually, this should already be called a miracle. Ring of Fire and the fact that he could control his will. His body would have exploded a long time ago if it wasn't for that. The fight is coming to an end. Cloud approached like a sliding snake and slashed downwards. Tap. Rayon pulled his left foot backward and incorporated the principles of the soft sword into his sword. The blade smoothly advanced along with the wind and deflected Cloud's astral sphere. Wham! A huge explosion occurred as Cloud's blade hit the ground. Rayon's legs were trembling despite being fixated on the ground to brace for the impact. I knew it. The flow and harmony of his swordsmanship had weakened because he was too focused on the astral sphere. Taking advantage of that opening was the only path to victory. You will never escape. Cloud's powerful strike was approaching his waist. Moreover, it was incorporating his will to crush Rayon's body. Rayon relaxed his lower body and allowed the wind to carry him. He unleashed the silent wind of the silvery ocean of the blizzard sword art with the blade of Requiem and executed the white shadow slash with heavenly drive, intending to deflect instead of block the attack. The silent wind of the silvery ocean redirected the attack, and the white shadow slash erased the astral sphere that followed. Rumble, however, Cloud continued to attack. He dashed from the front with a crimson light of madness flashing in his eyes. Wielding his sword with 2 hands, his will was set upon making the deadliest blade. It's too late to deflect. Rayon gritted his teeth violently and executed a downward crimson slash with heavenly drive while discharging the heavenly heavy cannon with the blade of Requiem. Wham! The space was fissured as if it were being distorted from the second round of frontal clash, and a dark storm of astral energy burst out. Rayon decided to take advantage of that dark storm. He thrust his sword amid the wave of astral energy instead of stepping back. Clang! He unleashed every single special technique that he'd learned and created so far by utilizing the twin sword technique he'd learned from Shirl. However, it was still not enough to cut the flow of the astral sphere. The dark radiance of the ring pierced through his astral energy. Wham! Rayon coughed out black blood as he got pushed back by the savage pressure of the astral sphere. Huff. He felt pain from his middle energy center all the way to his lower energy center. It was pretty much his entire stomach that was screaming in pain, implying the severity of his internal injury. It's finally coming to an end. Cloud leisurely walked towards him. It felt like the entire land was crying from the heaviness of his steps. I should have crushed you like this from the beginning. He raised his sword, which the astral sphere was still storming around. His dangerous gaze wasn't showing any sign of carelessness. I'm still going to struggle until the end, huh? Once he saw the majestic radiance of the astral sphere curving towards him, the rings of fire started to resonate with each other. It felt like the rings were about to explode because of how violent they were. His body became heavier and his vision turned dark. The trajectories of the techniques that he and Cloud had used during the fight swept throughout his brain, causing red and blue lightning strikes. I finally got it. It wasn't the astral sphere, but the principles of his swordsmanship were engraved in Rayon's mind like a picture. The final missing piece was finally found, and 2 swords floated inside his mental world. Rayon exhaled roughly and raised his head. Do you give up now? Cloud wasn't frowning anymore as he nodded. Your last decision wasn't a bad one, but it's already too late as I'm going to kill all of your subordinates on top of you. His eyes rolled in a frightening manner as he declared that he was going to get rid of all the potential danger. Rayon smiled faintly while clutching Heavenly Drive and the blade of Requiem in a reverse grip. What? He surrounded Heavenly Drive with the 10,000 Flames cultivation and engulfed the blade of Requiem with Glacier as he slammed the 2 blades into the ground. Crack, blue and red radiance filled the fissure of the ruptured land and created a pillar reaching the sky. Rayon stood up while holding the 2 swords floating in his mental world. Incomplete sword field creation. Harmony of heaven and demon. The starry night sky collapsed. A distorted sun arose and a twisted moon soared. At the twilight where the sun and moon crossed each other, the blades he was holding weren't Heavenly Drive nor the blade of Requiem, but a divine sword and a demonic sword with blazing fire and ice. Come, the sublime voice of a swordsman echoed throughout the land and announced the new era. The sky collapsed and the land erupted. The entire land was shaking from the manifestation of the heavenly power of the Transcenders. Rumble. By the time a mysterious light poured down from the fissures in the sky, The 6 transcenders lowered their hands at the same time, as if they'd promised to do so. Your swordsmanship is indeed well trained. The Holy Sword Alliance Master briefly licked his lips in satisfaction. Show me more. Show me how much you can slice. He looked down upon the demon blade and the Queen of Swords with his eyes full of desire. You degenerate. The Queen of Swords bit her lip violently, feeling creeped out by the Holy Sword Alliance Master's gaze. The Thespian Emperor looked at the Holy Sword Alliance Master while releasing the colorless energy surrounding her. Aren't you worried about your disciple? Are you talking about Cloud? The Holy Sword Alliance Master shook his head while stroking his beardless chin. I taught him personally. His opponent might be the most talented person in the continent, but he's never going to lose against a master. He declared the words nonchalantly. He seemed to believe in his disciple's victory without any doubt. I'm not trying to brag about this, but... The Thespian Emperor shook her hand with a faint smile on her face. You will pay dearly if you underestimate Rayon Zeekhart. Are you speaking from experience? Indeed. It's a piece of advice coming from my extremely vivid experience. She nodded while looking at the destroyed part of the ramparts. Shut up, both of you. Rayon Zeekhart is mine. The White Blood Religion's leader spread her transparent bloody energy to separate the Thespian Emperor and the Holy Sword Alliance Master. Even though the Transcenders were mentioning Rayon's name, it didn't feel unnatural at all. What a shame. Cloud should have heard that advice. The Holy Sword Alliance Master nodded while ignoring the White Blood Religion's leader, only to suddenly look away. The other warrior's eyes followed his gaze, and 2 lights soared toward the sky from a distant place where their aura perception couldn't reach. A sun and moon with strange shapes were rising behind the radiant pillars of red and blue. Cheryl's lips trembled in excitement as she watched that scene. It's a sword field. Rayon finally achieved the sword field. The faint golden light surrounding the pillar of light was unmistakably the sign of a sword field's activation. Rimmer, she called out to Rimmer, who was fighting next to her. However, he couldn't hear her voice. He was fully occupied with a head-on clash against the master of the wise dragon sword, his eyes glowing red. His body was full of injuries because the amount of aura he possessed was inferior compared to his opponent's, but he kept attacking while shouting desperately. You idiot. Cheryl kicked Rimmer's side because he had yielded to his opponent's provocation and was giving up his life. What are you doing? Rimmer frowned and Cheryl pointed at the pillar of light. His jaw dropped upon seeing the sun in the night sky. Wait, is that? It's Rayon's sword field. He finally did it. Ha, ah ha 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 ha. Rimmer burst out into laughter while sweeping his bloody red hair back. I couldn't gain anything ever since that day except my disciples. Crimson lightning sparked from his shoulders as he lowered his gaze. I was originally planning to kill you here in exchange for my life, but I'm not doing that anymore. What? I can't let myself die before I see my disciple's first sword field. Rimmer's lips twitched as he pointed his sword at the master of the wise dragon sword. Sword field creation. His deep voice echoed as if it were emanating from high above in the sky, resonating across the field. Song of wind and lightning. Rayon raised his hands. The divine sword in his right hand was blazing in crimson, and the demonic blade in his left hand was covered with blue frost. They were the 2 swords that he'd hammered and forged in his mental world. He thought those divine and demonic swords could only be found in his mental world, but they had been summoned into reality. They were neither cold nor hot. All he could feel was an extreme amount of power. An indomitable power that wouldn't lose against anyone was flowing into him through the grips. Moreover, even the pain is gone. He couldn't tell whether it was the excitement or the sword field that was causing it, but even the crushing pain of his intestines was all gone. No, it must be because I wished for it. Rimmer had taught him that a sword field was the manifestation of the user's life. From the moment he was reborn as Rayon Zeekhart, he'd wished to never be defeated. He pledged to overcome all kinds of hardship and pain in order to behead Darius Robert. Even his resolution and pledge seemed to be dwelling in the sword field. A boundary. Did you just create a sword boundary? Rath's chin trembled violently as he looked up to the sun and moon in the sky. How did you manage to activate this? You should still have a long way to go. He blinked while murmuring that it couldn't be happening. Moreover, that sword. Why do you have that sword? What is this sword? It's He couldn't give a proper response about the blue demonic sword, his lips moving in a silent murmur. Thud. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Wrath, and Cloud's footsteps could be heard. SW sword field creation. Cloud's eyes were trembling as violently as a reed fluttering into the wind. How can a mere master activate the sword field creation? It's impossible. The intense wavering of the astral sphere that had remained unshakable during the entire fight revealed his shock. Until a moment ago, Rayon couldn't find any way to break through his astral sphere, but now not even the smallest trace of anxiety could be found in his mind. It's not up to you to decide whether it's possible or not. Rayon shook his head while pointing the divine sword in his right hand at Cloud. The real fight is starting now. It will be different from before. It's just a petty trick. It won't make any difference. Cloud's tidy hair had become disheveled. He glared with distorted eyes and thrust his blade, which was surrounded by a storming astral sphere. The land was being swept away by the trajectory of his sword, a testament to its tremendous power. However, I can't imagine myself losing this fight. Rayon didn't withdraw. He advanced, trusting the instincts of his body and mind. He stomped the ground with his left foot to stop the land from trembling and smashed with the divine sword in his right hand. Wham! The divine sword and astral sphere clashed, but neither of them was pushed back. The powerful lightning occurring between the blades scattered the vicious heat. Cloud let out a small groan of pain from the heat, but he didn't withdraw. However, he ended up regretting his decision right after that. Whop! Even the space looked distorted from the divine blade's heat as it started to melt down the astral sphere around Cloud's blade. Is the astral sphere burning? Cloud widened his eyes to the point of bursting. He leaped backward and pulled out the astral sphere, the surface incinerated. Where do you think you are going? Rayon lowered his divine sword and caught up to Cloud from the left. His body felt as light as a feather. He felt like he was casually sparring in a training ground despite being in a duel to the death. Shut up. Cloud used his footwork to gain distance and thrust the sword that he'd pulled back. The powerful attack was meant to crush his entire body, contrasting with the softness of his footwork. Kring! Rayon turned his shoulder midair and slashed upwards with his left hand. The demonic blade sword, while scattering blue frost onto the land and clashed against Cloud's astral sphere. Clang! The resonance was even bigger than the previous clash. Just like the divine sword, the blue demonic sword remained unwavering in the face of an astral sphere. Creak! It froze Cloud's astral sphere in return and spread a frightening amount of coldness that seemed like it could tear skin apart. Crack! Cloud's loose clothes were frozen in an instant and crumbled away. He fended off the demonic sword with his trembling lips, which had turned blue from the cold, and slid away to gain distance. Rayon didn't follow Cloud, instead observing his two swords. Even though they had clashed against an astral sphere, there was no trace of them being chipped or broken. The fire and frost on them were getting even stronger instead. It looked like his resolution to never be defeated that he was forming his mental world with was transferred to his blades. It's freezing and melting my astral sphere. How is this happening? Cloud swallowed nervously while looking at his own sword. The way he kept repeating how looked like he was mind blown by the performance. Apparently the power of the divine and demonic swords was shocking for him despite how great he was as a warrior. I can't believe this. No, I won't believe it. He dashed forward while shouting in astonishment. The astral sphere bursting from the tip of his blade was creating a powerful pressure. Rayon nodded calmly while watching Cloud's eyes, which were glowing with yellow madness. I don't lose in terms of power anymore. It was the reverse. He'd gained a power that could push the astral sphere back. The only question left was whose sword technique was superior. It was time to decide who was better between himself, who was taught by Glenn Sieghart, Rimmer, Shirel, and Rector and Cloud, who inherited the Holy Sword Alliance Master's achievements. Rumble. Rayon thrust the divine sword while facing pressure that was crushing his skin. The crimson blade, blitzing from his chest like a spear, was incorporating the fangs of insanity's principles. Clang! The blade severed Cloud's sword like the savage fangs of a beast and spouted its powerful heat. However, his attack wasn't over yet. His demonic blade rotated with his ankle, causing a blue flash of light. Whap! Cold wind burst out and cut off the flow of Cloud's attack despite his efforts. It was the Blizzard Sword Art. Silent wind of the silvery ocean that was revised a moment ago. Clang! Even though there were only two clashes, the size of Cloud's astral sphere was visibly reduced. The divine sword's heat and the demonic sword's coldness had torn his aura apart. Rayon was surprised at the power and efficiency even though he was executing it himself. It's far from over. Rayon approached Cloud this time. He wasn't even using footwork. He casually walked up to him and executed a downward crimson slash with the divine sword. The line of heat became so thin that it was almost invisible, adding a frightening amount of sharpness to the slash. Clang! Cloud was bounced back alongside his sword. The back of his hand was completely red, as if he had been burned. Rayon realized that even the crimson slash had become more powerful, as the heat alone was capable of harming even a grandmaster's body after a metamorphosis. Next up he charged at Cloud, who had gained distance, and unleashed the front pond with the demonic sword. The blue blade smacked Cloud's sword, and the wave of coldness followed up to devastate the land. Wham! An iceberg in the shape of the wing of a bird of prey emerged from the destroyed land and encircled Cloud. Rayon nodded heavily while looking down at his divine and demonic swords. It's according to my expectations. Crimson Slash and Frostpond had both gotten stronger than before the sword field's activation. The sword field seemed to amplify fire and water attribute techniques. Wham! Cloud exploded his astral sphere to break through the iceberg and withdrew. There was no serious injury on him, but his shoulder and forearm had become red from the burn and frostbite. You were bragging about your sword field, but is this all you got? Stop bluffing. Rayon nodded his chin while lowering his divine and demonic swords. This is your last chance to surrender. I'll forgive you if you kneel and bow to me. Bullshit. Yes, I'm just bullshitting. I actually have no intention to accept your surrender to begin with. You bastard. Cloud's eyes sparked red. The astral sphere bursting out from his blade inflated like a cloud, probably in an attempt to block the heat and coldness. It looked like he was going all out without consideration for the future. He is going all out. The tremendous wave of power coming from the astral sphere on his blade was making Rayon's hair stand on end. It was the power of a grandmaster. He wasn't an easy opponent even though he'd achieved the sword field. An insignificant technique like a sword field won't be able to defeat the Holy Sword Alliance's swordsmanship. Cloud's voice became heavier, as if it were coming from the bottom of a swamp, and a majestic light radiated from his blade. The black current of air covering the sky turned into dozens of swords raining down to the ground. The astral sphere was bending so quickly that it couldn't be done by a human being. Rayon weakly bit his lip. It was dangerous. He could tell that his entire body would be blown up if he made a single mistake. Let's start with what I can do. He executed a curved white shadow slash with the divine sword in his right hand. The heated white shadow removed Cloud's principles of illusion and variable swords. The real attack from the astral sphere was directed at his heart from the left side. The moment the violently vibrating tip of Cloud's blade was about to reach his shoulder, Rayon unleashed the silver cyclone of the blizzard sword art with the demonic sword in his left hand. Clang! The blue blade soared with the wind and violently fended off Cloud's attack. The astral sphere dwelling on his blade was twisted so hard that it looked like it was about to fall apart. Cloud turned around midair in order to overcome the shock from the clash and connected into another downward slash. The astral sphere storming around the tip of his blade was extended and caused a huge explosion. I knew it. Rayon had predicted that attack since he'd noticed that Cloud had a strange twist of his astral sphere when he was turning around midair. The moment the aura's explosion was about to affect him, Rayon slashed downward with the divine and demonic swords at the same time. He was applying Shirl's teaching to harmonize the power of the two swords. Wham! The fire and ice created a wave of a sword barrier and completely destroyed Cloud's explosive sword. Kring! However, the battle wasn't over yet. Cloud was dashing through the explosion's aftereffect. Despite the fact that his astral sphere had exploded a moment ago, it was bursting from his blade once again. Even though it had already exploded once, Rayon could still feel a tremendous amount of power from it. His body was being sucked into its flow, which felt like it was distorting the space itself. Rayon fixed his feet on the ground and increased the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glaciers outputs to the maximum. Wham! The divine and demonic swords clashed head-on against the astral sphere. The land collapsed and the trees were being rooted out. It was truly a hellish scene as Rayon and Cloud unleashed their full powers against each other. The blade, wrapped in the darkness of the astral sphere, advanced nimbly to unleash his advanced martial art, but it never managed to break through Rayon's defense. Even though it should have been impossible for a divine and demonic sword to move in harmony, the advanced martial arts were executed one after the other, the two swords causing burns and frostbite to Cloud instead, and he ended up being bounced back. Whap! Flowers bloomed from Rayon's two blades, the moment Cloud was pushed back. Flame Spirit Infinite Awakening. The red and blue flowers blooming from the two swords advanced towards Cloud from the left and right. Cloud tried to pluck those pieces of heat and coldness with his blade, which was wrapped in an astral sphere, but he couldn't remove all of them because they were too numerous. Damn it! He mustered his aura until his energy center was in pain and unleashed the Dark Knight Demon Blade's special technique, Blade Flow Release. Wham! The clash between the Blade Flow Release and the Flame Spirit Infinite Awakening created a huge tornado of astral energy in the air. Huff. Cloud bit his lip amid the turbulence capable of destroying the land and collapsing the sky. What's wrong with that bastard? Is he even human? He could force himself to accept the fact that the sword field creation gave him the power to fight against the astral sphere. However, his sword technique was the strangest thing. The 6 kings and 5 demons normally retained their own characteristics. Just as Sieghart had their sword field creation and the Beast Union boasted their strongest bodies, the Holy Sword Alliance should have been the best when it came down to sword technique. However, that didn't seem to apply to Rayon. His swordsmanship's flow and principles were improving despite the intensity of the battle. It wasn't the sword field's ability, but his demonic talent. This can't be happening. Cloud's shoulders were shivering as he straightened his back. I can't leave him alive. He wasn't even jealous anymore. He was afraid of him at that point. He wielded his sword with 2 hands, with the murderous intention of never letting him live. It's the only way. Using the Dark Knight Demon Blade's special technique was the only path to overcome the disadvantageous situation, even though it was still incomplete. He mustered every last bit of his aura from his energy center. The aura dashed through his mana circuits, and the central energy center's sturdiness was added before it created a storming astral sphere that surrounded his blade. I'll put an end to this. The shards of darkness seeped into the storm bursting from his blade, creating a majestic black radiance. Even the sky turned dark as the Dark Knight Demon Blade's special technique, Dark Star Slash, advanced. It felt like the entire world had fallen into darkness. Cloud must have groaned during the fight against Rayon, since he managed to unleash the real Dark Star Slash for the first time. I did it. The moment Cloud was assured of his victory, Rayon quietly exhaled and raised his gaze. Just like his radiant eyes, the sun and moon emanated their dignified lights amid the darkness. Tap. Rayon fixed the grip on the two swords while looking at Cloud. This is the final clash. Cloud only had a handful of energy left in him. The battle was going to be over if he managed to withstand that strike. However, he couldn't easily find the path to victory. His opponent's strike was literally covering the entire sky. Rayon slowly closed his eyes. He imagined the sword field once again while feeling the resonance of the divine and demonic swords in his hands. The more he fought, the more he came to realize it. The sword field didn't originate from fire and ice. The sword was the origin. The sword training that had started with Rimmer continued to the others, causing a variety of flowers to bloom. Glenn's sword was at the center of all that. His sword, which had even surpassed transcendence, was the first pillar supporting his world. However, he was different from Glenn. It was impossible to copy since Glenn's path led to perfection. Rayon would just follow his back, just like following the light. That was why his colors were red and blue. Furthermore, what he'd pledged in his mental world was to never be defeated. Just like he declared to Rimmer, and responded to Vulcan's question when he asked what kind of sword he wanted, Rayon wanted to become a swordsman who would never break. That was why he was undefeatable and invincible. Rayon opened his eyes while imagining the inspiration coming from the sword field. He pulled the divine and demonic swords behind his waist and shoulder while facing Cloud's astral sphere, which was full of malice, trying to erase his entire existence. Rayon Sieghart style. 6th form, Harmony of Heaven and Demons combination technique. Red-blue invincible sword. The red and blue radiance severed the world and cut through the sky. Crack, Cloud's astral sphere disappeared like bubbles, and his sword was snapped in half. Diagonal lacerations appeared on his chest and he fell on his knees. He wasn't even screaming, as if his defeat was nothing but a fleeting dream. The divine and demonic swords subsided like embers and the Dark Knight returned. I defeated you. The dignity of the divine and demonic swords were dwelling on Rayon's eyes as he looked down on Cloud. No, Sieghart defeated the Holy Sword Alliance. Rayon bit his lip tightly. The strength left his body and his vision became blurry. He felt like he was going to collapse if he didn't pull himself together. I heard it would be, but the rebound is powerful. Rimmer and the gambling monster had compared the sword field creation to a final, desperate weapon. They'd advised him to kill his enemy no matter what once it was activated, or at least finish the battle. Rayon's body was telling him the reason why they'd said that. I feel like all of my muscles have ruptured. My energy center is also empty. He felt like he could collapse at any moment because of how hard his limbs were shaking. He didn't have any heat or coldness left in his energy center either, and all he could feel was the energy of wind and the divinity blooming from the underworld. He could understand that he would have been the one to lose if he failed to cut Cloud down at the end. But I can still endure it. Sloth's regenerative ability, his stamina and aura were replenishing rapidly. He could tell that he would soon recover enough to move normally. He was confident in his ability to pretend to be fine. He hardened his eyes and lips to pretend he didn't receive any damage at all and walked up to Cloud, who was on his knees. Cloud was gripping and tearing the 2 lacerations on his chest. He was unable to hold himself back anymore and screamed from the intense pain. Rayon realized that Cloud wasn't bleeding from his wounds at all. The laceration starting from the left shoulder was a burn, causing the wound to be cauterized, and the tearing wound starting from the right shoulder was frozen by frost. Arg, bloody foam was emerging from Cloud's mouth. His eyes turned to the other side, the ruptured capillaries giving him a demonic appearance. You monster. He forced himself to raise his head. He started to ramble, his lips trembling in pain. You aren't even human. This wouldn't be happening if you were a human. Cloud shook his chin, red saliva flowing down it. He said that Rayon had to have a demonic talent and hit the ground powerlessly. You are right, someone finally understands. Wrath immediately nodded. Don't be deceived by his human appearance. This monster is a whole different species, but he's not a demon either. He's just a lunatic race of his own. He tapped on Rayon's shoulder, saying that he should become a demon king. I'm a perfectly normal human being. I'm more humane than anyone else in the world. Rayon responded to Cloud and Wrath at the same time. Cease your nonsense. The King of Essence has never seen a human like you. Why you aren't even making any sense. The human and demon king shook their heads at the same time, and you were wrong about that. Cloud bit his lip while grasping the wound on his shoulder. The Holy Sword Alliance didn't lose to Sieghart. I simply lost to your talent. You're on that talent nonsense again. Rayon kicked Cloud's chin with his right foot. Smack. Despite having no aura left and being exhausted, his strong body caused Cloud's body to rise to its full height, spitting bloody teeth from his mouth. Cloud covered his mouth after the teeth left and groaned in pain. Losers should shut up. So this is the talent to become a demon king. Wrath spoke with admiration while stroking his chin, and Rayon pushed him away before picking up Cloud's broken sword and the blade with 2 hands. What are you trying to do? Cloud pulled himself back while dragging his feet on the ground. He was even slower than a snail because he had no aura left and his body was ruined. Moreover, his back bumped into a tree trunk and came to a halt. Nothing special. Rayon calmly exhaled and walked up to Cloud, whose chin was trembling in fear. He went on his knee and shoved the broken blade into his left shoulder. Crack. Since the aura barrier wasn't there to protect Cloud anymore, the blade easily pierced into his flesh and cut through his bones and muscles. Shut up. Rayon kicked Cloud's chin again because he started to scream his head off. 3 more teeth fell out before he finally shut his mouth. You'd better not move. He stabbed his abdomen next with the broken sword. Cloud's body was trembling in pain, but he couldn't defy him because he was afraid of more beatings. Rip. Since Rayon didn't pull out the blades after stabbing him, the wounds were plugged and only a small amount of blood came out of them. Cloud couldn't endure the pain and let out a strange groan, his eyes rolling back in his head. The blade in your shoulder is right above your heart, and the one on your stomach is next to your energy center. Rayon grabbed Cloud by his hair and spoke with a frightening gaze in his eyes. Cloud didn't dare look back at him and lowered his eyes. An irresistible fear was engraved in his mind. The blade will pierce into your heart or energy center if you move. Rayon smiled coldly and pushed Cloud's head against the trunk. Aren't you going to kill him? Wrath tilted his head to the unexpected situation. You've been killing anyone who is a potential danger. I did, but this case is different. It must be because of that man. Wrath blinked while looking in the direction of Banneret, where the Holy Sword Alliance Master was located. Yes, it's impossible to predict his actions since he is crazy for swords. Wrath had guessed right. Rayon had to leave Cloud alive because he couldn't predict what the Holy Sword Alliance Master would do if his disciple was slain. If he disregarded everything else and focused on avenging his disciple, the Light Wind Division was bound to be annihilated. However, leaving Cloud alive lowered that possibility significantly. His disciple was still a Grandmaster, even though he was thoroughly defeated, and there was no way he was going to abandon him. Not much time had passed after the start of the incident. Since the news likely hadn't reached Sieghart yet, he couldn't look forward to reinforcements from the house. It was necessary to assume that the Holy Sword Alliance Master would make the worst decision for him and plan accordingly. Why you are just afraid of the Alliance Master in the end? Cloud twisted his lips. He must have realized that Rayon couldn't kill him because of the Alliance Master. I'm absolutely not going to lose next time. I'm going to snap your neck before you can activate the sword field. Once I win against someone, I never lose against the same opponent. Do you really believe you can win next time when you are so afraid of my talent? Arg. And you are making a grave mistake. Rayon smiled coldly and stimulated Cloud's mana circuits with his finger by using the 10,000 Flames Cultivation and Glacier's energies. I'm not done yet. What did you do? You will find out soon enough. He shoved the heat into various places, saving the spine for last before finally pulling his finger out. Cloud's body bent like a squid. It was the worst torture method, causing the pain of twisting bones and muscles, the itchiness of thousands of bugs gnawing at the flesh, and even heat and coldness added on top of it all. Thick veins were bulging on his forehead as he went through it. But you are going to die if you move. Rayon chuckled, and Cloud's body immediately flinched and came to a halt. However, he started to struggle once again, unable to withstand the pain. The lines of blood flowing from the blades stabbing his shoulder and stomach became even thicker. I told you you are going to die if you keep moving. You shouldn't scream either. Hop. You are so dumb, your limbs should also stay still. Your heart is going to split in half at this rate. Since stop it, please, ask that great Alliance Master of yours to remove it for you. Arg. Cloud panicked hard and started to foam from the mouth, his body trembling in something between intense pain and his fear of death. Wow. Wrath shook his head with wide eyes. Is this really what a human being should be doing? Well, I'm human, so it is. Oh, I see. Rayon ignored Wrath as he kept murmuring, wondering if that was how it worked, and grabbed Cloud by his hair once again. What did you say earlier again? You said you would eliminate the potential danger by killing me and my crew, didn't you? Rayon exhaled a warm breath while meeting his eyes, which were distorted from terror. Do it if you can, because your head will roll the moment you meet me once again. Rayon rolled his lips into a smile and violently tossed Cloud's body away. Cough. Cloud gripped the blade, stabbing his shoulder and stomach to avoid death. However, the pain must have got even worse because his body was trembling on the ground. Ha. Rayon averted his gaze and looked at Banneret, where a strange tornado was rising. I wonder if those two are all right. He was worried about Rimmer and Shirl, but it would have been foolish to return to the city. He was only going to be a hindrance instead of helping them. Rayon wished for their safe return, including the Heavenly Blade Division, and pulled Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem from the ground. The two blades felt heavy for some reason. The Holy Sword Alliance Master's Dark Sword, which was flying in the air to indulge in the sword techniques of the Queen of Swords and the Demon Blade, started to rotate in a semicircle, and dark lightning occurred from it. This is. The Queen of Swords furrowed her brow upon seeing the sword's movement. Don't tell me, you. The Demon Blade barely managed to fend off the sword and bared his yellow teeth. Are you copying this Great One's technique? It was a nice technique that isn't fixated on form. I like it. The Holy Sword Alliance Master slowly nodded. The manipulated sword resonated faintly from the air. It seemed to express the cheerful mood of its owner. Ha. The Queen of Swords quietly sighed and returned her sword to its scabbard before drawing it right after that. The blade emerged quietly, and a tremendous amount of energy advanced while being focused on a single point. The point was even smaller than the width of a hair, but the achievement of a swordswoman who'd reached transcendence was dwelling inside. This is pretty good. The Holy Sword Alliance Master nodded with slightly flushed cheeks. The manipulated sword was putting pressure on the Demon Blade, but flew in front of him in an instant and created a sword barrier the size of a palm. Wham! It was difficult to believe the explosive sound came from the clash between an extremely small strike and a sword barrier. The sky was crushed like an egg inside a clenched fist, and a huge rift appeared. Tusk. The Queen of Swords briefly clicked her tongue. However, she immediately started to prepare her next move. She must have thought that it wouldn't be enough to finish off the Holy Sword Alliance Master to begin with. The Demon Blade managed to pull himself together. He bit his lip and wrapped his sword with a purple current of air to unleash a hexagonal sword formation into the air. They were behaviors befitting Transcenders, as they trusted their own martial arts despite being surprised by the Holy Sword Alliance Master's abilities. Wahahaha! The Holy Sword Alliance Master burst into laughter while looking at the distorted sky. Yes, this is how it should be. It wouldn't have been worth it to come out to the world if you couldn't even do this. His flushed face almost looked like he was drunk. His eyes glowed red as they indulged in the sight of the Queen of Swords and the Demon Blade's swords. I'm also curious about them, but... The Holy Sword Alliance Master turned his head to the right. It was difficult to tell who the winner was because Rayon and Cloud's energies had subsided at the same time. He wanted to spread his aura perception to figure out the situation, but it was much too far away. Focusing on the opponents at hand was the correct course of action, as a distraction could prove critical during a fight against two Transcenders. Kellen, a swordsman whose face was hidden behind a mask, jumped down from the sword wing. If Cloud won the fight, he might try to kill Rayon. Stop him if that's the case, and bring them both if it's the other way around. Understood. The woman called Kellen gestured with her finger, and the warriors wearing the same outfit appeared behind her. They were the Floating Soul Division, in charge of secretly defending the flying warship, the Sword Wing. Thud, just as they were about to leave through the collapsed part of the rampart, red lightning struck from the sky. Wham! It was Rimmer's doing. He'd been observing the battlefield while using his sword field, and had stopped Kellen from leaving. However, the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword's blade took the opportunity and brushed past his waist. PSSH, it wasn't a serious injury, but it was still thick enough to make the difference between victory and defeat during a fight between extremely powerful warriors. Ack. Rimmer frowned and bit his lip. I heard you could use the sword field creation, and it was true. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword slowly nodded while shaking the blood off his blade, and lightning energy as well. Did you beg Glenn for it or something? Anyway, you're different from before at least. A twisted smile flowed from his lips. Can I take it to mean that you cherish your disciples more than your subordinates? Shut your mouth. Rimmer was unable to withstand the nasty provocation and charged at him. Kellen nodded at the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword and tried to head towards the rampart once again, but a white ray bent towards her and blocked his path. You aren't going anywhere. The moment Shirl created the sword barrier, the apostle she was facing immediately extended his hand toward her. His attack, surrounded by transparent energy, was falling towards her at a tremendous speed. Wham! The speed wasn't the only frightening part. It was also powerful enough to split the land, and Shirl's feet got stuck under the ground. Clong! Shirl didn't panic even though she couldn't move anymore and crossed her two blades. The black and white energies waned like the sunlight reflected on the surface of a lake, and the apostle's attack was bounced back violently. "You idiot," she bit her lip and shouted at Rimmer. "Stop yielding to provocation, please. I know, but—" Rimmer's expression wasn't full of malice anymore. He shook his head, his eyes making it look like he was about to cry. "Ha, you idiot." Cheryl could understand his feelings and murmured idiot in a way than previously before she pulled her legs out of the ground. "Heavenly Blade Division, guard the rampart," she roared while slamming the land with her bare, bloody foot. Rumble. The Heavenly Blade Division created a storming sword barrier above the destroyed part of the rampart, showing their determination to stop their opponents with their lives. "Try it if you want." Cheryl twisted her lips while raising her white sword and lowering her black sword. "Nothing but your heads are allowed to pass." Tusk Rayon briefly clicked his tongue as he ran back along the path he had taken. "I came too far." He started to get worried about the Light Wind Division, as he could finally afford other thoughts than the violent battle against Cloud. He'd come so far to reduce the damage of the Light Wind Division, but he'd come a lot further than anticipated. The Light Wind Division should have won according to his predictions, as he'd also included the bodyguards of Encia and Denning Rose, but anxiety emerged like an ember in his heart. Damn it. He was irritated by the fact that he couldn't continuously use the Supreme Harmony steps because of his lack of aura and unconsciously bit his lip. They should be fine. Wrath shook his head while sitting on Rayon's shoulder. They are the King of Essence's subordinates. They should all be alive. They are my subordinates. I raised them personally. You did not. Anyway, they are the King of Essence's children. Wrath shook his head while saying that a demon king always kept their word. I see. Rayon chuckled at Wrath. It seemed to be his way of relieving his worry. That was why Rayon decided to shake his shoulder. "You punk, my shoulder just felt itchy." He continued to follow the path while chatting with Wrath. Since he might have to fight right away, he tried to recover his aura as fast as possible, and Wrath wrinkled his nose. "The fight is over." "What?" "No one is at that spot anymore." He shook his head, saying that there were no presences there at all, which means Rayon stopped his advance and looked in the direction of Cameloon. That must be their destination. They must believe in me just like I believe in them. Considering the fact that no one was at the scene of battle anymore, Burin must have taken the Light Wind Division towards Cameloon. However, just as Rayon was about to move towards Cameloon, Wrath licked his lip. "It looks like you still have more work to do." The sound disappeared from the forest as soon as he declared. An extremely small noise was mixed in between the silent wind. Someone was approaching as covertly as a shadow. "What have you even been doing in your life?" Wrath tilted his head and asked him about it. "Why do you have so many enemies when you've only lived for 21 years? Who the hell is that? I don't know, but—" Rayon furrowed his brow while spreading his aura perception around the forest. "I smell a familiar stench." The greenery was fluttering in House Robert's vast garden despite it being the middle of winter. Darius Robert watched the moonlight wavering from the clouds, and a small woman wearing a maid's outfit knelt behind him. "Cirith sent us a message." The maid raised her lowered head and revealed her emotionless eyes. "Who showed up?" The Holy Sword Alliance Master arrived with the sword wing. The Master of the Wise Dragon Sword had only one arm, and a man who seemed to be the Holy Sword Alliance Master's disciple was also seen. Disciple? Was it Quirrell? Darius was interested in the disciple of the Holy Sword Alliance Master and inquired about him. No, they said he was a new disciple, but that he has already reached the Grandmaster realm. So the youngest disciple is a Grandmaster. They weren't idling around while they were hiding. He nodded with a faint smile on his face. "How about the other faction?" The White Blood Religion's leader personally went to the city with the 3rd and 10th disciples. That evil spirit never fails to be predictable. Anyway, that means 2 of them are there. It looks like he hasn't arrived yet. Lastly, the woman in maid uniform briefly licked her lips. Merlin appeared. Merlin. Darius lowered his gaze for the first time upon hearing the unexpected name, but Eden shouldn't be able to afford that right now. Merlin seemed to be targeting Rayon Zeekhart on her own accord. "I heard she was facing the 10th apostle. Did she still not learn her lesson after what happened last time?" He clicked his tongue a couple of times at her pathetic behavior. "How is the situation?" The Holy Sword Alliance Master, the White Blood Religion's leader, and the heads of the 5 divine orders are fighting equally inside the city. The Heavenly Blade Division leader and the Sword of Light are defending against the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword and an apostle, and— The woman in a maid uniform briefly paused before she continued. Rayon Zeekhart managed to defeat the Holy Sword Alliance Master's disciple outside the city. "What?" Darius's eyes violently wavered even though they'd remained calm up to that point. "Kubara. Yes, you said the Holy Sword Alliance Master's disciple was a Grandmaster, didn't you?" "Indeed. Does that mean that Rayon Zeekhart has become a Grandmaster?" "That is not the case." The woman called Kubara slowly opened her mouth without being intimidated by Darius's frightening gaze. "They said he used the sword field creation." Ha, sword field creation. Darius gasped while covering his forehead with his palm. He activated the sword field at 21 years of age. It should have been incomplete. Still, it would have been less surprising if he'd become a grandmaster. Darius knew about the sword field creation better than the warriors from Sieghart because he'd looked into countless books and records and even kidnapped a member of the direct line from Sieghart who was capable of activating the sword field to dissect him. The sword field of Sieghart was a boundary that materialized the mental world, signifying the swordsman's life. There were infinite ways of using it, and it was also prone to change according to the swordsman's growth. Since it incorporated the user's life itself, even a genius would need a long time to activate it. Yet Rayon Sieghart was crazy enough to create his own sword field at 21 years of age. This is incomparable to his previous achievements. Darius had thought Rayon wouldn't surprise him anymore, but it was far beyond his imagination. What kind of sword field was it? I haven't heard anything about it. Kubara slowly shook her head. What do you mean? He said that they would attack Rayon Sieghart right away since his energy had reached rock bottom as soon as his sword field was disabled. He cut off contact right after that. She sighed, saying that Sirith acted on his own accord without waiting for an order. Will you stop him? Darius stroked his chin while looking at a fluttering green leaf. He isn't wrong about that decision. The sword field was the trump card of a Sieghart swordsman. They lost their stamina and aura to the point of exhaustion once it was used. If the balance of power inside Banneret was perfectly equal, no one was going to come to his rescue. Considering Sirith's experience, his decision to act must have implied that he saw a perfect opportunity. Darius figured that it wouldn't be a bad idea to count on him. I'll leave him alone. Darius's lips curved into a frightening smile as he covered the moon emerging from the clouds with his hand. In any case, Rayon Sieghart won't survive the day. Rayon's steps came to a halt behind a tree the size of an adult man. He released the small amount of aura that he recovered to observe the surroundings. These movements definitely belonged to assassins. Moreover, it's the same as the shadows. Even assassins had different characteristics depending on their faction. The Blood Curtain sought the ultimate speed, while the Death God religion focused on stealth. On the other hand, shadows changed their course of action depending on the situation. They became darker than the Death God religion if stealth was required, and they moved even faster than the Blood Curtain to eliminate their target if speed was important. The sound is faint, but the fact that they are making any at all implies that they must be aware that my body is in the worst condition. The shadows must have been running towards him to quickly eliminate him before he recovered his stamina and aura. Rayon could guess that they'd been watching the battle from higher ground. However, the fact that they still managed to remove most of their presence despite moving so quickly implied that every single one of them was close to being the best of the assassins. Well, I guess he wouldn't dispatch random assassins against me. There was no way they were ordinary assassins since Darius was behind it. They must have had something up their sleeves. I should avoid a frontal clash. Since both his stamina and aura were exhausted, a frontal clash wasn't a good option. Yawn. Wrath yawned and returned to the flower bracelet, satisfied from learning of the Light Wind Division's safety. This is boring, so wake him after it's over. Seriously, Rayon bit his lips slightly and unsheathed the blade of Requiem. I'm in the worst condition possible, but I still have another option available. Let's return to the past. Rayon entered the forest while pretending to run away from them. The trees and bushes had no leaves because it was winter, but he activated the concealing technique while passing by a large trunk. It wasn't the shadow's martial art that he'd learned in his previous life. It was the white shadow steps created by improving the dark shadow steps through the martial arts of his new life. He erased his presence perfectly with the white shadow steps and climbed the tree. They are here. Even a master warrior wouldn't be able to notice him, but he still had to be careful since he was surrounded by assassins. Rayon held the blade of Requiem in a reverse grip while observing his surroundings. As expected, they can't find me. Contrary to how they rapidly ran into the forest, they were circling in the area without finding him. But I have the same issue. I can't exactly locate them. He couldn't find the exact locations of the assassins since his stamina, willpower, and aura were at rock bottom. I haven't felt this way in a long time. A battle between assassins was different from one between warriors. It was a war of information, decided by who managed to find the opponent's position and state first. It was a soundless war where any thoughtless action led to losing one's head. Every single one of them is extremely proficient at concealing themselves. I'm surprised he managed to raise so many of them. No presence nor sign of life could be detected. It was as if they were dead bodies. Their concealing technique was more than top-notch. Rayon let out his breath into the sound of the wind and spread his aura perception in an even more detailed manner. They are hiding so well. His body was in the worst condition. His enemy's presence was faint, and they didn't show any signs of life. That was why it was difficult to precisely locate his enemies. I can't use the Perception of the snow flower either. Though, perception of the snow flower consumed his aura and willpower on top of wrath. The problem was going to get worse if he couldn't locate every single assassin after using it. That was why it was better to suppress the urge to use it. Rayon closed his eyes while placing his hand on a thin branch. He ordered the rings of fire rotating around his heart to find his enemies as fast as possible. Kring, the 7 rings violently resonated with each other and refined his senses. The forest turned white as Rayon endured the exhausting stress. Amid the white space, where nothing but nature was present, dark existences arose as embers. It was the energy of the assassins. I found them. He could locate 24 assassins encircling the forest like a web. However, Rayon still couldn't detect their signs of life even though he knew their locations. They really felt like corpses. Did he create a new martial art? Rayon started to think that Darius must have made a martial art to remove the signs of life like a real corpse when a small resonance occurred from all around the forest. I can't even see your hair. The voice was strangely altered. They must have been using an artifact to prevent their location from being discovered. The white sword dragon from Sieghart is hiding in front of his enemies. It will be humiliating if the rumors spread about this. Rayon calmly nodded while listening to the mockery. I knew it. They have a leader. Shadows usually had a leader who gave out the instructions during an assassination mission, and the owner of that voice must have been the leader. Where are they? None of the 24 assassins he'd located a moment ago was a leader. He could guess that the leader's concealing technique was even more special. Your beloved Light Wind Division will be annihilated if you waste more time here. We've also dispatched people over there. The leader of the assassins started to provoke him, trying to get him to reveal himself. Tusk. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue in his mouth. There's no way that's true. Darius wasn't interested in the Light Wind Division at all. All he desired was the death of Rayon Sieghart. Is he trying to agitate my mind? That's my specialty, though. Rayon used the white shadow steps and moved behind the closest assassin. He was looking towards the center of the forest while hiding behind a trunk on the right. His presence is different. Rayon was still unable to feel his sign of life despite being so close. Darius Robert really must have created a new martial art. Shoosh. Rayon covered the assassin's mouth and pierced his neck with the blade of Requiem that he was holding in a reverse grip. He's not moving in the slightest. Even though he was an assassin, it was unexpected that he wouldn't move at all at the moment of his death. It almost felt like he was stabbing a doll. How much was he brainwashed to fall into this state? Rayon moved sideways while thinking about Darius's cruelty. He covered the next target's mouth and severed the heart. Ack! The blood flowing from the assassin's chest reached his wrist, and the flesh started to melt as if it were burned. Is this poison? No, that can't be. It was impossible to mix a poison capable of melting his skin into the blood, even for an assassin. Wait, now that I think about it, he noticed that the assassins had low body temperatures when he got close enough to cover their mouths. They almost felt like dead bodies. Their blood is poisoned and they are corpses with low body temperature. Once he started to consider the assassins as corpses, he remembered the plan that Darius had mentioned in his previous life. Don't tell me, are they the ones? Rayon released the corpse and was about to withdraw when he heard the voice of the Shadow's leader. I found you. As soon as the voice resounded, the neck of the assassin he'd just killed by stabbing the heart was turned 180. He extended his hand with a hole in his heart as if he were a zombie. Crack! The one that Rayon had stabbed in the neck was also running towards him with his waist bent in an unnatural manner, and the assassins that had been hiding revealed themselves at the same time and rushed towards him. Damn it, Rayon bit his lip while stepping backward. Did he manage to complete it? The Deathbringer Revenants. He could finally understand why the assassins had no sign of life. It was because they were actually corpses. Darius Robert must have ended up completing his plan to turn corpses into assassins. Shouldn't you be called a rat instead of a dragon? You are as good as a rat at running away. A mocking voice could be heard from behind the Deathbringer Revenants chasing after him. The owner of the voice must have been controlling the Deathbringer Revenants. They are undying assassins with acid poison for blood. That means he must have also achieved that. The most frightening part about the Deathbringer Revenants wasn't the fact that they were already dead. The biggest danger was something else. That must be his plan. Rayon figured he had to take advantage of that fact to get out of that situation. Come out. Rayon fended off the assassin's assault while pretending to be in an extreme panic. The assassins were obviously fearless since they were corpses. They kept attacking until the very end while spreading their poisonous blood even when their limbs were cut off. A bit more, Rayon circled around while pretending to avoid the poisonous blood and unsheathed Heavenly Drive as 4 cold revenants started to attack at the same time. Slash. The sharp strike gained momentum and cut off the heads of the 4 Deathbringer Revenants at the same time. That was when. Caught you? The headless assassins' bodies started to glow, as if they were covered in oil alongside a laughing voice. It's coming. Rayon bit his lip tightly and focused the small amount of aura he had left into the mana circuits under his feet to use the Supreme harmony steps. He violently kicked the ground and gained distance. Wham! As soon as he escaped from the headless Deathbringer revenants, a tremendous explosion occurred. It was as powerful as an astral sphere explosion and ended up creating a bottomless pit at the place where he used to be standing until a moment ago. Rayon frowned while looking at his hands and legs. I was slightly affected. He couldn't completely avoid the explosion because he was too close to them. The back of his hand and thigh were severely injured. This is why they are called Deathbringer revenants. They were called Deathbringer revenants because they brought death to the living, just like the evil spirits. But my plan should have worked. The one who'd been controlling the Deathbringer revenants must have believed in his death after that explosion. Rayon was going to prepare for a surprise attack the moment the leader came down. The assassin groaned while looking at the hole without revealing themselves. They stayed quiet for a while before they started to giggle. You aren't dead, that's amazing. Rayon broke out into a cold sweat. How did they notice that? Rayon had escaped by only using footwork. He hadn't even made an aura shield to avoid suspicion. That was why it was unexpected for them to notice. Whether it was intuition or some kind of ability they had, they were a rather extraordinary opponent. It can't be helped. He figured he had to activate the perception of the snow flower to locate them, even if it aggravated his internal injuries even further. Rayon sighed and rubbed his abdomen, which was screaming in pain, just as he detected a small movement from behind. He got nervous because he thought it was an assassin, but the presence was extremely faint and emerged from underground. Poke, a mole whose head was covered in the snow that used to be on the ground, was poking its head out from the ground. It must be because of the earlier tremor. Are you having a hard time? The mole spoke. Merlin, Rayon's jaw dropped and he rapidly created an aura barrier. Aren't you fighting against the 10th apostle right now? I am, but I still need to watch you. Merlin tilted her head as if it was the obvious thing to do. I saw you when you used the sword field creation. It was an extremely beautiful twilight. She covered her flushed cheeks with her hands. This isn't the time for that. Do you need my help, huh? Merlin smiled happily and returned to the ground. What does she mean? Rayon couldn't understand why she'd left after offering her help. He was thinking that he seriously couldn't understand her when the sky brightened. He raised his head and saw dozens of magic circles floating in the sky like a constellation. They started to radiate brilliantly and started to bombard the ground indiscriminately. Wham! The consecutive explosions caused by magic pulled the trees out and split the land, but the tree where he was hiding was completely intact, only the upper part being burnt. This is Merlin's doing. Merlin must have helped him after noticing his situation. I can't miss this opportunity. Rayon wasn't stupid enough to not swallow the soup that was brought to his mouth. He focused the small amount of aura he had left into his hands and feet and activated the ring of fire without using anything else. An extremely faint presence moved amid a barrage of magical explosions. It was a presence of the living, different from the corpses. A red glow burst from Rayon's eyes. I found you. Rayon didn't miss the faint presence of the assassin controlling the Deathbringer revenants. He hid himself amid the explosions devastating the ground and observed his movement at an extremely slow pace. They aren't fast, but their presence is even smaller than a corpse. Darius must have created a new footwork, as the assassin's footwork was even more secretive than the dark shadow steps. If it weren't for Merlin, he would have had to use the perception of the snow flower to find him. I shouldn't chase after him recklessly. He definitely has plenty of experience if he noticed that I wasn't dead. The assassin wasn't senselessly running away, even though he could have died from Merlin's bombardment. He was controlling the Deathbringer revenants to reduce the damage and still maintained his caution towards Rayon. Considering how calm he was, he must have been an executive of the shadows who'd carried out lots of murder missions. Rayon could guess that he would knock on the door to the underworld from the Deathbringer revenant's explosion if he was too hasty, because I'm in the worst condition right now. Even if the assassin was only at master level, picking a head-on fight with them in his condition would have been madness. It was necessary to stick to the original plan and fight as an assassin. I'm confident in my patience. Rayon withstood the explosions and moved in the same direction as the assassin. The explosions were affecting his body, but he counted on the Black Dragon Coat's defensive ability and remained quiet. Rumble. Merlin's magical bombardment subsided, and the scenery covered in a gray cloud of dust was slowly revealed. The ground was devastated, and 6 shattered bodies of Deathbringer revenants could be found. However, the assassin didn't stop using his footwork. He kept circling around without releasing his concealment technique so that he could react to any situation. Rayon bit his lip tightly. My energy center hurts. Since the white shadow steps consisted of hiding in nature, it had a higher aura consumption than the dark shadow steps. The pain felt like his insides were boiling because he'd used an unreasonable amount of aura in an internally injured state. SHH. The assassin finally stopped his footwork and took cover behind a large tree where the upper part had exploded. He finally settled down. However, it isn't the time for it yet. Naturally, the assassin's senses were focused behind him, and the Deathbringer revenants were positioned to his sides and rear for protection. Rayan could begin to guess how to approach him. Rayan advanced while wrapping himself in the burning ash and the darkness of the night. He didn't move to the left nor to the right. He walked towards the trunk where the assassin was hiding from the front, even slower than a turtle. The Deathbringer revenants were going to self-destruct if the small amount of his remaining aura made him hasty. Staying calm was especially important in such a situation, because I can't expect more help from her either. Merlin had dropped the magical bombardment for him while fighting against the 10th apostle at the same time. If he couldn't finish the rest on his own, he didn't deserve to get out alive. He advanced towards the trunk one step at a time, much like a baby starting to walk for the first time. His opponent was still focused on detecting the presence behind him, as expected of an assassin. The front was none of their concern since they could clearly see everything there. Rayan reached the tree trunk where the assassin was hiding while using the subsided ash and dark shadows as his foothold, lowering his body. This is the important part. Even though their aura perception was focused to the rear, they might still manage to counterattack if Rayan stabbed them right away. It was necessary to aim for a moment of carelessness. Rayan changed his reversed grip on the blade of Requiem and stopped breathing. It's definitely going to happen soon. Cirith bit the inside of his cheek while hiding his presence. Damn it, I was about to kill him. How could this happen? Rayan Sieghart was in a bad state, just like he'd seen from above. The way he managed to escape from the self-destruction of the Deathbringer revenants was unexpected, but he only had an extremely small amount of aura left in him. It would have been all over for Rayan if he just spread the Deathbringer revenants to find him, yet the sudden magic bombardment from the sky had ruined everything. 6 of them have died. 6 Deathbringer revenants had exploded because of the magic. 4 of them were made to self-destruct, and 2 of them were destroyed to the point of being unusable. That was why he only had 12 of them left. No, this is still enough. He could guess that Merlin was the caster of that spell. She must have been warning him to not kill Rayan since he was her target, but she was still in the middle of a fight against the 10th apostle. She wouldn't be able to cast another bombardment of that scale. I need to kill him as fast as possible. The situation had changed. He had to kill Rayan as quickly as possible before Merlin cast another spell or someone else came to his rescue. Cirith spread the 12 Deathbringer revenants in the area. He positioned them at locations where Rayan might be hiding and touched the artifact he was wearing in his left ear. The artifact's function was to spread his soundless murmur from a location of his choice. I know you are alive. With your survival instinct of a leech, you must have even crawled in order to. He tried to provoke Rayan once again, just like he'd done before the magic bombardment, but Cirith couldn't finish his sentence. A red dagger had reached his abdomen before he knew it. Schlick, yellow ghastly energy was sparkling from the blade piercing through his abdomen. Cough, Cirith was immobilized by the exploding ghastly energy, and the red dagger tore his energy center apart without missing an opportunity. Rip. Alongside the shattering sound of his energy center, Cirith fell backwards and shivered violently. His eyes had rolled upwards from the intense pain. Kua, Rayan, the wielder of the red dagger, rolled his lips into a smile while looking down on Cirith's painful struggle. It's finally fair now. Rayan breathed out a sigh of relief while looking at the Deathbringer revenants that had stopped moving like statues. It was so close. He didn't know how Cirith was ordering the Deathbringer revenants, but he could at least tell that aura was involved. Since he had some information to extract from the assassin, he'd attacked his energy center instead of his heart or neck, and it had fortunately gone according to his plan. The assassin's painful groan continued like a stream. The fact that a shadow who should have been trained in pain resistance was groaning so much implied that his energy center was completely destroyed. Rayan took off the assassin's mask. He was a young, blue-haired man with an average face that gave off the impression of a nice guy. Cirith. Rayan recognized him as the 5th vice team leader from when he used to be the leader of the Shadows in the past. He looked older than back then, but there was no way he'd fail to recognize him since Rayan had been in charge of his education. Did he rise high enough to control the Deathbringer revenants? I guess he's always been skilled. Just like he was during the fight, Cirith was an excellent assassin with an outstanding concealment technique, and he possessed the ability to understand and cope with any situation. It wasn't exactly surprising that he would have survived and been promoted to a higher rank. However, he'd enjoyed mass murder and killing people more cruelly than he needed to, and he must have retained that personality since he was controlling the Deathbringer revenants. Cirith slowly raised his body once the aura's flow from the destruction of his energy center had subsided. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat from the pain. Is he still weak against pain despite being an assassin? That means I have a higher chance of getting information out of him. Why, you bastard. Cirith raised his hand, which was covered with engorged veins. What are they? Rayan slapped Sirith's hand away and pointed at the Deathbringer revenants that had been immobilized behind him while pretending he didn't know anything. Why, you won't hear anything from me. Is that so? Sirith closed his mouth tightly and Rayan placed his hand on the left side of his chest. Kill me already. Torturing me will be a waste of tea. Rayan covered Sirith's mouth as he started to ramble and smacked his chest with the technique that could make the rage worm faint. He was used to doing it at that point because of how many times he had to use it. Smack! Sirith's body was sent flying into the air before it dropped on the ground. A pain like this is nothing. I know it's nothing. Rayan slowly nodded. That's why I'm starting now. He mustered all of the aura that was refilled in his energy center and shoved into Sirith's body. He activated the same torture technique he'd used on Cloud with over 3 times the intensity. Torture is meaningless for Qa. Sirith couldn't even last 10 seconds before he started to scream, his body shivering intensely. Even the pain resistance he'd gained from being raised as an assassin seemed to be ineffective. Veins started to bulge on his neck. Of course you can't endure it. The torture method he was using made him feel the pain, itchiness, heat, and coldness at the same time. Since the 4 sensations amplified each other and gradually became stronger, it wasn't something that a human being could withstand even with pain resistance. Both Sirith's silence and life weren't going to last for long. Rayan ignored Sirith as he floundered on the ground and activated 10,000 flames, cultivation, and Glacier to quickly recover his aura. I just need to leave him alone and he'll confess on his own. Sirith was well aware that he was going to die, but he was definitely going to talk before then in order to get a faster and easier death. Please stop. I'll tell you everything. Not even 10 minutes had passed before Sirith started to scream while holding onto Rayan's pants. What are they? Rayan lowered his frightening gaze and pointed at the Deathbringer revenants. They are objects called Deathbringer revenants. Deathbringer revenants, Rayan asked back while feigning ignorance. They are assassin zombies made from warrior corpses. You used corpses for them. Are they made by a necromancer? Why, yes. It was developed by the research of a necromancer and a corpse master, so that's why they could move in such a natural manner. I can also understand why they have poison in their blood and can explode. While a necromancer could make the deceased move like a living creature, a corpse master could add poison and explosions to a corpse that moved awkwardly. It was because the two of them had worked together that monsters like Deathbringer revenants had come into existence. Crack. Rayan clenched his fist to the point of bleeding while looking at the Deathbringer revenants who were idling around because they had no instruction. Darius Robert, you evil fiend. On top of getting collars around living people's necks, he was even manipulating the deceased. Rayan's heart pounded violently from the wrath against his devilish actions. Darius had already taken off his human mask. He was even more evil than the 5 demons. Rayan suppressed his boiling anger and glared at Sirith. Where are the Deathbringer revenants made? Sirith didn't respond. He seemed to be waiting for the rage worm inside his heart to awaken. You are making this annoying. Rayan furrowed his brow and resumed the torture that was paused. It didn't take a long time before Sirith started to violently shake his trembling chin. I'll tell you, Capley Village, that's where the factory cough. He perished while saying factory. The shock of his energy center being destroyed and the torture on top of that seemed to be the cause of his death. Tap, tap, the Deathbringer revenants collapsed to the ground like marionettes with broken strings from their master's death. I fortunately got the last bit of information out of him. He was glad he could get information about where the Deathbringer revenants were made. However, the name of the village he'd mentioned felt strangely familiar. Capley, why does it feel familiar? I've never been there before. Rayan licked his lips while thinking it was strange when the area below Sirith's mouth started to shake and Merlin's mole poked her head out of it. I knew you would manage. Merlin nodded while smiling. I just protected you because you are mine. She closed her eyes, saying that she didn't need to be thanked. Please stop saying such a thing. Merlin was smiling cheerfully but suddenly groaned in pain while grasping her chest. Merlin, it's not a big deal. I was just stabbed by a spear. Merlin shook her hand, saying that she was fine. Spear, from the 10th apostle. Yes, this is the 2nd time now. Don't worry about me, my heart is fine. Rayan could understand why it was the 2nd time. The magic bombardment earlier had come from the direction of Merlin's main body. She must have been stabbed when that happened. Are you okay? Can you keep going? What? Are you worried about me? Merlin wagged her tail and waist while covering her flushed cheeks. I would have let him stab me in a few other places if I'd known you would act like this. She nodded while murmuring that she was so happy. Her voice was cutting off, though, implying that she wasn't in a good situation at all. I'll need to focus, though. Don't worry about me and escape from this place. Merlin smiled and her presence disappeared. The mole was suddenly surprised and returned to the tunnel it came from. She was stabbed by a spear. A spear from an ordinary soldier wouldn't be a big deal, but it was the 10th apostle. Since he was a grandmaster, she must have been severely injured. Rayan was worried about her well-being. I'm getting more and more debts to repay. He felt like his debt was increasing uncontrollably because he'd been unable to repay any of the favors she gave him as she continuously helped him. The most painful part was the fact that he had a feeling she wouldn't want anything in return. Rayan stood up while burning Sirith's corpse with the 10,000 flames cultivation. I need to send them off as well. He wanted to send the deceased who were humiliated by Darius even after their death to the afterlife, but their corpses were sturdier than Sirith, which required more aura to burn them. I don't have the time to recover here. While Rayan was contemplating what to do, Wrath's energy flowed into him from the ice flower bracelet. Is this, manipulating the deceased is a nasty action. Wrath poked his head out from the bracelet. The King of Essence always smashed the skull of anyone audacious enough to do that. He wagged his tail while returning to the bracelet. Take care of it quickly since it's annoying. You are so gentle. Rayan chuckled and tapped on the bracelet. Who are you calling gentle? The King of Essence is the cruelest in devildom. Who else? I'm talking about a certain demon king. Rayan decided he would buy him an ice cream once they reached Cameloon. You must be out of your mind to be distracted in front of me. The 10th apostle furrowed his brow while looking at Merlin, who had a hole in her chest. Why did you cast a spell in that direction? He raised his spear and pointed at the forest where Rayan and Sirith were fighting. I saw a dirty bug. Merlin casually shrugged her shoulders as if nothing special had happened. Her hand brushed past her wound, and the hole in her robe was refilled and the blood was removed. You are as insane as always. The astral sphere emerging from the 10th apostle's spear shaft was engulfed in a frightening light. Let's finish this quickly. I need to kill you and offer him to the religious leader. That's not going to happen. Merlin bobbed her finger and countless magic circles appeared behind her. 7 different colors radiated from the magic circle's activation. He's mine, and I'm not giving him to anyone else. You can't win against me in your shabby state. The 10th apostle thrust his spear with a depressing voice that sounded like it was coming from the depths of hell. The astral sphere burst from the spearhead and rushed at her while tearing the space apart. I'm sorry, but... Merlin swung her hand downwards vertically, as if orchestrating a musical, and the brilliant light spreading from the magic circles became a sparkling bloody radiance. I'm in my prime right now. With a smile reflected on her mask, a destructive ray emerged from the magic circles that had combined into one. Wham! Whap! Rayan finished burning the corpses of the Deathbringer revenants and Sirith before he turned his head around. The sound just now, he could hear a tremendous clash of power from afar. Considering the flow of mana he felt, it must have been from the battle between Merlin and the 10th apostle. Should I go there? No, I'll only end up as a hindrance. Instead of trying to help someone, joining with the Light Wind Division to escape as fast as possible was the correct course of action. I should go there right now. Rayan took the direction towards Cameloon and kicked the ground. He reduced his presence as much as possible as he moved just in case other enemies were present. You coward. The King of Essence has always been confident even when didn't have any energy. Wrath started to babble as Rayan was passing between the trees. I'm not you, gentle demon king. You are lacking guts. You need the confidence that you can overcome all kinds of situations. Don't even bat an eye no matter what happens. Messages appeared in front of him as he kept rambling. You've gained an impossible achievement. All stats have the trait. They seem to be the rewards for defeating Cloud and Sirith combined. Arg. Wrath's chin trembled and Rayan smiled while pointing his finger at his eyelid. You just batted your eye. Shut up. The red glow of the moon emerged through the rain clouds. Darius Robert turned around, looking down on the world under the moonlight like the wolf from the legend. Kubara was reflected in his emotionless eyes. She had left after their previous talk, but she reappeared in front of him. My lord. Kubara went on one knee and placed her hand on the ground. Sirith is dead. Her voice remained calm as she notified Sirith's death, speaking as if it were an everyday conversation. I know. Darius tapped on his forehead, where the brood mother of the rage worm was located. The rage worm that I placed in his heart is gone, and... His gaze remained serene as he nodded as if he knew it would happen. I thought this might happen, since Rayan Sieghart has escaped from many other crises before. Kubara quietly raised her gaze without saying anything. How did the battle proceed? Sirith must have been confident that he could finish him off. He didn't place any shadows, and it's impossible to find out the exact situation. Tusk. Darius Robert clicked his tongue in displeasure. He seemed more irritated by the fact that he couldn't learn about the situation rather than Sirith's death. According to the agent who arrived at the scene after that, Rayan Sieghart managed to survive in an exhausted state, and the Deathbringer revenants were burning. Kubara repeated the report she'd heard a moment ago, without showing any emotion at all in her eyes. What about Sirith? The agent was unable to confirm the reason for his death because the corpse was burnt before he arrived. The battlefield was in shambles, as if it had been bombarded by something, and the 12 of the burning Deathbringer revenants were intact. 12 of them were intact. Darius closed his eyes while stroking his beardless chin, which means Rayon Zeekhart finished Sirith off before those 12 could act. The Deathbringer revenants only obeyed the owner of the aura that was registered in their broken hearts. Because their manipulator, Sirith, had died, they were incapacitated before they could do anything. I won't have to worry about any information leaking. The rage worm engraved in Sirith didn't transfer any emotion of fear or anxiety. That meant that Rayon had slain Sirith in an instant to stop the Deathbringer revenants. The possibility of an information leak was extremely low. I can't completely overlook the possibility, though. He didn't need to worry about his name being disclosed, since Sirith was brainwashed to die the moment he tried to deliver the name, Darius, or Robert. However, it was still possible that he could have said something about the Deathbringer revenants. Darius decided that he should be careful. He calmly opened his eyes and licked his lips. They are still unstable. Deathbringer revenants had managed to carry out multiple assassinations for him, but they still seemed to need a lot of improvement if they had to kill an extremely powerful warrior. I need to make them keep attacking the target in front of them even if the manipulator dies. It could be a good idea to have them feign death before they explode. He managed to figure out how to improve the Deathbringer revenants even though he didn't even watch the fight. Darius took out a small piece of paper from his clothes. He wrote down the methods he had just come up with and gave the paper to Kubara. Send this to the factory. Yes, the paper on Kubara's hand melted down like bubbles. Enhance the factory's security. Report to me right away if anything happens. Understood. Darius gave out additional instructions before he turned around. He furrowed his brow while looking at the bloody moon. But does that mean he managed to slay 12 Deathbringer revenants right after defeating a Grandmaster with sword field creation? 12 of them being intact implied that the other 12 had either exploded or been eliminated. He couldn't believe that Rayon managed to create that result despite being extremely exhausted. He's becoming more and more of a monster. He was already surprising enough during their last encounter, but he must have grown even further. The way he kept getting infinitely stronger felt like a demon. Darius briefly sighed and turned around. Kubara was still there instead of leaving. Do you have more reports? Yes, Kubara nodded. The ones you have been waiting for have arrived in Cameloon. She delivered the most recent news she received with a calm voice. Who's there? Darius Roberts' eyes glowed red just like the moonlight shining upon him. Both of them have arrived. Cameloon has apparently turned into a battlefield as a result. I see. There's no way they would stay quiet after hearing that thing is in Cameloon. Emotions of excitement and murder started to appear around his lips. As for Orgos, he moved towards Banneret, the 5 Divine Orders city, direction just like you predicted. He seems to be looking for Rayon Zeekhart. Kubara bowed to Darius Robert and quietly stood up, implying that she'd finished delivering all of her messages. She left the garden with a calm expression on her face, as if she'd returned to being a normal maid. A frightening smile appeared on Darius Roberts' face as he fiddled with a lively blue flower petal. His life is over now. He had only dispatched Sirith as an experiment, and he had been planning on having Rayon Zeekhart killed through someone else to begin with. Orgos was famous for being narrow-minded. His arrival implied that Rayon was pretty much dead. I might even be able to kill Glenn Zeekhart at this rate. Glenn didn't show it on the outside, but he greatly cherished Rayon. If Rayon ended up dying, the old man was also bound to act. While Darius was planning for the future in his head, small footsteps could be heard from behind the garden. Father. He looked around upon hearing the tired voice and saw that his youngest son, Lefon, was tilting his head in a dusty uniform. What are you doing here? He placed his worn-out training sword on his shoulder and walked up to Darius. I was having a night stroll. Darius changed his murderous smile into a gentle one and examined Lefon. You must have been training all along. Yes, Lefon nodded proudly. You are working hard. Is it because of your idol? Yes, I can't be idling around when Sir Rayon is always getting stronger. He grinned while pointing at his training sword, which had Rayon's autograph on it. Do you wish to follow his path? I know I'm lacking in talent compared to him, but I definitely want to follow him. I see. Darius Robert hugged Lefon with a benevolent smile on his face. You shall be able to achieve it. He gently patted his son's back and revealed the murderous intent that he'd been hiding. You will definitely be able to do it. Rayon reduced his speed and checked the messages in front of him. You've gained an impossible achievement. You've overcome the limit of your realm. You've overcome the limit of your stamina. All stats have increased by 25. The stats had increased by a huge amount at once, probably because he's a master had defeated Cloud, who was a grandmaster, and even overcame the assault of the Deathbringer revenants and Sirith that followed. Creak. His limbs trembled. The powerful resonance coming from inside his body made his ruptured muscles and fractured bones even stronger, like a blade being hardened from tempering. The fire that was protecting the pillar of his soul also burned more fiercely and suppressed the evil emotions of the Demon Kings. There was no pain at all. A warm light green exhilaration gently brushed past his spine. 25 points at once was a huge reward. However, the real deal wasn't even there yet. The trait. 10,000 Flames cultivation has increased in rank, the trait. Glacier has increased in rank, the trait. Water resistance has increased in rank, the trait. Fire resistance has increased in rank. The two cultivation techniques had ranked up to 7 stars, and his lower energy center resonated with the Ring of Fire. The sedate wave connected all around his body, expanding his energy center to store more aura, and the impurities were removed from his mana circuits reaching all the way to his capillaries. It felt like cold water was cooling down the heat all around his body. It's finally 7 stars. Sword field creation that utilized both fire and ice or from defeating a grandmaster. The rank up of the 10,000 Flames cultivation and Glacier filled him with an even more intense exhilaration than the stats because they hadn't advanced at all for a while, thinking about using new techniques of 10,000 Flames cultivation, and wrath brought a smile to his face. The resistances have also increased. The two resistances connected to the 10,000 Flames cultivation and Glacier had also increased. Fire resistance was still low, but water resistance was high enough to even withstand a Grandmaster tier magician's attack for a moment. What? Why are there so many messages? Don't tell me there's more. Gasp. Wrath's eyes were blinking like a toad, and a new set of messages appeared above his head. The trait. Bleeding Curse has increased in rank. The trait. Backstab has increased in rank. The trait. Iron Will has increased in rank. The trait. Aura of Death resistance has increased in rank. The trait. Magic Armor of the Snowflower has increased in rank. Since they were about the assassination-related traits, they must have been earned from defeating Seereth and the Deathbringer Revenants. It wasn't over. How is this happening? Wrath grasped his head and shook it in extreme irritation. Well, I deserve this much of a reward. Rayon smiled cheerfully while looking at the floundering Wrath. After all, I defeated a Grandmaster. A master had defeated a Grandmaster and had even defeated the assassins that came after that. It wasn't strange at all to get that much of a reward. A Grandmaster isn't even a big deal. The King of Essence could smash him with a single finger. Wrath ground his teeth, saying the rewards were too generous for such a trivial achievement. Okay. Rayon ignored Wrath and examined the messages once again. My body and mind have been fortified, and even my martial arts improved. He'd gained 25 whole stats at once, and various traits had ranked up. The rank up of the 10,000 Flames cultivation and Glacier was the best part, and he figured he would need a long time to get used to his new power. Damn it, Wrath shouted towards the sky. This doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about now? Rayon turned off the messages and turned his head towards Wrath. There's a saying between humans that what goes around comes around. There is, but why is the King of Essence only getting shit as a result? He even gave you his energy for the sake of the humiliated deceased a moment ago. So why are you the only one getting all the rewards? Because you aren't human. The King of Essence is more human than you bastard. Rayon couldn't easily refute that. It wasn't because he didn't consider himself to be inhuman, but because Wrath was far too human. This world just keeps hating on the King of Essence. This is unreasonable. Wrath rubbed his eyes with his plump forearm. In that case, Rayon licked his lips and stopped his steps. I'll reward you instead of heaven. He patted Wrath's trembling shoulder. Stop your dogshit. How dare you, insignificant human. I'll buy you ice cream. Wouldn't that be a fine return? Wrath suddenly stopped swearing upon hearing that. I'll buy you the ice cream and the food you want to eat. I'm going to Cameloon anyway. Wrath raised his gaze at an extremely slow pace. His eyes had turned red. Did it not work? Rayon realized that he was looking down on him too much by trying to appease him with food when he was so angry. I'm sorry, I looked down. How many? Th3. Heaven isn't that stingy. Be more generous. Sieghart. Lord's Manor. Audience Chamber. Glenn was reading a golden booklet while sitting on his throne. The hand turning the page was as gentle and careful as a mother's touch playing with a newborn baby. Ha! Glenn raised his gaze after he focused on reading the book for a while. He closed his eyes and exclaimed, "Don't hide my sky." Line must be the best after all. He touched the book of Rayon's Gospel, full of emotions as he said that he was deeply impressed. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan laughed gently, took out the second volume of Rayon's Gospel and opened it. As for me, the part where Cephia's president visited us and praised young Master Rayon is my favorite. Praise from a stranger makes parents the happiest, after all. That was indeed rather refreshing. Glenn nodded in agreement. Rayon's Gospel will have to gain lots of content when the young Master Rayon returns. You won't reach my sky. That line needs to be recorded no matter what. Yes, we also need to describe in detail how he defeated 3 opponents on his own. While the 2 of them were planning for the new section of Rayon's Gospel, urgent footsteps could be heard from outside. Wham! The audience chamber's door opened without a knock and Chad, the leader of the shadow agents, entered. His completely pale expression suggested that the news he brought was far beyond being a serious matter. What's the matter? Glenn noticed the emergency in Chad's expression and asked about the situation before anything else. There's a big problem. The leader of the shadow agents ran over the carpet at the center and went on his knees. He went straight to the point without any greeting. The city of 5 divine orders, Banneret, is under attack by the Holy Sword Alliance and the White Blood Religion. The Holy Sword Alliance. Glenn's red eyes snapped into a frightening light, so they have finally emerged. Moreover, even the White Blood Religion is on the move. Nervousness was seeping into the wrinkles around Roan's eyes. Tell me the details about the situation. Which ones are attacking them? The Holy Sword Alliance Master and the White Blood Religion's leader have personally brought their masters of swords and apostles. They are attacking themselves. Glenn shot up from his chair upon hearing that the 2 leaders were personally present. Yes, the 4 leaders of the 5 divine orders are currently stopping them, and inside the city. Chad told him everything that had happened inside the city. Does that mean that Rayon and the Light Wind Division escaped from the city while protecting the civilians? Yes, the Heavenly Blade Division leader and the Light Wind Division leaders are stopping the Master of the Sword and Apostles in front of the rampart. Ha. Glenn sighed quietly. That's a relief. He was worried about Rayon because he tended to overexert himself too much. That was why he was somewhat relieved to hear that he had escaped from the city alongside the Light Wind Division. Those 2 should manage to safely return. Cheryl and Rimmer had survived countless battlefields. They should be able to find a way to retreat as long as the Rayon and the Light Wind Division could leave the battle. Even so, I should still go. The 5 divine orders and the 5 demons both had transcenders who could achieve anything if they wanted. Glenn figured he should personally attend to the scene and settle things to prevent any potential issues. As soon as Glenn decided to head to Banneret, the heavenly tremor floated by itself from next to the throne and entered his grasp. The frightening resonance coming from the heavenly tremor seemed to express his wrath. The dimensional door at Banneret should have been destroyed, so Cameloon should be the closest location. Get it ready right away. That's true. However, that one is also unusable right now. Glenn went down the stairs from the platform while pulling on his coat, and Chad lowered his trembling head. What do you mean? I've already contacted Cameloon to prepare the dimensional door, and they said they are also under attack by the Black Tower. The Black Tower. They said the tower's master and vice master are both present. Glenn's eyes wavered violently, just like Chad's trembling voice. But there should have been no reason for the Black Tower to attack Cameloon out of nowhere. The tower's master was looking for something in Cameloon and clashed with the Archmage of Eternal Flame, Chamber, and their vice master destroyed Cameloon's facilities before heading south. Chamber. Glenn slightly bit his lip. Chamber wasn't a good matchup against the Black Tower's master. She wasn't going to be defeated, but she wasn't going to win either. Why is the Black Tower's master suddenly attacking Cameloon? Wait, did you say south? He was putting his thoughts together and suddenly came to a halt. You said Rayon evacuated the civilians, didn't you? Indeed. Chad nodded and spread the map that he'd brought in his clothes. He put his finger on the 5 divine orders city, Banneret, then pointed at Cameloon, which was nearby. Cameloon is the closest and most trustworthy place from Banneret. He continued with trembling lips. The Light Wind Division is going to clash against the Black Tower's vice master at this rate. Glenn chewed his lip while looking up at the dark window. It was rare for him to express such intense emotion as he did while he placed his hand on Heavenly Tremor's hilt, which he had equipped around his waist. Orgos and the Light Wind Division. Chad had said that the Vice Tower Master Orgos was going to clash against the Light Wind Division. However, that wasn't exactly the correct way of saying it. Not a single person from the Light Wind Division would be able to survive if they encountered Orgos. Orgos wasn't as powerful as the leaders of the 6 kings and the 5 demons, but he was still a transcender with a heavenly might. Even with Rayon, Cheryl, and Rimmer combined, they should have a hard time lasting against him. That was why it was absolutely impossible for Rayon and the Light Wind Division to fight him by themselves. It's meaningless to assume that they aren't going to meet. Rayon was Orgos' target. Judging from his realm, he would definitely find them even if the Light Wind Division decided to hide or run away after noticing the anomaly in Cameloon. And he won't be able to use that ring, either. He was thinking about Chamber's ring, which was awarded to the winner of the 6 Kings tournament in the Owen Kingdom. Rayon could avert the crisis if he could use the ring at the correct time. However, the authority of that ring was far too powerful, and it even required Chamber's mana on top of its innate mana. She couldn't afford to spend that during her fight against the Black Tower's master. Glenn tapped on Heavenly Tremor's hilt with a slightly trembling finger. Heavenly Tremor's resonance sounded sentimental, as if it understood its owner's feelings. Is there no way for me to arrive there in time? Judging from the timeline Chad had mentioned, It was impossible for him to arrive at the scene before Orgos encountered the Light Wind Division unless the dimensional door at Cameloon was restored. Ha! Glenn sighed roughly and closed his eyes. Rayon's awkward gaze and the way he was sometimes embarrassed and lowered his eyebrows came to mind. Burin, Martha, Runnan, and the other youngsters' faces overlapped with him after that, and his heart tightened as if it was being bound by a chain. I'll be late no matter what I try. But still I'll go. There was no solution in staying in the room to think about it. He had to run towards Rayon and the Light Wind Division even if he had to expend all his power, and that was the correct course of action. Leader of the Shadow Agents, which dimensional door is the closest? Glenn made up his mind and took his hand off of Heavenly Tremor. There's a small to medium-sized city called Dial, located southwest of Cameloon. It should be closer than Owen or Balkar. Chad responded without delay. He must have prepared the response in advance. Roan. Glenn threw away the cape covering his shoulder and headed towards the audience chamber's door. His footsteps were frighteningly silent after he finished his contemplation. I won't look back. Roan lowered his head with his hand placed on his chest. The gentleness in his eyes had turned completely dark. I'll follow. Unknown forest between Cameloon and Banneret. Warriors covered in injuries like defeated soldiers were walking along a forest path where white snow flowers were blooming. Dorian looked behind him while touching the bandage covering his shoulder. He licked his lips while looking far beyond his companions. He should be fine, right? He was the closest witness of Rayon's miracles, but he was still unable to rest assured. It's because he is facing a grandmaster. The difference between a master and a grandmaster was huge, even bigger than the difference between an expert and a master. His stomach ached because it was clear that even Rayon might end up dying during the battle. Whether he wins or loses, I just want him to return safely. Dorian was pressing on his temple while hoping for Rayon's safe return when he heard a murmuring sound from the right. He turned his head to see that Burin was looking at his hands with twitching lips. I really became a master. I really became a master. Burin kept repeating the same thing over and over. It looked like he still couldn't believe that he'd become a master. Dorian smiled faintly while looking at Burin's scarred hand. It shouldn't come as a surprise that he became a master. Burin was a member of the direct line of Sieghart. It was only natural that he would become a master. Of course, the reason he was so surprised was because he'd reached master at the young age of 21, but it wasn't that amazing either considering what he'd been doing up to that point. Because we've overcome countless deadly crises. Because Rayon's training was similar to a real battle. They had almost died countless times even inside the house, and they had also fought with their lives on the line during missions. That was why quick growth was a natural outcome. You've earned what you deserved. Dorian ignored Burin, who was now pinching his cheek, and looked forward. Runnan was rotating her arm with her entire body covered in bandages like a mummy, and her eyes as blank as always. Blue frost was rising from her fingertip. Lady Runnan also seems to be in a good mood. Runnan couldn't stay still even though she was only interested in rayon and ice cream in the past. It showed that she was also surprised that she'd become a master. Since Runnan had been making even more effort than Burin, it wasn't strange at all that she'd become a master. The person who is the most surprised must be. Dorian smiled faintly and looked to his left where Mark Goten was located. That old man. Mark Goten was hugging the black hermit saber that Rayon had bestowed upon him tightly with his eyes still retaining traces of tears. He's such a crybaby. Well, I guess I would have done the same in his place. No, I wouldn't have been able to suppress it. Mark Goten had rapidly become a master, but his growth had come to a halt, and he was forced to watch other people surpassing him one after the other. The fact that he was praised at first before plummeting to the ground must have made the criticisms even more painful to him than someone who was looked down upon from the beginning. However, Mark Goten had overcome the scars, humiliation, and despair to rise once again. He braced himself while serving Rayon as his subordinate even though Rayon was far younger than him. People laughed at him, saying that it was already too late, and he had to train along with the Light Wind Division that could have been as young as his son. However, he'd continuously wielded his saber regardless of those taunts. He had reached his goal of becoming an intermediate master after countless hardships and pain. That was why he was bound to be even more impressed than the others who'd become a master. I'll be wishing for you to continue your advance in the future. Dorian bowed slightly at Mark Goten out of respect. I wonder if I can also become a master. He'd honestly never thought about becoming a master. However, he was starting to think that he might be able to become one since the 3 team leaders had become masters, and his hand was touching the master's wall. I would have never imagined myself becoming a master without Sir Rayon. He was helped by him countless times when he was a trainee at Habon Castle, in the Light Wind Squad at the Cephia Company, and even in the Light Wind Division. He only felt gratitude towards Rayon because he was pretty much the only reason he'd become a swordsman. I'll even risk my life if it means I can repay this debt. He thought no one would believe him since he was a coward, but he really was willing to offer his life for Rayon's sake. Dorian smiled while thinking about Rayon's face. Well, Sir Rayon would start nagging at me to swing the sword instead if I told him about this. I can roughly tell what he's going to do and what he is going to think at this point. Don't worry about him too much. Dorian looked behind him while thinking about Rayon, and Burin shook his head while lowering his hands. That monster must have already finished the fight and should be thinking about a new training regime. Yes, you just need to worry about how to surprise Rayon more. Run-On nodded, saying that she was planning to brag about becoming a master and ask him to buy some ice cream. Don't you believe in our division leader? But Sir Rimmer is our division leader. Oh, that's true. It's all the same since Sir Rayon feels like the real division leader. The Light Wind Division's swordsmen erased their anxiety about Rayon while joking around. Indeed, Dorian chuckled and nodded just Denning Rose and her bodyguard, who'd been walking at the front of the line, stopped. Why? He was trying to ask why they'd stopped walking, but he noticed that they were leaving the forest, and Cameloon could be seen beyond a prairie. What? Dorian's eyes widened. Cameloon's ramparts and buildings were destroyed, and black smoke was rising towards the sky. The city was being destroyed in real time. Even though they were still far away from the city, the monstrous wave of power coming from it made his fingers tremble. How come Cameloon is also under attack? Denning Rose bit her lip while looking at a spire being destroyed. What the? Burin and Run-On didn't expect the situation either and fell speechless while watching Cameloon burn. What should we do? If we can't go to Cameloon, we should head to Owen or Balkar. Owen and Balkar are the ones who protect Cameloon. They aren't going to be safe either. The warriors from neutral factions also had flushed faces from panic. The civilians were just trying to read the room, unable to figure out what to do. Dorian's chin trembled as he grabbed his trembling wrist. How is this happening? He thought he just needed to reach Cameloon and wait for Rayon, Shirl, and Rimmer. That should have been the end of it, but the city was unexpectedly under attack. The sense of crisis that had subsided returned like a tidal wave. Denning Rose turned around after observing Cameloon, where light and darkness were sparking. Her face was as pale as the snow covering the prairie. The Black Tower seems to be attacking Cameloon. The defender seems to be from the Balkar Kingdom, but it seems difficult. She shook her head, saying that heading to Cameloon wasn't a great decision. Turn the light off for now. Burin quickly understood the situation and ordered the warriors to turn off their lamps and torches. People extinguished their torches and lamps with hardened faces. They'd realized that Cameloon was a path toward death instead of life. It's not a good idea to stay here either. Denning Rose shook her head while looking at the prairie towards Cameloon. It was completely open in all directions, and it did seem to be a dangerous location. Let's return to the forest. Burin turned around as soon as he heard her. He started to walk towards a small hill that he'd memorized on the way. Poyen. Denning Rose snapped her fingers, and her bodyguards wearing night traveling outfits appeared behind her. Erase our tracks. The bodyguards scattered towards the entrance and exit according to her instructions. Kaja, you should help them too. Understood. The bodyguard called Kaja also moved towards the entrance according to Insia's hand gesture. Kaja and the warriors from the black market scattered at the forest entrance and exit to remove the traces on the ground. There was still a high chance of being found out because of the snow, but it was better than nothing. What should we do? Burin sighed quietly and looked at Denning Rose. First of all, we can't go to Cameloon. Considering the fact that Balkar's magicians are there, Balkar doesn't seem to be a good choice either. The remaining options are Owen or a small city called Dial. Denning Rose gave multiple choices and let the party decide, Owen or Dial. However, we have to leave this forest to reach either of them, and we will most likely be discovered. She furrowed her brow, saying that they could be attacked on the move. Then what about hiding here? Dorian crawled towards them. I also think staying here would be the best choice. The Black Tower must be looking for something if they decided to attack Cameloon, and they shouldn't come all the way here. Burin agreed with Dorian and looked at Denning Rose. I think it's a reasonable opinion, however. Denning Rose rubbed the ground with her finger and clenched her back teeth. What's the matter? I'm thinking that they might come south because Sir Rayon had trouble against the Black Tower. She sighed, saying that the Black Tower was known for its persistence among the 5 demons. Dorian's hand holding the hilt of his blade shivered intensely. She's right. Rayon had an issue with a warrior from the Black Tower, none other than the Vice Master. Denning Rose was right in her belief that the Black Tower might make a move against Rayon. I think the best decision we can make is to hold out here and watch how the situation unfolds, and then move on after aid arrives from Owen. Understood. Let's go with that. Burin nodded, and Denning Rose's bodyguards, who were ordered to erase the traces, returned. We couldn't remove all the traces, but we've erased the important parts. Denning Rose smiled at Poyen. You're well. Poyen started to shake her head, but suddenly came to a halt. Lady, run. She was trying to tell her to run away, but her neck was snapped, twisting 180 with a cracking sound. Thud. a warrior at Master's realm, collapsed just like that, even though she'd been breathing until a moment ago. Lady Encia's bodyguard Kaja's lips twitched to tell her to escape, but a blue flame burst into being above her shoulders. Whap! Kaja tried to drive away the flame with astral energy, but the blue flame only intensified and turned her body into ash in no time. A moment of silence, terror and screams followed. What's going on? What is this? Poyan, Kaja. Everyone stepped backward in panic while Denning Rose and Encia fell on their knees while screaming. Lady Denning Rose, we have to withdraw. Dorian grabbed Denning Rose and Encia to try pulling them back. That was when he noticed something huge floating in the sky. Dorian raised his eyes with his chin trembling in fear. A monstrous man with skin as black as the darkness around him and eyes that were completely white, without any pupils, was standing in the sky as if he were on a stair. He wasn't that tall or bulky. He might even have been smaller than average. However, the presence that he was emanating was covering the entire sky. With the low realm he had, he couldn't tell the difference between him and the Transcenders, like the leaders of the 5 divine orders, the Holy Sword Alliance Master, and the White Blood Religion's leader. The demonic monarch of Azure Flame, Orgos. Dorian dropped Denning Rose's arm upon hearing her trembling voice. The demonic monarch of Azure Flame, he didn't know the name Orgos, but there was no way he wouldn't recognize the title, the demonic monarch of Azure Flame. It was the name of the Black Tower's vice master, who had reached transcendence. Dorian realized that his black skin and the white pupils were just like the rumors he'd heard. The white pupils of Orgos became distorted. There was no way to tell where he was looking because his pupils were indistinguishable. No, that wasn't even the issue. No one could even speak because of the overwhelming presence of the demonic monarch of Azure Flame. You are from Sieghart. He voiced Sieghart's name right away, as if he were already aware that the Light Wind Division was there. Where is Rayon Sieghart? Ah. Dorian's heart tightened upon hearing Orgos' question. Did he really come here personally to find Sir Rayon? The information from Denning Rose wasn't wrong. He must have come to kill Rayon, who had gotten in the way of him catching a drake in Werther's village. Boom, an explosion could be heard from behind them. Warm liquid fell over his head and he could smell the stench of blood. Someone had died once again. I'll ask a second time. Where is Rayon Sieghart? Orgos' question followed. No one could respond to him and someone else exploded once again. Dorian's chin trembled violently. He was afraid that his white pupil was going to face him, but he was also worried at the same time that someone might tell him Rayon's location. Boom, another person died. He couldn't tell whether it was someone from the Light Wind Division or a civilian. He didn't even have the courage to look back. Drip. Blood was dripping under Orgos' feet. It didn't belong to the people in the area. It must have been the blood of people who had gone to Cameloon before them. Sir Rayon is going to die. He could tell because he'd been through countless life and death situations. They might be able to live if they revealed Rayon's location, but Rayon was going to die for sure. No matter how much of a genius he was, there was no way he could survive facing a monster who had reached heaven. In that case, I have to step up. This is the time to die in his stead. It was the time to keep the resolution to offer his life for Rayon's sake, but he couldn't muster the courage. He didn't want pain and he was afraid of death. However, he was bound to regret it for the rest of his life if he managed to survive without doing anything. He hated it even more than dying. This is your last chance. Where is Rayon Sieghart? Orgos raised his hand, implying that he was going to kill everyone after that. The flame bursting out from his hand was radiating a frightening light. Creak. Dorian bit his tongue with his back teeth and raised his head. His body was trembling in fear, but he used the pain to remove that fear. He wasn't only thinking about his gratitude towards Rayon. He thought about the sickly child during their first encounter. His sharp eyes were lonely and cheerless back then. For the sake of that child, who wasn't lonely anymore and considered his companions his family, Dorian straightened his terrified back. Thud. He clenched the sword just like the person he admired the most and violently stomped on the snowfield. He couldn't even let out his voice. He mustered his aura from his aching energy center and continued. I am Rayon Sieghart. Everyone around him, including Buran and Runnan, looked at Dorian instead of Orgos. Orgos rotated his finger. Crack, along with a bone-shattering sound, Dorian's arm twisted and turned the wrong way. Dorian grabbed his smashed right arm and fell to his knees. What an arrogant boy. Argus moved his hand and Dorian's body floated and soared into the sky. You are just vermin who hasn't even reached the Master's realm. What did you just say? How have you gone deaf from your old age? Dorian's distorted eyes were reflecting his fear and relief at the same time. I am the White Sword Dragon, Rayon Sieghart. Orgos laughed and fractured his left shoulder. Dorian was sent flying back and smashed into the ground. A dangerous amount of blood gushed from his mouth, showing that he'd even gotten a serious internal injury. I'll snap your neck if you spout that bullshit again. The thin nerves appearing in Orgos' white eyes suggested that he was serious about it. I am Rayon. Dorian forced himself to stand with his broken arms swaying in the air. He spat the black blood from his mouth and raised his head. Sieghart. I am Rayon Zeekhart. Burin stepped in front of Dorian and roared. He also understood why Dorian was doing that. I am Rayon Zeekhart. Runan also moved in front of Dorian and unsheathed Snow Flower. I am Rayon Zeekhart. Mark Goten stood in front of the three others and raised the black hermit saber. He was expressing his intention to die before them, you vermin. A simple shake of Orgos's hand was enough to blow up Burin's shoulder, create a hole in Runan's stomach, and slam Mark Goten on the ground while breaking the black hermit saber. Cough. Wow. Since none of them had managed to perfectly recover from their injuries, they coughed up dead blood with their trembling bodies. However, none of them stayed lying on the ground. Burin and Runan grasped their wounds and stood back up. Mark Goten ground his teeth while wielding his broken saber with two hands, and even Dorian exhaled his bloody breath while leaning against a boulder despite being the most seriously injured among them. The Light Wind Division stood in front of the four people who were prepared to die and raised their swords, and everyone shouted, I am Rayon Zeekhart. Rayon closed his eyes while moving towards the merchant city of Camaloon. 7 stars make a huge difference. His aura's recovery speed had become at least twice as fast as before with the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier reaching 7 stars. He wasn't using the Supreme Harmony steps, but he was getting more aura than what he was spending while going all out on footwork. I should focus on recovery rather than speed since the fight isn't over yet. The Holy Sword Alliance Master and the White Blood Religion's leader were stopped by the leaders of the 5 divine orders, but they still had many subordinates. Since they could decide to follow at any moment, it was necessary to get ready for battle. Rayon was getting used to the growth of his body and traits while maintaining his movement speed when Wrath suddenly popped up from the ice flower bracelet. Hey, Rayon could understand why Wrath had emerged. He was definitely going to ask him to increase the speed because he wanted to have some ice cream. Increase your speed right now. Wait a little. I have a lot to check right now. Rayon smiled because he was saying exactly what he was anticipating, but Wrath's expression hardened without the slightest sign of playfulness. Is he just passing by? No, there's no way he would. He knew about it from the beginning. We are going to encounter him soon. Wrath murmured some incomprehensible things while looking up at the dark sky. Wrath, exert all of your energy to run as fast as you can. You are going to regret it if you don't. He closed his mouth and pointed in the direction of their destination with his finger. It was slightly west of Camaloon. Rayon nodded heavily upon seeing Wrath's emotionless eyes. Got it. Wrath was often unable to read the mood, but he was extremely serious when it was necessary. Considering what he said, something must have happened to those who'd escaped before him. Huff. Rayon exhaled the impure energy and stomped on the ground powerfully. The 7-star. 10,000 flames cultivation's heat was condensed in the mana circuits of his feet and thighs, adding a frightening amount of explosive speed to the Supreme Harmony steps. His vision had even turned dark from the drastic acceleration. Rumble, the aura he'd worked so hard to accumulate, was being drained rapidly, but he kept running in the direction Wrath had pointed while believing in him. Didn't even take a minute of running before Rayon looked up to the sky with trembling lips. What is that? A huge amount of demonic energy was soaring from a nearby location. The energy wave was even more powerful than that of a grandmaster. A monster that had reached heaven was revealing himself. Is he from the Black Tower? No one outside the Demon Reception Society, and the Black Tower had that much demonic energy. Since there was no way the Demon Reception Society would suddenly make its appearance after failing to appear for dozens of years, it was definitely a demonized human from the Black Tower. And the fact that a transcended monster of the Black Tower is here means, Rayon bit his trembling lip, that the Tower's Vice Master is here. There were 2 transcenders in the Black Tower, the Tower's Master and the Vice Master. Since there was no reason for the Tower's Master to come all the way to Camaloon, he must have been the Vice Master Orgos, looking for Rayon, who used to be in Banneret. Damn it. He furrowed his brow while looking at Wrath. I can understand why you told me to go faster. He couldn't exactly sense it because of Orgos' massive amount of demonic energy, but it was obvious who would be there. The Light Wind Division, the warriors from the neutral factions, and the civilians would have been discovered. You should be able to tell since you felt it. You can't win against him in your current state. Are you going to run away? Wrath met Rayon's eyes with a serious gaze, asking for his course of action. Run, Rayon laughed coldly while looking into Wrath's sky-blue pupils. Do you think I'd run away after all I did to raise them? The option of running away didn't even exist in his mind. There was only one thing he was thinking about. He was trying to devise a plan to rescue the people over there. Thud. Rayon used Supreme Harmony's second step and left a deep footprint on the snow-covered land. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in his advance towards the storming demonic energy. Crack, the martial arts of the Transcenders in Banneret severed heaven and earth, and a dimension of darkness emerged. All kinds of fissures appeared in the sky, which looked like a tattered outfit patched with fabric, and a huge tremor occurred, putting the entire city on the verge of collapse. The Transcenders were narrowing their eyes at each other, but they suddenly looked to the north as if they'd previously promised to do so. The Holy Sword Alliance Master pulled up his sleeve and stroked his beardless chin. They are blatantly showing themselves. That energy must be from the Black Tower. He licked his lips as if he had found a new toy. Orgos. The Thespian Emperor noticed the source of the demonic energy and furrowed her brow. She was showing her true emotions for the first time after the start of the battle. Why is he even here? Orgos hadn't appeared when she read the heavens flow about the incident. Her fingertips trembled because his appearance was completely unexpected to her. Don't tell me, is it because of Rayon Sieghart once again? No, she was sure it was him. His existence must have altered heaven's flow once again. Orgos, that's the Black Tower's Vice Master. The Holy Sword Alliance Master immediately lost interest once he realized the energy didn't belong to a swordsman and made his dark sword float into the air. Let's leave them alone and resume the fight. He bobbed his finger towards the Demon Blade and the Queen of Swords while murmuring that the fun shouldn't be ruined. Shirl and Rimmer noticed the anomaly at north soon after the Transcenders sensed the demonic energy. That direction, no way. That's where the youngsters went. Rimmer and Shirl's swords became distracted. They kept glancing backward without focusing on the fight, even though they were fighting against the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword and Apostle in the Floating Soul Division. Where are you looking? The fight is over now. A brown flame dragon burst from the Master of Wise the Dragon Sword, and a colorless astral sphere emerged from the Apostle's hand. The powerful assault skinned the land and the buildings collapsed around them. Wham! Rimmer and Shirl poured all their energies into their swords upon seeing the powerful energy approaching them. A brilliant light flashed out from Shirl's black and white twin swords to sever the light and darkness, while crimson lightning and wind were glimmering from Rimmer's sword. They didn't use those condensed energies for the clash. They unleashed a flexible sword art towards the energies rushing towards them. The blades were bent, and they used the rebound to kick the ground in the opposite direction. They'd gained momentum with the opponent's attacks to run towards the rampart. Heavenly Blade Division, disperse. Return to the house as fast as possible. Shirl dispersed the Heavenly Blade Division, who wouldn't be too helpful in that situation, to distract the enemies and went over the ramparts. They should be fine, right? She lowered her eyebrows slightly and looked at Rimmer. I don't know, but we need to go. Rimmer tightly bit his lip, after glancing back at the Master of the Wise Dragon Sword, who was dumbfounded. Damn it, his heart was shouting at him to return right away to cut his head and avenge them. However, it was time to think about the living instead of the deceased. I'll take revenge even if I have to die in return. Wait a bit longer. Rimmer accelerated while making that promise, and lights of 7 different colors sparkled from the sky as Merlin appeared. The chin part of her mask had shattered. Rayon, Merlin wrapped herself in multiple layers of amplification magic and flew towards Cameloon like a ray of light. Damn it, the White Blood Religion's leader ground her teeth. She swatted her ebony hair back and started running towards the north. Where are you going? The demon-slaying spear chased after her on his red horse, asking her to continue the unfinished fight. The Holy Sword Alliance Master narrowed his eyes while stroking the dark sword's hilt. Are they going after Rayon Sieghart? It looked like everyone who'd left was trying to save Rayon Sieghart and the Light Wind Division. He even made that vampire take action. Is he her new vessel or something? The Holy Sword Alliance Master made his dark sword float into the air and extended his aura perception toward the north. Cloud wasn't dead, but he was about to be crippled, and Rayon was nowhere to be found. There were many incinerated corpses around, and they must have been slain while trying to kill Rayon. He managed to defeat Cloud and even killed assassins. Rayon's talent and the actions of those who tried to save him piqued his interest. Kellen, take care of Cloud. The Holy Sword Alliance Master issued an order to the Floating Soul Division and mounted his dark sword. I'm getting a spoil of war real quick. He casually waved his hand and flew to the north while riding the dark sword. His speed was on a whole different level from footwork. A tremendous wave was spreading around him. Where are you going? The Demon Blade barked while the Queen of Swords quietly bit her lip. Ha. The Thespian Emperor sighed and pressed her temple. That damned bastard. How long is he planning to disturb my plans? If the situation ended with that, she would get the result she wanted, but she had a feeling that there was more to come. What should I do? It would be dangerous if Orgos killed Rayon and the Light Wind Division at Cameloon before attacking the 5 Divine Orders, but Balkar and Owen were present nearby. Since their reinforcements should be coming, it could be a better decision to head that way. We should go too. The Thespian Emperor made up her mind and gestured with her hand towards the Queen of Swords and the Demon Blade. I need to see what's happening with my own eyes. Dorian was leaning his back against a boulder. He couldn't even stand without doing so. He wasn't even feeling the pain anymore, and he was just fixated on lasting longer. Ha. He forcibly raised his head. He could see Orgos tilting his chin. He already had a repulsive appearance, but he looked even more frightening. The nerves could be seen in his white eyes, and he skimmed through the light wind division before being fixated on Dorian, who was behind everyone else. Dorian once again felt that he wasn't a human or a monster. He was a natural disaster. It was impossible for the light wind division to deal with him. All Orgos did was meet his gaze, but Dorian floated into the air in a natural manner. Dorian, stop, you bastard. Look at me. The light wind division activated the sword formation and tried to attack Orgos, but the demonized humans emerged from the shadows and blocked their path. Damn it. Burin violently ground his teeth while gripping his pierced shoulder. The Vice Master alone was unbearable enough, but even the demonized humans were powerful. It was all over. That thought came to his mind, but he forced himself to shake his head. Orgos was only looking at Dorian without even paying attention to the others. I'll let you live if you tell me the truth now. Who are you? His lips twisted into a smile, interested in Dorian because he was the first one to call himself Rayon. I told you. I am Rayon Sieghart. Dorian kept claiming to be Rayon, even though his face had turned completely pale from the pain. It was a good idea to not kill you right away. Orgos moved his index finger, and Dorian's left leg twisted. Screaming was the only thing Dorian could do because floating in the air left him unable to move his limbs. Dorian, you son of a bitch, I'll kill you. The light wind division couldn't bear it anymore and charged at the demonized humans who were blocking their path. The clash between auras and demonic energy caused dangerous sparks on the white land. Burin spat out the blood stagnating in his mouth and looked back to the people behind him. Run away, everyone. We are going to buy time here. He was still caring for the civilians and the neutral factions despite the situation, and he shouted for them to quickly run away. I want to leave, but my feet and my body won't move. Unlike the light wind division, whose anger had brought them to a resolution, the people from the neutral factions and the civilians couldn't move an inch because of Orgos' overwhelming pressure. Who are you? Orgos sneered at Burin and the light wind division and asked Dorian the same question once again. All old man, are your ears clogged just like your eyeballs? Dorian's lips trembled as he looked into thin air. It looked like he didn't even have the strength left to look at Orgos. I am Rayon. I am the white sword dragon, Rayon Sieghart. I see. Argus casually snapped his fingers. Along with the tremendous noise of an exploding rubber ball, a dark hole was created in Dorian's abdomen. Dorian couldn't even scream anymore and fell to the ground while coughing up blood and saliva. Your bond is stronger than I thought. Orgos gestured with his hand and the blood stopped gushing from Dorian's stomach. He's slain a significant number of my subordinates. An evil smile appeared on his lips. It will be fun to burn you up while he's watching. You old monster, look at me. Stop bullying the weak and attack me. Burin stepped up while pounding his chest. I'm the one you should be looking at. I don't like your eyes. What? Orgos' lips briskly dropped, and an explosion occurred from Burin's right eye. Burin fell to his knee while covering his bleeding eye. The next up was Run-On. She stepped forward while forcing herself to block the bleeding from her stomach. There was no trace of fear in her purple eyes as she stood with her cherished blade, Snow Flower, in her hand. I'm the next. Don't be so hasty. I have no intention of granting you a painless death. Orgos rotated his finger without even looking at Run-On. Die while regretting being related to Rayon Sieghart. Run-On faltered and collapsed to the right. Her right thigh was severely torn apart, as if it had been gnawed off by a ferocious beast. Mark Goten had slain a demonized human to get out of the encirclement and dashed at Orgos while roaring. He wasn't thinking that he could win at all. He simply dashed forward with a broken saber in his hand, intending to protect the others. Fearless eyes. I don't like them. Orgos snapped his fingers with twisted lips, and a blue flame burst from Mark Goten's uniform. Whap! The small flame burnt the light wind division's uniform in no time and reached his shoulder. The burning sound of flesh could be heard, but Mark Goten didn't stop his advance. You must have heard, but the azure flame can't be extinguished. Argus shook his head, and the flame burning Mark Goten's shoulder amplified in an instant to engulf his arm. Mark Goten's footsteps slowly came to a halt. He couldn't withstand the pain in the end and fell to his knees on the bloody ground. Orgos' lips rolled into a smile as he looked down upon the light wind division, who'd fallen back into the pit of despair. Yes, I like those eyes. The bond between humans is bound to perish like a sandcastle in the face of fear. Rayon Sieghart is. He stopped speaking, and the scene of the light wind division slowly standing back up was reflected in his white eyes. Dorian stood back up while holding onto the sword that he'd slammed into the ground with his broken arm. Burin's empty eyes were emanating an even more intense pressure than before, and Run-On raised her purple eyes while freezing the injury on her leg. Even Mark Goten stood back up amid the burning pain of his body and raised his broken saber. They weren't claiming to be Rayon Sieghart anymore, but their pressures and wills were even more indomitable than before. Seriously. Orgos furrowed his brow for the first time. I don't like you at all. He raised his hand with extremely murderous eyes. It looked like he forgot about killing them while Rayon watched. an azure flame far bigger than the one that burnt Mark Goten's arm was set ablaze into the air, turned into ash. Orgos was about to spread the azure flame at the light wind division when a dark dagger flew towards his temple. Crack. The throwing dagger was crushed before it could reach Orgos, but it managed to distract him for an instant. During the short time when the azure flame's trajectory was altered, a silver-white wall of frost surged up in front of the light wind division. The transparency could even be described as sacred. Wham! Even though the azure flame was supposed to incinerate anything in the world, it was unable to break through the wall of frost and disappeared while turning only the surroundings into ashes. This wall. Dorian's lips trembled as he looked at the wall of ice surrounding the light wind division. It was the same wall that had saved countless people's lives at House Arian. It was Rayon's technique, the one that he would never forget. You are late. Orgos's gaze was directed above the wall, his lips curved into a twisted smile. Rayon Sieghart. Rayon clenched his back teeth while looking down on Orgos. Even though his body was small and skinny, the tremendous amount of energy bursting from him gave him the chills. He was a monster that had even surpassed a grandmaster. He was a demonized human who had reached transcendence, just like the rumors. I wanted to see you. Rayon ignored Orgos and turned around. He examined the light wind division under the silver-white aurora one by one. No one from the light wind division was uninjured, but Burin, Runnan, and Mark Goten's wounds were dizzyingly serious. Shoulders, arm, eye, abdomen, and even thighs. Not a single person among them was unscathed. However, the one who needed the most urgent treatment was Dorian, who was at the very back. Both his arms and his right leg were completely smashed, and his stomach had a hole the size of a fist in it. He shouldn't even have felt any pain at that point. It wouldn't be strange for him to die at any moment. Why? Dorian's head trembled. Why did you come here? He raised his teary eyes, asking why Rayon had come to hell instead of running away. You idiot. Rayon, master, I am sorry. Burin sank to the ground while coughing up blood. Runnan collapsed to her back, and Mark Goten faltered while standing. Do you want to know why your subordinates ended up in such a state? Orgos's cold voice was filled with mockery. I asked them about your location, and they answered that they were Rayon Sieghart. He rolled his lips into a smile while looking at the light wind division, who had collapsed on the ground. What a tear-jerking friendship. I would have granted them a painless death if they obediently told me the answer. Rayon exhaled a heated breath while looking at the light wind division. I thought so. He'd expected such a thing when he saw the faces on the light wind division and the situation. He could tell they'd resisted with their lives on the line to avoid disclosing Rayon's location. Wallet, ice cream girl, shitty eyes, the guy with no talent. Wrath's shoulders trembled as he examined Dorian, Runnan, Burin, and Mark Goten one after the other. Give me. He approached Rayon with bloodshot eyes and extended his hand. Give me your body right now. The King of Essence will kill them all. The emotion of wrath in the soul was raging. Even though the ring of fire was running, it was difficult to keep his sanity. Rayon wanted to succumb his body to the wrath. Not right now, he wanted to sink into the wave of wrath, but he suppressed the urge by biting his lip. If wrath possessed his body just like that, he would lose control and the light wind division would be annihilated. Moreover, Orgos might escape during Wrath's attack since he was a transcended warrior. It was necessary to keep his cool. Whap! Rayon started by activating a small silver-white aurora to remove the azure flame from Mark Goten's arm. Using Wrath's technique in an enraged state made his heart so painful that it could burst, but Rayon forced himself to endure it. An impressed voice could be heard from behind him. That frost was what stopped my azure flame, wasn't it? Who taught you that technique? Orgos raised his hand as he spoke. Blue flames burst from his finger. You. Rayon turned around and glared at Orgos, who was fully relaxed. I'll play with you after I'm done with this. Shut your mouth while waiting. He was growling like a beast unconsciously. He felt like he was gradually sinking into wrath, but he bit his lip to regain his sanity. Why did you come here? You idiot, you should have survived at least. Rayon, run. Dorian, Burin, Mark Goten, and Runnan's eyes were full of resentment. It wasn't because they were dying because of him. They were blaming him for coming to his death. Don't worry, we can all get out of here alive. Rayon unleashed the divinity blooming from the underworld. He'd never used it for healing before, but divinity was normally specialized for that. He figured it would be effective. Whap! A colorless radiance spread around from his hand, and the four's injuries started to heal little by little. Ha! Rayon breathed out a sigh of relief. The worst-case scenario came to mind, but the divinity fortunately worked on injuries. However, the treatment wasn't enough because he was treating 4 people at the same time, and his divinity was rapidly decreasing. Wrath, I'll accept the wrath so. The King of Essence is the monarch of devildom. He can't refill divinity no matter how great he is. Wrath furrowed his brow and shook his head. In that case, Rayon raised his head and looked at Orgos. It looks like you like my gift. Orgos licked his lips with his tongue while looking at the 4 people whose lives were barely extended. Unfortunately for you, this isn't going to be the end of it. Even after your death, I'll erase everything you like from the world. Your family, friends, companions. That's the price to pay for disturbing the activity of our great tower. What are you waiting for? Hand over your body right now. Wrath was also enraged and stuck to Rayon's shoulder while shouting, "Shut up for now." Rayon glared at Orgos. He was taking his time, most likely because he believed Rayon wouldn't be able to escape. It should be possible. He pressed his trembling heart and inserted his mana into the blue ring equipped on his right hand. The ring didn't have any adornment, but 2 patterns appeared. I'm ending up using it. The ring was given to him by the Archmage of Eternal Flame, Chamber, and it could summon a target to his location or teleport others in the area to a different place. It was a special artifact that could only activate one out of the 2 abilities, and the ring would be destroyed after being used. Summoning Glenn would have been the correct course of action, but Dorian, Burin, Runnon, and Mark Goten were going to die if he did. Even though Glenn was a warrior standing at the peak of the continent, treatment wasn't his specialty. I have no other option. Rayon quickly made up his mind and injected his mana into the pattern on the right. He was trying to send everyone around him to the Ragged Saint, Frederick, with a mass teleportation ability. However, the ring didn't show any reaction except for a vibration. Don't tell me. He'd asked Glenn about the ring after he'd returned from House Arian, and he'd answered that the ring might not activate if Chamber didn't have enough mana. That implied that something was happening to Chamber. Damn it, Rayon clenched his fist to the point of bleeding. Do you need more time? Orgos approached him while floating in the sky. His murderous intention was wavering from his distorted white eyes. Wrath, I want to trade. Give me the mana. Granted. Wrath nodded, and a huge amount of mana started to fill his mana circuits all over his body. More emotions of wrath were acquired in his soul, but Rayon didn't care about it. He shoved all of the mana into the ring and activated the mass teleportation. However, the vibration was all that happened once again. Orgos narrowed his eyes while looking at the ring. He must have noticed that the ring had a special hidden ability. Is it impossible to send the Light Wind Division, the neutral factions, and even the civilians to Sieghart with my current amount of mana? There were more than 70 people in total, and Sieghart was far away. That must have been why he didn't have enough mana to teleport everyone. In that case, Rayon rapidly racked his brain. If something was happening to Chamber, sending them to Balkar wouldn't be a good idea. Considering the fact that Orgos came from the north, something must have also happened in Cameloon, so Owen was the only option left. I can trust them. Since they had godly doctors capable of even reattaching an arm, sending them to Owen was the best course of action. Rayon gave the 3rd prince's divine tablet that he'd received in the past to Burin. He activated the mass teleportation towards the medical ward where the royal doctor was working. It was the place he'd seen during the 6 Kings tournament. It seemed to have worked, as a transparent barrier was created around the Light Wind Division, the neutral factions, and the civilians. It was the absolute shield intended to protect the people until teleportation. Brilliant silvery light radiated from the geometric magic circle created under them. A teleportation spell. I won't let you go. Orgos rapidly opened his hands. The azure flame extended from his finger and instantly destroyed the shield surrounding Rayon. However, Rayon casually landed on the ground, not looking disappointed at all. He had no intention of leaving to begin with. Rayon, what are you doing? Hey. Vice Division Leader Sir Rayon, the Light Wind Division, screamed at Rayon, who was the only one outside the magic circle's radiance. Burin, Runnon, and even Dorian raised their heads and pounded on the shield. Wait for me over there. Rayon waved his hand while smiling at them. Rayon. Runnon's shout was the last thing he heard before everyone's body disappeared from the magic circle. A pointless struggle. Orgos sneered, believing that his flame had prevented Rayon's escape. I'm confident in my memory. I'll incinerate them all after I kill you. Our great tower never forgets its resentment. Rayon closed his eyes and thought about the Light Wind Division that he had seen a moment ago. Runnon had 2 holes in her stomach, Burin had lost 1 eye, and Mark Goten's left arm was completely incinerated. Dorian had the most serious injury. It was so bad that he might not be able to wield a sword ever again. The resentment, wrath, and malice. Rayon opened his eyes while filling his brain with those feelings. Do you know why I stayed behind? A bone-crushing voice leaked out from his mouth as he glared at Orgos. It was to kill you. Wahahaha. Orgos started laughing like a madman while covering his forehead with his hand. The shrieking voice indicated that he was laughing from the bottom of his heart. I heard you were crazy, but I didn't know that you were so insane. He shook his finger, finding the situation rather amusing. How are you going to kill me? Orgos casually nodded. Are you counting on the ones who are coming this way right now? They are powerful, but your head is going to roll with a single flick of my finger. Do you want to know how I'm going to kill you? Rayon grinned and unsheathed Heavenly Drive. Like this. He bit his lip and stabbed his stomach with Heavenly Drive. You crazy bastard. Wrath shouted while grasping his shoulder. The blood flowing from his blade filled the ground and soaked the small amount of snow left, turning it red. What are you doing right now? Rayan didn't respond to Orgos, mustering his will to connect to the Black Tower's technique that he'd seen before. The small amount of aura left in him arose while sweeping the ground. The blood covering the snow gathered like a birdcage and locked everyone inside. Rayan opened his eyes amid a red space that was different from his mental world. Is this? Orgos wrinkled his brow while looking at the red sky and land. You recognize this, don't you? Rayan smiled with a pale face. I copied the boundary that your subordinates made under frozen surfaces. Why are you using this? So you won't be able to escape. Have you truly lost your sanity? We will find out which one of us is the crazy one. Rayan pulled out Heavenly Drive along with an enervated laughter. His blade was plugging the wound, so it opened up as a result, and a dangerous amount of blood gushed from it. A dizzying pain fell upon him, but he didn't activate the Ring of Fire. I need to endure this much. It's nothing compared to the pain that the Light Wind Division had to experience. Are you trying to commit suicide? I'm capable of keeping you alive, just like killing you. Have you died before? Rayan straightened his spine while controlling the trembling in his legs. When you die, you can feel the sensation of your soul leaving the body. He could still think for a moment after Darius Robert had cut his head off in his previous life, and he'd felt like his existence was floating outside his body. That same floating sensation was approaching him, the gap in the soul. In a world that was gradually turning white, he activated Ring of Fire once again and unleashed his mental world. He tore off a portion of that space that was the compilation of his life so far and created a new domain between his body and soul. Rayan, what are you doing right now? Rayan didn't respond, pouring all of his wrath from his soul into the newly created domain. I'm getting ready for your reception. Wrath had previously told him that he would lose control because he hadn't had a physical body for too long. The only way to maintain his sanity so that he wouldn't let Orgos escape and put a time limit to the manifestation was to create a sword field inside his body. He was going to lose a lot in return, and he wouldn't be able to use it ever again, but the Light Wind Division would be in danger if Orgos managed to escape. It was necessary to finish him off no matter what. Once the space between body and soul became large enough, Rayan looked at Wrath. You said everyone in the Light Wind Division is your subordinate, didn't you? Don't let him escape. Rayan slammed Heavenly Drive into the ground and smiled. What are you doing? Orgos became anxious and rapidly unleashed his azure flame. The flames were covering his entire vision as they rushed towards him as if they were telling him that the other flames so far were nothing but child's play. It's already too late. Rayan mumbled with his dry lips while looking at the approaching flame. Sword Field Creation, Demon King's Advent. Just as the frightening blue flame was about to erase Rayan's existence. Thud, the boundary ceiling collapsed, and a blue luminance poured down upon Rayan. The azure flame was supposedly capable of incinerating anything in the world, yet it disappeared like bubbles upon facing the pillar of light. A long fissure was created in the space, and dark light emerged from it. Stars covered in shadow arose to the sky, and a yellow moon illuminated the twisted world. The world tree of frost, cold enough to even freeze a person's breath, rooted down in the land, and the deadly blue radiance finally came to an end. The one standing inside the light wasn't Rayan anymore. He was evil yet sacred, dark yet radiant. It was the manifestation of a transcender who had twisted causality to incorporate values that could never coexist in his body. Orgos unconsciously stepped backward upon feeling the frightening energy emanating from the navy blue-haired existence. The fear that he'd only offered to others and never received before was engraved in his white pupils. Who are you? He was the one who was born from the deepest abyss of devildom and arose to the highest peak. He was the lord of northern evil, the monarch of wrath who was the closest to becoming the demon god. The indignation of the demon king who had removed greed's army from the face of the world raised his sky-blue eyes. No one was able to speak. No one was able to move. The monarch of wrath extended his hand, as white as the first snow. Orgos' neck twisted and his head was pulled off. The blue demon king laughed amid the bloody festival. It was a beautiful and frightening sight. After Rayan, Orgos, and the demonized humans from the Black Tower disappeared, Merlin was the first one to arrive at the hill. She was panting heavily because she was fully focused on her movement spell, not caring about defense at all. She examined the area around the hill with bloodshot eyes. He's not here. Rayan's presence was perfectly gone even though she could detect it until a moment ago. What happened? She was aware that a large-scale teleportation spell was activated in that place. Judging from the flow of mana, it seemed to be Archmage Chambers' spell, but she could guess that Rayan was the one who activated it. However, he'd stayed behind instead of leaving with the Light Wind Division. She could feel a sloppy boundary made from blood and thought she just needed to break through it. However, the boundary's traces had completely vanished a moment ago. She couldn't figure out what happened. Rumble, Merlin scattered her mana in all directions. She tried to focus on finding an opening to the boundary where Rayan and Orgos were, but she couldn't feel anything at all. How is this even possible? Creating a new boundary was possible, but she'd never even heard about the possibility of perfectly filling up a sloppy boundary. She was getting a headache from anxiety. No, please, she wanted to believe in Rayon, but he was facing a transcender. It was impossible for him to win on his own since even she couldn't win against him. That was why she needed to open the boundary as fast as possible. Rip, Merlin scratched her thumb with her nails and scattered her blood on the ground. She was trying to pry open the space with blood magic when the white blood religion's leader made her appearance alongside a heart-crushing wave. Merlin. The white blood religion's leader narrowed her eyes while looking at Merlin. You are being a hindrance once again. Is this the Fallen's intention? Think as you like. Her finger flinched as she contemplated whether she should kill Merlin or not before she decided to stop. She scattered transparent bloody energy in the area, deciding that finding Rayon before the others arrived had the highest priority. PSSH. Merlin bit her lip and opened up the wound on her finger even further. I can't let that mosquito bitch capture him. If the white blood religion's leader took Rayon with her, he wouldn't end up as a simple apostle. He would be thoroughly dissected to find out the secret behind his talent, or he might even end up being brainwashed. She had to stop that from happening even if she had to use up her entire lifespan. It would be better if the Holy Sword Alliance took him away instead. No, I'm not giving him to anyone. Merlin prepared various spells to fight against any opponent and continued her search for Rayon's location. As she was examining underneath the hill, the red horse with the demon-slaying spear on the back dashed through the land and charged at the white blood religion's leader. We need to put an end to the fight since you made me draw my spear. The demon-slaying spear concentrated the powerful energy storming around the spearhead into a single point and fired it at her. A spear attack with tremendous power tore apart a large portion of the night sky. Scram! The white blood religion's leader furrowed her brow and drew a semicircle with her hand. The transparent bloody energy fell under the moonlight and created a huge explosion upon clashing against the demon-slaying spear's aura. Wham! An explosion occurred from the clash between the two transcenders' special techniques, and dark blue lightning soared into the sky before it subsided under the dark energy wave. The Holy Sword Alliance Master had arrived. The way he was leisurely riding the dark sword, with his hands clasped behind his back, revealed why he was called the Dark Knight Sword God. The Holy Sword Alliance Master unclasped his hands and looked down upon the bloody hill. They are gone. He slightly furrowed his brow, unable to find Rayon and Orgos's presence. Rimmer and Shirl arrived after the Holy Sword Alliance Master. They clenched their back teeth while examining the hill where no one could be seen. The blood is from the Light Wind Division and the neutral factions. Shirl violently exhaled while looking at the blood that was spread even more widely than the snow. Damn it, Rimmer violently stomped the ground. The blood that hadn't coagulated yet floated into the sky. He was glaring fiercely at the ground, but his eyes widened. Is this? Rimmer put his hand into the blood to take out a ring that was split in half. Rayon's ring. Shirl swallowed nervously while looking at the ring Rimmer was holding. I knew it. The massive spell that activated earlier was teleportation. He sent the Light Wind Division away instead of bringing the head of house here. He must have done it to save the injured. But why didn't he leave himself? He must have been trying to distract Orgos so that he wouldn't be able to interrupt the spell. They realized the decision Rayon had made because they knew about the ring's ability. It hurt so much because the decision was something he would make, and the powerlessness they felt because they couldn't help him at all made the strength leave their shoulders. Then where did Rayon go? The demonic monarch of Azure Flame must have created a boundary. Shirl wrinkled her nose while rapidly examining the surrounding area, but it was too sloppy to be Orgos's doing. Rimmer shook his head while observing the opposite side of Shirl. While they were trying to figure out what had happened after the Light Wind Division was sent away, the Thespian Emperor, the Demon Blade, and the Queen of Swords landed on the hill. The Master of the Wise Dragon's Sword and the two apostles also arrived after that. The bloody hill was filled with silent tension once all the actors had arrived. Thespian Emperor. The Holy Sword Alliance Master twisted his lips while looking at the Thespian Emperor, who was furrowing her brow. The Black Tower's Master is currently at Cameloon. Is that your doing? I don't understand what you're talking about. The Thespian Emperor shrugged her shoulders with an ambiguous expression on her face. I see. The Holy Sword Alliance Master shook his hand, and the dark sword under his feet soared to the sky. Since it would be boring to wait without doing anything, let's play a bit more until Rayon Zeeghart and Orgos reappear. Weren't you here to save Rayon Zeeghart? I want to if possible, but no one is here. I don't like making efforts for no reason. His eyes started to glow red. Let's start the second round. Smash! Wrath crushed Orgos's skull, which he was holding in his hand. Blood and demonic energy entangled with each other and soaked his hand. I expanded too much strength because I didn't have a body for a long time. Wrath rolled his lips into a smile while looking at Orgos's body, which was still standing without a head. I commend you for surviving so long. Blue flames ignited from Orgos's neck and his head slowly emerged. Wrath narrowed his eyes while watching Orgos's head regenerate. The power of regeneration. He's as good as a high-ranked demon. He hadn't missed the hit on Orgos. He'd kill him for sure, but he was capable of surviving even without a head. Step. Wrath walked up to Orgos, whose hand was drenched in sweat, and tilted his head. So that money grubber vermin is backing you up. He could feel Greed's stench from the demonic energy that spread when Orgos hurriedly regenerated his head. Wrath was wondering how he'd acquired so much demonic energy, and he must have had Greed's seed. Orgos stepped backward while biting his blue lip. Who are you? I've never heard of anyone like you. He had never felt such oppression to his body and soul even from the tower's master. He'd never expected to feel the fear that he'd felt during his encounter with that great being from a young human. Human? Is he even human? It wasn't just his sky-blue eyes. His long hair had ever-changing colors, and his transparent skin looked like it had never been exposed to sunlight. He could feel his violent temperament in his noble and elegant appearance. Before wondering about whether he was a man or a woman, he was curious if he was even human. Where is Rayon Zeeghart? The King of Essence doesn't accept any question. Wrath raised his bloody hand with emotionless eyes. The King of Essence is the one who asks questions. His lips curved into a sneer, and he turned his hand as if he were turning a doorknob. Even though it was a small movement of thin fingers, Orgos's mouth that had asked the question was torn from him. Orgos fell to his knees while grasping his destroyed jaw. Even his scream was a grotesque sound because his mouth was ruined. You dared to harm the King of Essence's subordinates. You managed to make him angry, something that hasn't happened in such a long time. Wrath walked up to Orgos, who was trembling on his knees. The King of Essence's wallet had broken limbs, Shitty Eyes lost his eye, and the untalented man's arm was completely burnt up. He bared his white teeth and faced Orgos's wavering pupils. Ice Cream Girl had a hole in her stomach. Your soul and body shall be carved with all those pains. Wrath casually moved his finger as if he were pointing at something. Crack. Orgos's arms twisted like laundry being wrung out before being torn apart. It wasn't anything special like a technique. He had simply torn off his arm with the concentrated energy of wrath. Orgos screamed while looking at the boundary ceiling with his regenerated mouth. It's too early to scream. Wrath's sky-blue eyes were glowing with a deep blue wrath. The pain that the Light Wind Division had to experience was engraved in his eyes like a burn. Orgos stepped backward while screaming. The pain must have prevailed against the fear, as a blue flame was bursting from his regenerated hands. The two azure flames were fired like arrows. The Transcender's full power was dwelling in the two lightning fires that were rushing even faster than sound. Wrath wasn't nervous or sneering. His nonchalant expression looked like he was enjoying a nap as he simply shook his hand. Whap! The fog of frost emerging from his finger froze up the azure flame arrow in an instant. Crack! Pieces of the flames fell to the ground and shattered with a frightening sound. Did it just freeze? Orgos's eyes were blinking, flapping like a frightening butterfly's wings. Is this even possible? The demonic arrow of azure flame wasn't any ordinary flame. It had the maximized output of the azure flame, and it was the technique with the highest speed and killing ability among his special techniques. He couldn't believe that it had frozen in an instant. I need to run away. The thing in front of him wasn't something he could hope to win against. It was pretty much a disaster. He had to avoid it rather than face it. Orgos mustered the remaining azure flame and slammed the ground. Wham! A tremendous explosion occurred, but it only created an extremely small crack in the frozen ground. How is this happening? You still haven't learned your place. Did you believe that an insignificant creature like you could destroy the King of Essence's boundary? Wrath shook his head while pointing at the blue world tree behind him. Which part were we at? He can't remember, so let's start over from the beginning. Before his words could reach Orgos's eardrums, his arms were pulled off once again. You were so easily fixed as a toy. Not bad. Wrath stood in front of Orgos and leaned forward. He tried to run away, but Wrath grabbed him with invisible demonic energy and extended his finger towards his eye. This one is for Shitty Eyes. He felt like he was floating in the ocean. He couldn't feel the weight of his body, and the freedom of his soul felt ticklish. Rayon furrowed his brow from a faint tinnitus in his ears and lifted his heavy eyelids. Stop, please stop. The first thing he saw was Orgos. The Transcender used to be terrifying, but he was shoved into a corner and was screaming. Wrath stood in front of him. He was making a dark hole in Orgos's stomach with the same appearance he had in the mental world. You finally woke up. Wrath briefly clicked his tongue while rolling his eyes back. You are always late. Are you talking to me? Who else would he be talking to? He continued the conversation without paying the slightest attention to Orgos, who was in front of him, and the demonized humans behind him who couldn't move an inch. Wrath smiled, praising him for coming up with such a method. However, you should think carefully when you want to use it once again, as you will lose a lot just like this time. It's not like you will be able to use it just because you want to, though. Rayon was aware of that fact, but revenge was simply more important. Rayan was already aware of that fact before Wrath told him. Orgos's eyes were completely dug out, his limbs were pulled apart, and 5 holes were made in his stomach. Rayan furrowed his brow while looking at Orgos's body. Is that the power of regeneration? Orgos's broken body was slowly being healed. The separated arms and legs were reattached, and his flesh was refilling the hole in his stomach. His regeneration was even better than a troll's. However, his energy had drastically decreased. He seemed to be spending the demonic energy to forcibly replace his flesh. Do you remember when the King of Essence said that your flower isn't the real deal, flower? Wrath had been displeased and murmured every time he'd used the flame spirit, saying, "That's not how you use the flower. I'll show you the real deal." Wrath opened his hands. The frost shards radiated faintly and floated into the air as if they were synthesizing with the wrath that still remained. The ice shards spread around like a dream and were gradually filled with beautiful flower blossoms. The ice flowers bloomed, scattering their brilliant gleam under the moonlight. Even the last flower petal bloomed beautifully from the snow flower like a red spider lily, fluttering into the air to become thousands, tens of thousands, or rather, just countless pieces covering all around the boundary. The monarch of Wrath's ultimate technique, 10,000 snow blossoms. It wasn't anything like astral energy or an astral sphere. Every single one of them was a frozen blade with the will of Wrath. Countless slashes were coming from them. Sound disappeared under the blue moonlight. Everything inside the boundary was sucked into the trajectory of the slash before a majestic radiance burst out. Aye. Orgos's body melted under the flower petals that had quietly subsided. It was an alien power capable of removing the infinite regeneration itself. Even the demonized humans behind Wrath were completely removed from existence without leaving a single drop of blood. This is the real deal, Rayan swallowed nervously. He realized that what he just witnessed was the ultimate form of the flame spirit that he should seek. Flowers need to be treated delicately. Wrath casually shook his hand. He used a hand that was as transparent as the moonlight to sweep back his perfectly unruffled hair. You barbarian. Don't tell me. The Holy Sword Alliance Master twisted his lips while looking at the Thespian Emperor. You want to run away because you don't have that formation anymore. But the Owen Kingdom is going to interfere if a battle breaks out from here. The Thespian Emperor turned her gaze and looked at Cameloon. You are making a grave mistake. I'd be glad of the Silent Sword Sovereign's arrival. I want to check out how much better he's gotten. It looked like the Holy Sword Alliance Master had no consideration for the future, befitting his reputation of being a madman for swords. So what are you going to do? I'm not letting you go even if you want to escape. You are the one making a grave mistake, Alliance Master. The Thespian Emperor extended her hand towards the sky. The formation that had covered Banneret's sky was being formed once again along the constellations. I can use the formation anywhere in the world. She had followed them all the way because she could bring the formation with her, and the Silent Sword Sovereign was obviously going to arrive. She would have never been there if she didn't have that guarantee. I'll complete the formation for now, and last until the other Transcenders arrive. Just as the Thespian Emperor was modifying her plan, blue radiance emerged from the sky where the formation was being created, and a long-dimensional rift appeared. Crack. Alongside the thunderous noise of the space falling apart, the formation's flow was jumbled up and destroyed. Everyone, including the Thespian Emperor, the Holy Sword Alliance Master, and the White Blood Religion's leader, raised their heads with a pale expression on their faces. Far above the sky where people would look like a small dot, someone with long blue hair fluttering in the air was standing on a distant star. A thin wrinkle appeared on the Thespian Emperor's brow. What the hell is that? She couldn't even see it properly. The presence was so huge that she couldn't even determine what it was exactly. It felt like impending disaster was undulating inside the human appearance. That's... Even the Holy Sword Alliance Master gasped in disbelief, and the White Blood Religion's leader was unable to hide the trembling of her pupils. The Blue Demon King looked down on the human transcenders and quietly spoke. Look down. Martha slowly opened her eyes. She could see a clean white ceiling, one that lacked even a single speck of dust. Where am I? She immediately remembered what had happened, probably because her head was clear after such a deep sleep. I fainted after becoming a master. She was enlightened while fighting against a master during the fighting contest of the 5 divine orders, and she finally managed to unleash the astral energy that she'd always desired. The match must have ended as a draw. She remembered that she'd landed a clear hit on that arrogant Callan, even if she ended up losing consciousness after that. Martha slowly clenched her fist. She could feel a huge amount of power twitching inside her energy center. It wasn't a dream. Her enlightenment about martial arts had deepened further. She had a feeling that she could have a complete victory against Callan if the fight happened once again. I wonder what Rayan is going to say about this. She was unbearably curious about what Rayan would say about her becoming a master. She wanted to immediately check out his reaction. Considering his personality, I don't think he's going to praise me. Martha giggled to herself and rolled her eyes. It had been noisy outside for a short while. I must be at a healing ward. Judging from the neat interior and medicines next to her, she was clearly in a healing ward. It was clear that they'd spent a lot of money on it, which was to be expected from a new city. Let's go out. Her body felt light, probably because she'd been sleeping for a long time. She figured she would have no issue moving around, roughly unwrapped her bandages and opened the door. Cover his stomach first. Wait, how did his arm end up like this? She's bleeding too much. There are more than 3 holes in her stomach. It's already too late. Shut up and focus on healing. They brought the third prince's divine tablet with them. Save them no matter what. The screams of the patients and shouts of the healers were being hurled all around the place. They were so noisy to the point where her ears were hurting, but she realized that the screaming voices were familiar. Don't tell me. Martha closed her lips tightly and examined the face of the patient whose abdomen was being treated by the healers. It was Dorian. Both his arms and legs were smashed as if they had been hammered down, and he had a dark hole in his abdomen where blood was gushing out nonstop. Where's the priest? They're coming soon. Damn it. Their asses are so heavy even with the amount of money we spent. The middle-aged healer wearing a golden uniform applied medicine to Dorian's abdomen while swearing, and then he covered the hole with his hands before scattering his blue energy. Sniff. Dorian's quiet groan could barely be heard. The movement of his throat showed that he was still alive, but it didn't look like he would last for long. However, he wasn't the only one with serious injuries. Next to Dorian, Byrne was there with one of his eyes covered in blood. Run-On had 3 holes in her stomach, and Mark Goten's left arm was scorched black. All 3 of them seemed to be in intense pain as their shoulders and necks were shivering. Yua. PL, please skin me. I can't endure this anymore. The other light-wind swordsmen were also injured in various places, and their wounds were dark as if they'd been injured a long time ago. Demonic energy. Were they defeated by demonic energy? Martha sank to the ground while leaning against the wall next to her. What's even happening right now? Her strength had abandoned her legs. Then she raised her head while sitting on her knees. Wait, Rayon, where's Rayon? She couldn't understand the situation, but there was no way Rayon would be intact when the light wind division was injured to that extent. She crawled to find Rayon and saw that Yua was standing up. Martha. Yua's shoulder and waist were covered in bloody bandages as she ran towards Martha. What even happened? Please tell me. Martha's pale lips were trembling as she grabbed Yua's sleeve. While you were fast asleep, the Holy Sword Alliance Master and the White Blood Religion's leader attacked Banneret. The White Blood Religion's leader. She unconsciously clenched her fist upon hearing the name of the White Blood Religion's leader. That monster did it again. She bit her lip to the point of bleeding and looked around the light wind division who were submerged in pain. Her heart pounded rapidly, as if it were about to explode, upon realizing that she'd done that to her companions after taking away her mother's body. But we weren't injured by them. What? We managed to escape because the Light Wind Division leader and the Heavenly Blade Division leader carved a path for us. But Yua explained what had happened to Martha, which means Rayon. He stayed behind on his own. Yua fell on her ass and started to cry loudly. Cries of sadness and worry engulfed the healing ward, and the patients who had been struggling slowly closed their eyes and breathed quietly. Yua had unconsciously unleashed a lullaby. What's happening? But even the anesthetics didn't work on them. The healer's eyes widened as they looked at Yua. They seemed surprised because it had never happened before. Come back to your senses. Get moving already. I'm sorry. The middle-aged man in a golden uniform shouted, and the other healers resumed the treatment. It will be fine. Martha shook her head while grabbing Yua's shoulder. There's no way that monster is going to die. Right, yes, I know about his miracles better than anyone else. Trust me. She patted Yua's head and turned her head around. She smacked her thigh with her tightly clenched fist. Damn it. The fact that the Light Wind Division struggled to death while she was sleeping soundly, that they'd been protecting her instead of their own bodies, and that she couldn't do anything when Rayon saved everyone and stayed behind on his own, was so frustrating that she broke out in tears. What should I do? She couldn't be impatient. If it was Rayon's will that sent everyone to the healing ward, abiding by it and saving everyone took the highest priority. I need to start by contacting the house. Since she'd said that they were teleported to the healing ward in that state, they shouldn't have even thought about contacting the house. Martha steadied her trembling legs and stood up. She checked out the injuries and the states of everyone in the Light Wind Division before she asked a staff member at the healing ward to send a message to Sieghart. She asked them to bring all the medicines and elixirs that were necessary before she knelt in front of the middle-aged man wearing the golden uniform who seemed to be the person in charge. Please save them, I'll do anything. Martha bit her lip and slammed her head on the ground. We've already received more than enough payment. The middle-aged man in the golden uniform pointed at the third prince's tablet. But we could use your assistance. Can we extract your aura? It will be extremely painful. He asked whether she could endure it with narrowed eyes. I'll do it even if it means I can't use my aura ever again. Martha went next to the middle-aged man without even wiping the blood flowing from her forehead. All right, please insert this into your arm. The middle-aged man pointed at Martha's arm with a thick needle at the width of a finger. Martha nervously bit her lip while stabbing the needle into her right arm. Rayon, make sure to return alive. I'm going to save them no matter what. Wrath was looking at the Transcenders haughtily, but Rayon broke out into a cold sweat as he watched him from behind. Hey, why are you calling me? Wrath still seemed to retain his sanity since he made an aura barrier before he responded. Why would you leave without a plan? Rayon reluctantly screamed at Wrath. We can't let them find out the relationship between us. The original plan was to switch bodies with Wrath inside the boundary and leave while feigning ignorance. However, the crazy Demon King had just left the boundary. Rayon felt dizzy from the situation. We will be screwed if it goes wrong. If people found out that he was linked to a Demon King, he would be kicked out of Zeeghart at the very least, and he could potentially be murdered by the dragons. It would be fine if he'd reached Transcendence, but he wasn't even a Grandmaster yet. That was why it was necessary to hide that fact no matter what. What foolishness. No one here can figure out the relationship between us. They can't figure it out. The King of Essence is currently in his real form instead of your body. His energy is also demonic energy instead of your shabby aura. No one among them is capable of finding you inside the King of Essence, but we have a time limit. What if we suddenly revert back? Your mind is maintaining this body right now, but the King of Essence's demonic energy is also contributing to it. We do have a time limit, but he can control it. Wrath shook his head, saying that they might find it strange but wouldn't think they were related. Moreover, your boundary is still down there. The King of Essence will release it when he's about to leave and distract them. Don't worry about it. Really, has the King of Essence ever lied before? Almost never. Wrath almost never lied except for when he bragged about something. His actions during that incident were a testament to it, by the way. Wrath rolled his eyes while curving his lips into a deep smile. What do you think will happen if they discover your identity? What? Truthfully, it doesn't change anything for the King of Essence even if they found out, and he doesn't exactly like the idea of hiding something when he is a demon king. But you are different. What do you think? Shall I try revealing his identity before returning this body to you? His eyes curved into a crescent shape, and he laughed at Rayon. You bastard. 1 week, Rayon bit his lip, and Wrath raised his index finger. What? Swear that you are going to eat everything the King of Essence wants for 1 week after this incident. Are you threatening me? He learned it from you. Taking notes was worth it. Wrath grinned, saying that efforts were always rewarded. Eating whatever he wanted for a week wasn't a big deal. Rayon would have done it unconditionally if he'd just asked, but being unexpectedly threatened made him extremely irritated. You'd better decide quickly. They must be wondering about this situation. Wrath pointed at the Transcenders below with his finger. Rayon sighed after looking at Rimmer and Shurl. All right, 1 week. It's 2 weeks now because you hit the time limit. Hey, he learned that from you as well. When did I ever do that? You are taking too long. It's 3 weeks now. Fine, 3 weeks. Rayon immediately responded that he would do it because he had a feeling it would become 1 month soon enough. Call. Wrath nodded with a smile. This should prevent Heaven's unreasonable treatment. He nodded, saying that he should be able to eat whatever he wanted within 3 weeks no matter how much Heaven tried to interfere. Rayon furrowed his brow while watching Wrath descend to the land. You could have just gone ahead to eat with that body right now if that's what you want. Something requires his attention before then. Thespian Emperor furrowed her brow while looking at the existence floating in the air. What is that? The formation that she'd worked so hard to prepare was ruined because of his appearance through the space, but that wasn't the important part. How can energy feel like that? His energy was as elegant as divinity, but also as gloomy as demonic energy. Characteristics that couldn't easily harmonize were coexisting in his body, and his presence was huge enough to fill more than the entire space around them. Is he even human? His navy blue hair was swept to the back, reflecting the sunlight, and he looked so beautiful that it was difficult to tell whether he was a man or a woman. The transcendental beauty, mysterious energy, and overwhelming presence gave the impression that he was something other than a human being. I can't tell how this situation is going to unfold. Considering that he'd ordered them to lower their eyes, he didn't seem to be favorable. She gathered her energy in preparation for a sudden attack. The White Blood Religion's leader's lips were trembling nervously, and the Holy Sword Alliance master's eyes turned bloodshot like an excited gambler's. Since the demon-slaying spear and the demon blade used dark energy as their weapons, they were overwhelmed by Wrath's demonic energy and stepped back. The Queen of Swords had her hand on the hilt with her usual nonchalant expression. All the Transcenders were nervous, and Rayon checked on Rimmer and Shurl before anything else. What a relief, they are both safe. Rimmer and Cheryl were both injured, but their injuries weren't as serious as the light wind divisions. They should manage to escape with a decent situation. Then, Rayon smiled faintly upon finding Merlin, who was starting at Wrath. I knew she would be here. That madwoman is also here. Wrath groaned for the first time. Rayon had thought that he had changed after getting stronger, but his personality was no different from when he was cotton candy. Of course she would be. It would have been strange if Merlin was missing, since she was the person who was the most obsessed with Rayon Sieghart on the continent, the King of Essence. Wrath averted his gaze, pretending he didn't see Merlin. He looked down on the Transcenders coldly and twisted his lips. Told you to lower your eyes. You, the Demon Blade, pointed his finger at Wrath with a trembling chin. You are a demon. It's difficult to tell, but that negative energy can't be anything else than demonic Enerkoff. As he called Wrath a demon, a smacking sound was heard and his face turned to the side. His cheek reddened into a bloody color. The King of Essence doesn't accept any questions. Wrath turned his head while lowering his hand that he'd used to slap the Demon Blade's cheek. Learn your place before running your mouth. The Demon Blade's lips trembled as he rubbed his cheek. Did I just get slapped? He was still somewhat prepared for an attack, but he hadn't even recognized it until he was hit. It was a tremendous speed and power. He had a feeling that it would be no less than the Holy Sword Alliance Master in his full power. And the King of Essence isn't a paltry demon. He is the King of Devildom. A demon king? Why is a demon king here? The Demon Blade shouted in astonishment, and Wrath's hand moved once again. The Demon Blade moved when Wrath's white hand, which seemed to have never been exposed to sunlight, started to advance like a ray of light. He raised the back of his hand to defend against Wrath's attack and counterattack afterward. However, Wrath's hand broke through the Demon Blade's defense like a snake and slapped his cheek once again. Smack! The Demon Blade's face briskly bent, and a red tooth fell out of his mouth. He came to check on things because some shabby demonic energy was getting on his nerves. You are even more unsightly, though. The Demon Blade's eyes were trembling in disbelief as he stepped backward. He's a real demon king. The Demon Blade shook his head, his chin trembling violently. Yes, he must be the Demon King. That's the only way to explain this situation. Demons became weaker upon reaching the human realm. Wrath being a Demon King was the only way to explain the fact that he'd slapped his cheek when he was fully prepared. But why a Demon King? The demon-slaying spear also seemed nervous. He bit his lip and raised his spear shaft. The Queen of Swords also prepared to draw her sword at any moment, catching her breath and clenching her hilt. Wahahaha! The Holy Sword Alliance Master burst into laughter while covering his forehead, then lowered his head. May I be permitted to ask a question, Demon King? Wrath nodded his chin and gave permission. Do you use a sword by any chance? No, Tusk. The Holy Sword Alliance Master immediately lost interest and withdrew with a frown on his face. Rayon gasped while watching the Holy Sword Alliance Master let out a sigh. What the hell is wrong with him? He'd heard the rumors that he was crazy for swords, but he didn't expect that even a Demon King would fail to interest him. He was a complete lunatic. Demon King. Wrath rapidly turned his head upon hearing a frightening voice from somewhere. This scent. Merlin was talking. She raised her mask slightly and walked towards Wrath while sniffing like a puppy on a stroll. I think this is Rayon's scent. Wrath was surprised for the first time and shrunk. Seriously, this guy. Wrath wasn't just pretending to be afraid of Merlin. His presence was even bigger than the Holy Sword Alliance Master and the White Blood Religion's leader, but he was shrinking in front of Merlin. Rayon couldn't understand how it was happening. Are you a Demon King? The White Blood Religion's leader twisted her lips and examined Wrath's body. Are you really revealing that by yourself? Do you have a death wish or something? She laughed at his ridiculous behavior. Wrath narrowed his eyes while looking at the White Blood Religion's leader. You said that her body belongs to Beef Girl's mother, right? Yes. Wrath remembered what Martha had told him in the past. Wait, are you? Hey, parasite over there. Wrath extended his hand at the White Blood Religion's leader. What? Hand over that body. What? The King of Essence told you to hand over that body and disappear. This was already irritating enough, and now an insane demon scum is talking shit. The White Blood Religion's leader ground her teeth violently, unleashed her colorless energy above her hand, and thrust it at Wrath. The energy advanced while chipping the blood-covered land and rushed towards Wrath's heart. You don't know your place, parasite. Wrath smiled coldly and casually shook his hand. A blue light undulated from his white hand, and the White Blood Religion's leader's bloody energy froze in an instant. It froze. The bloody energy froze. The White Blood Religion's leader's eyes widened as she looked at the frozen bloody energy floating like a mobile hanging decoration. How shabby, just like your existence. Wrath sneered while tilting his head. The frozen bloody energy fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. I was curious what a Demon King's blood tastes like. This is a perfect opportunity. The White Blood Religion's leader opened her hands with a serious expression on her face. Transparent bloody energy was raging above her shoulder like a heat haze. Kring, A cold sword resonance severed the tension between the two. The Holy Sword Alliance Master came up next to the White Blood Religion's leader and raised his sword towards Wrath. Are you also joining? I became interested in whether that freezing ability can block my sword technique. Moreover, demon kings are uncommon enemies in the continent. He licked his lip, saying that the biggest reason was that he had a feeling it would be fun. You can talk when you've accepted the Black Tower as your ally. The Queen of Swords frowned while getting into the posture of a sword draw. This and that are different stories, but you aren't going to disturb us when we are trying to kill the Demon King, are you? The Holy Sword Alliance Master asked while licking his lip. The Thespian Emperor didn't respond, while the demon-slaying spear stepped back, implying that he was going to watch the situation. Shring, the demon blade unsheathed his sword. He looked like he was going to try attacking Wrath when he found an opening. Wrath, Rayon hurriedly called out to Wrath. What are you doing right now instead of running away? We don't even have a boundary anymore. Demons were unable to use their full power in the human realm. Dealing with the White Blood Religion's leader and the Holy Sword Alliance Master should have already been hard enough for him, and that was why Rayon couldn't understand why he wasn't escaping. You said before that you just need to spar in the training ground if you want to always fight in a perfect condition. This is exactly for that reason. What? A coward who only takes on safe battles can't be called a king. Wrath straightened his back and looked at the Holy Sword Alliance Master and the White Blood Religion's leader. Even though he wasn't that tall, his presence became even more remarkable. A king doesn't move out of their way, nor go around. They simply carve the path while guiding the populace behind them. If you wish to be the king of this land, you will watch. Rayon could feel that Wrath was serious about it. The reason he kept calling himself a king was because of that pride he had. The King of Essence is going to rip the head off of that parasite today. Be prepared to die if you want to get on his way. Wrath twisted his lips while pointing at the White Blood Religion's leader. Raging wrath glinted in his sky-blue eyes. Come at him.